Introduction Asterisk. A dragon's soul, a body of iron, traverses the Xuanlong Continent. A heart of courage, a hint of tenderness, seeks the realm of the celestial underworld. A thread of obsession, a surge of passion, emerges from the vastness of the cosmos. Above and below, my path reigns supreme. Chapter 1. The Xuanlong Continent. Boom. Crack. A violent bolt of purple lightning cleaved the night sky. Within a small courtyard, the darkness of the room was illuminated by this brilliant flash. It became evident that a blood-soaked young man clad in white lay upon the bed, and as the lightning struck, his eyes suddenly flew open. No! The youth's anguished scream was drowned out by the roar of thunder. His gaze brimmed with terror and resentment. He bolted upright, leapt from the bed, and dashed out the door. With the aid of the lightning's glow, he surveyed his surroundings. Where am I? Where is this place? Tears stained the youth's cheeks, and suddenly a sharp pain pierced his mind, an overwhelming torrent of information crashing against his every nerve. Ah! The youth collapsed to the ground, clutching his head, rolling in agony. The excruciating pain contorted his features, his eyes bulged with blood, and wisps of smoke erupted from his body, as if something within him had been ignited, glowing fiercely. Crack! Another bolt of lightning struck down, and rain poured like a deluge, drenching the youth, hissing as it met his skin, akin to a searing iron plunged into water. This phenomenon persisted for an hour, and when the youth, utterly exhausted, ceased his writhing, the thunder quieted, the rain ceased, and a full moon emerged in the sky, casting a blanket of silvery light upon the earth. Is this a crossing? No. Let me go back. I shall avenge myself upon those scoundrels. I will slay them. The young man painfully rose to his feet and stumbled out of the courtyard, confronted by an entirely unfamiliar world. He ran and ran. After a considerable time, he halted by a pond, gazing into the water's reflection, stunned to see his visage as it appeared at the age of 15. Shen Longxuan, sharing my name, and the son of the clan leader. Once Shen Longxuan regained his composure, he began to sift through the vast memories flooding his mind. The Xuanlong Continent, where martial prowess reigned supreme, warriors capable of moving mountains and chasing the moon. Thus, this unfortunate soul, like myself, was also slain by another. Shen Longxuan gradually grasped the world in which he now resided. Recalling his own misfortunes, he still felt as though he were trapped in a dream. Since I failed in my past life due to lack of strength, in this life, I vow upon my fractured soul to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts, causing those who bullied me to tremble. Boom! Shen Longxuan's slender frame unexpectedly radiated a formidable aura, stirring the waters of the pond into a flurry of waves. Behind him manifested a diminutive four-legged serpent. Shen Longxuan turned to behold this ethereal shadow, a bitter smile crossing his lips. This four-legged serpent represented the battle spirit he had awakened, the very same that led to the demise of his predecessor. Previously a scholar and holding the esteemed position of second-in-command in the kingdom of Huanyue, he had resigned this year for reasons unknown, opting to pursue martial arts, much to the dissatisfaction of many within his family. To become a warrior, one must awaken their battle spirit. At 15, he had surpassed the typical age for such an awakening. Yet due to his father's status as clan leader, he had been granted this opportunity. Little did he anticipate awakening such a creature. Shen Longxuan, even your battle spirit denotes you as a redundant waste. From this day forth, the only prodigy in the Shen family will be me, Shen Liang. Shen Liang's derisive voice echoed in his mind, for it was he who had inflicted the injuries upon Shen Longxuan. This transpired merely yesterday. Shen Longxuan had witnessed it all as he merged with the memories of his predecessor, wherein Shen Liang had vowed to ensure he was beaten daily. As dawn approached, Shen Longxuan retracted his battle spirit and ambled back to his quarters. Upon entering his room, his thoughts were tumultuous, but before he could settle, the door was flung open. The visitor was none other than Shen Liang, the third elder of the Shen Clan, his face a mask of disdain, a stark contrast to the respect he had once shown during Shen Longxuan's tenure as an official. Close behind him was the elder's confidant, who could barely spare Shen Longxuan a glance, brandishing a family decree and reading aloud. Shen Longxuan, you have unilaterally resigned, inflicting significant losses and immeasurable repercussions upon the clan. Henceforth, all your privileges are revoked, and no resources for cultivation will be provided. This is your notice. Following this declaration, the third elder commanded that all furnishings from Shen Longxuan's room be removed, leaving only a bed, a table, a chair, and a few basic necessities. Without a backward glance, they departed, leaving Shen Longxuan standing there, fists clenched, bitterly murmuring, "How truly harsh is reality." Barely had the third elder left when Shen Liang swaggered in, causing Shen Longxuan to furrow his brow. As expected, the man opened his mouth to say, "Haha, Shen Longxuan, I trust you haven't forgotten my words? Look at yourself now. You were so proud when you held power. I recall you made quite a few enemies back then. Now, your authority is gone, and you awaken as a waste of a battle spirit. Do you not fear for your safety when you step outside? I sense great danger." Shen Longxuan, who had begun studying at 6, achieved recognition at 10, and became the second in command of the kingdom of Huanyue by 12, had indeed offended many due to his youthful naivete. Reflecting on these memories, he felt no regret. "Shen Liang, this does not concern you. If this is all you wish to say, you may leave." "Humph, Shen Longxuan, in the past, the clan protected you from harm due to your status. Now, you are but a waste of a yellow-tier first-grade battle spirit. I could do with you as I please. Remember, do not provoke me, and steer clear of my sister, Linger. You are unworthy of her. Otherwise, I shall ensure you regret ever entering this world." Shen Longxuan's anger flared, and just as he opened his mouth to retort, Shen Liang swiftly approached, striking him down and placing his foot upon his head, snarling, "Shen Longxuan, you are nothing more than a first-grade battle spirit waste, unworthy to even carry my shoes. I advise you to keep your tail tucked between your legs." "Ha ha!" With that, Shen Liang strutted away. Shen Longxuan rose from the ground, wiping the blood from his lips, struggling to stand. Such was the martial world. Strength reigned supreme. "I shall grow stronger." Before his crossing, he had lived on a place called Earth, where he was an orphan, often bullied, which bred a cowardly disposition, leaving him unable to defend his girlfriend when she was violated, ultimately leading to their deaths. He harbored hatred for all the wicked in the world. Perhaps it was this very resentment that propelled his soul into this realm. Thus, he vowed never to be bullied again. Yet, just as he made this vow, he found himself beneath Shen Liang's foot, nearly succumbing to the reality of his situation. But the memory of his girlfriend's desperate eyes before her demise snapped him back to clarity. "In this life, I shall not be weak. In this life, I will become strong." He clenched his fists, allowing his nails to pierce his skin. Chapter 2. The Emergence of the Dragon Soul. "Shen Liang, wait for me." After a long while, he regained his composure. Rather than succumb to anger, "I ought to hasten my training. True strength is the path to supremacy. Without power, I shall continue to be oppressed." Returning to his abode, he sat cross-legged on the bed, continuing to organize his memories. After 2 hours, his recollections fused seamlessly with those of the original owner. He now resided in a small city of the illusory Moon Kingdom, named Falling Petal City, where the Shen family stood as one of the 4 prominent clans. His father was Shun Jianfeng, the clan leader, who treated him with considerable kindness, warming his heart. In his previous life, he had been an orphan, longing for the care and affection of family. A faint smile graced his lips as he embarked on his inaugural journey of cultivation. The path of a martial artist begins with the body tempering stage, followed by the martial artist stage, martial master stage, martial king stage, and martial sovereign stage. The ancestors of the Shen family were renowned martial kings. With a mere thought, the 4-legged serpent battle soul suddenly materialized. In this realm, awakening a battle soul is imperative for becoming a martial artist, as it serves as the bridge for communication between the martial artist and the spiritual energy of the world. Shen Longxuan's battle soul could be deemed the lowest tier, yet would accompany him throughout his life. He observed it carefully. It was indeed a 4-legged serpent, an infant at that, with its eyes still closed and lacking any scales, evoking a sense of shared vulnerability within Shen Longxuan. "You and I are alike, both fragile and easily defeated," he sighed softly. The awakening of a battle soul is intricately linked to one's bloodline and soul, and its form can vary greatly, from celestial bodies to mere leaves. Anything in existence could potentially be a battle soul. Regardless of the form, they are classified into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with each tier further divided into 10 grades. The higher the grade, the greater the potential, and the more likely the ascent to power. In the Xuanlong Continent, beast-type battle souls are rare, and any beast-type soul is guaranteed to be at least a 6th-grade yellow tier, possessing unmatched power upon awakening. Why, then, did his beast-type battle soul appear so feeble? He began to circulate his energy, slowly absorbing the spiritual essence of the world. when suddenly a resonant dragon's roar echoed forth. Xuanlong's soul, gather the battle god. Within the universe, I reign supreme. Transform, Xuanlong, ebb and flow through the cosmos. The heavens are vast, the earth is grand, we shall endure. The ancient incantations reverberated, causing Shen Longxuan's ears to buzz and his vision to blur, ultimately plunging him into unconsciousness. Time slipped away, and gradually, Shen Longxuan regained consciousness, his head throbbing painfully. Rubbing his forehead, he felt an influx of new knowledge in his mind. The fusion of two lifetimes' memories had significantly strengthened his soul. Otherwise, he would have likely been rendered foolish. He immediately closed his eyes in concentration, a smile emerging on his face, which gradually morphed into unrestrained joy, culminating in laughter. The Xuanlong soul I awakened is not a mere waste. It is the exalted Xuanlong soul. Ha! The golden Xuanlong is said to be the most valiant creature in existence, a being that battles the heavens and the earth. Who could have imagined that his four-legged serpent was, in truth, the embodiment of a Xuanlong? Simultaneously, a set of techniques named Shen Long transformation surfaced in his mind. It is well known that only upon reaching the martial artist stage can one practice techniques. The meridians of the body tempering stage are too weak to endure the violent influx of spiritual energy. Only through nurturing can they become robust enough. Upon reaching the martial artist stage, one can then cultivate techniques, yet astonishingly, he could commence practicing the Shen Long transformation immediately. This technique comprises 5 transformations, the first being the defense transformation, which begins by strengthening the skin, flesh, tendons, bones, blood, organs, meridians, dantian, and sea of consciousness, step by step. Upon completing the first transformation, one could shatter mountains and split seas merely with their physical form, but the cultivation process is arduous. Practicing this technique requires harnessing the essence of dragon veins, refining it with one's spiritual energy for cultivation. Shen Longxuan recalled having read numerous chronicles of wonders. He understood that dragon veins are the very source of spiritual energy on the continent. Countless dragon veins lie beneath the earth, continuously emitting dragon vein energy that disperses into the air, transforming into spiritual energy for martial artists. There exists a dragon vein within the Falling Petal Mountain, serving as the source of spiritual energy for 100 miles around Falling Petal City. After a surge of excitement, Shen Longxuan began his cultivation, feeling the spiritual essence of the world wash over his body, filling him with delight, a tingling sensation of comfort. The body tempering stage is the process of refining the body with the essence of heaven and earth to reach the minimum standard of a martial artist. After 3 hours of tempering, Shen Longxuan felt his entire body ache, yet he had not made significant progress. If I had a 5th-grade yellow tier battle soul, I might have broken through to the first layer of body tempering in 3 hours, he pondered, slowly opening his eyes. It seems I truly possess the most inferior battle soul. My cultivation speed is painfully slow. He began to doubt the information he had received earlier. Isn't the Xuanlong soul supposed to be extraordinary? Why does it feel so pitiful? Muttering to himself, he rose from the bed to stretch his limbs when a knock sounded at the door. Young Master Longxuan, the clan leader has sent you something. Upon opening the door, he found Uncle Fu, a trusted aide of his father, delivering a pill bottle and a spirit stone. After Uncle Fu departed, Shen Longxuan opened the pill bottle to reveal 12 body tempering pills, the supply for the clan's body tempering members over the past 6 months, as it takes half a month to fully absorb the potency of a single pill. The spirit stone, undoubtedly reserved by his father for him, was a rarity distributed only to those at the martial master stage within the clan, given its scarcity. My father is truly diligent. He understands precisely what I require. Thinking of his father and the illustrious ancestors of the Shen family, a renewed flame ignited within Shen Longxuan. The ancestor of the Shen family was indeed a remarkable figure. His resignation from officialdom was also related to the Shen family's forebear, who had achieved the martial king realm and rendered significant contributions to the illusory Moon Kingdom, accompanying the previous emperor in campaigns across the land, ultimately securing this territory. He was bestowed with the hero's token, and the Shen family was honored as a prestigious clan, beloved by the citizens of the illusory Moon Kingdom. This esteemed ancestor sacrificed himself in battle against sea demons to protect the populace. The clash was earth-shattering. The Shen ancestor, at the martial king level, battled numerous early-stage 4th-grade beasts, fighting from the ground to the sky and then into the sea. Mountains crumbled, and the seas boiled as he ignited his martial king's golden Dan, akin to a war deity, slaying numerous beasts of strength comparable to that of a martial king. He single-handedly obliterated a beast army spanning 1,000 miles, ultimately perishing when his Dan shattered, but his valor remained etched in the hearts of the people of Falling Petal City. Following his death, the illusory Moon Kingdom honored him with a grand burial and erected a statue at the Shen family home in Falling Petal City to show respect and remembrance. However, the sea demons merely retreated temporarily. As time passed, they began to show signs of resurgence, which instilled in Shen Longxuan a lifelong ambition to thwart their invasion and fulfill his ancestors' dying wish. From a young age, he was resolute, believing that unless one surpasses their limits, achieving great deeds is arduous. Thus, he immersed himself in study and, at the age of 12, resolved the sea demon dilemma through his knowledge, fulfilling his ancestors' wish. Yet after stability returned, the new king ceased to value the Shen family, fearing their prowess overshadowed his own. Consequently, they began to suppress the Shen family, even privately denying the merits of their ancestor. Gradually, their privileges were revoked, and when Shen Longxuan confronted the new emperor, he was met with the response that the person was no longer present, rendering the glory meaningless. The implication was clear. Once the person is gone, so too is the warmth of recognition. They regarded Shen Longxuan's resolution of the sea demon issue with disdain, believing it to be mere luck. In a fit of rage, Shen Longxuan resigned from his official position, resolved to reclaim the glory that rightfully belonged to his ancestors through his own endeavors. Each day, vivid scenes replayed in his mind, urging him to grow stronger swiftly and redeem his past disgrace. However, he never anticipated that he would meet an untimely end at the hands of his own kin. Rest assured, from this moment forth, I shall be you, and you shall be me. Together, we will grow stronger. I will restore the honor of your ancestors, and you shall grant me a life of brilliance. As Shen Longxuan spoke these words, he felt a sudden clarity wash over him, as if something had departed from his mind. A faint smile graced his lips as he retrieved a body-refining elixir. After settling himself on the bed in a meditative position, he placed the elixir in his mouth, where it dissolved instantly, sending a surge of warmth coursing through his abdomen. This warmth swiftly expanded, enveloping him like flames. Although it was his first experience with such an elixir, his father had previously warned him about this sensation. In addition to enduring the searing pain, he needed to unleash his battle spirit and enter a state of cultivation to maximize the elixir's potency. He bore the fiery torment with fortitude, and with a thought, his battle spirit manifested. In that moment, his Xuanlong battle spirit resembled a four-legged serpent. As he felt the surrounding spiritual energy gradually merging with his body, it was as if oil was poured onto the flames, causing the fire to blaze even more intensely. Chapter 3 no longer bullied Shen Longxuan's entire body flushed crimson, resembling a cooked shrimp, with steam rising from his head, the pain unmistakable. He gritted his teeth and persevered. Despite his body trembling slightly from the agony, he refused to relent. This state endured for half an hour, gradually diminishing until it ultimately faded away. Just as he began his cultivation, his four-legged serpent battle spirit had suddenly quivered, causing the spirit stone in his embrace to vanish, inconspicuously. A second golden halo appeared around his battle spirit. Immersed in his training, Shen Longxuan remained oblivious to this occurrence. When he finally awakened, he found himself drenched in sweat. A sticky substance coating his skin, emitting a foul odor. He recognized this as the impurities within his body. Ah, what a relief. Previously, Shen Longxuan had perused countless volumes, relishing all genres of literature. Thus he had delved into many texts on cultivation. This was why a mere 15-year-old possessed such a vast memory, a level of intellect that, if brought to earth, would surely rival that of a scientist. Furthermore, he could read at a glance, retaining information with remarkable clarity, a rare literary genius of a decade. Hence, despite just commencing his cultivation, he could rationalize the phenomena occurring within him. It seems the potency of a body-refining pill is indeed formidable, expelling such an abundance of impurities. Yet, his father had mentioned it could take half a month to fully refine one. Why then? Had it completed its process within merely half an hour in his case? Shen Longxuan, now fully attuned to his body's role, observed the emptiness within, devoid of any remnants of the body-refining pill's essence, leaving him baffled. Upon awakening his battle spirit, he could now introspectively view his body, thus discovering this peculiar phenomenon. Could it be due to the battle spirit? Let me try again. Shen Longxuan consumed another body-refining pill and entered a state of cultivation once more. This time, armed with experience, the prior pain became bearable. Half an hour later. It's refined once again. What is happening? Moreover, I feel the battle spirit's absorption of spiritual energy has accelerated significantly. Shen Longxuan murmured to himself, directing his gaze towards the battle spirit. 2 halos, he nearly exclaimed. Yet the scene was too surreal. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he looked again at the battle spirit. Indeed, there were 2 golden halos. In that moment, astonishment was swiftly supplanted by elation. Haha, I can truly ascend. Could the body-refining pill contain the essence of dragon veins? After the excitement, Shen Longxuan composed himself, mulling over the matter. This was a secret he could not share with anyone, and he needed to devise an explanation. Overwhelmed with emotion, Shen Longxuan tremblingly retrieved another body-refining pill and tossed it into his mouth, resuming his cultivation. If anyone were to witness Shen Longxuan consuming 3 body-refining pills within 2 hours, they would surely be astounded. Such a fate would typically lead to a swift demise. However, astonishingly, Shen Longxuan exhibited no inclination towards such an outcome. Instead, he began to revel in the sensation of the searing energy coursing through his body. Boom. After half an hour, a resounding explosion echoed from within. As if he had shattered some unseen barrier, a surge of power flooded his heart, and his body was imbued with a newfound strength. He had entered the first level of body refinement. Shen Longxuan's eyes flew open. His focus did not linger on the transformation of his physique, but rather on his battle soul, which remained as 2 radiant halos. It seemed that the medicinal pills were insufficient. Gritting his teeth, Shen Longxuan resumed his fervent cultivation, the desire to explore the unknown secrets swirling in his mind, awakening a deep-seated tenacity within him. If 1 pill was inadequate, then 2 would suffice. If 2 were ineffective, then 3 would do. Ultimately, by the time darkness enveloped the sky, he had consumed all 14 remaining body refinement pills. Unbeknownst to him, his cultivation had surreptitiously ascended to the peak of the 2nd level of body refinement, yet his battle soul did not advance. Although the secret eluded his grasp, he discerned that the Xuanlong soul exuded a unique aura that fused with his body. With this infusion, the speed of refining the body refinement pills surged dramatically. Staring blankly at the empty pill bottle, Shen Longxuan pondered, if this is the case, as long as I continue consuming these pills, could I not rapidly enhance my cultivation? Would that not render me invincible? Yet, he recalled the warnings that reliance on pills for advancement was precarious and could easily lead to backlash. Only a high-level battle soul served as the foundation for cultivation. Since it could be upgraded, he resolved to elevate it to its utmost potential. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted his thoughts as the courtyard door was forcefully kicked open. Shen Longxuan, come out at once. Swiftly, Shen Longxuan leapt from his bed and dashed outside. What is the purpose of your intrusion at such an hour? He inquired, irritation creeping into his voice as he recognized familiar faces. He had not anticipated such ungratefulness following the revelation of his awakened battle soul. You worthless fool, what is wrong with kicking down your door? This courtyard is now mine. You are to vacate immediately, Shen Liang declared with brazen arrogance. Moreover, I must inform you that young Master Shen Liang has instructed us to oversee you daily. Who would have thought that your stubborn bones would heal so swiftly? We shall have to be a bit rougher this time. Faced with these once familiar individuals who had previously addressed him with deference, now openly deriding him as a waste, and attempting to seize his residence, Shen Longxuan trembled with indignation, yet found himself laughing. You ungrateful wretches, truly the epitome of snobbery. Let me make it clear, I shall not relinquish my home to you. Begone at once. Shen Longxuan vowed never to be bullied again, and even if he were, he would resist fiercely, refusing to be a coward. Oh, you dare to tell us to leave? Do you think you are still the former young master? You are merely a worthless nobody now, trash. Brother Shen Liang, do not waste your breath on him. Allow me to deal with this audacious fool. The speaker is indeed Shen Ming, who, in his childhood, incessantly pursued Shen Longxuan for sweets. It is fortuitous that I have just broken through to the 2nd level of body tempering. My strength is yet to be fully mastered. You, being at the 1st level of body tempering, should have no difficulty dealing with this waste, Shen Liang retorted. Shen Longxuan felt as though he no longer recognized these individuals. As he witnessed the incoming fists aimed at Shen Ming, he bellowed, this is utterly intolerable. With a similar punch fueled by rage, he struck out, and with a loud thud, Shen Ming was sent flying, crashing into the courtyard wall, rendering him unconscious. Shen Liang, allow me to witness the prowess of your 2nd level of body tempering, Shen Longxuan declared, advancing towards Shen Liang without pause. Shen Liang, a fourth-tier battle spirit of the yellow rank, had just recently broken through to the second level of body tempering after 2 months of effort. Upon seeing Shen Longxuan charge at him, he scoffed. Your strength is merely a result of the clan leader's coercion. Against a waste like you, a single punch will suffice. He believed that defeating someone of Shen Longxuan's caliber required no assistance from his battle spirit. I have warned you not to be bullied any further. Shen Longxuan sneered. Not only did he kick down Shen Liang's door, but he also reached out to strike him, meeting the oncoming punch with one of his own. Bang! The two fists collided. Shen Longxuan remained unyielding, while Shen Liang's face turned crimson as he staggered back 7 or 8 steps before collapsing to the ground, emitting a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Chapter 4. If I cannot defeat you, I shall still disgust you. Everyone, unite and incapacitate this fellow. Shen Liang bellowed with a fierce countenance. However, the remaining individuals, all at the first level of body tempering, were so intimidated by Shen Longxuan's valor that they lacked any will to fight, and soon found themselves subdued. The group was left bewildered. How could so many of them be bested? Shouldn't the one being punished be this wretched individual before them? Now tell me, who is the real waste? Shen Longxuan's icy voice sent shivers down their spines. We are the wastes. We are the wastes. They hastily proclaimed. Young Master Longxian, it is getting late. We shall not intrude upon your rest any longer. We shall take our leave. Disgusted by their demeanor, Shen Longxuan coldly commanded, leave on your knees. Without hesitation, they crawled away. The following morning, Shun Jianfeng arrived early to assess his son's training progress, and even he, a powerful martial master, was astonished. He had not anticipated that Shen Longxuan would achieve a breakthrough to the second level of body tempering in merely 2 days. The Shen family was not a monolith. Due to Shen Longxuan's emergence, the succession of the clan leader had stirred unrest, as only males could hold the position of clan leader. The sons of several elders were exceptionally talented, particularly the eldest elder's son, Shen Liang, with a 5th-tier battle spirit and a 7th-level body tempering cultivation, making him a strong contender for the next clan leader. At this moment, the Shen family faced both internal strife and external threats. Had Shen Longxuan initially exhibited excellence, there would have been no issue, yet now, his remarkable performance might provoke unwarranted measures. Shen Jianfeng understood this well, thus advising his son to remain low-key. Shen Longxuan nodded deeply. Father, might you grant me 2 more spirit stones? As he changed his clothes moments ago, he discovered that the spirit stone was missing, and he speculated that its disappearance might be linked to the promotion of his battle spirit. You desire the spirit stone, do you? I shall certainly procure it for you. He chuckled. Now, take a day to rest, and do not overexert yourself. With that, Shen Jianfeng exited, his steps noticeably lighter, for his spirits soared high. The golden sun ascended gradually, illuminating every nook of the Shen family estate, a venerable lineage that had endured for centuries. Akin to a colossal beast sprawled across the city of falling petals. In the orderly courtyard, the shouts of martial artists resonated. After his father's departure, Shen Longxuan felt particularly invigorated that day, and after a meal, he made his way to the training ground. This was an unwavering tradition of the Shen family. Regardless of age, every martial artist was required to partake in morning training. Figures flitted across the training ground, all donning the standard practice attire of the Shen family, Shen Longxuan included. The sounds of impact and exclamations filled the air, igniting a fervor that made one eager to join in. Oh, little Xian, you've arrived at the training ground so early. From your attire, it seems you wish to practice as well. Shen Longxuan recognized the voice without needing to turn around. There was only one person in the Shen family who addressed him in such a manner. Shen Liang, his sister and the adopted daughter of Shen Jianfeng, was not only strikingly beautiful but also possessed a formidable cultivation level at the 9th stage of body refinement, making her the true champion of their generation. Today, she wore a pink short outfit, her dark hair styled into a ponytail, resembling a delicate pink sprite, and her flawless visage instantly captivated all attention in the arena. I wish to test the extent of my strength, Shen Longxuan declared, his eyes sparkling at the sight of the massive cauldrons scattered across the ground. Then let us proceed. Why hesitate? Shen Liang exclaimed, pulling him toward a corner of the training ground where various sizes of cauldrons were arranged. Possessing strength and wielding it effectively are 2 entirely different matters. Thus, even after achieving the power of body refinement, one must undergo rigorous training to harness it perfectly. Shen Liang spoke softly, explaining the functions of the cauldrons as they walked. See those smaller ones? They are for regular practice. The larger ones are for testing. A cauldron that can be lifted with a weight of 10,000 pounds signifies the first stage of body refinement, 20,000 pounds indicates the second stage, and so forth. How about trying the 500-pound cauldron first? She encouraged. Shen Longxuan, who could barely lift a 100-pound cauldron, was astonished at the immense strength of those at the body refinement stage. He could scarcely fathom how terrifying his father's level must be. Inspired by Shen Liang's explanation, he was tempted to attempt the 2,000-pound cauldron, but deemed it too audacious. Thus, he approached the 500-pound cauldron instead. Could he truly lift a cauldron? As a novice with a mere one-star battle spirit, he had only trained for 2 days. Lifting a 200-pound cauldron would be quite an accomplishment. Do you not see him standing before the 500-pound cauldron? I observed him twist his waist, and laughter erupted. A few clansmen at the third level of the body refining realm whispered among themselves. They had all attained their current state after nearly a year of arduous training, each possessing a third-grade battle soul. In the distance, Shen Liang cast a disdainful glance at Shen Longxuan, then approached a colossal black cauldron weighing 70,000 pounds. Planting his feet firmly, he grasped the handles of the cauldron. A low shout reverberated, unleashing an invisible aura that filled the air with a series of resounding cracks. To everyone's astonishment, the seemingly impossibly heavy cauldron lifted off the ground. In the blink of an eye, Shen Liang hoisted it above his head, astonishingly releasing one hand to support the cauldron with just one arm, remaining utterly unmoved. Impressive, truly remarkable. Shen Liang, the prodigy of the Shen family, had reached the 7th level of the body refining realm at nearly 15 years of age. It seemed that a breakthrough was imminent, a feat worthy of admiration. The onlooking clansmen cast envious glances and showered him with endless praise. With a thunderous crash, Shen Liang set the cauldron down after holding it for 10 breaths, then looked at Shen Longxuan with a puzzled expression, wondering how Shen Longxuan could still be so sprightly in his presence. What is so impressive about that? Shen Liang pouted. Shen Liang's face twitched. Surely only this girl would dare to say such a thing. She was oblivious to the nuances of cultivation, having awakened her battle soul at 13. As for the nature and rank of her battle soul, no one knew. Yet she had reached the 9th level of the body refining realm at 15, surpassing even Shen Liang's accomplishments. Xuanzi, do not mind him. You will surely surpass him in the future. Here, try this. Shen Liang said nonchalantly. Shen Longxuan, how about a wager? Shen Liang suddenly called out, and upon catching Shen Longxuan's gaze, continued, if you can lift a 500-pound cauldron, I will owe you a body refining pill. Oh, 1 pill may not suffice. Perhaps a few more would be worth considering, Shen Longxuan replied, speaking the truth. A single body refining pill would be consumed within half an hour. However, his demeanor conveyed a sense of indifference. After all, as a first-grade battle soul who had only trained for 2 days, it was implausible to lift 500 pounds, even with the assistance of a body refining pill. Moreover, everyone understood that the potency of the pill could not be absorbed in just a day or 2. A common knowledge among them. It was clear that Shen Liang was attempting to humiliate Shen Longxuan in a roundabout manner. This form of humiliating wager left even Shen Liang unable to retort, thus precluding any possibility of reprisal. As this realization dawned on the crowd, those who looked down upon Shen Longxuan began to step forward. I wager a body refining pill. I wager one as well. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 individuals had declared their bets. Shen Liang smiled slightly and added, furthermore, for every additional 500 pounds you lift, I shall add another body refining pill. What say you? Shen Longxuan responded with a cold smile. Though I may not defeat you, I shall still find a way to vex you. Deal. Shen Longxuan readily agreed, leaving everyone, including Shen Liang, momentarily stunned. Shen Liang was equally astonished, never anticipating that his modest temptation would ensnare Shen Longxuan. A sly smile crept upon his lips as he declared, if you lose, be prepared with your body refinement pills. I shall not be defeated. Shen Longxuan dusted off his clothes, recalling past humiliations, and retorted with a hint of irritation, very well, you possess a certain audacity. However, let me make it clear, should you lose, there is no need for the body refinement pills, merely steer clear of us. Shen Liang proclaimed loudly. Seizing Shen Liang, who was on the verge of fury, Shen Longxuan gave her a subtle signal. Shen Liang was taken aback. Had her brother truly lost his wits? Suddenly, Shen Longxuan bent at the waist and effortlessly grasped the 500-pound cauldron with one hand. The onlookers were bewildered, questioning his sanity for attempting such a feat with a single hand. Yet, in an astonishing display, he lifted the cauldron above his head with ease, showcasing it to all. After a 10 count, he gradually lowered it, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. Even Shen Liang found herself biting her finger in disbelief. 1-2. As the spectators remained in shock, Shen Longxuan began lifting the subsequent cauldrons, 3, 4, 5, 6. His exuberance was palpable. When he reached 20, he had raised an astonishing 10,100 pounds, maintaining an unwavering demeanor. Finally, Shen Liang snapped back to reality, shouting, "Enough! Shen Longxuan, you've proven your mettle. We'll see what happens next." In a huff, he threw down 20 body refinement pills and stormed off, plotting his revenge. This must be the work of his father. How could I have been so foolish? Just you wait. The others, captivated by the spectacle, obediently offered their body refinement pills. Shen Longxuan, pleased with their wagers, counted the pills, musing that this method might indeed reveal whether the pills could enhance his battle spirit. Well done, little Xuanzi. Has the clan elder aided you significantly? Just 2 days apart, and you've already reached the first level of body refinement? Shen Liang teased, poking his forehead. Sister, you enjoy yourself. I must take my leave. With the pills in hand, Shen Longxuan could no longer contain his excitement and dashed home. This is the brother I know, Shen Liang declared, heading towards the colossal 10,000-pound cauldron that represented the pinnacle of body refinement. Crash! At that moment, Shen Liang smashed his teacup in disbelief. What? Shen Longxuan defeated you with a single punch? How can this be? He is but a waste with a first-tier battle spirit. Why was I not informed sooner? His thoughts turned to the 20 body refinement pills he had lost that morning, and his expression darkened. Shen Liang, who had been bandaged after his encounter with Xuanlong Continent, remained silent, as did the others, intimidated into silence. Young Master Shen Liang, one of them finally spoke. It was too late yesterday, and we did not wish to disturb you. We came several times today, but you were absent, Shen Liang concluded. He, being a worthless individual, could never ascend to the second level of body refinement. It was undoubtedly the patriarch who had employed some secret technique to assist him. Such an elevation could not endure, thus remaining within his grasp. You may leave now, sighed Shen Liang, as the group departed with a palpable sense of relief. At this moment, Shen Longxuan dashed out of the training grounds, racing back to his chamber like a gust of wind. With a decisive click, he locked the door behind him, seated himself cross-legged on the bed, and retrieved a medicinal pill to commence his cultivation. Surely, these body refinement pills will enable me to break through to the 4th level of body refinement, he mused silently, placing the pill into his mouth. Unlike his previous cultivation experience, upon consuming this pill, he felt a gentle warmth coursing through his body, devoid of the previous fiery sensations. This feeling suggested that ingesting a second pill would pose no issue. With another body refinement pill swallowed, the surge of energy ignited within Shen Longxuan. A torrent of fiery energy enveloping him, akin to being boiled like a shrimp. However, his crimson body emitted an aura of formidable power. And just as this momentum reached its zenith, a resounding boom echoed within him. He had reached the 3rd level of body refinement. Should anyone become aware of his astonishing rate of advancement, they would surely be left in shock. Yet, the journey continued. After consuming all the body refinement pills, Shen Longxuan's cultivation plateaued at the pinnacle of the 3rd level. Phew, I can certainly consume a lot, he exhaled, a flicker of lightning flashing in his eyes. With his hands propping up his chin, he scrutinized the 4-legged spirit beast, pondering that perhaps the pills alone were insufficient for its elevation. It must be the spirit stones at play. The 3rd level of body refinement not only enhanced his strength, but also fostered growth in various bodily skills, allowing him to perceive the gradual development of the diminutive 4-legged creature. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the window, akin to warm hands caressing Shen Longxuan, who lay sprawled on his bed. A series of urgent knocks jolted him awake, as he dreamt of soaring through the skies as a colossal dragon. Rubbing his eyes, the knocking intensified. Should he delay any longer, the door might very well be forced open. Shen Longxuan tapped his forehead, brushed off the dust from his attire, and reluctantly opened the door. Who was it at this early hour? Upon opening the door, he found his sister, Shen Liang. Here, this is a pair of spirit stones that father purchased for you. I'm unsure what you intend to do with them, but they cost him a staggering 100,000 gold coins, and the elders of the family have expressed their discontent. Shen Liang handed over 2 gleaming, jade-like spirit stones to Shen Longxuan. Well, as long as you're all right, that suffices for me. I must return to my cultivation, lest you catch up to me. You rascal. 100,000 gold coins represented the monthly income of the Shen family. Such a significant sum had been expended on Shen Longxuan, the notorious waste, which naturally displeased the elders. Watching his sister's graceful figure fade into the distance, his resolve solidified further. Father, sister, I shall not let you down. Before the door could be fully closed, a group of individuals stormed in with an air of aggression, and to his astonishment, the leader was none other than Shen Liang. whose face was a mask of fury. Shen Longxuan, you beast! How dare you inflict such harm upon a clansman? Do you truly believe the clan's regulations are mere decorations? Shen Liang, the squad leader of the Shen family's enforcement team, possessed the authority to administer punishment for any transgressions against clan rules. Shen Liang, mind your language. If I have indeed violated the clan's regulations, I shall accept the consequences. However, if I have not, I must inquire where this accusation of beast originates, retorted Shen Longxuan, his anger ignited by the memory of the humiliation he endured at Shen Liang's hands just days prior. With a cold smile, Shen Liang commanded, "Bring them in." Following his orders, Shen Liang and Shen Ming were brought forth, each bearing severe injuries. What else do you have to say? Are these not the result of your own actions against your fellow clansmen? You can harm your own kin and yet object to being called a beast? Shen Liang bellowed. Seize him, administer 100 lashes, and then imprison him. Immediately, four enforcers from the Shen family sprang forth. Hold on, Shen Liang. As the captain of the enforcement team, you cannot impose punishment without due inquiry. I must ask the clan leader, who granted you such authority? Shen Longxuan stated. Acutely aware that the injuries sustained by the others yesterday were far less severe, indicating a clear case of framing. With that, he began to stride towards the door. Oh no, you won't escape, Shen Liang shouted, cracking the whip in his hand. Chapter 6. The Secret of the Battle Soul Advancement, Shen Liang. These individuals trespassed into my residence at night, insulted me, attempted to seize my resources, and force me out of my home. I merely defended myself and injured them. What crime have I committed? Shen Longxuan declared defiantly. If you seek personal vengeance, then come at me. I, Shen Longxuan, am not afraid of you. However, just as he took a couple of steps forward, he was forcibly brought down to the ground and tightly bound. Let us see you talk back now. In a moment of desperation, he attempted to reason, only to be met with Shen Liang's steel whip, which would inflict grievous wounds even on a martial artist. As the black whip sliced through the air towards him, Shen Longxuan transformed his fury into calmness, understanding that any resistance would only embolden his assailants. He slowly closed his eyes. Crack! To his surprise, the anticipated pain never came. He opened his eyes, bewildered, to see Shen Linger, her almond-shaped eyes wide with determination. Grasping the whip, this girl had actually returned to his side. Shen Liang, you scoundrel! How dare you bring people to bully my brother? It seems you are tired of living. Did I not warn you that anyone who dares to harm my brother will face dire consequences? Shen Longxuan felt a surge of warmth at her fierce words, which were both terrifying and comforting. Then, Shen Linger seized the whip with fervor, swinging it with relentless force. The sound of strikes echoing through the air. Linger, listen to me. Wait, don't strike. Shen Liang and his group fled the courtyard in disarray. Hastily freeing Shen Longxuan from his bindings, Shen Linger anxiously inquired, Xuanzi, are you hurt? If anyone dares to bully you again, just tell me, and I shall break their legs. After confirming that no harm had come to her, Shen Linger finally departed. Shen Longxuan silently vowed to swiftly enhance his strength, determined to live with dignity. His gaze grew resolute as he closed and locked the door, ensuring his safety before returning to his bed. He placed 2 spirit stones on the table, allowing him to witness any changes firsthand. Once everything was prepared, he summoned the soul of the Xuanlong. At that moment, a miracle occurred. The first spirit stone rapidly depleted, vanishing into nothingness. Shen Longxuan sensed the pure energy within the stone being absorbed by the battle spirit. The second spirit stone followed suit, and suddenly, an extraordinary transformation took place. The 4-legged serpent, representing the Xuanlong soul, emitted a golden radiance, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. Just as Shen Longxuan feared that the battle spirit would demolish the room, the intensity of the aura suddenly receded, and a distinct flash of golden light appeared on the Xuanlong soul. A third halo emerged, and delicate scales began to manifest on the little creature's surface, causing its body to grow slightly larger. Shen Longxuan erupted into joyous laughter, startling the patrolling squad passing by his door, who were well aware that this was Shen Longxuan's room. Brothers, I think this lad has truly lost his mind, they whispered amongst themselves. At such a young age, having faced such a setback, it's only natural to go mad. Let us leave quickly. Unbeknownst to Shen Longxuan, their discussions were lost on him. After his laughter subsided, he retracted the battle spirit and steadied his exhilarated heart. He decided to check on his father, recalling that his sister mentioned several elders were troubling him over the matter of purchasing spirit stones. A flicker of indignation stirred within him at the thought. Upon opening the door, he spotted his father's imposing figure approaching. The two exchanged smiles, a silent connection that perhaps only a father and son could share. As they entered the room, Shun Jianfeng inquired with delight, I see your aura is calm and profound. Have you perhaps broken through again? His father, with discerning eyes, had noticed. Indeed, I have reached the pinnacle of the third level of body refinement, Shen Longxuan replied calmly. Uft. Shen Jianfeng, having just sipped his tea, spat it out in astonishment, scrutinizing Shen Longxuan as if he were a stranger. Ultimately, he could only shake his head in resignation. Though a thrill of anticipation surged within him, he sensed that Shen Longxuan would rewrite the history of the Shen family. Father, I heard the elders have been giving you a hard time over the spirit stones? Shen Longxuan asked with concern. Those old geezers, fussing over a few coins. They ought to consider how much I have contributed to the family. Shen Jianfeng replied, a hint of anger rising as he recalled their faces. But there is no need to worry. I have suppressed them. My martial prowess is not to be taken lightly. Furthermore, I've heard that those old coots have rescinded all your benefits. Such ungrateful wretches. If it weren't for the information you provided during your tenure, how could the family business have flourished so rapidly? Shen Longxuan discerned the fury in his father's voice, prompting him to speak up. Father, these frogs at the bottom of the well cannot impede my growth. Rather, they shall serve as my stepping stones. I shall reclaim the glory of our ancestors. He fixed his gaze upon the statue of his forebear, determined to prove to the world that the blood of the Shen family would not be shed in vain. He would not permit anyone, not even the king, to trample upon the dignity of the Shen clan. Very well, my son, I trust you. The father and son conversed until dusk, after which Shen Jianfeng rose to depart. Shen Longxuan practiced for a while. His third-tier battle soul absorbed spiritual energy at an accelerated rate, at least fourfold. The thought of his battle soul's limitless potential sent his heart racing. Yet the prospect of acquiring spiritual stones soon clouded his mind. He pondered for a while, but to no avail, and eventually succumbed to sleep. The following day, he sought out Shen Liang to borrow money for purchasing a Qi Dan to cultivate the unique art of Xianlong transformation, aiming to swiftly enhance his strength. Shen Liang readily acquiesced, though the condition was that he must accompany her on a shopping spree for an entire day. The two reached an agreement and, after changing into suitable attire, set off. Shen Liang donned a light green dress, resembling a lotus emerging from the water, captivatingly beautiful. Observing Shen Longxuan's dazed expression, a hint of blush unexpectedly graced Shen Liang's cheeks, and their interaction was clearly witnessed by Shen Liang, who passed by. Damn the wretch! How dare he look at Ling with such eyes? Though she protects you, I shall find a way to humiliate you nonetheless. Shen Liang seethed as he departed, his eyes glinting with malice. Having long harbored feelings for Shen Liang, he felt a pang of jealousy whenever he saw her with Shen Longxuan, especially upon discovering they were not true siblings. As Shen Longxuan and Shen Liang strolled leisurely through the streets, passers-by were mesmerized by Shen Liang's enchanting beauty. They shopped for various items until they finally arrived at the largest store in Luoying City, the Piafang, around noon. This establishment, a family enterprise, dealt not only in elixirs and weapons, but also a myriad of sundries, truly a treasure trove, typically managed by the elder, who possessed a keen business acumen. Piafang was flourishing. Upon arrival, they found the entrance surrounded by a throng of people, with a notice prominently displayed. Shen Longxuan and dogs are prohibited from entering. Shen Longxuan was taken aback. What kind of merchandise is this? I've never heard of it. Are you foolish? Shen Longxuan is now a prominent figure in the Shen family, having awakened a first-tier yellow-grade battle soul, and yet he is deemed a waste, now equated with dogs. Shen Longxuan's expression darkened significantly. The audacity to brazenly display such a message could only be attributed to the elder or his son Shen Liang. Just as he was about to confront the manager for clarification, he overheard someone speaking. Ah, the Shen family is truly amusing, referring to their own waste as dogs. Does that not imply that the entire Shen family is akin to dogs? It appears that the members of the Shen family are all born of dogs. Ha ha ha. Chapter 7. A lesson for the Li family. This remark immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. A man clad in a white long robe, strikingly handsome, stood before the notice board, yet his words were exceedingly venomous, as he shamelessly insulted all members of the Shen family. At that moment, a figure emerged from the Shen establishment. This individual, around 30 years of age, was named Shen Jianxiong, the younger brother of the Grand Elder. His countenance equally grim as he spoke. Esteemed guest, please do not misconstrue my words. Furthermore, how dare you insult the Shen family? Apologize at once, or else. Or else what? I have spoken my mind. What can you do about it? Will you bite me? That would be quite fitting indeed. Shen Jianxiong, filled with indignation, commanded, You there, expel him at once. The scene before the Piafang quickly descended into chaos. Those dispatched for trade were invariably individuals of lesser standing within the family, possessing no higher than a second-tier battle spirit, with the most formidable among them being merely at the initial stage of body refining. The provocateur had evidently come prepared, accompanied by individuals at the second stage of body refining, leading to the Shen family's swift defeat in this tumult. In truth, with the Shen family's backing, no one would dare to instigate trouble. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded today, as the members of the Shen family found themselves prostrate on the ground, wailing incessantly. It seems that not only Shen Longxuan is a waste, but all of them are worthless, lacking even a semblance of competence. The man in white scoffed at the sight of the Shen family rolling on the ground in despair. Scoundrel, do you truly believe the Shen family to be without defenders? Shen Longxuan had initially wished to remain uninvolved, thinking it merely a consequence of their own actions. Yet, upon enduring repeated insults directed towards the Shen family, he could no longer restrain himself. The appearance of Shen Longxuan and Shen Liang caused the crowd to pause in surprise, with murmurs circulating among them. That is Shen Longxuan. Now there will be a spectacle to behold. What spectacle is there to witness? That waste is but a first-tier battle spirit. How could he possibly contend with this group? Oh, so you are the worthless Shen Longxuan? I heard you insult me just now. Now, get down and bark like a dog. I might go easy on you. And as for the girl beside you, she is mine. The man in white proclaimed arrogantly, his gaze roaming over Shen Liang. Shen Longxuan recognized him as a member of the Li family. The Shen and Li families had never been on amicable terms, yet during the reign of the late emperor, the Shen family had held supremacy, compelling the Li family to endure. However, the tides had changed. With the abdication of the former emperor and the new ruler's efforts to suppress the Shen family, stripping them of their privileges, the Li family had become increasingly unruly. Recently, altercations between the two families had become frequent, escalating to open insults and physical confrontations. Yet, this was merely a test, as the assailants possessed little strength. I'll follow your grandmother's example. Shen Longxuan halted Shen Liang from retaliating, believing it best for a man to address the matter. He then bellowed and charged at the members of the Li family. The man in white, far from alarmed, felt delight at the sight. With his peak second-stage body refining prowess, he found it more than sufficient to deal with Shen Longxuan, extending his right hand to grasp Shen Longxuan's fist. Shen Longxuan, today I shall render you a true wastrel. Crack! Bang! In a fit of rage, Shen Longxuan unleashed his full might, shattering the bones of his opponent's hand with a single punch. Yet, his momentum did not wane. He struck the man squarely in the chest. Even he was momentarily taken aback by his own strength, but he pressed on, like a tiger among sheep. For those of the second realm of body refinement were no match for him. Moments later, the members of the Li family lay prostrate on the ground. The man in white coughed up blood, his earlier arrogance entirely vanished, replaced instead by sheer terror. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, especially the members of the Shen family, who marveled, was this still the waste they once knew? He was utterly ferocious, single-handedly turning the tide. He was nothing short of an idol. Who dared to call him a wastrel? By heavens, had the Shen family been disseminating false information? In mere days, he had become so formidable. The entirety of the white-clad man's arm lay broken, and his sternum was likely fractured as well. Enduring excruciating pain, he grimaced and spat. You are no mere waste of the Shen family. Who exactly are you? Rest assured, I am Shen Longxuan, unchanging in name and lineage. Return to the Li family and tell them that if they dare trouble the Shen family again, they shall not be spared. Begone. The menacing tone of Shen Longxuan sent shivers down the spines of the Li family members, who departed in a state of utter defeat. Eradicate it. Shen Longxuan forced the words through clenched teeth, causing Shen Jianlong to shudder and hastily order the removal of the words from the public notice. Shen Longxuan purchased 10 qi recovery pills. Although he was astonished by the rapid growth of his own strength, he found the allure of shopping to be far greater. He had truly underestimated a woman's enthusiasm for shopping. By day's end, he was utterly exhausted, his waist aching and legs weary, collapsing into bed the moment he returned home. However, by the end of that day, Shen Longxuan's name had spread throughout Falling Blossom City, with a plethora of rumors circulating. Most believed that his father had forcibly elevated his cultivation. Shen Longxuan was indifferent to such gossip. With the qi recovery pills in hand, he resolved to practice the Xianlong transformation. The next day, before dawn, he stepped outside. The streets were deserted, and he headed eastward. Upon exiting the city gates, he began to sprint with great urgency. As the brisk wind whipped against his face and the inexhaustible power surged within him, he let out a long howl, his speed surging once more, akin to a wild black stallion racing up the mountain. Standing atop Falling Blossom Mountain, he He gazed down upon the city, where the sun, ablaze with crimson hues, had just risen, casting the city in a fiery glow, as if it were being reborn from flames. The golden sunlight warmed his body, enveloping him in a comforting embrace. His battle spirit stirred slightly, and a mysterious aura surged into his mind. This is guiding me. Suddenly enlightened, he understood that his battle spirit could assist him in locating the dragon vein energy, thereby saving him considerable time. Following the guidance, he traversed 2 mountain peaks and finally halted before a cavern nestled in a valley. It appeared that this was indeed the place. Shen Longxuan retrieved the prepared moonstone, a luminous gem that, upon absorbing sufficient sunlight during the day, radiates its glow throughout the night. Holding the moonstone in his hand, he ventured into the cavern, startling a few birds that took flight in alarm. However, after traversing 100 feet deeper, all signs of life vanished. Alone in the silent cavern, the only sounds accompanying Shen Longxuan were the echoes of his footsteps and his own breath, instilling a slight apprehension within him. Yet, as the fluctuations of battle spirit intensified and the spiritual energy became increasingly chaotic, he discerned that his destination was near. Indeed, after progressing another 100 feet, he beheld columns of gas erupting like fountains, their ferocity shattering the surrounding rocks into fragments. This tumultuous scene formed a vast space, with some stones even lifted into the air, disintegrating into powder within mere moments. To cultivate in such an environment was not merely training, it was akin to courting death. Shen Longxuan swallowed hard, exclaiming in astonishment. The Xuanlong transformation technique required one to sit at the center of the dragon vein's energy to absorb its essence for bodily enhancement. Unbeknownst to Shen Longxuan, this technique was an ancient method of the Dragon Clan, whose members possessed inherently robust physiques, making their cultivation considerably easier. I suppose I shall attempt it from the side, he decided, settling at the periphery of the dragon vein's energy. Even so, the forceful winds stung his skin like daggers. The initial step involved fortifying the skin. Following the method, Shen Longxuan summoned his battle spirit, initiating his training. The battle spirit emitted a powerful suction, causing the nearby gas columns to bend. A sudden surge of explosive energy rushed into his body, wreaking havoc and leaving his physique in disarray. In Chapter 8, the 4th stage of body refinement, the pain contorted Shen Longxuan's fair visage, turning it crimson. He quickly ceased his absorption, enduring the excruciating pain while striving to stabilize his mind and channel the technique, attempting to envelop the stream of dragon vein energy with his own spiritual power. However, the wrapping energy was swiftly obliterated, as the limited spiritual power of his 3rd stage of body refinement dwindled rapidly. After expending nearly all of it, he finally guided the dragon vein energy into the corresponding meridians. This arduous process took immense effort, and just as Shen Longxuan released a sigh of relief, he was immediately struck by a tenfold surge of pain radiating from his meridians. Furthermore, without the protective layer of spiritual power, the fragile meridians warped under the intense heat of the dragon vein energy, with some even fracturing. Witnessing the destruction wrought by the dragon vein energy within him, Shen Longxuan hastily consumed a recovery pill, still striving to control the flow of this energy. The spiritual energy absorbed during the body refinement stage was entirely utilized for physical enhancement. However, a small quantity of spiritual power remained in the meridians after each training session, reserved for breakthroughs into the martial artist realm. The Xuanlong transformation technique fundamentally consumed spiritual power, which meant it placed high demands on the battle spirit. Only a high-level battle spirit could absorb vast amounts of spiritual energy, transforming it into usable power for cultivation. It is evident that Shen Longxuan currently lacks the necessary conditions. Having underestimated the consumption of the returning chi pill, in merely the duration of an incense stick, 10 pills were entirely depleted. Without the protection of spiritual energy, his injuries worsened, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, and his body marred by violent energy that tore open numerous fine wounds, rendering him a veritable figure of blood. The injuries within his body were far more severe than those on the surface. Under such dire circumstances, he should have long succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, Shen Longxuan persevered with indomitable will. However, as time passed, he gradually began to falter, his consciousness fading into obscurity. It was at this critical juncture that a trace of dragon vein energy finally coursed through his meridians, transforming into an immensely potent and pure energy. This energy swiftly began to mend his wounded body, and in an instant, Shen Longxuan's injuries appeared to heal completely. Nonetheless, the cells of his body continued to voraciously absorb energy. The damaged meridians regained their roundness, growing even more resilient, and his bodily tissues became vibrantly alive. At that moment, One could say he had undergone a complete metamorphosis. The remaining energy was absorbed by the intricate network of meridians beneath his skin, coalescing in the thumb of his right hand, prompting Shen Longxuan to hastily withdraw from his meditative state. For this trace of dragon vein energy, he had expended a full hour, nearly sacrificing his life in the process. Only by elevating the level of his battle spirit and accumulating more spiritual energy could he swiftly advance in the Xuanlong transformation. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly perish in his training. Lowering his gaze, he examined his thumb closely, where myriad golden specks of light danced, radiating a dazzling brilliance. He pressed his thumb against the hard rock beneath him. To his astonishment, his finger easily sank into the stone. This technique was indeed extraordinary, yielding such remarkable results after just a single session. How domineering. Noticing that it was now noon, Shen Longxuan rose and hurried home, hastily consuming a meal and changing into fresh attire before making his way to the training ground. In the third tier of body refinement, aside from practicing the lifting of heavy cauldrons, he could also engage with the wooden dummy. This exercise not only honed his control over strength, but also refined his speed in both attack and evasion. It simultaneously tested the resilience of his body. The wooden dummy was crafted from the hardest iron pine and connected through mechanical springs, capable of delivering counterattacks in response to the strikes it received. Such apparatus had cost the Shen family a considerable fortune to commission. Standing beside the wooden dummy, Shen Longxuan gazed at its dark silhouette before unleashing a powerful punch. Bang! His forceful strike landed squarely on the dummy's chest, and almost instantaneously, the dummy's arm retaliated, striking Shen Longxuan's chest, leaving him reeling a few steps back. A slight heaviness settling in his chest. Reflecting on his earlier lack of evasion, he silently reprimanded himself for his folly. Rubbing his chest, he regarded the wooden dummy with a calm demeanor. If he could not even best an inanimate object, how could he hope to conquer the world? Shen Longxuan bit his silver teeth, raising his fist once more to strike, only to be sent sprawling by the wooden dummy with a swift kick. An indomitable spirit surged within him. He lost count of how many times he had been beaten. Ultimately, he could no longer rise to his feet. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength and sat cross-legged. He understood that this was an opportune moment for cultivation, especially with the night falling and no one around. He began to cultivate with ease. Summoning his battle spirit, the ethereal energies of heaven and earth flowed into his body, bringing a refreshing coolness to his searing pain. As he refined the spiritual energy, the discomfort gradually dissipated. The energy slowly repaired his injured body, simultaneously strengthening it further. Suddenly, a familiar rumbling echoed within him once more. He had achieved the fourth layer of the body refinement realm. Shen Longxuan was astonished by this unexpected breakthrough. Achieving it without the aid of a body refinement pill filled him with a sense of accomplishment, causing him to secretly rejoice. In truth, this breakthrough was the result of his cultivation of the Xuanlong transformation, as the dragon vein energy had fortified his body, enabling the ascension in realm. The newfound strength coursing through him felt immensely fulfilling. After concluding his training, he stepped into the moonlight before the massive black cauldron, which weighed 40,000 pounds. As he sank into it, the ferocious energy from his recent breakthrough surged forth. Shen Longxuan felt an explosive power surging through his body as he grasped the cauldron firmly. With a mighty shout, he lifted the colossal cauldron effortlessly above his head, leaving a deep thumbprint where his right thumb pressed against it. Gently placing the cauldron down, Shen Longxuan was overjoyed. In just a few days, he had transformed from a frail scholar into a warrior capable of wielding 10,000 pounds of force with a mere outstretched arm. How could he not be exhilarated? It seemed he had to embark on a quest for wealth. With spiritual stones, he could upgrade his battle spirit and enhance his cultivation speed even further. Shen Longxuan spent the night in excitement, and before dawn the next day, he arrived at the site of the dragon vein energy to continue his training. Another morning of arduous trials ensued, as this technique not only honed his body, but also fortified his will and ignited his courage. Day by day, as he persevered, his right hand underwent a remarkable transformation. During the flow of energy, his entire palm radiated a dazzling golden light. Although it had yet to fully turn golden, he knew it was merely a matter of time. At last, after 2 months, Shen Longxuan let out a hearty laugh as his right hand transformed into a flawless golden hue. He tested it against sharp daggers, which could not inflict the slightest injury. Once this golden sheen revealed itself, it receded beneath his skin, leaving no trace visible to the eye. Yet, Shen Longxuan understood that this was a formidable weapon of his. His hand could now leave deep imprints on the wooden dummy, with defenses and damage reaching the standards of the 7th layer of the body refinement realm. Throughout these 2 months of training, conflicts erupted multiple times between the Shen and Li families, their relations deteriorating to an irreconcilable state. Chapter 9. Bullying at the doorstep. On this day, as Shen Longxuan returned home from Luoying Mountain, it was midday. Although there were few people on the street, he couldn't shake off the feeling of being scrutinized by unusual gazes. Stop. Members of the Shen family. Just as Shen Longxuan turned onto the main street, a path he had to take to reach home, he was unexpectedly confronted by 3 individuals blocking his way. What do you want? Upon closer inspection, he recognized that the 3 were dressed in the attire of the Li family, casually seated in the middle of the road, sipping tea. Young Master Li Wu, finally. You have arrived. Will you be taking action yourself? Of course, I shall do it myself. For every despicable member of the Shen family I encounter, I shall strike down. Today, I am in a good mood. You shall be the last, and once I am done, we shall go drink. Li Wu shed his outer robe, stood up, and stretched, casting a mocking glance at Shen Longxuan. He was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, the heavens have eyes. I have finally run into you. Shen Longxuan, why are you, a worthless wretch, not hiding at home, but daring to step out? I heard that last time you defeated over a dozen members of our Li family, and the word outside is that your cultivation is remarkable. Today, I shall test just how much weight you carry, you pathetic fool. Young Master Li Wu, he forcefully elevated his strength. This worthless one will likely never progress in his life. Let us also have some fun and relish the experience of beating a useless wretch. Very well. Little waste of the Shen family. I shall grant you a choice. Kneel and kowtow in admission of guilt until I am satisfied. Then I will consider breaking only your 2 legs. Otherwise, I shall methodically crush all your bones, leaving you bedridden for life. At that point, I fear the Shen family will abandon you, rendering you even more worthless than a dog. By the way, the despicable members of the Shen family I have encountered in recent days have all had their legs broken. As for you, I shall provide you with special care. Li Wu spoke with spittle flying, his expression one of assured victory. Shen Longxuan was truly enraged this time. Li Wu, how dare you block the doorstep of the Shen family and assault its members? You must be tired of living. You have brought your bullying to my doorstep. What can you do about it? Pathetic fool. Have you made your decision? Will you kneel, or shall I take action? Li Wu intertwined his fingers, producing a series of cracking sounds as he stepped closer. I'll smash your grandmother. Just as Li Wu approached within a yard, Shen Longxuan suddenly erupted, launching a punch. Very well, since you are so obstinate, I shall have to break your limbs. Li Wu retorted, mirroring the swift punch with one of his own. His cultivation was at the 5th level of body refinement, thus the force behind his punch was formidable. Although Shen Longxuan had just broken through to the 4th level. Due to the influence of the Xuanlong transformation, his strength and defense were comparable to that of a 5th level practitioner. When utilizing the Xuanlong transformation, the power of his right hand could very well reach the peak of the 7th level. Bang! The 2 fists collided, producing a dull thud and stirring up a whirlwind of dust that swept across the scene. Shen Longxuan staggered back 3 steps, while Li Wu was also forced to retreat a step. Unexpectedly, you possess considerable skill, but now it is time for you to submit. Li Wu no longer berated him as a useless waste. His heart was now a tempest of emotions. How had this fellow honed his abilities? Although questions swirled in his mind, he could not deny the prowess of Shen Longxuan. In this world, strength equates to respect. Over the past 2 months of training, Shen Longxuan had begun to grasp some combat techniques, transforming the initial passivity of their encounter into a surprisingly balanced confrontation. A lively exchange between the 2. Was this truly the waste of the Shen family? Had he grown to such an extent in merely 2 months? Young Master Li Wu boasted a 4th-tier yellow class battle soul, having just broken through to the 5th level of the body refining realm, yet this so-called waste, with merely a 1st-tier battle soul, was proving to be remarkably formidable. Perhaps the Shen family had fed him some elixirs? Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Shen Longxuan sent Li Wu flying with a kick, crashing to the ground, leaving the scene enveloped in silence. You 2 fools, what are you waiting for? Go and beat him. Li Wu, recovering from his astonishment, realized he had been defeated by someone deemed a waste. However, what transpired next left him utterly dumbfounded. His 2 subordinates, upon merely encountering Shen Longxuan, were sent reeling, spitting blood, and sustaining injuries worse than his own. Shen Longxuan employed the Xuanlong transformation. Though only one hand radiated gold, his opponents were no match for him. Approaching Li Wu, he declared, "Those who insult shall be insulted in return. Remember my words." With a sickening crack, he shattered Li Wu's legs, leaving only the echoes of anguished cries in the air. As Shen Longxuan entered his home, an unsettling feeling washed over him. prompting him to hasten towards the assembly hall. Upon reaching the entrance, he overheard roaring voices within. The Li family had gone too far. This time, it was absolutely intolerable. You all have witnessed what they did to the Shen family. We must demand an explanation. This was the voice of the second elder. Clearly infuriated, Shen Longxuan halted at the door, listening intently, sensing that something significant was unfolding. Do they truly believe the Shen family is easy to bully? Our ancestors have rendered great service to the royal family, and they dare to be so brazen. Calm down, everyone. This is merely the surface issue. As far as I know, the Chao and Bai families have also acted behind the scenes, suppressing our family's enterprises during this time. As for the squabbles among the younger generation, we should prioritize the bigger picture. Great Elder, what do you mean by that? If it were your child being attacked, would you still prioritize the greater good? I suspect you would have already raised a ruckus. Silence fell over the assembly hall, broken only by the sound of fingers drumming on the table. This turmoil is all due to Shen Longxuan. Without him, the Shen family would not be facing such troubles. Shen Liang's voice pierced through the quiet. Shen Liang, what do you mean by that? How could that waste provoke the Li family? Clarify your words. The second elder responded, agitated. Subsequently, Shen Liang recounted the events of that day at the Bianifang. However, he deliberately omitted the words inscribed on the sign, which the Li family had exploited to insult the Shen family. This feckless individual had stirred such a significant commotion without uttering a word, showing utter disregard for the Shen Clan. Patriarch, your son has caused this turmoil. What do you propose we do? The second elder exclaimed with indignation. Patriarch, there are laws of the state and rules of the family. Please hand over Shen Longxuan for a thorough interrogation. The first elder interjected. Those in power are often blinded by their position, while onlookers see clearly. Shen Longxuan realized that this was a premeditated scheme. There's no need to hand me over. I am here. Shen Longxuan entered with a darkened expression. Shen Longxuan, you worthless wretch, having caused such a calamity without informing us, has led to injuries among our family members. Speak, what should be done? The second elder fumed. Second elder, you incessantly label me a waste. When the Shen family was being bullied, where were you? It was I, this so-called waste, who stood up against over a dozen of the Li family members. Is this what you call a waste? When the Li family members brazenly insulted us, referring to the Shen family as dogs, none of you intervened. To uphold the dignity of the Shen family, I took action against them. Am I truly not valuing the Shen family? Shen Liang, do you dare to recount the entire incident? Shen Longxuan declared. It was you who had the sign written, was it not? With so many present at Bianifang, you cannot feign ignorance of the Li family's violence. Every word Shen Longxuan spoke was justified, rendering the second elder speechless and unable to counter. Shen Longxuan, these are merely your assertions. Do you have any witnesses? Shen Liang retorted, knowing that all present at Bianifang were his allies, unwilling to testify for Shen Longxuan. The animosity between the Li and Shen families was palpable, and none would speak on his behalf. Chapter 10, A Poisonous Plot of Double-Edged Strategy. What? Have you nothing to say? According to clan rules, I can attest that my brother speaks the truth, for I was present that day. Shen Liang was interrupted by Shen Liang, who had just entered. His actions that day were already restrained. Had my brother not held me back, I would have rendered those Li family members disabled. Shen Liang, you slander a clan member. According to clan rules, what should be done? Faced with Shen Liang, Shen Liang dared not retort. Yet, gritting his teeth, he countered, you are his sister, naturally biased in his favor. I am merely stating the truth. Do you doubt that I could strike you? Shen Liang pouted in frustration, displaying her stubbornness. I propose this. Both parties possess their respective witnesses. Let them engage in a fair duel. Whoever prevails is in the right. The second elder suggested amidst the ongoing dispute. Second elder, what are you suggesting? Shen Jianfeng could no longer contain himself. Though he was the patriarch, he was also Shen Longxuan's father. These elders were clearly bullying his son, and he could not care less about clan matters. Even if he faced reproach, he would not permit his only son to suffer indignities. Shen Jianfeng, what do you intend to do? Do you wish to lay hands on me? The second elder showed no signs of backing down, as if inviting a confrontation. If Shen Jianfeng truly takes action, then the elders possess the authority to impeach him. I agree to the duel. At this moment, Shen Longxuan spoke up, and the commotion in the arena came to an abrupt halt. What? Shen'er, you cannot agree to this. Shen Jianfeng understood that such a duel could easily lead to unforeseen circumstances, not to mention that Shen Liang was several realms above Shen Longxuan, making defeat inevitable. Shen Longxuan, did you just say that? Shen Liang countered. Yes, but I wish to schedule it for 2 months from now. Very well. Before Shen Longxuan could finish his sentence, Shen Liang had already acquiesced. Seeing their objective achieved, the elders dispersed. Shun Jianfeng trembled with rage, his face ashen. This was clearly a cunning plan to kill two birds with one stone. Either the position of patriarch would be impeached, or the heir, Shen Longxuan, would be discarded. Xianer, you are too reckless. Even in 2 months, you will not be Shen Liang's opponent. Shen Longxuan smiled faintly, reassuring his father, do not worry, in 2 months. I shall defeat Shen Liang on the arena, silencing them all. Shun Jianfeng furrowed his brows tightly, sighing as he expressed his concerns. Xianer, the greatest threat does not lie within our clan, but rather with the other 3 prominent families and the power of the city lord, not to mention the new emperor. On the surface, it appears that the Li family opposes us, but in truth, the 3 major families are acting in unison. Their reason for not launching an all-out attack is that they are waiting for an opportunity. Xianer, should that day ever arrive, I hope you can distance yourself. As long as the Green Hills remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. Only by preserving strength can one hope for a reversal. Shun Jianfeng's words struck Shen Longxuan's heart like daggers, yet faced with his father's hopeful gaze, he nodded deeply. Rest assured, they will not dare to strike at us in the short term. Such opportunities are rare. While pondering his father's words, he unknowingly arrived at the training grounds. He currently had 2 plans. The first was to advance in battle spirit, which would expedite his cultivation speed. The second was to cultivate the Xuanlong transformation. If he could also transform his other hand into gold, dealing with Shen Liang would pose no issue. Additionally, he needed a substantial amount of body refining pills, which he could absorb quickly, as this was the fastest method to enhance his strength. However, this method carried risks, while the power of pills was potent. It was merely an external force that could affect future cultivation, and body refining pills were not inexpensive. Thus, he resolved to focus on cultivating the Xuanlong transformation, while seeking opportunities to earn spirit stones, with the quickest way to earn being through slaying beasts. Upon returning to his room, he was cornered by Shen Liang. Little Xian, how confident are you? If not, let me help you by incapacitating that fellow first. Sister, you needn't concern yourself with this matter. I will defeat Shen Liang with honor. By the way, I wanted to ask you, where's the best place for me to hunt beasts at this stage? Shen Liang, her dark eyes twinkling mischievously, replied. Little Xian, I need to gauge your strength first before I can tell you. How about this? Let me take the time to assess your abilities. As soon as the words left her lips, a delicate hand, swift as lightning, struck towards Shen Longxuan's shoulder. Unexpectedly, Shen Liang was quick to act. Though her hand appeared soft and feeble, Shen Longxuan dared not underestimate her. Before her palm even reached him, a gust of wind had already swept past his face, prompting him to hurriedly lower his shoulder and sidestep, narrowly evading her attack. Xiao Xuanzi, your reflexes are commendable. However, the next move will be far from easy, she declared. Instantly, Shen Liang redirected her palm, flattening it as it sliced through the air like a blade, forcing Shen Longxuan to retreat once more. At this point, he had backed himself into a corner. With her previous 2 strikes having missed, Shen Liang now lifted her delicate fist, launching it towards his face with astonishing agility. The speed was overwhelming. There was no time to dodge, and Shen Longxuan had no choice but to raise his right hand to meet her blow. With a resounding thud, Shen Liang was unexpectedly pushed back a step, giving Shen Longxuan the opportunity to swiftly escape from the corner. Xiao Xuanzi, you are quite remarkable. That strength just now must have surpassed the 4th level of body refinement, has it not? What other secrets do you hide from your sister? Shen Liang licked her rosy lips. You impudent girl, why did you strike without warning? Shen Longxuan retorted, discontented. Feeling this was clearly an instance of the strong bullying the weak. Less chatter, prepare to receive my next attack. In an instant, Shen Liang's playful demeanor vanished. With a graceful movement, she charged forward, her punches and kicks accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. In truth, while Shen Liang's strikes seemed ferocious, she exhibited remarkable control over her strength, allowing Shen Longxuan to exert himself fully in resistance without sustaining injury. The siblings transitioned their duel from indoors to the courtyard, the sound of their combat echoing continuously. Shen Longxuan, initially on the defensive, began to mount counterattacks sporadically. A spark of intelligence shone in his eyes. Shen Liang was assisting him, providing him with the experience of fighting a real opponent, for even the most agile wooden dummy was ultimately an inanimate object. The sounds of their skirmish traveled far, astonishing many young members of their clan. This seemingly useless fellow practices with remarkable diligence. One exclaimed, did you not know? Just moments ago, Shen Longxuan challenged Shen Liang. They are set to duel in 2 months. I truly wonder what he is thinking. No matter how hard he trains, he will never be Shen Liang's match. Another remarked, I believe he has lost his senses. daring to challenge brother Shen Liang when he isn't even my equal. Ultimately, when Shen Longxuan, panting and exhausted, ceased their bout, Shen Liang advised Xiao Xuanzi, when battling a demon beast, one must strive for a swift conclusion, identifying its weaknesses for a decisive blow. Yes, sister, thank you. Shen Longxuan replied earnestly, grateful to have such a sister. Through Shen Liang's guidance and his own experiences, he had begun to grasp the rudiments of combat techniques and awareness, which was of paramount importance. All right, enough with the sentimental talk. In light of your obedience, I shall reveal to you the greatest secret regarding battles against demon beasts, Shen Liang said, her gaze deep and enigmatic. What secret? Shen Longxuan immediately felt invigorated, realizing how increasingly dependent he had become on his sister. The secret is that if one cannot defeat the enemy, one must flee. With a playful giggle, Shen Liang dashed away, leaving Shen Longxuan in a state of astonishment. Indeed, it was the truth. He murmured to himself as he retreated to his room for rest. Chapter 11. Slaying beasts. Slaying beasts primarily entails acquiring their cores, pelts, and other unique materials, all of which can be sold for currency. However, the probability of first-tier beasts yielding cores is exceedingly low. Achieving a yield of even 1 in 10 is considered fortunate, as the core embodies the essence of the beast, housing immense energy. A beast possessing a core is certainly capable of advancement. Thus, cores are indispensable materials for alchemy and artifact crafting. However, cores contain the inherent violent traits of the beasts, making them difficult to control. They must be purified through special means to remove their chaotic essence. The purified core possesses remarkably pure energy, akin to spirit stones, albeit significantly less effective. The following day, while the sun still lingered in slumber, Shen Longxuan left a letter upon his desk and, seizing the dim light of dawn, hastened to the cave of dragon vein energy to practice the Xuanlong transformation technique. After a period of cultivation, he had become exceedingly familiar with this technique, no longer exhausting himself as he had during his initial attempts. He had long since ceased relying on chi recovery pills, as he could not afford them, and due to the limitations of his own spiritual power, he still could not engage in prolonged cultivation. The enhancement from the dragon vein energy had significantly elevated his physical capabilities, making him several times stronger than others of the same realm. His golden-hued portions boasted astonishing defenses, capable of unleashing terrifying power. After an hour, as the sun ascended in the sky, Shen Longxuan emerged from the cave, avoiding the city and following the river. An hour later, he arrived directly at the seashore. This river, the original source of calamity, was named Longyuan River, its origins unknown. It meandered through the falling blossom mountains before ultimately flowing into the sea. The river was incredibly wide, spanning several hundred zhang, which facilitated prosperous river trade. Many commercial exchanges depended on this great river, leading to frequent attacks by beasts, resulting in countless casualties, with some amphibious creatures even invading cities and slaughtering the populace. This infamous period was known as the Sea Demon Uprising, during which countless warriors perished in battle. Shen Longxuan ingeniously managed to channel this wide river into dozens of smaller streams at its mouth, each merely a few zhang wide. This approach not only preserved the flow of water, but also prevented the intrusion of large sea demons. Furthermore, he created a vast expanse of land at the diversion point, planting trees to fortify the area. Thanks to the nurturing of the spiritual spring, within just 3 years, this region had transformed into an expansive forest, with small rivers coursing through it, brimming with vitality. Thus, this place became both a habitat for smaller sea demons and a paradise for novice warriors, attracting many who sought to hone their skills. The ocean is teeming with monstrous creatures. Despite continuous slaughter, they relentlessly surge into this forest. In the midst of their carnage, the humans who venture into the forest also become their prey. The life force of humans is an irresistible temptation for these beasts, resulting in the demise of many warriors within this realm. Shen Longxuan has chosen this very area, and upon entering, he feels an overwhelming sense of belonging. For he knows every inch of this place intimately. Determined to hone his skills, he sets off, stepping on the fallen leaves that rustle beneath his feet. As he walks, a resounding croak reaches his ears, not far from his location. Identifying the source, Shen Longxuan swiftly advances. The call belongs to the amphibious creature known as the bright-eyed frog, which lacks formidable offensive capabilities, relying instead on its long tongue, making it an ideal target for practice. Dubbed the bright-eyed frog, this creature possesses remarkable sensitivity to both movement and stillness, its eyes keenly observing everything around it. In the blink of an eye, he encounters a bright-eyed frog the size of a calf, preying upon flying insects in the forest. Shen Longxuan's presence immediately captures its attention, its eyes gleaming with a predatory greed as its massive tongue shoots forth. Aware that the frog's tongue has an extensive attack range but is limited to linear strikes, he swiftly sidesteps, launching himself toward the bright-eyed frog with a fluid motion. The bright-eyed frog reacts with remarkable speed, having missed its initial strike. Its tongue retracts and launches again, this time aimed at his feet with increased velocity. With only 5 paces separating him from the creature, Shen Longxuan unleashes his momentum, leaping into the air with an explosive force. The bright-eyed frog raises its head, a mocking glint in its gaze, as if to taunt him. Where will you hide now? In a flash, its crimson tongue darts towards its airborne prey like a sharpened arrow. Unfazed, Shen Longxuan channels the Xuanlong transformation, his right hand shimmering with golden light. Propelled by his forward motion, he delivers a powerful punch that emits a piercing shriek. With a resounding thud, he strikes the frog's tongue, sending it recoiling while he descends to the ground. The bright-eyed frog lets out a pained croak, its tongue wounded from the collision. Seizing the moment, Shen Longxuan lands and swiftly ascends, brandishing a gleaming dagger aimed at the frog's eyes. With a decisive thrust, the bright-eyed frog meets its end. The blade pierces through its eye and into its brain. Shen Longxuan retrieves the creature's tongue, placing it in his backpack, then splits its head open to extract a vibrant red crystal, a demon core. To his surprise, even a bright-eyed frog possesses such a treasure. This bodes well for him. Elated, he sets down the demon core, ready to depart safely. At that moment, a voice sounded, causing Shen Longxuan to look up and see 2 young men in blue approaching slowly. I told you, drop the demon core, and you may leave. Opposing the Li family will yield no favorable outcome. The man who had just spoken expressed his displeasure upon witnessing Shen Longxuan stow away the demon core. Brother, his attire suggests he is from the Shen family. The other young man whispered, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Oh, if he is indeed from the Shen family, he shall not be permitted to leave. Eliminate him. Upon finishing his words, the man's aura surged, and he lunged forward. Infuriated, Shen Longxuan found the Li family to be excessively domineering. As a member of the Shen family, he could not allow himself to perish and retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at the advancing Li family member. I am Li Yunlong. Given your previous battle against the Bright Frog, which reveals your cultivation at the 4th stage of body refinement, you should prepare for death at the hands of my brother and me. All you Shen family members are worthless and deserve to die. Li Yunlong roared. Harnessing his forward momentum, he launched a punch in return, displaying the might of his 5th stage of body refinement. His punch was formidable, while the Li family members behind him merely observed, seemingly entertained. Boom. The two collided swiftly, with Li Yunlong letting out a muffled groan as he staggered back several steps, an oppressive sensation weighing on his chest. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and pointed at Shen Longxuan, but before he could utter another word, Shen Longxuan's aura erupted, his legs propelling him forward like an arrow, landing another fierce punch squarely on Li Yunlong's chest. The latter spat out more blood, his body flying backward, defeated in an instant, and it had been an overwhelming challenge. The other young man was taken aback and promptly released a distress signal while charging at Shen Longxuan. With your prowess, you must be someone of note within the Shen family. This young master does not allow nameless ghosts to linger. Dare you leave your name? He leapt and kicked towards Shen Longxuan. Over this period, Shen Longxuan's demeanor had transformed significantly, making it difficult to associate him with a mere wastrel. I am your grandfather, Shen. Shen Longxuan retorted angrily, realizing that the man did not truly wish to fight, but sought to entangle him while waiting for reinforcements. Shen Longxuan had long discerned his intentions and took a swift step towards Li Yunlong, who was now utterly terrified, crying out, "Second brother, save me." Chapter 12. The Battle of Wits against the saber-toothed fish. As the latter rushed to his aid, Shen Longxuan seized the opportunity to retreat, disappearing into the distance with a few agile leaps. Li family, await your reckoning, echoed his voice from afar. Who on earth is this person? When did the Shen family produce such a formidable expert? He seems somewhat familiar. Li Yunlong's face turned pale with dread. Young master, what troubles you? A moment later, a group of over 10 individuals arrived, all dressed in black, each adorned with an embroidered character for Li on their chests. Search for a Shen family member around 15 years of age, dead or alive. Shen Longxuan had not ventured far. He concealed himself within the dense foliage of a tree, watching as the Li family members departed, his heart seething with anger. How dare they bully me to this extent? Li family, I shall remember this. Once the individuals had distanced themselves, he departed in the opposite direction. After traversing a considerable distance, he stealthily concealed himself by the riverside, where a narrow stream, scarcely 10 meters wide, harbored a formidable beast over 3 meters long. This creature, a saber-toothed fish, was notably larger than the vibrant frog he had encountered earlier. It was rumored that its flesh was exquisite, with its sword-like teeth serving as natural weapons, exceedingly sharp and deadly. Shen Longxuan pondered deeply. He needed to devise a strategy to lure it ashore, for in the water, he stood no chance against such a foe. Lacking bait, it seemed he would have to become the bait himself. With that thought, he retrieved the vibrant frog's tongue, a material renowned for its elasticity and durability. He secured one end to his waist and the other to a sturdy tree by the riverbank, tugging on it to ensure a firm knot. Drawing forth his dagger, he charged into the water towards the saber-toothed fish. As his body broke the surface, the dagger plunged deep into the creature's back. The saber-toothed fish was considered a high-ranking beast among first-tier monsters, immensely powerful in the water, and with its razor-sharp teeth, it reigned supreme in this diminutive stream. To its astonishment, a human had dared to invade its territory and had even inflicted a wound. This human, cunning and swift, struck and retreated without affording the beast a moment to retaliate. In truth, Shen Longxuan was propelled backward by the elasticity of the frog's tongue. Retreating rapidly and emerging onto the bank in the blink of an eye. Observing the enraged saber-toothed fish thrashing about in the water, he once again concealed himself, knowing full well he was no match for it in its domain. After a brief interval, the saber-toothed fish, unable to find an outlet for its fury, gradually calmed, seemingly preparing to depart. Seizing the moment, Shen Longxuan summoned all his strength, his feet launching off the roots of the tree, propelling him like an arrow into the river. With a splash, he struck with his dagger once more, but the beast reacted with a mighty tail swipe. Shen Longxuan felt a tremendous force crash upon him. Even with his right fist raised in defense, he was hurled into the water, where the saber-toothed fish pivoted, its massive jaws poised to deliver a lethal bite. At that crucial moment, he felt a tug at his waist, yanking him backward with incredible speed, propelling him just above the water's surface. Infuriated, the saber-toothed fish, having suffered injury twice at the hands of this human, was determined to exact vengeance. With a powerful flick of its tail, it surged forward, its speed in the water far surpassing Shen Longxuan's. As it inhaled, the river rushed into its maw. Shen Longxuan's momentum dwindled, and in the escalating duel, the creature's teeth nearly grazed his face. In a desperate act, he hurled his dagger with all his might. Riding the swift current, the dagger pierced the saber-toothed fish's mouth, eliciting a sharp cry of pain, causing the creature to momentarily falter. This brief hesitation allowed Shen Longxuan to be propelled out of the water. The saber-toothed fish, now consumed by rage, disregarded its own pain, thrashing its tail with renewed vigor and surging after him, its serrated teeth glinting ominously in the light. Unexpectedly, after emerging from the water, Shen Longxuan's speed surged dramatically as he raced toward the shore. The saber-toothed fish had already thrust half its body above the water's surface, and given its velocity, it was certainly difficult to evade its grasp. The creature's massive tail struck the river's surface with tremendous force, sending up waves several meters high, a testament to its furious rage. Harnessing this power, it pursued Shen Longxuan with lightning speed. However, the agile tongue of the vibrant frog allowed Shen Longxuan to dart back to the shore in an instant, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. The saber-toothed fish landed with a thud on the bank, casting an angry glance at Shen Longxuan. Yet this was not its territory, and here it was merely prey. Thus, it flicked its tail, attempting to leap back into the water. Shen Longxuan, seizing the moment, propelled himself back toward the great tree, launching himself forward once more. In the blink of an eye, he surpassed the saber-toothed fish and plunged into the river. The elasticity of his leap enabled him to return at an even quicker pace. And as he timed his strike perfectly, he delivered a powerful punch to the fish, which was still floundering in midair. Boom! The enormous body of the saber-toothed fish was sent flying, creating a distance of several meters from the water's edge. Shen Longxuan sat beneath the tree, panting heavily. Such precision in calculating his moves had proven to be exceedingly taxing. One misstep could have led to disaster, yet fortune favored him, and with relief, he unfastened the tongue from his waist, gazing at the colossal creature gasping for air in the distance, a smile of triumph gracing his face. This creature was doomed once it left the water. Approaching the lifeless saber-toothed fish, he extracted the dagger lodged in its mouth, and to his surprise, his right hand remained unscathed when he brushed against its glistening teeth. The fish's fangs were sharper than his dagger, further marveling him at the wonders of the Xuanlong transformation technique. As he split open the skull, another crimson crystal lay within, a stroke of luck. As both beasts possessed demon cores, Shen Longxuan felt a swell of pride, swallowing a healing pill and settling down to cultivate. Not only had he exhausted his energy during the fight, but he had also sustained injuries from the sweeping tail. Half an hour later, he exhaled a breath of stale air, feeling his wounds heal and sensing a slight increase in his cultivation level. Indeed, battle proved to be the finest form of training. By noon, the scorching sunlight filtered through the gaps in the forest, evaporating the humidity and causing the air to shimmer before his eyes. Shen Longxuan extracted the longest tooth from the saber-toothed fish, measuring nearly 1.5 feet in length, sufficient to serve as a short sword. He quickly collected the other teeth as well, uprooting them entirely. With minimal processing, they could be wielded, and if refined by a skilled craftsman, they would undoubtedly transform into formidable weapons. At that moment, his stomach grumbled, and just as he was about to slice some meat, the sound of camel bells echoed through the air. "Hold on, little brother," came a voice from a distance, prompting Shen Longxuan to furrow his brow. Before long, a caravan appeared, led by a rotund man who had called out, "Young brother, we harbor no ill intentions. I represent the Shun Tian auction house in Falling Petal City, and we are interested in acquiring the saber-toothed fish in your possession. Might you be willing to part with it?" The rotund man, adorned in luxurious attire and seemingly devoid of a neck due to his ample girth, held a handkerchief in his hand, incessantly wiping the perspiration from his brow. His countenance bore a friendly smile, yet his small eyes glimmered with the shrewdness of a merchant. As he gazed upon the saber-toothed fish on the ground, drool began to escape his lips. Behind him trailed a dozen camels laden with goods, accompanied by several keen-eyed warriors, all exhibiting commendable prowess. Given the recent events, Shen Longxuan surmised that this area was notorious for poaching and even violent thefts, causing a slight unease to settle in his heart. Chapter 13. The duel. As promised, I have heard of the Shun Tian auction house. My father has even participated in your auctions. What use do you have for this deceased fish? Shen Longxuan inquired, maintaining a composed demeanor. Indeed, it is our honor. One glance at you, young brother, reveals your exceptional nature, being able to slay a saber-toothed fish from the waters. Truly remarkable. The rotund man chuckled, employing the customary tactics of a trader. First flattering to lower one's guard before negotiating a price with ruthless intent. I believe you are aware that this saber-toothed fish is a rare delicacy. Otherwise, you would not have gone to the trouble of butchering it. He wiped away the drool that had escaped his mouth and continued, however, consuming it in this manner does not truly bring forth its exquisite flavor. Only through a special technique can this delicacy be transformed into a culinary masterpiece. Fortunately, I possess such a unique skill. The taste, my young brother, is one that one could never tire of. I shall not deceive you. I offer a firm price of 3,000 gold coins, considering you have already taken the demon core and teeth. This is the highest price I can offer. No one else would pay as much for it. With that, the rotund man rubbed his hands together, eagerly awaiting Shen Longxuan's response. Deal. Shen Longxuan replied decisively. It would be arduous to carry this item himself. Hence, selling it to the rotund man seemed a more reasonable choice, a gesture of goodwill. Excellent. Young brother, how forthright. Here, 3,000 gold coins for you to count. The rotund man tossed a bag of coins and instructed his subordinates to load the saber-toothed fish onto the cart, surrounding it with ample ice. Should you need anything, remember to seek me, Zhu the Fat, at the Shun Tian auction house. Whatever exists in this world, I can procure it for you. As he watched the caravan depart, Shen Longxuan, though aware that the man was boasting, quietly committed the name to memory. After hastily consuming some dry rations, Shen Longxuan pressed deeper into the forest, where the density of demon beasts began to increase, yet most were of the first rank, aligning with Shen Liang's descriptions. Throughout the afternoon, Shen Longxuan succeeded in slaying a dozen demon beasts, although fortune seemed to have waned, yielding only a single demon core while an abundance of various materials was collected. The essence lies in the fact that through rigorous training, the mastery of strength has become increasingly refined, and the dread of combat is gradually dissipating. Even in the face of injury, he can confront adversaries with composure, which constitutes his greatest achievement. Before nightfall, Shen Longxuan returned home, for the darkness within the mountains is a realm inhabited by ferocious beasts, and venturing out would be perilous. He laid out his spoils on the table. These treasures should fetch several thousand gold coins, and the 3 monster cores could also yield a substantial sum. Due to their rarity, first-tier monster cores command a high price, as they are essential for low-tier elixirs and weapons. After savoring his rewards, Shen Longxuan summoned his battle spirit, preparing to commence his cultivation. Indeed, the path of a martial artist resembles rowing against the current. One must either advance or retreat. And achieving harmony between the internal and external aspects is the key to rapid growth. Thus, Following a day of intense skirmishes, the time for cultivation was opportune. He silently activated his battle spirit, drawing in wisps of spiritual energy. The energy that entered his body was swiftly devoured by his cells, which ravenously competed for sustenance like famished beasts. Suddenly, a flicker of emotion crossed Shen Longxuan's face. He sensed a vigorous leap from his battle spirit, an occurrence typically associated with the absorption of spirit stones for advancement. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the 3 monster cores shrinking rapidly, transforming in the blink of an eye into 3 crimson orbs. Rather than feeling anger at the loss of his hard-earned cores, Shen Longxuan found himself smiling with delight. For this indicated that the monster cores could indeed facilitate the evolution of his battle spirit. He casually picked up one of the red orbs, scrutinizing it closely, feeling the tempestuous energy contained within, though he remained unaware of its true nature. After continuing his cultivation for a while, he succumbed to a deep slumber. As gentle moonlight poured into the room, illuminating the face of the sleeping boy, who wore a serene smile. For 2 consecutive months, his left hand had also turned golden, doubling his combat prowess. During this period, he had vanquished over 1,000 beasts and consumed more than 100 monster cores, yet his battle spirit had yet to ascend. Today marked the day of his duel with Shen Liang, and Shen Longxuan had prepared early, arriving at the martial stage to await the contest. His current strength was at the pinnacle of the 4th realm of body refinement. Yet his true capabilities could potentially surpass opponents at the 5th and even 6th realms of body refinement. Coupled with his golden hands, which could withstand even the bite of a saber-toothed fish, he possessed formidable odds in his favor. Despite the Shen family believing in Shen Longxuan's inevitable defeat and anticipating a lackluster duel, a significant number of spectators gathered around the arena. This fellow has arrived quite early. Arriving early only means certain defeat, and it will be a resounding loss. Yet, such conclusions were not definitive. In this contest, as long as one party conceded, lethal force was not permitted. If he were in Shen Longxuan's position, he would concede early to avoid endangering his life. Amidst the murmurs from the crowd, Shen Longxuan merely smiled faintly. At that moment, Shun Jianfeng and the elders also arrived. Xuanzi, rest assured, if Shen Liang dares to harm you, I shall avenge you. Upon hearing Shen Linger's words, Shen Longxuan nearly stumbled in surprise. Sister, could you please have a bit of faith in me? Shen Longxuan said with a bitter smile. However, the expressions of disbelief on everyone's faces were unmistakable. He had only trained for less than 6 months and dared to challenge someone at the 7th level of body refinement. It was a mere flight of fancy. Shun Jianfeng's concerns, the disdain of the elders, and the mocking laughter of the Shen family were all too evident to Shen Longxuan. He chose to shut his eyes and disregard them. Let the results speak for themselves. At that moment, Shen Liang, clad in a blue robe, walked over leisurely and leaped onto the stage. Shen Longxuan, will you kneel and beg for mercy now, or shall I cripple you? Shen Longxuan opened his eyes, flames igniting within them. Shen Liang, the humiliation you have bestowed upon me shall be repaid in full. Hearing you say that, I find myself reluctant to end this battle quickly. Before everyone, I shall let you taste the bitterness of disgrace once more. Shen Liang proclaimed, tossing aside his robe. Come on, waste, let me see what progress you've made. Without further words, Shen Longxuan launched himself upward with a powerful thrust, delivering a fierce punch from his elevated position. Shen Liang sneered dismissively. With such meager abilities, you truly are a waste. He countered with a punch of his own, with the force of the impact propelling him. Shen Longxuan landed gracefully and immediately surged forward, his aura swelling dramatically. This power exceeds the 5th level of body refinement. The 7th elder gasped in astonishment. What? The Shen family members exchanged incredulous glances. You have some skill, but with such a performance, you should just lay down. Shen Liang, though slightly taken aback, remained confident. Shen Longxuan's 2-month struggle against the beasts was not in vain. Having faced life and death numerous times, his combat instincts had sharpened significantly. Once they closed the distance, Shen Liang found himself momentarily unable to cope, their figures blurring as the sounds of their clashes echoed in bursts. The spectators were utterly stunned. Was this truly the waste of the Shen family? Shen Linger waved her small fists vigorously, mumbling, yes, just like that. Hit him hard. Shun Jianfeng's expression was grave, and the elders remained skeptical, for they could discern that Shen Longxuan's actual cultivation was only at the 4th level of body refinement. It was unclear how he managed to exhibit the strength of the 6th level, but it certainly could not last. Shen Longxuan, I concede that you are strong now, but a waste remains a waste. It is time to end this. Shen Liang finally lost his patience, his aura surging as a faint pressure emanated from him. reaching the pinnacle of the 7th level of body refinement. Seeing this, Shen Longxuan hesitated no longer. Like an arrow, he shot forth, his fists glowing with a subtle golden light, striking at Shen Liang. With a tremendous crash, the arena shook, and Shen Liang staggered back 5 steps. His face as pale as a sheet, a mouthful of blood spewing forth as he collapsed to the ground. Shen Longxuan felt a wave of emptiness within him. That last strike had consumed all of his spiritual energy, yet he still advanced step by step towards Shen Liang. Shen Liang, you have lost. These 5 words reverberated like a thunderclap. Shen Liang, the prodigy of the Shen family, has actually been defeated by a waste. Am I dreaming? He must have consumed something to enhance his strength. Otherwise, how could such a useless individual possibly vanquish Shen Liang? The elder's fury was palpable as he exclaimed, Shen Longxuan, to win the duel, you resorted to elixirs? Even if you have triumphed, what does it matter? Elder, do enlighten us about any elixir capable of elevating one's prowess by 3 realms. If such a potion existed, would our Shen family still find itself in such a passive state? Shun Jianfeng retorted sharply, leaving the elder speechless. Indeed, no such elixir existed, and even if it did, it was likely beyond the Shen family's means. I hereby declare that in this contest, Shen Longxuan is the victor. With a resounding strike, Shun Jianfeng's proclamation echoed. On the stage, Shen Liang coughed up another mouthful of blood, his countenance waning. The elder leapt onto the stage, preparing to escort him away. Wait, it seems the elder has overlooked something, Shen Longxuan remarked nonchalantly. According to our earlier agreement, since Shen Liang has lost, he is to be penalized for falsely accusing me, deducting half a year's cultivation resources as per clan regulations. Is that unreasonable? Humph. The elder nearly faltered, hastily taking Shen Liang away. They had truly shot themselves in the foot. All of this chaos stemmed from Shen Longxuan. The members of the Shen family regarded him with mixed emotions. How could someone with merely a yellow rank, 1st level battle spirit cultivate at such an astonishing pace? Nevertheless, from this moment forth, none dared to look down upon him. Not even the entire Shen family, for there was no other genius with such rapid cultivation. Shen Jianfeng refrained from questioning his son, knowing that if Shen Longxuan wished to disclose the reasons, he would do so in his own time. Life within the Shen family returned to a semblance of tranquility. Yet whenever a clan member encountered Shen Longxuan, they would respectfully address him as young master. However, with the looming crisis for the family, Shen Longxuan felt an urgency gnawing at him. Chapter 14. Encounter with the Li family. The victory in the duel did not slow Shen Longxuan's pace. He was acutely aware that the road ahead remained long. Thus he devoted himself to his training with even greater diligence. He eagerly made his way to the seaside. For to him, it was a treasure trove of gold coins awaiting his collection. He tirelessly practiced the Xianlong transformation, his pack increasingly filled with valuable materials, with demon cores being his utmost necessity. One day, Shen Longxuan ventured deep into the dense forest, not far from the coastline. He chose this location for its solitude. No sooner had he settled than he was targeted by a black-armored crocodile. This beast boasted formidable defenses, rendering ordinary weapons ineffective against its tough hide. A grave expression crossed Shen Longxuan's face. Not only was this creature well-armored, but it also possessed formidable offensive capabilities, potentially making it a fierce adversary. Just as he pondered this, the black-armored crocodile lunged forward. With a burst of speed, it leapt towards him, its massive jaws aimed at his head, releasing a foul stench that assaulted his senses. Shen Longxuan instinctively crouched, narrowly evading the attack. As the crocodile soared above him, he thrust his dagger upward, piercing the soft underbelly of the creature, its most vulnerable spot. However, Shen Longxuan swiftly withdrew his hand, executing a roll to evade the crocodile's whip-like tail, which carved a deep trench into the ground as it swept by. The black-armored crocodile, having suffered a setback in their initial encounter, became exceedingly cautious. It crouched low to the ground and, with astonishing speed, dashed towards Shen Longxuan in the blink of an eye. Its massive jaws lunged at his legs with ferocity, forcing Shen Longxuan to dodge, for he found himself in a position where he could strike back, especially with the crocodile's formidable tail thrashing about intermittently. Along its path, even the hardest rocks were crushed, attesting to the creature's incredible biting power. At last, Shen Longxuan seized a moment of opportunity and grasped the crocodile's tail. Before the beast could react, he summoned his full strength, pulling its body off the ground. Yet, it astonishingly leveraged this force to turn and bite. Shen Longxuan let out a cold laugh, twisting his arms to redirect the crocodile's body, then suddenly launched it. With a resounding crash, the black-armored crocodile was hurled to the ground on the opposite side, leaving it dazed and disoriented. But this was merely the beginning. Shen Longxuan relentlessly lifted and slammed the massive creature against the earth. Ultimately, the black-armored crocodile was reduced to a pitiful heap, while Shen Longxuan sat on the ground. Panting heavily, this creature was exceedingly troublesome. He exclaimed in frustration, "Fool, I assure you, with just a gentle nudge, it would have perished." A delicate voice interrupted. Startled, Shen Longxuan looked up to see 3 individuals approaching from a distance. These young men, clad in identical blue garments adorned with the character Li on their chests, were a source of irritation. Why do the Li family always seem to linger wherever I go? Shen Longxuan mused silently. The one at the forefront, though not unattractive, wore a frightfully pale expression and regarded Shen Longxuan with a cold smirk. The other 2 had more vibrant complexions. One bore a scar on his face, while the other caressed a long sword that shimmered ominously, measuring 3 feet in length. "Get away from my prey, or I shall turn you into a corpse," the scarred man bellowed. Shen Longxuan quickly grasped the situation and rose to his feet. "You are robbers, aren't you? How rude. We are not robbers. We merely take what is ours. It seems you are eager for death." The pale-faced man revealed his true nature. "Let me inform you. We are the Leaf family from Falling Petal City, and all the beasts in this region belong to us. I won't hesitate to tell you that our members have already scattered throughout the area. Cross us, and you shall find it impossible to leave this forest." The swordsman, growing impatient, threatened him directly. This tactic had proven effective in scaring off many. Even a 5th-level cultivator had fled earlier. The Leaf family truly was a vexation. A glint of cold light flickered in Shen Longxuan's eyes, and murderous intent surged within him. The animosity between the Leaf family and the Shen family had reached a boiling point, and they were poised for confrontation at any moment. Thus, let death come. Shen Longxuan squeezed out a few words between clenched teeth, his figure suddenly leaping forth with a swiftness that defied belief, charging towards the 3 individuals before him. His concealed prowess in the 4th stage of body refinement erupted instantaneously. His fists, suffused with a faint golden glow, seemed to pierce through layers of space, gradually magnifying in the eyes of the Leaf family members. Bang! The forceful punch landed squarely on the chest of the pallid Leaf family member, sending him sprawling to the ground, a torrent of blood erupting from his mouth. The other 2 finally reacted, but Shen Longxuan's left leg swept out like a gust of wind, while his right hand flashed with cold light as a dagger lunged towards the throat of the swordsman. The sequence of movements flowed seamlessly, dazzling to behold. The swordsman, in a panic, discarded his long sword and turned to flee. The other was not as fortunate, receiving a solid kick to the abdomen and collapsing to the ground, foam spilling from his mouth. Shen Longxuan regarded the 2 prostrate figures, along with the one who fled faster than a rabbit, a smile breaking across his face. It seemed these 3 were merely bullies. He seized the now even paler Leaf family member and inquired, "Does your mother know you roam these streets? Reveal your names." The man stammered in response, "My mother doesn't know." "Great hero, spare me. I am Li Yuan. I swear I won't do it again. Please let me go." Shen Longxuan tossed him aside and grabbed the other. "What is your relation to the Li family?" "Great hero, my name is Li Hao. My father is the 10th elder of the Li family, and Li Yuan's father is the 4th elder. They are wealthy, if you spare us. I promise to bring you much gold." "Silence. Do I appear to be a man in need of money?" Shen Longxuan retorted. "Now tell me what the Li family has been up to lately. Speak clearly, and perhaps I shall spare your lives." Under the threat, the 2 quickly divulged everything, even admitting to their visits to brothels. It turned out the Li family's actions were indeed backed by the city lord, with the support of the other 2 major families, and they had covertly instructed their younger members to deal with those of the Shen family. Though Shen Longxuan had surmised the truth, suspecting that the city lord was in league with the king of the kingdom of Illusory Moon, hearing the 2 rascals confess, it still ignited a fire in his eyes. "Leave behind all your valuables, and you may depart." The 2 Li family members surrendered all their wealth. Even the ring from Li Yuan's finger was forcibly removed. As Li Yuan watched the ring being taken away, his eyes turned red, yet he dared not protest. After collecting everything, Shen Longxuan sent them on their way. "Didn't you claim to be above monetary concerns? Why then do you rob us?" Li Yuan bellowed in a frenzy. "Be quiet. The universal ring on my finger has been taken from me. Hurry and retrieve it." Chapter 15. Do not hold grudges against your sister. Shen Longxuan surveyed his spoils, discovering that the 2 had amassed over 50,000 gold coins, a sword, numerous weapons, and several first-stage beast cores. He had inadvertently overlooked the pale blue ring, having seized it on a whim. He promptly stowed the items into his backpack, his expression shifting as he unsheathed a dagger to cleave open the skull of the black-armored crocodile. A crimson demon core was secured, and he skillfully stripped the hide from the creature. This material could serve as armor or fetch a handsome price. Even the grasshoppers were meat, he chuckled. Shen Longxuan continued his pursuit of prey, and by midday, he had claimed the lives of over a dozen demon beasts. His backpack was brimming. It seemed he would need to return home early today. He patted his filled satchel, content as he hurried back home. Just as he departed, a group of over a dozen individuals from the Li family arrived, frantically scouring the forest for Shen Longxuan, yet their search yielded nothing even as night fell. That fellow must have escaped. Cursed be it. If he never returns, I shall be in dire straits. Li Yuan wore a face of dismay. Li Yun, it's all your fault. You fled for so long without a thought to return and aid us. Can you blame me? That guy was intent on murder. I was terrified and hid until nightfall before daring to emerge. Besides, my sword is lost. It was my father's prized possession. And I took it secretly. Now I'm at a loss. Enough of this bickering. We shall return tomorrow. Even if we must dig 3 feet into the earth, we will locate this scoundrel, Li Hao declared through gritted teeth. Meanwhile, the scoundrel they spoke of sat in the Shen family's training grounds, displaying his spoils, intending to instill confidence among his kin. Behold, these treasures were seized from those 3 rascals. Shen Longxuan exclaimed, methodically extracting items from his backpack. A crowd had gathered around him, including Shen Liang and Shen Liang, with even the 7th elder of the Shen family observing Shen Longxuan with keen interest. Shen Longxuan, you claim to have injured 2 and caused 1 to flee. Might you reveal their identities? Shen Tian, filled with skepticism, finally inquired. Shen Tian was Shen Liang's younger brother, often relying on his brother's reputation to assert dominance, but ever since Shen Liang was defeated by Shen Longxuan, he had tempered his arrogance. Yet, he had heard whispers that Shen Longxuan's strength stemmed from the consumption of elixirs. Thus, he felt little reverence for the man before him. Oh, one was named Li Tian, another Li Hao, and the one who fled, I know not his name. See, this sword is the one he left behind. Shen Longxuan grasped the glimmering long sword, yet Shen Tian didn't he even spare it a glance, sneering as he spoke. Li Tian, a 4th-tier battle spirit of the yellow rank, and at the 4th level of the body refinement realm. Li Hao, likewise, a 4th-tier battle spirit of the yellow rank, and also at the 4th level of the body refinement realm. As for the one who fled, I ask you, how did you triumph over 2 individuals of the same realm as yourself? Humph, I was intent on killing. I paid no heed to their cultivation levels. If they survived, it was merely their good fortune. Their timid spirits thought to rob me. What utter fools. Shen Longxuan's words ignited fervor among the Shen family members. Master Longxuan, do regale us with the tale of that moment. Shen Longxuan, possessing exceptional literary talent, recounted the events with such eloquence that the Shen family felt a surge of pride, dispelling the shadows left by their previous defeat. Indeed, your narration is commendable. However, this sword appears to be something one might procure from a marketplace. How could the Li family possibly wield such a weapon? Shen Tian remarked, his expression dark as he grasped the sword with a hint of sarcasm. Hurry, Shen Tian. Bring the sword here for me to examine. Suddenly, the 7th elder, watching from a distance, spoke with a trembling voice. Parting the crowd, he hastily approached Shen Tian. This is actually the Li family's treasured possession, the Bai Shui sword. The elder's revelation left Shen Tian momentarily speechless, silencing any further retorts. Haha, Longxuan, you have rendered a tremendous service to the Shen family. Without this sword, the Li family is likely to be in disarray. I shall go meet with the clan leader at once. The 7th elder took a few steps before turning back, pointing at Shen Tian and the others. You all ought to learn from this. Stop lounging about at home. Humph. After the elder departed, Shen Liang stuck out her tongue and approached, exclaiming, Xuanzi, this ring is splendid. She picked up the blue ring, captivated by its allure. Sister, if you like it, take it. It's a gift for you. Also, see if there is anything else that suits you. Take whatever you wish. After all, it's all free. The others joyfully claimed items they desired, though some of the more valuable possessions remained untouched. Despite this, Shen Liang shot a few reproachful glances at Shen Longxuan. This extravagant child, it's all money. Shen Longxuan was led back by his sister tugging at his ear, yet when he revealed nearly 100,000 gold coins, Shen Liang finally released her hold. Xuanzi, I shall accompany you tomorrow. Subsequently, she swiftly snatched the red orb from the table. What is this? Shen Longxuan glanced over. Recognizing it as the remnant of a demon core absorbed by the battle spirit, I'm not certain what it does. It was merely an unintended find. I want this too, Shen Liang declared, as if she had discovered a treasure, carefully stowing it away before bouncing out of the room. Sighing, Shen Longxuan felt relieved to see the little witch depart. He closed the door, intending to absorb the several demon cores he had collected. However, before he could begin, a deafening explosion resonated, shaking the very foundations of the house. Could it be that the Li family has come to retaliate? Shen Longxuan rushed outside, following the source of the commotion to the martial arts arena, where the sight before him left him utterly astonished. At that moment, Shun Jianfeng, several elders, and numerous clan members had gathered. In the center of the arena lay a massive pit, approximately 5 zhang in diameter. Dust billowed from the depths of the crater, emanating a wild force. Fortunately, as this was a designated combat area, the economic damage was minimal. In the distance, a disheveled Shen Liang stood in shock, her large, dark eyes fixed on the pit, utterly motionless. Shen Longxuan hurried over, grasping Shen Liang tightly. "Sister, are you all right? Who attacked you?" Shun Jianfeng commanded everyone to search the surroundings immediately, and all the elders and clansmen began to comb through the Shun family's estate. "Xuanzi, where did you acquire such a terrifying object? My sister nearly lost her life to it." Shen Liang trembled as she produced a crimson orb. "What? You mean the explosion was caused by this thing?" Shen Longxuan exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Its power was truly astonishing. "Indeed, I merely thought it would be amusing to throw 2 orbs here, and as you can see, the outcome was dire. Xuanzi, I promise never to prank you again. Please do not hold it against me." Shen Liang was genuinely frightened. Shen Longxuan quickly took the orb from her and carefully tucked it away. He returned Shen Liang home and ultimately confronted their father, revealing the truth while refraining from disclosing the orb's origins, deeming it too sensational for belief. He presented the remaining orb to his father, deciding it was best for the elders to verify the matter themselves. The incident of the explosion was suppressed, and Shen Longxuan was overjoyed. After all, he was the creator of that extraordinary item, which he had aptly named the Burst Pill. To think that a mere first-tier demon beast's core could possess such might. If it were a second or even third-tier core, goodness gracious, the consequences would be unfathomable. Shen Longxuan couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Chapter 16. Slaughter. That very night, he crafted the remaining dozen first-tier demon cores into burst pills. With over 100 of these explosive devices in his possession, he hurriedly sewed them into a shockproof pouch for safekeeping. The realization that he had been carrying so many bombs filled him with dread. If one had detonated on him, he might have been reduced to ashes. After securing them, he sat cross-legged on his bed and began his cultivation. He sensed that after days of combat, he was on the brink of a breakthrough. Sure enough, half an hour later, as Shen Longxuan meditated, a resounding roar erupted within him, and a powerful aura radiated outward. 5th level of body refinement. Shen Longxuan opened his eyes with joy. The surge in strength ignited an impulsive desire to test his prowess against the demon beast, if only it weren't night. In stark contrast to Shen Longxuan's excitement, the atmosphere in the elder's chamber was heavy. Shen Liang stood by, while the elder sat in a chair, sipping tea with a furrowed brow. Liang refrained from provoking Shen Longxuan during this time. That boy indeed possesses the Bai Shui sword, the family heirloom of the Li clan, a spiritual weapon. At this juncture, he has undoubtedly rendered a significant service to the Shen family. Therefore, your focus should be on enhancing your strength. And when you have the opportunity, uplift the morale of our clansmen. In just over 7 months, the clan's newcomer competition will occur. All you need to do is defeat him then, and I shall manage the rest. Do you understand? The Grand Elder, Shun Jinhu, spoke calmly, and your younger brother. You must urge him to cultivate diligently, and ensure he refrains from causing trouble. Now, you may take your rest. Yes, father. Rest assured, I shall personally defeat him during the clan's grand competition, Shen Liang declared fiercely before departing. In the days that followed, the Shen family, inspired by Shen Longxuan, diligently devoted themselves to training, while Shen Longxuan's life continued as usual. Whether it was due to Shen Longxuan's fortunate circumstances or the misfortunes of the Li family, their attempts to locate the so-called scoundrel proved fruitless. They were unaware of the identity of their assailant, who was none other than Shen Longxuan himself, well known among the younger generation of the 4 great families. Once a refined young master, exuding an air of scholarly elegance, Shen Longxuan had transformed into a formidable warrior brimming with an aura of menace within a mere 4 months. His appearance had completely shifted, and the beaten members of the Li family returned home in silence, too embarrassed to speak of the encounter. Thus, Li Yuan and Li Hao failed to recognize Shen Longxuan. Half a month later, the truth finally surfaced. Li Yun's loss of the clan's treasured artifact was exposed, resulting in his confinement within the family as punishment. Now, only Li Yuan and Li Hao remained, leading a dozen clan members in their search. Yet, after more than half a month, their hopes had dwindled. My Qingquan ring. I obtained it through perilous trials in an ancient tomb, where it was said to contain the complete legacy of an ancestor. If only I could unlock it with my martial prowess, I would have long since become that elder's disciple. Damn it, who are you? Li Yuan lamented silently, fearful that if the family discovered the truth, he would meet the same fate as Li Yun. Li Yuan, look. That young man ahead seems familiar. Could he be the one who stole our belongings? Li Hao exclaimed with excitement. Don't be ridiculous. There's no hope left. Li Yuan replied dejectedly. But after a moment of realization, he inquired, what did you say? Where is he? Grabbing Li Hao's arm in his excitement, he inadvertently dug his nails into his flesh, prompting Li Hao to struggle free. Li Yuan, are you out of your mind? Li Hao winced in pain, his face contorted with anger. Isn't he right in front of us? Following Li Hao's direction, Li Yuan finally beheld the figure that had haunted his dreams for the past half-month. His previously pale face flushed with excitement. What are we waiting for? Let us go. Capture him, he commanded, and the 10 or so individuals behind him charged forward, startling the birds in the forest into flight. Indeed, it was Shen Longxuan ahead, who had just slain a first-tier beast and was in the process of collecting his spoils. Sensing an approaching presence, he turned to see a group of individuals encircling him. Upon recognizing the two familiar faces among them, Shen Longxuan smiled. Aren't you two boys done with your beating? Are you itching for more? Shen Longxuan faced a dozen adversaries with unwavering composure, causing a pang of unease in Li Yuan's heart. Yet, the thought of his Qinquan ring ignited a fire of fury within him. Hand over what you stole from us that day, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, I shall dismantle you piece by piece and cast you into the river to feed the fish. Li Hao echoed, retreating into the crowd, still gripped by fear. You lot, mere pawns, dare to threaten me? Have you lost all sense of self-preservation? He discerned that those following the two were merely servants of the Li family. Though they were martial artists, their loyalty was tied solely to the wealth offered by the family. Thus, he bore no trace of fear, even exuding arrogance as he spoke. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he lunged toward Li Yuan. Li Yuan drew his long sword and struck down with fervor, determined to protect his Qinquan ring. Shen Longxuan let out a cold laugh, meeting the sword with a powerful punch. Is this fool truly so naive as to use his fists against a sword? The derisive laughter of the onlookers faded abruptly with a resounding clang, as the sword shattered in two, and Shen Longxuan's fist collided forcefully with Li Yuan's chest. Once again, he struck the same spot as before, but this time with significantly greater power. Li Yuan felt as though a colossal hammer had smashed into him, and with a thunderous thud, he was sent flying backward. Shen Longxuan, seizing the moment, grasped the dazed Li Hao and hurled him over his head into the crowd, eliciting a chorus of startled gasps as he toppled several individuals. The entire sequence, from Shen Longxuan's charge to Li Yuan's defeat and Li Hao's tumble, transpired in mere breaths. And only then did the onlookers fully register the events unfolding before them. With a collective roar, they surged forward, but Shen Longxuan remained calm, meticulously calculating his movements. He knew that no more than 3 could attack him simultaneously. His peculiar footwork ensured that his opponents obstructed one another, rendering their strength ineffective. This strategy stemmed from experiences over the past few months, having once narrowly escaped death at the hands of 3 first-tier beasts using this very method, leaving him with numerous scars as reminders. Do not hold back. Kill him. Whoever slays him shall receive 100,000 gold coins. Li Yuan, having recovered from Shen Longxuan's earlier blows, was consumed by rage, his voice hoarse from shouting. 100,000 gold coins represented a considerable fortune, and thus, the promise of such a reward stirred the courage of many, who promptly drew their weapons. Shen Longxuan understood a vital truth. To conquer, one must be fiercer than the beasts themselves, and this applied to humans as well. He channeled his inner energy, his hands glowing with golden light. In this moment of heightened tension, he remained steadfast. Time seemed to stand still, as a leaf gently floated down, only to be rent asunder by the aura of his impending attack. Shen Longxuan moved with remarkable agility, evading a sword thrust aimed directly at him. His hand swung up, and with a sharp crack, the sword fell, accompanied by a severed arm. A scream erupted, abruptly silenced as a pristine hand pierced through the chest of the unfortunate assailant. Murder! A voice suddenly called out, and in an instant, the group of over 10 people fell into disarray. On the ground, Li Yuan gasped in shock. This fellow was ruthless. Kill him, and I will reward you with 200,000 gold coins. Upon hearing Li Yuan's shout, the previously panicked crowd began to breathe heavily, their eyes turning bloodshot. At that moment, the only one remaining calm was Shen Longxuan. For wealth, men perish. For food, birds die. Realizing that they intended to take his life, He understood that he must be prepared to face his own demise. With a thunderous roar, Shen Longxuan unleashed his full cultivation, as he too sensed the imminent danger. After all, he was outnumbered by more than 10 adversaries. He moved like a swift cheetah, and anyone who dared to approach him met with either death or injury. However, such a fierce confrontation came at a cost, and he bore numerous wounds upon his body. The guards of the Li family were all at the 5th stage of body refinement, with several reaching the pinnacle of the 6th stage, making them formidable opponents in battle. Severe injuries left Shen Longxuan's bones visible, and his body was already stained with blood. Most would have collapsed under such grievous wounds, yet he persevered, relying on his formidable physique. He advanced step by step towards Li Yuan, who lay on the ground, and Li Hao, who was desperately trying to pull him up. Both were trembling in fear, stumbling repeatedly. "A devil! This is a devil!" Li Yuan muttered, lost in a daze. "Brother, get up. We must flee. That guy is coming." Li Hao anxiously tugged at Li Yuan's arm, attempting to lift him. Shen Longxuan surveyed the corpses strewn about. Though it was his first time taking a life, he felt an unsettling calmness within, for he understood that this world was one governed by the law of the jungle. If he did not kill, he would certainly be killed. With that thought in mind, he pressed on with increasing determination towards the 2 Li brothers. At this point, the situation was irretrievable. While he still possessed strength, he needed to eradicate the threat completely and swiftly approach the 2. "Let me make this clear. I am Shen Longxuan, the son of the Shen family patriarch." His words plunged the 2 into despair, as the Shen and Li families had become irreversibly opposed in this conflict. Death was inevitable for either side. Raising the steel blade he had seized, just as he was about to strike, he suddenly turned to find a blood-stained long sword lunging at him with incredible speed, leaving no possibility for evasion. Shen Longxuan extended his left hand and grasped the blade. The grating sound of metal scraping echoing as the sword, propelled by its velocity, pierced through his chest. "Ah!" Shen Longxuan bellowed, swinging his right hand, and a head, adorned with a look of astonishment, soared into the air. In that moment, they believed that killing Shen Longxuan would secure them the promised 200,000 gold coins. With a powerful grip of his left hand, he snapped the long sword, allowing the broken blade to remain lodged in his chest as he turned to face the Li brothers. "Ha ha, Shen Longxuan, you celebrate too soon. It seems you are at your end. The last laugh will belong to us." Li Yuan cackled at the sight of Shen Longxuan's dire state. He struggled to rise, seizing the sword from the bewildered Li Hao's grasp, and swung it fiercely, uttering, "Die, you madman." Clang! Shen Longxuan caught the descending sword, and, with a swift stroke, Li Yuan closed his eyes forever. Blood splattered over Li Hao, who could no longer bear the shock and let out a horrifying wail, followed by maniacal laughter. After his bout of madness, he stared vacantly at Shen Longxuan and, with a sudden outburst of tears, cried uncontrollably, his mind utterly shattered, repeatedly calling out "devil" as he fled. Shen Longxuan yearned to eradicate the root of this chaos. Yet the waves of dizziness that washed over him made it clear that lingering would certainly attract the attention of beastly predators due to the overwhelming scent of blood. He recalled an underground cavern he had once left behind during the construction of this area, intended for the rest of the workers, not far from his current position. Biting down hard on his tongue, the pain kept him alert as he grasped his blade and, with great difficulty, retrieved his backpack, managing to reach the cavern just before succumbing to unconsciousness. After concealing himself, he could no longer hold on and collapsed, slipping into oblivion. During his unconsciousness, chaos erupted outside. The son of the Li family's elder was killed, another rendered an imbecile, and all of his accompanying men met a gruesome end. Despite the Li family's efforts to suppress the news, rumors spread like wildfire throughout the city, each more exaggerated than the last. The populace lamented the Li family's overreach in oppressing the Shen family, the heroes of Luoying City. Without the Shens, they pondered, would they enjoy their current prosperity? Many believed this was a divine retribution. It was said that the deceased had their hearts brutally extracted, as if heaven wished to ascertain the darkness within the Li family's souls. Lower your voices. Do you wish for death? Be wary of the Li family hearing you. The common folk felt the deaths of the Li family members were merely consequences of their misdeeds. However, within the depths of the Li family's assembly hall, the high-ranking members gathered, their roars echoing ominously. The voice of the fourth elder, Li Yuan's father, rang out. "Investigate. I want the murderer found and dismembered." Bang! The fourth elder smashed the table beside him into splinters. Li Yuan was his only son. This left him without an heir. At that moment, Li Hao, crouching by the door, trembled in fear at the sound. "Fourth elder, temper your fury. We must deliberate wisely." "Nonsense. It's not your son who died, How can I calm down? Fourth elder. Our Li Hao is also a victim. Am I not enraged as well? But will this resolve anything? Interjected the 10th elder. Old 10th, refrain from your sardonic remarks. Your son is at least alive. Perhaps he can be healed. My son, however, is lost forever. The onlookers watched as the 4th elder lashed out like a rabid dog, causing them to fall silent. Patriarch, summon Li Tian and inquire about the identity of the robber. It might very well be him. Finally, the 7th elder broke the silence. The 4th elder's eyes brightened, and he readily echoed, Indeed, Chief, summon Li Tian for further inquiry. Li family's patriarch, Li Batian, nodded slightly. The following day, after the incident, they received news. By then, the scene had been severely ravaged, and the corpses had been utterly mutilated by the beasts, rendering identification impossible. There was no trace left at the site, and the only witness had been rendered an imbecile, which infuriated Li Batian even more. However, what vexed him further was the loss of the precious sword of the Bee Waters, which diminished his strength by at least 30%. If a conflict were to erupt between the Shen and Li families, he would undoubtedly suffer. Before long, Li Tian was brought in, and upon entering, he burst into tears, exclaiming, Father, I swear I will never do it again. Please spare me. He had clandestinely stolen the family's treasured heirloom, and upon discovery, he was nearly beaten to death. It was only through his mother's desperate intervention that he was spared. Confined, though not in a prison, his circumstances were hardly better, and he had endured considerable suffering during this time. Silence, you wretched boy. I am here to question you, Li Batian commanded. Do you recall what the thieves looked like? Father, I was so terrified at the time. The man charged at me with a dagger aimed at my throat. Had I not fled swiftly, I would have lost my life. Li Tian knelt, sobbing. Get to the point. Li Batian's authoritative voice resonated. I only remember his hand emanating golden light. Approximately 15 or 16 years of age. As for his appearance, I truly cannot recall. Li Tian shrank his neck, pondering before speaking. The golden light from his hand indicates a martial technique, suggesting he is at least a martial artist. You claim he is merely 15 or 16 in Falling Blossom City. There are thousands above the martial artist realm, yet where do we find a martial artist of such youth? Chapter 18. The unique abilities of the battle soul. Li Batian's fierce gaze caused Li Tian to tremble, prompting him to hastily add, I am certain he was around 15. Chief, perhaps he is not from Falling Blossom City? Should we not enlist the city's lord for assistance? The 4th elder urged eagerly. Foolishness. Do you truly believe the city lord is here to assist us? You are mistaken. He seeks to use us as pawns to diminish the Shen family's power. As for the Chao and Bai families, they harbor no goodwill either. You must understand your position. We must rely on ourselves. Li Batian asserted with authority. Then, his demeanor softened. Our true support lies with the Dragon Void sect. As long as my son Li Hong can become an outer disciple of the Dragon Void sect, our Li family shall dominate Falling Blossom City, and perhaps even the entire Huanyue kingdom. Therefore, any sacrifices made in this pursuit are well worth it. Do you understand? Are you saying my son is doomed to die? Absolutely not. Even if I must scour the Huanyue kingdom, I will find the murderer and exact revenge. Ultimately, no resolution was reached in their discussion. The 4th elder stormed out, vowing to pursue the culprit and ensure they met a gruesome end. In comparison to the Li family, the other 3 prominent families, namely the Chao and Bai families, appeared to relish the unfolding drama. Out of a sense of alliance, they dispatched envoys to the Li household to express their condolences. Yet, it was evident to all that they bore expressions of schadenfreude. Conversely, the Shen family exhibited an entirely different demeanor, akin to a festive celebration, as everyone engaged in lively discussions regarding the identity of the individual who so decisively eliminated members of the Li family. This news invigorated the spirits of the Shen Clan, with some speculating whether an ally might be covertly assisting them. Undoubtedly, the morale of the Shen family surged, from the elders to the youth. In Shen Longxuan's chamber, his father, Shen Jianfeng, held the letter penned by his son, a look of concern etched on his face, while Shen Liang was present in the room. Liang, has that boy not returned after 2 days? Rest assured, clan leader, that lad is merely a money-obsessed fool, claiming he needs to earn wealth to purchase spirit stones. You need not worry about him. However, I believe he has accumulated at least 100,000 gold coins in these past months. Quite enviable. Were it not for my inability to venture out, I would have considered partnering with him. She chuckled. Shen Liang's melodious voice lightened the previously somber atmosphere, prompting a slight smile from Shen Jianfeng as he pondered quietly. Perhaps I am overthinking this. Nonetheless, he left the room with lingering doubts, while Shen Liang dismissed the matter. Confident that he still possessed the red orbs, with those in hand, none could rival him. Meanwhile, Shen Liang and Shen Tian convened in the elders' quarters. Who could have slain so many from the Li family? Could it be that our Shen family harbors formidable talents? Shen Tian pondered aloud. Regardless of the perpetrator, the timing of such a massacre brings both advantages and disadvantages. While it bolstered the Shen family's morale, it also intensified our conflict with the Li family. Be cautious when you venture out in the future, do you understand? The elder cautioned. Unbeknownst to Shen Longxuan, he had traversed the threshold of death. Upon regaining consciousness, he was immediately struck by the pervasive pain throughout his body, uncertain of how long he had lain there. As he struggled to open his eyes, he beheld his battle spirit gently hovering in the air, emanating a soft golden glow. Wait, I don't recall summoning it. Why has it manifested on its own? My injuries. After recalling his battle spirit, he was astonished to discover that all his wounds had miraculously healed. Even the most grievous sword wound on his chest had vanished, leaving only faint scars behind. Rising to his feet, he experienced some discomfort, yet it no longer hindered his mobility. After changing out of his tattered garments, he began to assess his recent gains. This avaricious individual had not forgotten to rummage through the belongings of the Li family members before fleeing. He had amassed 3 substantial bundles, and upon opening them, he meticulously catalogued their contents. A smile began to adorn Shen Longxuan's face, for among the various beast materials were over 100 demon cores, in addition to more than 20,000 gold coins. Alas, the gold is somewhat lacking. Shen Longxuan, surprisingly dissatisfied with the quantity, arranged all the demon cores before him. After settling cross-legged, he summoned his battle spirit anew. As he watched the demon cores transform into explosive pills, a grin spread across his face. Once he absorbed all the demon cores, his battle spirit finally erupted in a resplendent golden radiance. This brilliance enveloped the entire cavern, radiating through the ground and into the forest, causing the beasts within to flee in terror from the overwhelming aura. Moreover, Shen Longxuan noticed that his 4-legged serpent battle spirit had doubled in size, now reaching 2 zhang. Its body adorned with black scales that seemed to resonate with the faint sound of dragon roars. A formidable pressure emanated from the battle spirit, instilling a profound sense of oppression even within himself. After several breaths, the golden light suddenly retracted, revealing a gleam upon the battle spirit. For golden rings, a Huang tier, 4th grade battle spirit. Shen Longxuan, unable to contain his excitement, swiftly commenced his cultivation, drawing in spiritual energy at an accelerated pace, feeling the surrounding essence converge toward him. After 2 hours, he paused, sensing an enhancement in his strength and a reduction in bodily pain. He then packed his belongings into a large satchel. It was time to visit the Shuntian auction house. Surely, the rotund Zhu could hardly wait. Shen Longxuan exited the cavern and made his way directly to Luoying City. Along the journey, he overheard various rumors but remained composed as he proceeded straight to the Shuntian auction house, which resided at the very heart of the city. Adjacent to the city lord's mansion, its origins were shrouded in mystery. Not even the city lord dared to interfere, as it loomed like a colossal entity within Luoying City. This circular edifice spanned nearly 10,000 zhang, constructed entirely of opulent yellow rock, exuding an air of grandeur and nobility. Those who frequented this establishment were invariably of high status or affluent merchants. Thus, common folk found it exceedingly difficult to gain entry. As Shen Longxuan approached the entrance with his pack, he was intercepted. What do you think you're doing, kid? This place isn't for the likes of you. The guard, observing Shen Longxuan's martial attire, deemed him lacking in wealth and barred his passage. I seek Zhu the Fat. I would appreciate it if you could relay my message, Shen Longxuan replied, maintaining his composure and politeness. Impudent. Do you dare utter Elder Zhu's name? Begone. The guard's gaze hardened, unleashing an aura indicative of a martial artist. Shen Longxuan felt a flicker of surprise, but remained unafraid. Do you even know how to converse? I merely seek someone. Why should I leave? Isn't this auction house open for business? Can you afford the loss from this significant transaction? His arguments were both rational and compelling. The guard, taken aback, noted the youth's unwavering demeanor under his imposing presence and his audacious threats. Could he be from a powerful family? Just then, a figure emerged from within the auction house, inquiring, "Who is causing such a ruckus outside? Are you tired of living?" Chapter 19. Purchasing spirit stones. As the words fell, a corpulent figure adorned in luxurious attire emerged, exuding an aura far more imposing than that of the guards. Elder Zhu. It is this young man who dares to call you Fat Zhu. The guard quickly responded. Oh, I must see who possesses such audacity. Ah, young brother, it is you. Come, let us converse within. Elder Zhu, true to his mercantile nature, changed his demeanor with astonishing swiftness. The guard was momentarily stunned. He had never witnessed Elder Zhu display such warmth towards anyone, even those of considerable power and influence. Regret washed over him for his earlier demeanor, fearing he might have offended someone whom even Elder Zhu held in high regard. Sighing inwardly, he realized that one must not judge by appearances at that moment. He was preoccupied with Shen Longxuan, who had already followed Elder Zhu into an opulent private chamber. Young brother, it has been over a month since we last met, and your prowess has clearly advanced. Elder Zhu exclaimed. Just SOSO? Shen Longxuan casually replied, his gaze assessing the room. As they settled into their seats, someone promptly served them hot tea. Elder Zhu took a sip and began. What treasures do you bring to indulge this old merchant? The saber-toothed fish from our last encounter was truly delectable. He smacked his lips as if savoring the memory, yet his gaze remained fixed on Shen Longxuan, sensing something extraordinary about him, although he could not articulate it. Therefore, he treated Shen Longxuan with utmost respect, engaging as an equal. Elder Zhu, these are my findings from the past couple of months. I hope your auction house can accept them. Additionally, I am in search of spirit stones. Do you have any available? Shen Longxuan stated with poise. Elder Zhu's eyes sparkled with interest upon hearing this, and he immediately began to inspect the materials within Shen Longxuan's package. Such tasks were traditionally beneath him, yet he chose to personally appraise the items to demonstrate his sincerity. I can offer you 120,000 gold coins for these. As for the spirit stones, I do have some in stock. Others would charge at least 40,000. But for you, my young brother, it shall be only 30,000 gold coins. How many do you wish to acquire? Deal. I possess 120,000. And with that, I can procure 8 stones, yet it seems insufficient. Shen Longxuan pondered, aware that his ascension in battle would require an immense quantity of spirit stones. A thought that left him disheartened. Do you require many spirit stones, young brother? With your current cultivation, you hardly need so many, Elder Zhu inquired, puzzled. Haha. Please do not find amusement in my words, Elder Zhu. These are intended as gifts. Shen Longxuan replied calmly. I see. Coincidentally, our auction house will host an event tomorrow. If you possess anything extraordinary to auction, I can arrange it for you free of charge, Elder Zhu suggested. His offer stemming from a gut feeling that this young man would not be an ordinary individual in the future. Elder Zhu, do you think this item can be auctioned? Shen Longxuan carefully presented a burst pill, extending it with caution. Elder Zhu gazed in astonishment at the small red orb in his hand, sensing a terrifyingly violent energy contained within. What a peculiar object. It was remarkable how such ferocious energy could be compressed without detonating. He pondered its potential uses. Although Elder Zhu could discern some aspects of its nature, he ultimately remained uncertain of its purpose, hence his inquiry. Well, Elder Zhu, if you could find an open space, I could demonstrate its capabilities for you, Shen Longxuan replied, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. The two swiftly made their way to the backyard of the auction house, where many individuals paid their respects to Elder Zhu along the way, though they appeared somewhat surprised upon seeing Shen Longxuan. The backyard featured an expansive area no less than that of the auction hall itself, a private domain of the Shuntian auction house, where demonstration could take place. Elder Zhu was equally curious about what this object could do. Elder Zhu, you need not do anything elaborate. Simply toss the orb away, preferably as far as you can, Shen Longxuan suggested with a slight smirk. With a mixture of skepticism and intrigue, Elder Zhu flicked his fingers, sending the red orb soaring 20 zhong away. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, accompanied by a brilliant flash of red light. Smoke and dust enveloped the area, and violent energy surged forth, with the sound of small stones whizzing through the air echoing incessantly. Elder Zhu stood wide-eyed, his eyelids fluttering in disbelief. Once the dust settled, the two hurried to the explosion site, revealing a massive crater approximately 3 zhong wide, with radiating patterns around its perimeter. The sheer power of the explosion was astounding. My goodness, such a tiny object can unleash such destructive force. Its impact rivals that of a high-level martial artist executing a technique, Elder Zhu explained, noticing Shen Longxuan's apparent confusion. The martial arts realm consists of 10 stages: body refinement, martial artist, martial master, martial king, martial sovereign, martial emperor, martial venerable, martial saint, martial emperor, and martial god. Each stage is further divided into 10 levels, with levels 1 to 3 being the initial realm, 4 to 6 the intermediate, and 7 to 9 the advanced, while the 10th level represents the pinnacle. Thus, the explosion we just witnessed equates to the effect of a practitioner at the 9th level of the martial artist stage executing a technique. Seeing Shen Longxuan captivated by the explanation, Elder Zhu continued, Of course, martial techniques are also categorized. From highest to lowest, they are divided into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with each tier further subdivided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels. The technique I refer to is a yellow tier beginner technique. Even so, this small object is quite remarkable. If it could be mass-produced and utilized in warfare, it would undoubtedly yield a decisive advantage. Upon hearing Elder Zhu's insights, Shen Longxuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This object was his exclusive creation, and he intended to stockpile it in large quantities. When the day of the family's decisive battle arrived, he would ensure the enemy felt its formidable power. With this thought, a smile crept across his face. Elder Zhu, how much do you think this could fetch at auction? A primary martial skill of the yellow tier is approximately 50,000 gold coins, while the intermediate tier hovers around 100,000. However, this item is of a disposable nature, thus it ought not to be so exorbitantly priced. Fortunately, it is accessible to anyone, which enhances its value, meaning even a mere child, devoid of any strength, could potentially wield it to vanquish a martial artist. It is undoubtedly an exceptional choice for the affluent seeking to safeguard their lives. Hence, I have set the auction starting price at 20,000 gold coins, confident that this will incite a fervent competition among the wealthy. Elder Zhu grew increasingly animated as he spoke. Little brother, surely you do not possess merely one of these. You are quite extravagant. You could have simply informed me of its effects without such waste. After all, that is money. Shen Longxuan found himself both amused and exasperated by the corpulent elder. However, he suddenly reconsidered his initial strategy, deciding against publicizing this item. He would seek alternative avenues for profit. Elder Zhu, I acquired this by mere chance, and you are correct. This is indeed the last one I possess, as I have already utilized the other 2. What a pity. Should you encounter such an item again, be sure to bring it to me. I assure you I can secure a high price for you. Elder Zhu expressed a tinge of disappointment, but still offered his assurance. Elder Zhu, I shall indeed do so. I have made a friend in you. My name is Shen Longxuan, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Shen Longxuan extended his right hand. Brother Longxuan, I consider you a friend as well. You may call me Brother Zhu. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. While I may not pledge to traverse fire and water, I will certainly do all within my power. Ultimately, Shen Longxuan departed with 8 spirit stones, leaving only a handful of gold coins in his pocket. Watching the retreating figure, Elder Zhu murmured to himself, this truly is a gamble. Do not let me down. Chapter 20. Shen Longxuan's ambition. Upon returning home, Shen Longxuan promptly reported to his father, having been away for several days. However, he discovered that his father was not in the house. Inquiries revealed he was in the council hall. Shen Longxuan hastened to the council hall, where he could hear a cacophony of voices engaged in heated debate. Entering through the grand doors, he found nearly all the higher-ups of the family present, including Shen Liang and Shen Liang. Yet, upon overhearing the topic of discussion, Shen Longxuan's countenance darkened. According to reliable sources, Shen Longxuan has indeed surpassed the 4th level of body refinement. Yet I am perplexed as to how someone with a mere yellow-tier first-grade battle spirit could progress so rapidly. One elder exclaimed. Indeed, even Shen Liang, whose battle spirit has reached 5 grades, has not experienced such swift advancement. We hope the patriarch can provide a reasonable explanation. The second and third elders voiced their concerns, while the eldest elder merely sipped his tea, remaining silent, though his eyes glimmered with mockery. It seems that in recent days, the Li family has been preoccupied with their own affairs, alleviating the pressure on the Shen family, allowing these individuals the time to concoct such absurd notions. So, you imply that I have abused my power, bestowing the family's resources solely upon Longxuan? The authoritative voice of Shun Jianfeng reverberated, his piercing gaze sweeping across the assembly. Although none dared to voice it, the unspoken truth lingered in the air. The clan leader had once bestowed upon Shen Longxuan 12 body-refining pills, an act that blatantly contravened the clan's regulations. Yet, that was not all. The leader had also allocated funds to purchase 2 spirit stones, the disposition of which concerning Shen Longxuan remained ambiguous. Thus, we implore the clan leader to clarify the whereabouts of these 2 spirit stones. The elder Shen Jianhu interjected abruptly, casting doubt upon the clan leader's actions, evidently resolute in his ambition to contend for the position of clan head. The elder's intentions are indeed transparent. Firstly, the 12 body-refining pills are my personal possessions, entirely unrelated to the clan. Secondly, the 2 spirit stones were indeed allocated to Shinner. With this revelation, the assembly erupted in a cacophony of murmurs, the elder basking in his moment of triumph. I have not yet concluded. I receive 3 spirit stones annually. and thus I have relinquished my claim for this year, trusting that the clan has not suffered any detriment. With a flourish of his sleeve, Shun Jianfeng rose, emanating an aura of authority. Enough of my affairs. Let us turn our attention to yours. What is the ulterior motive behind this orchestrated tumult? His sudden outburst startled several elders, prompting the third elder to rise and speak. Clan leader, after all, Shen Longxuan's rapid advancement raises concerns. We only wish to prevent him from straying onto a misguided path. Why must you be angered? If he were to clarify the situation, it would assuage our collective apprehensions, as his swift ascent could benefit us all and the clan at large. Indeed, this pertains to the welfare of the entire clan. And I trust the clan leader will concur with our perspective, echoed the other elders. Shun Jianfeng's countenance was one of indignation, yet aware of the clan's interests. He found himself at a loss for rebuttal. Observing his father's distress from the entrance, Shen Longxuan finally spoke. Esteemed elders, brothers and sisters, I am willing to disclose the secret of my ascension, but first, let me assert that my father, your clan leader, has not abused his authority for personal gain. Parting the crowd, he stepped forward, casting a disappointed glance at his kin, particularly disheartened by the presence of those who wore expressions of schadenfreude. The spirit stones and body-refining pills were borrowed from my father. I have just returned from the auction house, and I now return these 4 spirit stones to the clan, with the excess considered as interest. Shen Longxuan produced 4 spirit stones from his garment and placed them upon the table, then turned to the elders, inquiring if they were satisfied. Where did this young man acquire such wealth? These 4 spirit stones must be worth nearly 200,000. Perhaps he has stumbled upon a treasure. The murmurs among the crowd intensified, while Shun Jianfeng was momentarily taken aback, quickly replaced by a look of joy. The elders exchanged awkward smiles, the second elder's lips quivering slightly as he remarked, Longxuan, our intention was never to covet your spirit stones, but rather to seek the method behind your swift advancement, was it not? Shen Longxuan abruptly interrupted the second elder, causing the latter's face to shift between shades of blue and white. Many present felt their thoughts laid bare, awkwardly inhaling as the day's farce stemmed from sheer selfishness. Do not feel embarrassed. Even if you had not acted in such a manner, I would have sought an appropriate occasion to share my experiences with you all. However, I must admit, I did not anticipate discussing this in such circumstances. I, Shen Longxuan, believe I have upheld my family's honor, as well as that of our ancestors. With a shift in tone, he continued, many perceive my scholarly pursuits and political endeavors as a quest for wealth and status. Some even find it disgraceful. But do you know that my true aim is to fulfill my ancestors' wishes, to thwart the invasion of the monstrous beasts from the sea, and to restore peace to the people? Whether through fortunate encounters or leveraging opportunities, I have succeeded. Those in the know nodded in agreement. Without the grand vision of reclaiming land and reforesting, the inhabitants of Falling Blossom City might still be languishing in dire straits. Shen Liang, however, wore a grim expression, his eyes blazing with anger as he believed Shen Longxuan was directly addressing him. Humph, let you bask in your arrogance for a while longer. The family competition will surely put you in your place. I have never boasted of my deeds, for the blood of my ancestors flows within me. Carrying on their legacy is both my pride and my honor. Yet, upon witnessing the kingdom of illusory moon deliberately disregard the glory of the Shun lineage and distort the truth, I chose to resign from my position. Many might deem me foolish, but I do not share that sentiment. I wish to convey to the world that the sons of the Shun family can govern through intellect and vanquish the demon kings through strength. I will reclaim the honor that rightfully belongs to warriors. Shen Longxuan's words ignited a passion among many in the audience, eliciting admiration even from the elders. What a profound declaration! Governance through intellect and the ability to slay demon kings. Who would have thought this child, Longxuan, harbored such grand ambitions? As feelings of shame washed over the crowd, Shen Longxuan pressed on. This honor must not be desecrated or forgotten. Thus, it fuels my resolve to forsake the pen for the sword. This unwavering conviction is the key to my rapid advancement in martial arts. Have you ever possessed such steadfast determination? If not, I urge you to reflect upon these 8 words. Stay true to your original intention to achieve your ultimate goal. If one does not even comprehend the reason for cultivation, how can they know the path to take? By this point, many were deep in thought, including Shun Jianfeng and the elders, who began to introspect. After listening to Shen Longxuan's words, they experienced a moment of clarity, with some feeling a sense of shame. When you understand the reason for cultivation, you will naturally know how to proceed. I believe that even death cannot halt your steps. This is the reason I have been able to advance in the martial path at such an astonishing pace. Upon concluding his speech, Shen Longxuan dramatically tore open his shirt, revealing a body that, while not robust, exuded strength, covered in a multitude of scars. Although some of the scars have faded, the horror of the wounds can still be vividly imagined. A collective gasp filled the air. Chapter 21, The Silver Ring. Amidst the shock of the crowd, the sound of Shen Liang's weeping pierced through, while Shun Jianfeng clenched his fists. The elders present were acutely aware of what those terrifying scars represented. Countless brushes with death, with several wounds being potentially fatal. Even the Grand Elder was taken aback, rendered speechless by Shen Longxuan's courage and determination. Shen Liang appeared utterly dumbfounded. Today a spotlight was meant to shine upon him. How had it slipped away to Shen Longxuan instead? My intention in this endeavor is solely to contribute to the Shen family, not to seek personal glory. It is also to reclaim the honor that rightfully belongs to our ancestors through our own capabilities. This is not merely our duty, but our responsibility. After delivering his passionate speech, Shen Longxuan bowed deeply to his father and exited the conference hall. Shun Jianfeng then rose, tossing 4 spirit stones to the Grand Elder, exclaiming, "Here are the spirit stones to prevent any gossip." With a hearty laugh, he followed Shen Longxuan out of the hall. The Grand Elder's expression fluctuated between despair and disbelief as he glanced at the bewildered Shen Liang, shaking his head in resignation. He hadn't anticipated receiving a lesson from a younger generation. The other elders, feeling disheartened, also shook their heads and departed slowly. Ultimately, due to Shen Longxuan's impassioned speech, the matter was left unresolved, yet observant individuals noted that many began to train with renewed fervor. In the days that followed, aside from his training, Shen Longxuan continued to venture out to hunt beasts, and time slipped away like water, swiftly passing 2 more months. Over half a year had elapsed since Shen Longxuan awakened his battle spirit. At present, he sat cross-legged in a cave, the dragon vein energy within still as turbulent as ever. His hands and feet had transformed into a golden hue, emanating a mysterious aura. This change significantly enhancing his combat prowess. Upon completing his training, he retrieved the spoils of his endeavors from the past 2 months. Over 100 beast cores scattered across the ground, their vibrant red hue strikingly evident. Among them, a few orange beast cores stood out prominently. These were acquired during encounters with second-tier beasts, which he had to forcefully eliminate using explosive pills. Second-tier beasts were no match for his current strength. Their attacks resembled the might of martial techniques wielded by seasoned warriors, and without the explosive pills, his life would have likely met an untimely end. Despite this, he had sustained numerous injuries, and the abundance of second-tier beast cores was due to his change in hunting grounds. This area, known as the Illusion Moon Mountain Range, with Falling Petal Mountain being a branch of it, was where he sought rapid growth. Shen Longxuan unleashed his battle spirit, transforming the beast cores into explosive pills. Indeed, second-tier beast cores proved to be extraordinary. Shen Longxuan held an orange explosive pill in his hand, marveling at the terrifying violent energy contained within it. Carefully securing the pills, he gazed at the still motionless battle spirit, sighing inwardly at the immense energy required for this advancement. However, he believed it was not far off. He realized that each ascension of the battle spirit demanded nearly double the energy of the previous one, a pace that felt agonizingly slow. If he wished to reach the celestial tier, it seemed he might never achieve it in his lifetime. With a spark of mischief igniting in his mind, he pondered the idea of robbing the Li family. They were wealthy beyond measure. A wicked thought flickered in his heart. His impression of the Li family was exceedingly poor. Last time, he had nearly lost his life at their hands. Thus, he felt no moral burden in contemplating their robbery. He wouldn't even flinch at the thought of erasing any evidence of his actions. The relationship between the two families had deteriorated, leading to several violent clashes in the past 2 months, resulting in mutual casualties, and even the elders had been drawn into the fray. This shall be my course of action, he resolved. Each time he recalled these events, a seething anger surged within him. Like a specter, he slipped out of the cave, concealing its entrance behind him, and then glided deeper into the mountains. This area was frequently inhabited by second-tier beasts, prompting members of the 4 great families to form teams for training. Furthermore, legends of a martial king's treasure circulated throughout the Illusion Moon Mountain Range. Many had searched the mountains, yet none had succeeded, including several military expeditions sent by the royal family, all of which returned empty-handed. Thus, many martial artists sought training here, with the treasure being a significant motivation. Just after he had dispatched a steel-armed mantis, he overheard voices nearby. "Young master, there are sounds of battle ahead. Someone must be fighting a beast. Let us investigate. Is it not known that this area belongs to our Li family? Who dares to disturb our territory?" The voices drew closer, and Shen Longxuan felt a wave of nausea wash over him at the sound of the Li family's members. As the voices approached, he concealed himself with utmost stealth, knowing that if he were to rob them, it must be a decisive and unexpected strike. Just as he found a suitable hiding spot, he noticed a group of 5 individuals rushing past, 4 burly men clad in black attire, surrounding a young man dressed in fine garments, wielding a beautifully crafted longsword. This young man, with his striking features and an air of confidence, was none other than Li Wei, the son of the 5th elder of the Li family. It was said that he possessed a 5th-tier yellow battle spirit and was at the 7th level of body refinement, making him a key focus of the Li family's training efforts. Although higher-tier battle spirits could suppress lower-tier ones, it required summoning the spirit first, so this robbery must be swift and decisive. Huh, young master, it seems our presence has frightened them away. They even left their prey behind. One of the black-clad men chuckled. Do not be complacent. Remain vigilant for traps. Search the surroundings for any hidden attackers. Li Wei commanded calmly. Yes, young master. Shen Longxuan was taken aback by Li Wei's caution. It seemed the Li family was not entirely composed of fools, for individuals searched in 4 different directions, while Li Wei remained steadfast, not moving an inch closer to the prey, a testament to his remarkable composure. The 4 figures clad in black wielded their weapons indiscriminately as they traversed the area, returning shortly to Li Wei's side. Sir, we found nothing, one of them reported. Given our current conflict with the Shen family, it is prudent to exercise caution for the time being, Li Wei replied impassively. Sir, I've heard that young Master Li Hong has been preliminarily appointed as an outer disciple of the Longxuan. Should we still fear the Shen family? Questioned another black-clad figure. It appeared this individual possessed considerable knowledge. The initially aggressive Shen Longxuan also halted, listening as Li Wei continued. This does not concern you. Refrain from speaking out of turn. Although Li Hong has been tentatively designated, he is not yet a true disciple. Thus, we must maintain a low profile. The arrival of Longxuan shall coincide with the day of the Shen family's downfall. The revelations shared by the group left Shen Longxuan in a state of shock. Li Hong was indeed a 6th-grade battle soul of the yellow tier, and they were plotting the annihilation of the entire Shen clan. A surge of rage consumed Shen Longxuan. The Shen family was his foundation, and anyone who threatened his family would face his wrath. He would go to any lengths to eradicate his foes. Destroying the Shen family would establish our Li family as the foremost clan in Luoying City. Those worthless Shen scoundrels should have been eradicated long ago. We, the Li family, act in accordance with Heaven's mandate. Curse you! Shen Longxuan roared, leaping high into the air, his hands flicking as he unleashed a barrage of explosive pills, enveloping the 5 individuals in a cataclysmic onslaught that sealed all their escape routes. Not good, Li Wei managed to exclaim before being engulfed by the ensuing explosion, the very earth trembling as the power of the explosive pills obliterated everything within a 20-zhang radius. The black-clad figures were reduced to nothingness before they could even utter a cry. Once calm returned, a massive crater emitting blue smoke lay before Shen Longxuan's eyes. Chapter 22. The crisis of the Shen family. The 5 individuals had vanished without a trace, presumably dead. Alas, in my fury, I've incurred a significant loss. Those explosive pills are worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins, and not a trace remains. Who can I blame for this? Shen Longxuan turned to leave, knowing the explosion would certainly attract martial artists, thus risking his exposure. A faint voice reached his ears, pleading, "Save me." Shen Longxuan spun around abruptly, spotting a flickering white shield at the edge of the explosion. Beneath the shield lay a person, their body reduced to a single arm and 2 legs severed at the knees, still trembling slightly. On the sole remaining hand, a silver ring gleamed with ethereal light, emanating from the shield itself. "Save me." The voice grew increasingly faint, and with a final wave of the shield dissipating into the air, the individual succumbed to death. Treasure. Shen Longxuan's eyes sparkled as he seized the ring and swiftly departed. What a misfortune. Was this the act of a martial master? Who did this pitiful soul offend? We should leave quickly to avoid unwarranted disaster. Not long after Shen Longxuan departed, a succession of martial artists arrived at the scene, their expressions turning to shock upon witnessing the gruesome aftermath. However, their astonishment quickly gave way to hasty retreats. Most of those who ventured here possessed only the cultivation of martial practitioners. None wished to incur the wrath of a formidable martial master. Consequently, none of the witnesses disseminated the news, leaving the deaths of the 5 individuals shrouded in obscurity. Meanwhile, the perpetrator of that bloody incident had already returned home, sharing the news of Longxuan with his father. Shun Jianfeng wore a grave expression as he promptly summoned all the elders to discuss the matter. When Shen Longxuan exited, the assembly was still engrossed in deliberation. Upon returning to his chamber, he engaged in meditation before turning his attention to the silver ring, which surprisingly emitted a white protective shield, suggesting it was indeed a treasure. After an hour of examination yielded little insight, he decided to resume his cultivation. Having abstained from body refinement pills for some time, he noticed a marked improvement in his ability to harness the power within his body, despite a slower advancement in his cultivation level. Thus, he relinquished the notion of excessive reliance on elixirs. Over the past 2 months, he had amassed over 200,000 gold coins, initially intending to convert them all into spirit stones, only to be informed of a scarcity in supply. In his inquiry with Zhu the Fat, he discovered that the world did not solely comprise alchemists and artifact craftsmen, but also a rare profession known as spirit refiners. These individuals could condense spiritual energy into spirit stones through unique techniques. The scarcity of spirit refiners rendered spirit stones exceedingly rare. Shen Longxuan, upon learning this, felt a surge of envy, envisioning the advantages of becoming a spirit refiner, which would alleviate his concerns regarding the enhancement of his battle soul. Left with no alternative, he resolved to hunt demonic beasts, using the beast cores as a temporary measure. Competing against Li Hong, who possessed a 6th-tier battle soul while he was still at the 4th tier, seemed a daunting challenge within the span of 6 months. He harbored personal ambitions. Should his battle soul surpass Li Hong's, perhaps he could mitigate the impending family crisis. However, the energy required to elevate one's battle soul escalated with each advancement, and the sole recourse lay in utilizing explosive pills to defeat 2nd-tier demonic beasts. After further cultivation, Shen Longxuan devised a hunting strategy, with Shen Liang currently in seclusion, rumored to be on the verge of breaking through to martial artist status, and his father engrossed in family affairs. He found himself without anyone to consult. Thus, he set out early the next morning. This time, he journeyed directly to the Huanyu mountain range, where he was guided by his battle soul to a site rich in dragon vein energy, remarkably concealed, which he decided to establish as his base. By night, he practiced his skills, and by day, he ventured forth to hunt, yielding promising results. Furthermore, after numerous trials, he devised a method for slaying 2nd-tier demonic beasts using explosive pills. This technique involved creating opportunities to shoot the explosive pills into the beasts' mouths, minimizing noise while ensuring their demise, albeit requiring a higher level of skill. However, as he honed this method, a new dilemma arose. The cores of 2nd-tier demonic beasts were obliterated due to the explosive force within their bodies, rendering them utterly destroyed. Thus, it is impossible to obtain a complete 2nd-tier demon core. Hence, one must acquire a 1st-tier demon core to vanquish 2nd-tier demon beasts, inevitably slowing the pace of advancement. 3 months later, Xuanlong underwent a remarkable breakthrough. His right arm transformed into a golden hue, and his battle soul ascended to the 5th rank of the yellow tier, while his cultivation reached the pinnacle of the 5th level of body refinement. Yet, even he was uncertain of his true combat prowess. At this moment, it was already midnight, and Shen Longxuan stood dazed at the cave's entrance. The round moon hung in the sky, and the full moon always evoked thoughts of family. In 3 months, a fierce struggle for survival would likely ensue. Faced with the threats posed by the 3 prominent families, Li, Chao, and Bai, and the formidable backing of the Longxu sect, the Shen family had little chance of victory, even if they fought with all their might. Each time he pondered this, Shen Longxuan felt a sharp pang in his heart, completely devoid of sleep. If only his battle soul could be upgraded to the 7th rank of the yellow tier, he could surely avert this crisis. Alas! With a sigh of resignation, he turned to re-enter the cave. In that instant, as he pivoted, a jolt coursed through him, and he immediately focused his gaze on the cave entrance. The cool moonlight cascaded down like satin, illuminating a seemingly ordinary stone at the cave's mouth, which began to transform, gradually becoming transparent. It then emitted a radiant glow, and from within the stone, a beam of light surged forth, striking the cave's ceiling. This extraordinary spectacle instantly captured his attention. He hastily returned to the cave, gazing upward at the cave's zenith, perplexed by the situation. Why had he never noticed this before? Furrowing his brow, Shen Longxuan quickly deduced that he had always been asleep on previous full moon nights, and thus had been oblivious to this bizarre phenomenon. As the radiance reached its zenith, a jade-like full moon materialized within the cave. This was the illusory moon. Could the legends be true? Shen Longxuan was astonished. The fabled treasure of the martial king had long been whispered about. Within the illusory moon cave of Illusory Moon Mountain, the illusory moon emerges at full moon. He concentrated intently on this illusory moon, observing the intricate, winding lines within, marked with arrows. It was undeniably a map. Shen Longxuan exclaimed in excitement. And in the brief span of mere breaths, the illusory moon dissipated, the stone at the entrance returning to its original hue, as if nothing had transpired. Possessing an extraordinary memory, he had vividly etched the map in his mind, and upon comparison, realized that the destination indicated was not far from his current location. Disregarding the dangers posed by nocturnal demon beasts, driven by the uncertainty of whether other locations could reveal such phenomena, he swiftly set off along the route etched in his memory. After winding through a dozen miles, deftly avoiding several waves of demon beasts, he finally arrived at his destination, a flat valley. Dense spiritual energy suffused the area before him, transforming into a thick white mist that obscured his vision, creating an eerie atmosphere. Nevertheless, following the map, Shen Longxuan successfully entered the valley. He was astonished to discover that, despite his remarkable memory, he could no longer find his way back. Without a map, it seemed nearly impossible for anyone to navigate this place, and ultimately, he felt as though he had arrived at the very heart of the valley. A chilling roar echoed from an unknown source, sending shivers down his spine. Chapter 23. Is this a game? Shen Longxuan scanned his surroundings in search of the sound's origin, but it vanished mysteriously, leaving no trace. Could it be that I misheard? After observing for a while, he found nothing particularly notable about the area. However, the map indicated that just 10 more steps would lead him to the treasure of King Wu. Shen Longxuan's nerves were on high alert. Anomalies often herald danger. According to the texts, any place harboring treasure would undoubtedly conceal treacherous traps, nearly guaranteeing a perilous fate. Thus, he proceeded with utmost caution over those 10 steps. A light sheen of sweat began to form on his brow. 9 steps, 8 steps, 7 steps. Shen Longxuan paused to wipe the sweat trickling into his eyes. Silence enveloped him, as if the outside world could not penetrate his solitude. He cautiously lifted his right leg, taking a slow step forward. Bang! The soft footfall unexpectedly resonated with a thunderous sound, startling even the typically composed Shen Longxuan, who anxiously glanced around. Who goes there? His resolve was commendable. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely fled in terror. Moments passed in silence as he stood with 6 steps remaining. To advance or to retreat? Shen Longxuan pondered within himself. He felt as though something unseen was fixated upon him, an unsettling sensation that raised the hairs on his neck. It seemed to warn him, retreat for safety, advance for certain doom. Yet, having come this far, he found no reason to falter. To seek rewards, one must be willing to pay the price. He steeled himself and took another step forward. Bang! Another resounding echo, even more intense than before, reverberated through him, akin to an explosion within his heart, instilling a deep sense of dread. Shen Longxuan could almost hear the roar of a colossal beast. The warning in that sound was unmistakable, as if poised to deliver a lethal blow at any moment. Cold sweat drenched his garments. 5 steps remained. Rather than prolonging his anxiety, he decided to take them all at once. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and sought to calm his racing heart. When he opened his eyes again, an unwavering resolve shone within them. Bang! 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 For consecutive sounds erupted at the moment his final step was about to land. 3 crimson beams of light suddenly emerged, and to make matters worse, Shen Longxuan realized that his raised foot could not descend, as an unseen force hindered him from taking that last step. Boom! Boom! The ground trembled under the weight of thunderous footsteps, revealing a towering creature standing 5 zhang tall, with 3 blood-red eyes. Those 3 beams of light were none other than its eyes. This was the 3-eyed demon ape. Shen Longxuan recognized that he was facing a 4th-tier demon beast, a true manifestation of martial royalty. The mere aura emanating from it rendered him nearly immobile. He grimaced at the thought that even a casual exhalation from this creature could spell his demise. However, his bitter smile quickly faded. The 3-eyed demon ape extended its right hand, a thick finger piercing through the air with a resounding crack, unleashing an overwhelming force directed towards Shen Longxuan. The impending strike would undoubtedly reduce him to a mere pulp, yet he found himself paralyzed, unable to move even a single finger, as he helplessly watched the colossal digit bear down upon him. It was over. Shen Longxuan sighed inwardly, closing his eyes as a tear rolled down his cheek. Tears of unwillingness. A lament for unfulfilled aspirations extinguished before their time. As the tear fell, the immense finger descended with a thunderous crash, the gale it stirred stinging his flesh. In the face of such insurmountable power, all resistance seemed futile. In that moment, a myriad of memories flashed before him, scenes from his life replaying in vivid detail. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the crushing weight dissipated and the tempest ceased. Shen Longxuan opened his eyes with a start. Before him stood his battle spirit, a four-legged serpent, radiating a soft golden light, exuding a pressure even more terrifying than that of the three-eyed demon ape. Waves of energy rippled through the air, dispersing the surrounding mist. And to his astonishment, fear flickered in the three demon ape's three large eyes. It quaked and cowered on the ground, paralyzed by dread, as if pleading for mercy. Shen Longxuan exhaled in relief. The sensation of surviving a near-fatal encounter came upon him suddenly. Before he could revel in his fortune, he collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained of energy. After a considerable time, as dawn broke softly, he retracted his battle spirit, and the three-eyed demon ape remained motionless, still in fear. Shen Longxuan smiled as he brushed off the dust from his clothing, finally taking a step forward. A ripple, reminiscent of water, materialized, and miraculously, Shen Longxuan vanished within its embrace. Only then did the three-eyed demon ape rise, staring blankly at the spot where Shen Longxuan had disappeared. When the scene before Shen Longxuan reformed, he found himself standing before a grand palace-like structure, its magnificence overshadowing even that of an imperial palace. He could scarcely believe his eyes, for the entire edifice appeared to be forged from gold, an exquisite unity of craftsmanship. The palace spanned no less than 500 zhang in area, its tallest point reaching 10 zhang, while its lowest was still 5 zhang high. With even the ground composed of gold, countless gemstones were embedded within, adorning the palace in opulent splendor, truly a marvel of nature. This was a windfall. Although Shen Longxuan hailed from a respectable family, he was utterly awestruck by the spectacle before him. The accumulated wealth in gold alone could likely purchase countless kingdoms of the Moonlit realm. The opulence was overwhelming, and Shen Longxuan found himself consumed by curiosity regarding the master of the palace. He alternated between crouching to tap the golden floor tiles and striking the golden walls. At that moment, he stood before the grand entrance of the palace, upon the golden steps flanked by two magnificent golden lions. Above the entrance, three robust characters hung prominently. Qian Kuan Hall. The doors of the palace stood ajar, imposing at 2 feet thick, 3 zhang high, and 4 zhang wide. Goodness! How much gold must have been used? After the initial excitement subsided, a sense of despair washed over him. These treasures were immovable, each item firmly anchored in place. Not even a single gem could be pried free. Ultimately, Shen Longxuan relinquished the thought, shaking his head in resignation. To behold a mountain of riches, yet be unable to possess any of it was truly a tormenting sensation. He stepped into the palace, where an array of gems illuminated the interior with a dazzling golden radiance, signifying one undeniable truth. The master of this palace was extraordinarily wealthy. Upon entering, he was greeted by a magnificent expanse supported by countless colossal golden pillars, the thickest among them boasting a diameter of at least 2 zhang. Surrounding the palace were innumerable chambers, each bearing a unique name: Cloud Pavilion, Lotus Hall, Vineyard, Apple Grove, and many more. Shen Longxuan made his way to the very center of the palace, drawn by a unique 2-tiered loft that captured his attention. In the center of the first floor of the loft stood 3 crystal stone tablets, each crowned with a violet glow, each housing an object. One was a purple ring, the second a scroll radiating a purple light, likely containing a technique or martial skill, and the third was a jade tablet. Inscribed upon the stone tablets were words explaining that the 3 items must be retrieved in a specific order to successfully obtain them, which would also unlock a passage to the outside world. If the order were incorrect, not only would the 3 items be destroyed, but the entire palace would collapse. And most importantly, this very space would vanish. Is this a cruel game? Shen Longxuan's furious roar echoed through the palace. Chapter 24. The Martial King's Treasure. Shen Longxuan felt an overwhelming sense of despair. The gold and gems outside were unattainable, and these 3 items dictated his very life and death. Was this truly the treasure he had sought? He had ventured into this perilous place with hopes of securing the riches, yet now he discovered an additional danger. An unbearable revelation. The treasures displayed here were undoubtedly extraordinary and precious. Shen Longxuan steadied his mind, and thoughts began to churn within him. It appeared that this was a test of sorts. A common person, upon encountering these 3 items, would likely seize the most valuable first, which in this case was undoubtedly the technique, followed by the ring, and lastly the jade tablet. Therefore, taking the technique or the ring would certainly be the wrong choice. In that moment, a spark of wisdom illuminated Shen Longxuan's eyes. From the very moment he entered, this place had been assessing his resolve. Gold, gemstones, techniques. and rings. All these elements are temptations that beckon. If one can resist such a lure, the first item to grasp should be the most unassuming jade tablet. In his heart, Shen Longxuan had already made a decision. He reached out for the jade tablet. The moment his fingers touched it, the heavens and earth erupted with a thunderous roar, and an ethereal figure materialized within the palace. Junior, your ability to see me signifies you have made the right choice. In truth, whether you take the Qianquan ring or the Niyuan technique, both would cause this space to collapse. Congratulations, you have acquired my treasure. I am the Carefree King, a spirit-refining master, and this Qianquan palace serves as one of my sanctuaries. Should your cultivation be sufficiently robust, you may summon it at will. Do not be astonished. For a spirit-refining master, this is but a trivial matter. Trivial, one might exclaim, a true magnate indeed. In my lifetime, I traversed the continent, witnessing the diverse customs and cultures. I have wed 69 lovely wives. Every room here belongs to one of them, indulging in the splendors of the mortal realm. Alas, life is fleeting. My battle spirit rests at the 10th rank of the yellow tier. Ascending to the martial emperor realm is akin to climbing to the heavens. Thus my lifespan barely reaches a millennium. Shen Longxuan's eyes widened. How astonishing it was that a martial sovereign could live for over 1,000 years. The apparition continued. Throughout my life, I dedicated myself to the study of the Niyuan technique. I believe this technique is far from simplistic. To ascend to the martial sovereign realm, one must possess a profound battle spirit. Even the 10th rank of the yellow tier cannot achieve this, unless one encounters an extraordinary opportunity. Yet I accomplished it effortlessly, reaching the pinnacle of the martial sovereign realm. Therefore, Junior, the intricacies of the Niyuan technique you must savor for yourself. The cultivation methods and my experiences are all contained within the scroll. Moreover, as a spirit-refining master, I have never lacked wealth. Spirit stones come to me readily. Thus, the ring holds no spirit stones, only some of my personal collections. Should you find a use for them, by all means, take them. If not, let them remain here within my palace, to accompany me in eternal slumber. Now, the remnant of my consciousness at the pinnacle of the martial sovereign realm is about to dissipate. I wish you good fortune. The words of the Carefree King faded into the ether before he could finish. With a sigh, Shen Longxuan lamented the vanishing of yesterday's mighty figure. He bowed 3 times in reverence to the direction where the apparition had disappeared. Though I lack a true master-disciple relationship, I shall honor the customs of such a bond. Rest assured, I will surely propagate the Niyuan technique. After rising, Shen Longxuan picked up the Niyuan technique, discovering that it required one to reach the martial realm to begin cultivation. Mastering the Niyuan technique necessitates formidable soul perception and a body stronger than the average person. Soul perception allows one to discern subtle changes in spiritual energy and condensation, while a robust physique withstands the terrifying destructive force of overwhelming spiritual energy coursing through the body. It seems I possess both attributes at this moment. Finally, Shen Longxuan felt a sense of relief. For the profession of spirit-refining master could indeed dictate the speed of his battle spirit's ascension. Setting aside the martial arts techniques for the moment, he grasped the Qianquan ring, and in that instant of lifting it, he intuitively understood how to utilize its power. With a mere thought, he beheld the expansive space within the ring, which measured a staggering 100 feet. This was indeed extraordinary, for a typical Qianquan ring possesses merely a foot of space. A ring with 10 feet of capacity is exceedingly rare, making this particular one a true masterpiece, brimming with an assortment of miscellaneous items. Since it was a relic of his predecessor, Shen Longxuan did not discard it. However, in a corner, he discovered a multitude of pill vials that occupied nearly 10 feet of the space. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and a body-refining pill materialized in his hand. Upon inspection, he found that the quality of the pill surpassed any he had previously consumed. It seemed he need not worry about medicinal concoctions in the future. With a smile, Shen Longxuan mused, and upon further examination, he discovered pills ranging from the 1st to the 5th grade, all present in abundance. Moreover, he scoured the Qianquan ring and collected 50 spirit stones. After reviewing the condensing yuan technique, he recognized these stones as low-grade spirit stones. Once absorbed, his battle spirit ascended 2 levels, transforming into a 7th-grade yellow-tier battle spirit. At this moment, the scales of the 4-legged serpent battle spirit became sturdier, its size doubling to 4 feet, radiating a gentle golden glow. A faint pressure emanated from him, and he eagerly activated his techniques, drawing forth the surrounding spiritual energy, which astonishingly coalesced into small whirlpools around him. A surge of potent spiritual energy flooded his body, cleansing his physique with an intoxicating sensation. accelerating his progress over 60 times faster than with a first-grade battle spirit. Should he advance another tier, it would undoubtedly exceed 100-fold. Shen Longxuan retrieved more pills from the Qianquan ring, and with a determined spirit, he elevated his cultivation to the 7th level of body refinement. For the sake of his family, he disregarded the potential dangers of such a rapid ascent. With less than 3 months remaining until the family competition, Shen Longxuan chose to remain in the illusory Moon Mountain range for further cultivation. Not only was the spiritual energy abundant here, but he could also slay beasts to hone his combat skills. Most importantly, he could practice the Xianlong transformation at any time. As time flowed by, 3 months swiftly passed. At the Shen family's martial arts arena, a grand competition platform had been erected, surrounded by rows of seats. Shen Jianfeng and the elders took their places. The rules of the family competition were exceedingly simple. Free challenges were permitted, but restricted to those at the body refinement stage. Whoever remained standing on the platform at the end would be crowned champion. Additionally, the top 3 would be selected to participate in the sect recruitment examination. At this moment, the members of the Shen family had all taken their seats, with hundreds of clan members in attendance. This annual event was a grand occasion, thus the atmosphere was electric. Shen Liang has now broken through to the 8th level of body refinement. The first place is certainly within his grasp. Congratulations to the Grand Elder, remarked the 3rd Elder. Shen Jianlong, with a beaming smile. Congratulations to the Grand Elder, echoed the other elders, showering their praises without paying any mind to Shen Jianfeng seated among them. Oh, 3rd Elder, your Shen Chong is impressive as well. I've heard he has also broken through to the 7th level of body refinement. Surely, a place in the top 3 is well within reach. I assent it. The Grand Elder was in exceptionally high spirits, as this grand event seemed tailored for Shen Liang. Haha, a trivial matter, compared to Shen Liang, others pale in comparison. Shen He, from the 5th Elder's family, is also quite remarkable. The elders exchanged remarks, each deflecting attention, while Shen Jianfeng maintained a placid exterior, though anxiety stirred within him. Shen Longxuan had yet to make an appearance. Linger, has Shen'er been gone for several months without any news? Father, there has been no word. He may have forgotten about today. Had I known, I wouldn't have advanced to the martial artist realm. I would have certainly made those fellows regret it. Shen Linger exclaimed, shaking her delicate fists in frustration. Is the legacy you mentioned truly from Shen'er? Shen Jianfeng inquired gravely. Even now, he found it hard to believe that such a significant legacy belonged to Shen Longxuan. How had he acquired it? Indeed, my brother gifted me a blue ring, which turned out to be a Qianquan ring, containing a complete legacy suitable for my cultivation. However, it requires a martial artist's cultivation level, which is why I am eager to break through. Shen Linger spoke with excitement about the legacy. Perhaps he is unaware himself? Shen Jianfeng's lips twitched slightly. The Qianquan ring was unique to the Shen family, securely stored in the family treasury, and even he lacked the qualification to wield it. Shen Jianfeng shook his head and scanned the crowd, still failing to catch sight of Shen Longxuan, and decided to close his eyes and rest. The venue was already buzzing with chatter, as many long-unseen clan members greeted one another, having been busy managing the family business across various locations. Such a grand gathering was rare, making the atmosphere particularly lively. Seated before the challenge platform, Shen Liang had become the focal point of the event. Yet, his gaze remained fixated on Shen Linger, silently vowing, Linger, today I shall compel Shen Longxuan to kneel before you on this stage. Every glance directed at Shen Liang from the challenge platform brimmed with reverence. It was a testament to his prowess. Shen Chong wore an expression of discontent. Had he been a 5th-grade battle soul, he would undoubtedly surpass Shen Liang. Shen He was among them, his eyes ablaze with fierce determination. Certainly, Shen Liang will claim 1st place today. Who do you think will secure 2nd? Murmured the audience. Both Shen Chong and Shen He were strong contenders, each at the 7th level of body refinement, likely candidates for 2nd and 3rd place. If not for Shen Ming's severe injuries from the last encounter, he would have surely placed as well. Such a pity. The clamor abruptly ceased as the sound of a bell resonated through the arena. The elder presiding over the assembly ascended the platform, declaring, Esteemed clan members, please be silent. Today marks our Shen family's annual internal competition. However, this year is unique, as following the competition, a sect will arrive in Luoying City to select disciples. As the elder's words echoed, the crowd erupted with excitement, invigorated by the news. If selected into the sect, it could be said that one has ascended to the heavens in a single step. Even if it is a second-rate sect, it is still not one to offend in the kingdom of Huanyue. This implies that the family would also bask in its glory, with an immeasurable future ahead. Silence. During this assembly, we We shall select the top 3 to participate in the sect's recruitment. According to rumors, the sect arriving this time should be the Longxu sect. The atmosphere, which had just quieted, erupted once more. The Longxu sect, a place that martial artists dream of reaching. It is said that once there, one can choose from an array of martial arts techniques, even those surpassing the Xian rank, which is truly enchanting. The elder raised his hand, signaling for silence. And thus I announce that the grand competition of the Shen family is now commencing. Another wave of cheers erupted. Children, this is your stage. Unleash your passion and showcase your strength to the fullest. The audience was completely enthralled, their cheers resonating throughout the venue. If it were not for the special formations in the training ground, their voices might have echoed throughout the entire Luoying city. The challengers on the platform also displayed expressions of excitement, including Shen Liang, Shen Chang, and even Shen He, who were all fervently anticipating the event. Now, I invite the 12 members of the body refinement realm to take the stage. Those below may challenge freely, but one cannot consecutively challenge the same individual. The victor will remain on stage. When there are no challengers left, the 12 will draw lots and pair off for a duel, ultimately determining the top 3. Come forth. Brave children, ascend the arena. One by one, the members of the Shen family in the body refinement realm surged onto the stage, marking the commencement of the challenges. I, Shen Tianqing, come forth to challenge Shen Teng. After exchanging courteous gestures, the battle commenced. Shen Tianqing took a step forward and unleashed a powerful punch, to which Shen Teng responded in kind. With a resounding thud, both retreated a step. Shen Teng, it appears that your cultivation has made considerable progress during this time. Shen Tianqing, if you wish to defeat me, you must showcase your true abilities. Do not act like a coward. As you wish. Allow me to demonstrate my true strength. Shen Tianqing's aura surged dramatically, instantly sweeping across the arena with the might of the 5th level of body refinement. Wow, Shen Tianqing has advanced. Just a few days ago, he was at the 4th level of body refinement. It seems Shen Teng is in danger now. Shen Teng's expression darkened as he sensed the disparity in their realms. He swiftly summoned his battle spirit, unleashing the peak aura of the 4th level of body refinement. The clash of their full powers was evidently more thrilling, drawing waves of applause as the sounds of impact echoed continuously. In the end, Shen Teng was unable to withstand the onslaught and was defeated. Who would have thought the first battle would be so intense? This year's newcomers are quite impressive. The subsequent matches are sure to be even more exhilarating. The 12 individuals on stage constantly changed as each faced challenges, yet only Shen Liang stood proudly, his position unassailable. He cast his gaze across the venue, seeking that individual who made his teeth itch just at the thought, but alas, that figure did not appear. I am truly looking forward to your rapid growth. Otherwise, it would indeed be rather uninteresting. A slight smile curled at the corners of Shen Liang's mouth as he cast a glance towards the individuals on the stage. At this moment, the group on stage could be considered among the most outstanding of the younger generation, and in the spirit of enhancing the competition's excitement, they too possessed the right to challenge. I, Shen Liang, challenge Shen Longxuan. A booming voice erupted from the stage, causing many to furrow their brows. Shen Longxuan had nearly faded from memory during his recent training. However, Shen Liang vividly recalled the humiliation he had endured. Over the past year, he had fervently trained and had finally achieved a breakthrough to the 6th level of body tempering. He could not fathom how a mere 1st-grade battle spirit, deemed a waste, could surpass him. Yet, after a considerable time had passed, there was still no sign of Shen Longxuan. Rumor had it that he had ventured out for training 6 months prior. What could that waste have gained from his training? Knowing full well that the family competition was today, his absence suggested he was afraid of disgrace. It was certain that the last time, he had resorted to despicable means to defeat young Master Shen Liang, and it seemed he would not show up this time either. Many who had not witnessed Shen Longxuan's victory over Shen Liang began to speculate, while Shen Jianfeng's expression grew increasingly grim, and the elders seized the opportunity to mock. Patriarch, this clan meeting values participation. It won't cost a life. What is your nephew afraid of? Indeed, I noticed that nephew Longxian had been performing well recently. Why has he suddenly become so reclusive? Although several elders had seen Shen Longxian covered in wounds, they still did not believe that a 1st-grade battle spirit, deemed a waste, could have made any progress. Humph, when has my son Shen Jianfeng ever been afraid? Surely, something must have delayed him. Several elders laughed simultaneously, their expressions laden with unspoken meaning. Seeing this, the presiding elder spoke up. Very well, I will count to 3. If Shen Longxian does not appear, it will be considered a forfeiture. Shen Liang clenched her small fists, her face etched with anxiety, while Shen Jianfeng closed his eyes, appearing to enter a meditative state. No need to count. I will take on the challenge. At that moment, a resonant voice rang out. A figure dashed onto the stage with remarkable speed, landing gracefully at the center, none other than Shen Longxuan, dressed in a flowing white robe. Ignoring the presiding elder, he brushed off the dust from his attire and pointed at Shen Liang. You, a defeated foe, dare to challenge me? An overwhelming aura surged forth, reminiscent of a fearsome beast. As Shen Liang beheld the familiar figure, he could not help but swallow hard. Yet the memory of past humiliations spurred him to step forward. Yes, I seek to avenge my grievances from years past. Very well, make your move. Unleash your utmost power, for you shall have but one opportunity to strike. Shen Longxuan declared coolly. Wow, he is so handsome. Indeed, his appearance is utterly captivating. It must be said that after 6 months of training, Shen Longxuan had grown significantly taller. Though not imposing, his physique exuded an air of strength, especially those piercing eyes, which transformed his originally fair complexion into a sunlit, handsome visage, instantly capturing the admiration of the women from the Shen family. Xuanzi, don't be just a pretty face, Shen Liang murmured. Hello, Shen Longxuan. Let me witness the extent of your progress. Remember, fists and feet bear no eyes. If you get hurt, it is not intentional. Upon finishing his words, Shen Liang gritted his teeth, unleashing the full force of his 6th stage of body refinement, a surge of power causing his clothes to flutter slightly. With a powerful leap, he shot towards Shen Longxuan like an arrow. Chapter 26. The unexpected top 3. As Shen Liang rushed forward, Shen Longxuan smiled faintly, effortlessly raising his right fist to meet the oncoming figure with the swiftness of the wind. Bang! The scene from years past unfolded once more. Shen Longxuan remained motionless. Yet this time Shen Liang soared into the air, crashing down from the stage, rendered unconscious. Silence. An oppressive quiet enveloped the arena. Moments later, a tide of cheers erupted. What is happening? Am I seeing things? Ha ha ha. Young Master Longxuan is so impressive, winning in a single move. The elders at the table gaped in disbelief. Shen Jianfeng, initially stunned, soon transformed his shock into joy, realizing that his son had truly matured. Shen Liang's expression flushed with embarrassment as her thoughts wandered. The presiding elder on stage stood frozen, momentarily forgetting to announce the match's outcome. Elder, may I declare my victory? Shen Longxuan said with a smile, dusting himself off. Oh, yes. The result of the challenge. Shen Longxuan wins. After the announcement, no one in the audience dared to challenge again, and the competition moved to the draw phase. Each participant drew a number from 1 to 10, and as Shen Longxuan held a cross in his hand, he heard the elder announce, in the first match, number 1 faces number 12. It turned out to be Shen Liang versus Shen Nan. Faced with Shen Liang, this fellow lacked the courage to fight and directly conceded. In the second match, number 2 faced number 11. This time, the two combatants were evenly matched, both at the 6th stage of body refinement, ultimately resorting to summoning their battle spirits. The dazzling display of combat truly dazzled the eyes. Continuous cheers erupted from the audience, and in the end, one participant lost by a mere move, yet his performance garnered the elder's admiration. The third match was Shen Longxuan against Shen Mingyu, the son of the 9th elder. Boasting of 4th grade yellow tier battle spirit, and being at the peak of the 6th stage of body refinement, very popular indeed. 9th elder, Mingyu has made tremendous progress, hasn't he? I suppose he has put in a lot of effort this past year, the Grand Elder inquired with a smile. Haha, Grand Elder. It's primarily due to his own hard work. I just hope he doesn't injure young Master Longxuan. The 9th elder replied confidently. I just hope he doesn't get thrown off the stage in a single blow. Shen Jianfeng finally spoke, brimming with immense confidence in Shen Longxuan. Haha. The patriarch certainly has a sense of humor. The 9th elder's expression turned sour. At this moment, standing on the stage, Shen Mingyu was thoroughly incensed. For Shen Longxuan had similarly declared that he possessed but a single opportunity. Thus, he no longer held back. A 4th grade battle soul, the blazing spear, was summoned forth. With the aid of this battle soul, he was confident in his ability to contend against the 7th level of the body refinement realm. Shen Longxuan, prepare to pay for your arrogance. As Shen Mingyu charged, he resembled a long spear engulfed in flames, hurtling towards Shen Longxuan, the ferocious fire threatening to ignite the very arena. The sheer force of his assault left the spectators in stunned silence, with some unable to suppress their concern for Shen Longxuan. Yet, in an unexpected display of composure, Shen Longxuan's aura coalesced into a singular focus. He unleashed a punch aimed directly at the fiery spear's tip. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed, and a figure was sent flying from the arena. On the stage, Shen Longxuan brushed off the dust from his attire and calmly remarked, "An easy defeat. Elder 9, it appears your Mingyu has been sent flying from the arena." Shun Jianfeng erupted in laughter, the pent-up resentment of recent times dissipating in an instant. Humph. Elder 9 swiftly moved towards the direction where Shun Mingyu had landed. Although the ensuing battles were indeed thrilling, they lacked the shock of Shen Longxuan's decisive victory. As time passed, the top 6 contenders were determined: Shen Liang, Shen Chong, Shen He, Shen Longxian, Shen Changtian, and Shen Fong. Among them, the greatest dark horse was undoubtedly Shen Longxian. Shen Fong, being the sole female participant, garnered considerable adoration from her clansmen. The 6 contenders drew lots once more. Shen Liang faced Shen Changtian, Shen Chong battled Shen Fong, and Shen He confronted Shen Longxian. Shen Changtian, will you concede or fight? Shen Liang inquired calmly. Shen Liang, though my cultivation may not match yours, I will still fight. As a warrior, what meaning does it hold to yield without a fight? So let us engage, Shen Changtian declared, unleashing his full power as his battle soul manifested as a dragon shadow shield, an asset that greatly enhanced his combat capability. As he moved, his fists followed, akin to a raging azure dragon, while the phantom on the shield lunged forward, protecting him. Impressive battle soul, yet insufficient, Shen Liang replied, his expression one of disdain as he regarded Shen Changtian. Without any visible preparation, he struck with a palm. Boom! The phantom shattered, wood splintering as the collision reverberated, causing the arena to tremble. Haha, delightful! Shen Liang, come again! Shen Changtian bellowed with glee, advancing once more, his momentum surging, revealing his cultivation to be at the 7th level of the body refinement realm. It seems I underestimated you. I shall now unleash my full strength, Shen Liang proclaimed, his aura escalating until it reached the 8th level of the body refinement realm. An explosion of power erupted from him, the sound akin to popping beans, as his legs swept out like a colossal dragon, crashing towards Shen Changtian. Boom, boom, boom. The arena was a whirlwind of movement, the intensity of their fierce battle rendering the spectators mute, all eyes fixated on the clash. Alas, ultimately, Shen Changtian was unable to withstand the onslaught and fell. Yet, his figure remained indelibly etched in the hearts of all who witnessed. Wow, Shen Liang is truly handsome. He undoubtedly embodies the elegance of the younger generation of the Shen family, already displaying the demeanor of a master. As the audience engaged in their discussions, the competition continued. In the second match, Shen Chong faced Shen Fong, the only female disciple in this contest. Her remarkable prowess left everyone in awe. Although her realm did not match Shen Chong's, her battle spirit, the cold ice sword, exhibited an extraordinary charm, emanating a chilling aura that not only rendered the air frigid but also slowed Shen Chong's movements, a truly marvelous phenomenon. Ultimately, Shen Chong succumbed to the icy onslaught, unable to unleash even 80% of his strength. Even after summoning his battle spirit, he suffered a disheartening defeat, failing to secure a place among the top 3. In the third match, Shen He confronted Shen Longxian. Shen He, also possessing a 4th-tier yellow-grade battle spirit, had diligently cultivated his abilities to break through to the 7th level of body tempering. Shen Longxian, regardless of the methods you employ, I acknowledge your strength. But it ends here for you. Is that so, Shen He? As I've said before, bring forth your full strength. You have but one chance. In response to Shen Longxuan's arrogance, Shen He suddenly laughed. Ha! Shen Longxian, it's no wonder others look down upon you. Let me see what capabilities a 1st-tier yellow-grade lizard like you possesses. Upon concluding his words, Shen He maximized his power, letting out a furious roar as he leaped high into the air, descending with the weight of a mountain. His battle spirit manifested as a heaven-shattering hammer, belonging to a category of overwhelming offensive power. At that moment, Shen He's strength surged to its peak. Shen Longxian, brace yourself. With a thunderous crash, the arena trembled as Shen He, with wide, terrified eyes, was sent flying off the platform in the same manner. He felt an unyielding force from Shen Longxuan's fist. Oh, another punch. Shen Longxian is astonishing. My heavens, what kind of strength does he possess? How can it be that every strike is a knockout? The spectators were not the only ones stunned. Even the elders were taken aback, and Shen Linger bit her delicate fingers, her expression one of disbelief. The presiding elder hurried onto the stage to announce the results of the match, having sensed Shen Longxuan's exceptional prowess. Perhaps the first 2 punches were mere coincidences, but 3 times in succession compelled everyone to reassess his abilities. With that, the top 3 had emerged: Shen Longxian, Shen Liang, and Shen Fong, with the 2 most unexpected individuals securing their places among the elite. Chapter 27. The final showdown, the expressions of the third elder and fifth elder turned grim as both Xinchang and Shun he had been defeated. Their earlier bravado had transformed into an embarrassing slap to the face. The Grand Elder's face also bore a heavy expression, while only Shen Jianfeng appeared animated, continuously discussing the battles with Shen Liang. The final contest for the top 3 positions commenced, with each of the 3 competitors facing off in individual matches. The victor of 2 matches would claim first place, a win and a loss would secure second, while 2 defeats would result in third place. The first match, Shen Fang versus Shen Liang, now begins. As the elder's voice faded, Shen Fang immediately summoned her ice sword on the arena. Feeling an overwhelming pressure emanating from Shen Liang, the chilling aura enveloped Shen Liang, rendering him uncomfortable, and with a thunderous crash, the flame blade erupted into existence, unleashing a searing, tyrannical energy. My goodness, a 5th-grade yellow-tier battle spirit, the flame blade. How exquisite. Haha, this is the genius of the Shen family. Few in the entire Falling Blossom City possess such a battle spirit. On the arena, the clash of ice and fire was evident, with Shen Fang's 4th-grade yellow-tier battle spirit clearly at a disadvantage. Yet, like sworn enemies, the 2 spirits began to contend even before the battle commenced. Shen Fang, I advise you to concede, Shen Liang declared proudly, stepping forward with satisfaction as he listened to the murmurs from the crowd. Shen Liang, I acknowledge your strength, but victory and defeat will only be revealed through battle. Shen Fang's aura surged dramatically, propelled by the pressure, as her cultivation unexpectedly broke through to the pinnacle of the body refinement's 7th realm. Interesting, let us see you tremble now. With a powerful stride, Shen Liang lunged forward, flames surging in his wake as his heavy fist struck out with ferocity, showing no mercy. Shen Fang furrowed her delicate brows, and as she moved her hands, a white mist materialized, dense with coldness. Although she had not practiced any techniques, she managed to wield her battle spirit to such an extent. This young girl is remarkable. She must be from Elder Li's family, right? Indeed, I had no idea she was so exceptional. She deserves special attention. Elder Xinchang's defeat was not unwarranted. As the elders conversed, the battle on the arena escalated, with even Shen Liang compelled to admire Shen Fang's prowess. Were it anyone else facing such a tempestuous assault, they would have long since fallen. Yet Shen Fang clung resolutely to her determination. Shen Fang, let us not waste effort. How about we decide the outcome with one decisive move? As you wish. With that, both warriors commanded their respective battle spirits, unleashing their most formidable strikes upon the arena. Boom. The collision of ice and fire erupted with a thunderous roar, the explosive force leaving the arena floor riddled with damage. As the smoke cleared, Shen Liang stood proudly with his hands behind his back, while Shen Fang, though not thrown from the arena, bore the mark of injury with blood at the corner of her mouth. The victor and the vanquished were evident. Very well, the first match goes to Shen Liang. Both participants may rest for 1 hour and prepare themselves for optimal performance, announced the presiding elder. For the next hour, let us enjoy the display of the young talents. Ascending the stage was a young man named Shen Chunyu, a standout among the clan's youth, tall and imposing, exuding a heroic spirit. Shen Chunyu, 2nd realm of martial artists. I seek your guidance, Shen Chunyu proclaimed, cupping his fists in respect towards the audience. No sooner had he spoken than a voice responded, I shall take the stage. To everyone's surprise, it was Shen Liang, clad in a flowing blue robe, her water sleeves dancing gracefully as she lightly alighted onto the arena. The exquisite beauty and flawless figure of Shen Chunyu instantly elicited a chorus of gasps from the audience. A year prior, she had already ascended to the realm of martial artists, rendering any comparison with her opponent utterly futile, as the 2nd elder disdainfully remarked. Indeed, while Shen Liang possessed remarkable talent, it paled in comparison to the martial artist realm. Only upon reaching this level does the true journey of martial arts commence. And it seemed that this girl was somewhat overestimating her capabilities. The elders spoke the truth. Shen Liang had not announced her breakthrough nor claimed any martial techniques from the family. Thus she was still regarded as being in the body refinement stage. However, they failed to consider that if she were still at that stage, Shen Liang's spirited nature would have compelled her to ascend the platform long ago. Who among the present could possibly rival her? Shun Jianfeng shook his head in silence, yet his gaze remained fixed on the stage, eager to observe the extent of this young girl's growth. Unable to contain her eagerness, Shen Liang playfully declared, Shen Chunyu, if I happen to injure you later, please do not take offense. Haha, dear sister Liang, feel free to unleash your prowess. Shen Chunyu responded with a smile. At the age of 20, he had only reached the 6th level of body refinement when he was Shen Linger's age. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, a radiant glow emanated from Shen Linger's delicate hands as she struck forth with a palm. Heavens! This is martial technique. Shen Liang has actually broken through to the martial artist realm. Incredible! What followed was even more astonishing. Not only did Shen Liang excel in martial skills, but her agility was also extraordinary, confirming her true entry into the martial artist realm. In a mere instant's time, she astonishingly defeated Shen Clan, leaving the audience in utter disbelief and silencing the elders. Soon after, several more groups took to the stage, and before long, an hour had elapsed. Shen Liang and Shen Longxuan made their entrance. The sight of one another ignited a fierce rivalry. Over the past year, Shen Liang had dreamt of relentlessly defeating Shen Longxuan. His close bond with Shen Liang filled him with jealousy, and the shadow of his previous defeat in the tournament loomed heavily in his heart, intensifying his anger during their 6 months of separation. Shen Longxuan, it truly surprises me that you have come this far. However, today I shall once again trample you underfoot. Shen Liang proclaimed. Defeating you once means I can do so again. Before seeing you, I thought you might be a worthy opponent. Yet upon our meeting, you have disappointed me. Remember, you only have one chance to strike. I hope you seize it. Shen Longxuan's words sent Shen Liang into a fury, his aura escalating as 5 streaks of golden flames rose around him. Pathetic fool, prepare to meet your demise. With flames soaring, his fierce punch surged forth like a tempest. In that moment, Shen Longxuan erupted with fervor, his own aura matching Shen Liang's intensity, and even subtly surpassing it. What? Shen Longxuan has already broken through to the 8th level of body refinement, and it appears he has reached his peak. How is this possible? He possesses a yellow-grade first-tier battle spirit. This is utterly inconceivable. Even a 6th-tier battle spirit of the yellow rank could not possibly exhibit such a terrifying pace of cultivation. How did he achieve this? The members of the Shen family, including the elders, were utterly astonished. This occurrence far exceeded their expectations. This was simply inconceivable. Yet the reality lay before them. With a thunderous roar, 2 figures separated on the stage. Shen Liang staggered back to the edge of the arena, his body surging with blood energy, a mouthful of reverse blood spewing forth, his complexion ashen. Meanwhile, Shen Longxuan stood firmly in place, for the outcome had already been determined. This is impossible. How could a worthless being like you break through to the pinnacle of the 8th layer of body refinement in such a short time? His proud heart crumbled in an instant. Reflecting on the waste he had once trampled beneath his feet, he could not accept the reality of defeat. A frenzied glint flashed in Shen Liang's eyes as he produced a fiery red pill and swallowed it whole. Then, with a sinister grin, charged towards Shen Longxuan. Worthless. Even so, you shall still be trodden underfoot by me. As he ran, his momentum surged dramatically, breaking through to the pinnacle of the 8th layer of body refinement. And it was still escalating. The 9th layer of body refinement. The pinnacle of the 9th layer of body refinement. Chapter 28. Elder of the Dragon Void Sect witnessing Shen Liang consume the pill and rapidly ascend to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of body refinement. The crowd erupted in uproar. Elder, isn't Shen Liang's actions excessive? Can victory obtained through such means truly be acknowledged? Moreover, you are well aware of the severe side effects of that crimson flame pill, are you not? Shen Jianfeng remarked with displeasure, preparing to leap onto the stage before the elder could respond. Just then, Shen Longxuan let out a hearty laugh. How foolish. To think you could triumph through such a method. I must have been too merciful to you earlier. In that case, prepare to endure the backlash. Boom. With a resounding explosion, a flash of golden light illuminated the arena as Shen Liang's body was sent hurtling backwards, crashing down from the stage. An eerie silence fell once more. Wow. Shen Longxuan actually won. How remarkable. His prowess had seemingly ascended to the pinnacle of the 10th layer of body refinement. Was he truly the waste of a first-tier battle spirit of the yellow rank? At that moment, the officiating elder hastily ascended the platform and announced, Shen Fong has forfeited the match, which means Shen Longxuan is the champion of this grand competition. Cheers erupted while others expressed their dismay. After a year of seclusion, Shen Longxuan finally revealed his brilliance. A person deemed a waste for a year had now gained fame in a single battle. Following the competition, Shen Longxuan garnered the support of the entire clan, and his status within the Shen family was restored. However, trouble soon followed, as visitors arrived daily, preventing him from focusing on his cultivation. With less than a month remaining until the Dragon Void sect came to recruit disciples, Shen Longxuan informed his father and retreated once more into the mountains. Although he had only attained the 8th layer of body refinement, the transformation of the Xianlong had rendered his arms and legs a resplendent gold. With a fervent outburst rivaling the 10th layer of body refinement, he sat within the cave, an ancient tome of purple-hued energy cultivation manifesting in his hands. In the Xuanlong Continent, the progression of any martial art or technique is delineated through 6 realms: initiation, minor achievement, major achievement, perfection, subtlety, and mastery. After 3 months of diligent study in the mountains, his mastery of the energy cultivation technique had ascended from initiation to minor achievement. However, the path to major achievement remained shrouded in uncertainty. Upon reaching major achievement, he would possess the ability to refine spiritual stones, thus alleviating concerns regarding the advancement of his battle spirit. The current advantage, however, allowed him to double his cultivation speed, which facilitated his advancement to the 8th layer of body refinement. During his time in the mountains, Shen Longxuan dedicated himself to both cultivation and the annihilation of ferocious beasts, amassing over 1,000 explosive pills, including 100 of the 2nd tier, whose potency exceeded that of the 1st tier by at least 2-fold. Initially apprehensive about the potential for these substances to detonate while in his possession, he found solace in the protective confines of his Qinquan ring. As the date approached, he calculated that the following day would mark the arrival of the Longxu sect, prompting him to return home in advance. In his father's chamber, both Shen Liang and Shen Longxuan were present as Shun Jianfeng gravely advised, should unforeseen events transpire tomorrow, you two must lead the younger clan members to safety. I and the elders will provide cover. The farther you escape, the better. Should we gain strength in the future, we will return for retribution. Do not act impulsively, understand? Yes, father. Shen Longxuan understood the gravity of the situation concerning their family's fate, though he harbored his own calculations. When Shen Liang and Shun Jianfeng inquired about his rapid advancement, he evaded their questions, assuring them that the answers would reveal themselves the following day. The next day dawned with radiant hues illuminating the sky. The elite of the Shen family prepared for departure. As the Longxu sect had chosen the testing ground just 10 miles outside the eastern gate of Luoying City, the city lord had commissioned the construction of this site 3 months prior, completing it just 3 days before. Upon their arrival, the Shen family found the Chao and Bai families had already gathered. Brother Jianfeng, glad to see you well. Chao Yinshan and Bai Wanren, accompanied by dozens of their own clan elites, approached to greet the Shen family. Thanks to both of you, I am still standing. Shen Longxuan replied with a smile. Haha, Brother Jianfeng, you jest. We 4 great families are like branches of the same tree, having fought side by side during the beastly turmoil. We ought to look after one another. Chao Yinshan proclaimed with unabashed familiarity, while Bai Wanren offered an awkward smile as they settled into their respective positions. After taking his seat, Shen Longxuan surveyed the testing arena, which was divided into 4 camps, each occupied by one of the 4 great families, with a large platform situated at the center. The members of the Chao and Bai families had already seated themselves, and upon noticing the Shen family's arrival, they displayed expressions of disdain, some even whistling in derision. Moreover, the venue was constructed alongside the Longyuan River, appearing picturesque with its mountains and waters, yet concealing deadly traps. The Shen family's position was backed by the Great River, while the other 3 factions encircled them tightly, making any potential escape exceedingly difficult should trouble arise. The Shen family also perceived this, their expressions turning grim. At that moment, the Li family approached in an orderly manner, led by their patriarch and elders, followed by dozens of elite clan members. Among the entourage of the Li family, 2 individuals clad in azure robes, adorned with the emblem of the Longxu sect, strolled forward. These 2 men, in their 40s, bore rosy complexions and gleaming eyes, exuding a presence that overshadowed everyone present. It appeared that these were indeed the esteemed elders of the Longxu sect, thought Shen Longxuan to himself. Li Batian, the patriarch of the Li family, engaged in jovial conversation with the 2 elders, not sparing a glance at the 3 prominent families until they took their seats. The Shen family remained indifferent, but the Chao and Bai families felt somewhat uneasy. Brother Batian, would you kindly introduce us to these remarkable individuals from the Longxu sect? Inquired Bai Wanren, raising his voice. Haha, allow me to introduce them. Li Batian began. This is Elder Li Haoyan of the Longxu sect's outer sect. We are of the same lineage, are we not? Elder Li? Upon receiving a slight nod from Li Haoyan, Li Batian continued. And this is also Elder Lu Wanliang of the Longxu sect's outer sect. Both of them have attained the 4th realm of martial arts. After completing the introductions, the 2 elders merely waved their hands, seemingly disinterested in speaking further. Among the Li family, a young man of around 16 or 17, dressed in black and possessing a relatively handsome visage, cast a blatant murderous gaze towards the Shen family. This individual was Li Hong, the one chosen to be a disciple of the Longxu sect. Shen Jianfeng whispered, "You must also pay attention to Chao Kuei from the Chao family and Bai Wenyuan from the Bai family." Following his father's guidance, Shen Longxuan observed the two. Chao Kuei was robust and had an intimidating appearance, suggesting considerable strength. Meanwhile, Bai Wenyuan appeared frail, yet there seemed to be a hidden ferocity within him, making him not to be underestimated. At that moment, the city lord, Yao Changchun, stepped onto the central platform. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am here today at the behest of the two elders to oversee this test. Of course, the final decision on eligibility rests with the elders. The test will consist of 3 parts: the strength test, the cultivation level test, and the battle spirit test. Those who pass all 3 will qualify to become preparatory disciples of the Longxu sect, and after completing the sect's assessment, they may join as outer disciples." With Yao Changchun's explanation, everyone understood why the large platform was divided into 3 sections. It was for the 3 tests. First, for the strength test. As you can see beside me, is the apparatus for measuring strength. Striking the central red area will display the strength value at the top. Is everyone clear? Each family is allowed 3 participants, with the requirement that they be under 17. Let us begin. As soon as Yao Changchun's words fell, the 4 prominent families each sent 3 representatives forward, totaling 12 individuals standing before the testing apparatus. "You must be the Shen family's waist, Shen Longxuan. I have heard that you once struck one of our Li family members. Provide me with a reasonable explanation, and I shall spare you," Li Hong arrogantly inquired, prompting a slight twitch at the corner of Shen Liang's mouth. The prospect of someone confronting Shen Longxuan brought him an unexpected joy, as he wore a look of schadenfreude. Shen Longxuan offered a faint smile, clarifying, "I believe you are mistaken. I merely disciplined a few curs and did not lay a hand on any members of the Li family." With a sharp tongue, he thought it prudent to allow Li Hong a bit more time to live. Li Hong, having brought this upon himself, felt the murderous intent in his gaze intensify. Yao Changchun naturally observed the entire exchange, almost hoping for a brawl to erupt among them. As Li Hong retreated, he spoke up, "Come now, in the order of appearance. Unleash your fullest potential." The first to be tested was Shen Fong, the only woman among them. She summoned all her cultivation and delivered a lightning-fast punch to the red zone. With a resounding thud, the testing apparatus immediately registered 79,900 pounds. As a female warrior, this was quite commendable. Next up was Chao Kuei, a man towering over the average person, his physique brimming with muscle and power. "Why are you a girl? Not at home bearing children, but here to embarrass yourself? Allow me to set an example." Chao Kuei's remarks instantly resonated, and Li Hong seized the opportunity to interject. "It seems the Shen family is out of contenders. Shen Liang remains, but a woman and a waist. What can they possibly achieve?" Shen Longxuan let out a cold chuckle. "Have you all sprung from the cracks of stone? If not, please show some respect to the lady and keep your foul mouth shut. As for being a waste, we shall soon find out." Shen Fong glanced at Shen Longxuan, but chose not to speak. "A waste indeed. I am eager to witness your prowess." Chao Kuei grinned, his smile more grotesque than a cry. He stood before the testing apparatus and casually threw a punch, which struck the red zone with a resounding crash. 100,000. A cascade of red numbers floated up as Chao Kuei stepped aside with a mocking smile, casting a taunting glance at Shen Longxuan. "Brother Yinshan, your Chao Kuei is performing remarkably well." Bai Wanren chuckled. "What of it, Brother Wanjian? Ultimately, we are but supporting characters, merely here to join the fray." Both men shook their heads in rueful amusement, falling silent. The atmosphere in the testing arena grew solemn. The members of the 4 prominent families understood that today's test could very well alter the landscape of Luoying City. One by one, the next 10 participants underwent testing. And predictably, both Li Hong and Bai Wenyuan also registered a force of 100,000 pounds. Shen Liang, exerting all his strength, managed to achieve 10 pounds, which offered a small consolation to his wounded pride. The ability to generate 100,000 pounds indicated that their strength had indeed reached the 10th layer of body refinement. It appeared that true talent resided within the 4 esteemed families. Shen Longxuan mused quietly before asking, "Lord City Master, does this apparatus only display a maximum of 100,000? Yao Changchun's previously jovial expression instantly hardened, his eyes cold as he responded, "Shen Longxuan, to surpass the figure of 100,000, one must double their strength. Do you possess such capability? I wish to give it a try," he declared. "Since you are so deluded, let us await the outcome." Shen Longxuan approached the instrument, and in an instant, his right arm transformed into a resplendent golden hue. only to revert back immediately. At that moment, he unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, the instrument showed no reaction whatsoever. Not even a single character appeared, followed by mocking laughter. What a waste. All of you are worthless. How could you hope to surpass us when you can't even produce a single character? Shen Longxuan did not even glance back, coldly retorting. Open your eyes wide and watch closely. Suddenly, the testing device emitted a low hum and began to vibrate slightly, and in the next instant, a series of numbers appeared on the screen. 148,000. A collective gasp resonated behind him, and Yao Changchun awkwardly smiled, realizing that Longxuan's reputation was indeed well-deserved. The two elders from the Longshu sect in the stands also cast surprised glances. Does anyone still consider me a waste? If I am a waste, then what does that make you? Shen Longxuan declared with righteous indignation. At that moment, he felt a surge of urgency. The entire testing arena was permeated with a chilling atmosphere. Thus, he decided to abandon all restraint and act boldly, seeking to capture the attention of the two elders from the Longshu sect. If he gained their favor, the family's crisis could be averted. Shen Longxuan. There is no need for arrogance. Who laughs last is yet to be determined. Li Hong's voice rang out, and the members of the Chao and Bai families visibly wore grim expressions. All right, esteemed nephews, let us remain calm. Our test shall continue. Just as tensions escalated, the city lord, Yao Changchun, stepped in as a mediator. Although he secretly hoped for a brawl, such trivial skirmishes held no significance and would not inflict any real damage on the four great families. The second test focused on cultivation, which encompassed not merely the enhancement of physical strength, but also the fortitude of the spirit. Without a robust will to support it, even the mightiest cultivation would amount to nothing more than a soulless husk. The area before you is known as invincible in 100 steps. The further you walk, the stronger your will is proven. Now let us begin. Yao Changchun guided everyone to the second evaluation area. On the stage, an elder from the Longshu sect lightly gestured, and a white mist enveloped the area, rendering it indistinct, only to return to clarity moments later. This must be an illusion array. I never expected the Longshu sect to employ such a tactic. Shen Jianfeng muttered to himself, his nerves taut as he vigilantly observed the movements of the other three great families. I shall go first. Li Hong boldly stepped into the array. He effortlessly traversed the first 60 steps, but as he reached the 89th step, he halted, his expression contorted, trembling all over, unable to place his raised foot back down. It seems Honger has reached his limit. Yet, this is already quite remarkable. The most anyone has walked in previous tests is merely 70 steps. One elder from the Longshu sect chuckled, while the other elder nodded in agreement. Li Baishan's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. In the future, Honger will still rely on the two elders. Rest assured, esteemed elders, everything I promised you will be delivered without fail. At this moment, Li Hong let out a thunderous shout, as if breaking through some limit, and his raised foot came crashing down. Observing the increasing delight on the faces of the two elders, Li Batian cast his gaze toward the Shun family's territory, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. As Li Hong stepped back, he cast a disdainful glance at Shen Longxuan, dismissing him as a mere waste. I wonder how far you can go. Rest assured, I will possess more than your worthless kind, not less. Shen Longxuan, unperturbed, replied. Li Hong felt an urge to unleash his fury, but restrained himself, clearly sensing that the moment was not yet ripe. Following this, the remaining 11 participants entered the formation, with Shun Fong retreating after just 40 steps and Shen Liang stopping at 69 steps. This was exceedingly arduous, beyond 60 steps. Each stride felt as heavy as carrying a mountain, and those illusions, I felt as if they were all too real, utterly terrifying. Indeed, it felt like taking another step would lead to death. Chao Kuei managed 79 steps, Bai Wenliang reached 80, while the others did not exceed 50 steps. Finally, it was Shen Longxuan's turn. Li Hong, open your eyes wide and observe carefully, and you all should think wisely. Do not position yourselves incorrectly, for it will be too late to regret. After saying this, Shen Longxuan stepped into the formation. Chapter 30. A clash imminent the moment Shen Longxuan entered the formation. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Shaking his head, he pressed forward, but as he reached 30 steps, the dizziness intensified. A buzzing sound filled his ears. It seemed the formation could affect one's senses, and illusions would soon appear, but this would not daunt me. Shen Longxuan advanced another 30 steps, and as he had anticipated, the surroundings began to distort, accompanied by various screams echoing in his ears, instilling a sense of dread. Did you see that? That good-for-nothing couldn't moved beyond 60 steps. Li Hong understood from Shen Longxuan's words that the Shen family likely knew of the plan, and the expressions of the Chao and Bai families revealed a hint of wavering. After all, the Shen family once dominated Luoying City, possessing profound roots. If they could enlist the other two families as pawns, it would surely ease their burden. Thus, he proclaimed, "Soon you shall witness what true genius looks like." His words resonated with immense confidence. However, no sooner had he spoken than Shen Longxuan moved again, advancing directly to 90 steps without pause, turning back with a faint smile. This young lad from the Shen family is quite remarkable," Elder Lu Wenliang remarked. "Indeed, extraordinary. But this should be where it ends," Elderly Haoyan added. Yet, scarcely had he finished speaking when Shen Longxuan took another 9 steps, lifting his foot towards the 100th step, yet it lingered in the air. Impossible. To have reached 99 steps is rare, even in the Longshu sect, Elder Lu Wenliang exclaimed. And this time, Elderly Haoyan did not refute him. Li Hong clenched his fists tightly, his complexion flushed with disbelief. How was it possible that after 90 steps, each step would subject him to a doubled torment? How had he persevered? The astonishment on the faces of those around him was palpable, and even Shen Liang revealed a look of admiration. Meanwhile, Shen Longxuan found himself engulfed in a haze of confusion, trapped in a phantasmagoria of ferocious beasts and raging floods, their roars echoing in his ears. In an instant, the scene transformed into a conflagration, the acrid scent of scorched fabric permeating the air, the sensation of searing pain striking him with undeniable realism. Glancing down, he saw that his outstretched leg had been burned to the point of exposing white bone. Excruciating agony flooding his mind, accompanied by a voice that beckoned him to retreat. It seemed that if he merely turned back, all of this would dissipate. Suddenly, the bewilderment in Shen Longxuan's eyes solidified into determination. No one could impede his path to becoming a formidable warrior. No one could. He shouted defiantly, his foot crashing down with resonant force. In that moment, everything before him vanished. He had stepped beyond the formation, his body unscathed, and the array behind him shattered with a resounding pop. It revealed the astonished figures 100 paces away, and on the Shen family platform, relatives erupted in cheers. Their previous biases against Shen Longxuan vanished. At that moment, he embodied the pride of the Shen Clan. Despite the looming challenges, Shen Jianfeng could not help but smile with joy. "What? This is impossible," the elder Lu Wenliang exclaimed, unable to contain himself, pointing at Shen Longxuan. "I have seen geniuses traverse 99 steps, but never has anyone walked 100. Is this lad from the Shen family truly a peerless prodigy?" Elder Lu sat down immediately, incredulity washing over him. What a jest! A warrior with a yellow-grade first-tier battle spirit, no matter how exceptional, cannot compare. A battle spirit is paramount for a martial artist. At that moment, the city lord, Yao Changchun, continued, "We shall now conclude the 3rd test, the battle spirit." Upon hearing this, everyone perked up, fully aware that Shen Longxuan possessed only a yellow-grade first-tier battle spirit. Haha, Shen Longxuan, no matter how impressive you may be in the first 2 tests, your battle spirit is worthless. Before me, you remain a mere waste. Li Hong cackled as he summoned his battle spirit, a fully grown violent sky eagle, prominently adorned with 6 bright yellow rings. A yellow-grade 6th-tier battle spirit, the violent sky eagle. Heavens! Li Hong actually possessed a yellow-grade 6th-tier battle spirit. It had been years since such a talent had graced Luoying City. He was a true prodigy. No wonder he was earmarked as a disciple of the Longshu sect. The authenticity was evident. The Shen family members plummeted from their earlier excitement, for at that moment, no one could rival Li Hong. However, just then, elderly Haoyan rose with a smile and said, "Hong-er, indeed, you have excelled. The requirement for this test is that the battle spirit must be above the yellow grade 6th tier. I believe that only you, Li Hong, qualify among those present. So let us conclude here." The remaining participants in the test were visibly enraged. "Elder, was it not previously sufficient to possess a 5th tier yellow grade battle soul for selection? Why has it changed to 6th tier this year?" They protested. "Indeed, we refuse to accept this." Chao Kuei, Bai Wenliang, and Shen Liang stepped forward, eager to voice their grievances. Silence. Elderly Haoyan waved his sleeve, and the 3 were instantly struck down, collapsing to the ground and spitting blood. "What I have decreed is law. Should you persist in your debate, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." With a graceful motion, Elderly descended into the arena, his imposing aura immediately subduing the atmosphere. "Elder, as a disciple of the Longshu sect, I wish to undertake a task and hope for your approval." Li Hong approached elderly Haoyan, cupping his fists respectfully. "Speak." The elder replied, "I wish to annihilate the Shen family. I implore you for your assistance." As Li Hong's words fell, tension gripped the air, and the members of the Shen family instinctively grasped their weapons. The Li family mirrored this action. Yet the Chao and Bai families expressed their discontent with Elder Li's domineering demeanor, adopting a spectator's stance instead. A worthless family, let them be destroyed. What harm is there in that? A mere few words pronounced the death sentence for the Shen family. Ha ha ha, Shen family, today marks the end of your lineage. Li Hong bellowed arrogantly, prompting the Li family to draw their weapons, while Elder Lu Wenliang also descended to the ground. Wait. At that charged moment, Shen Longxuan spoke up. Worthless ones, kneel and confess your errors, dismember yourselves, and I may spare your lives. Li Hong laughed maniacally. However, Shen Longxuan turned his gaze to the two elders. Elders, is it true that only a high-tier battle soul grants one admission? If my battle soul surpasses Li Hong's, will the Longxu sect aid me in vanquishing the Li family? Young man of the Shen family, it is well known that you possess a first-tier yellow-grade battle soul. What significance do your words hold? How could the Longxu sect possibly assist you? Elder Lu Wenliang responded with a hint of regret. If you truly manage to surpass Li Hong, assistance may not be out of the question. However, should you attempt to deceive us, I shall ensure you experience a fate worse than death. Elderly Hao Yan's tone turned ominous. Shun Jianfeng remained still, as Shen Longxuan had gestured for him not to intervene, indicating that he should consider the entire Shen family. If he were to charge in now, it would certainly lead to bloodshed, leaving no room for reconciliation. Additionally, he was curious about Shen Longxuan's intentions. Could there truly be a miracle in the making? What could that so-called waste possibly achieve? Who was unaware that his battle soul was merely a first-tier yellow-grade four-legged serpent? The annihilation of the Shen family seemed inevitable. At that moment, all attention was focused on Shen Longxuan. He felt a wave of reassurance. This was the affirmation he sought. Very well, he would not disappoint the two elders. With a thought, the Xianlong soul surged forth, and the once humble four-legged serpent had now transformed into a magnificent creature stretching 4 zhang in length. Most notably, 7 resplendent golden rings encircled the serpent, shimmering brilliantly in the testing ground, capturing everyone's gaze. Chapter 31. A series of twists and turns upon witnessing this colossal entity. Every individual present, including the members of the Shen family, was left utterly astounded. The 7 golden halos above radiated an overwhelming brilliance. How could this possibly transform into a 7th-grade yellow-tier battle soul? Impossible. The Shen family members were rendered speechless, and even those from the 4 great families, who were privy to the truth, found themselves at a loss. This cannot be real. A mere waste should possess only a 1st-grade yellow-tier battle soul. Yet, as Li Hong's voice dwindled into feeble whispers, the reality stood before them. He was indeed a 7th-grade yellow-tier battle soul. I am pitted against a genius. Shen Liang's expression reflected deep bitterness. My son possesses a 7th-grade yellow-tier battle soul. Do you see it? Shun Jianfeng laughed maniacally, while the elders wore expressions of deep regret. Chao Kuei's face flushed crimson as he realized he had referred to a 7th-grade yellow-tier battle soul as a waste. How absurd. Elder Lu Wenliang's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Such a battle soul could be considered above average even within the Longxu sect. 2 elders, might I inquire if I am qualified to join the Longxu sect? May I request the annihilation of the Li family? Shen Longxuan's voice resonated through the air. At that moment, the sentiments of the Li and Shun families underwent a complete transformation. Should Shen Longxuan gain admission to the Longxu sect, it would be the Li family facing extermination. However, a single statement from Li Haoyan plunged the Shen family into despair. Shen family brat, I concede that your aptitude indeed surpasses Honger's. But I am a member of the Li family. Elder Lu, double the resources and assist me in obliterating the Shen family. Upon hearing this, all members of the Li family surged down from the stands, while Shen Longxuan retreated with the bewildered Shen Liang and Shen Fang toward the Shen family ranks. Shen Jianfeng had already led the Shen family forward. With 3 martial masters on the opposing side, including 2 elders, the odds were overwhelmingly against them. As the Shen family had only Shen Jianfeng to rely upon, the ensuing conflict was nothing short of a one-sided slaughter, especially with the Chao and Bai families lurking nearby, eager to seize the opportunity. Xianer, do you remember what I once told you? Take the young ones and flee immediately. It seems the Shen family cannot evade this calamity. With your talents, you are destined for greatness. When you return to exact vengeance, remember to assist your father in eliminating a few foes. Now go? Shen Jianfeng urged anxiously. However, Shen Longxuan smiled and shook his head. Father, do you recall that red sphere? What sphere? You must listen. Linger, quickly take your brother and leave. Shen Jianfeng was genuinely distressed. Ha ha ha, Shen Jianfeng, do you now think it is too late to escape? Li Batian charged ahead, bellowing, "Chow family head, by family head. Hold the flanks for me. There will be rewards for you afterward. Children, kill them." Just then, a multitude of red and orange spheres descended upon them. What is that? Are they pills? Are you foolish? Do you think tossing pills can resolve the enmity between the two families? I sense those objects are terrifying. This is bad. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, a thunderous explosion erupted, drowning out all sound. The entirety of the Li family was engulfed by the sudden blast. With Li Batian at the forefront, struck by 3 orange spheres, instantly obliterated into oblivion. In an instant, anguished cries filled the air, and the scene transformed into a veritable hell on earth, with flesh and blood scattered everywhere. Once the cacophony of explosions subsided, the testing ground lay in a state of disarray, pockmarked with deep craters, littered with severed limbs. The glaring scarlet, scorched by the intense heat of the blasts, had congealed into grotesque clots, a horrifying sight, marking the total annihilation of the Li family. As the 2 elders of the Longxu sect sensed the unfolding catastrophe, they swiftly seized Li Hong and retreated, albeit sustaining injuries in the process. Li Hong was left barely clinging to life. It was only through the consumption of a medicinal pill that his life was preserved. Fear flickered in the eyes of the elders as they stood at a distance, fixated on Shen Longxuan, the architect of this calamity. Members of the Chow and Bai families stood in stunned silence, contemplating the potential devastation had the Crimson Sphere descended upon their own clans, likely resulting in a fate akin to that of the Li family. During the months Shen Longxuan spent in the mountains, he had diligently honed his skills in launching explosive pills, achieving an extraordinary level of precision. "Father, I have named this extraordinary creation the explosive pill. Here, this orange variant doubles its potency. Should anyone cross your path unfavorably, simply toss one their way, and it will surely send them soaring." Shen Jianfeng finally grasped the implications of Shen Longxuan's earlier words, lamenting, "You rascal, had I known you possessed such devices, I would have leveled those 3 families long ago." The members of the Chow and Bai families came to fully comprehend Shen Longxuan's prior warning about choosing the right side. Listening to the conversation between Shen Jianfeng and his grandson only deepened their regret. They found themselves wishing to forge ties with the Shen family, yet hesitated, fearful of provoking the father-son duo, who could easily unleash an explosive pill upon them, resulting in devastating casualties. The elders and clansmen of the Shen family were utterly taken aback. The whirlwind of events had felt akin to a roller coaster ride, their hearts racing with exhilaration. "Xuanzi, I knew you possessed such formidable creations. It's terrifying yet immensely satisfying," Shen Liang remarked, patting Shen Longxuan on the back. Shen Longxuan turned to address the 2 elders of the Longxu sect, stating, "Elders, I trust you can discern that I bear no malice towards you. You little brat. You have slain so many of my kin. We are now sworn enemies. If you had killed me just now, it would have been the end of it. But since I am still alive, prepare for a relentless vendetta." A jolt of alarm surged through Shen Longxuan. While he had deliberately avoided targeting the 2 elders with his explosive pills, fearing retribution from the Longxu sect, he realized that leaving any threat unaddressed could bring dire consequences. Although he himself was unscathed, the Shen family could not withstand such retaliation. Abandoning their home was not an option. It seemed imperative to eradicate all threats once and for all. At that moment, a sudden cry pierced the air, and a colossal shadow loomed overhead. A flying beast, the rock, descended from the skies. "Who dares to challenge the might of our Longwu sect?" From the creature leaped 2 figures. One, with a complexion as pale as jade, donned a light green robe, exuding an aura of commanding authority reminiscent of a master. The other, a burly man clad in fiery red, with a beard adorning his face, was the one who spoke. "Li Haoyan, is it? Do you truly believe I would hesitate to eliminate you right now? You wish to seek revenge? Just with your meager skills, I challenge you to try. This young man, we of the Longwu sect have taken a liking to him. He is bold and unyielding, which resonates well with my temperament. Should anyone dare to bully him or his family, they shall find themselves at odds with the Longwu sect." Although Shen Longxuan may be unaware of the Longwu sect, it does not imply that others are oblivious. Despite being categorized alongside the Longxu sect as a second-tier sect, our true strength is undeniably superior. Let us wait and see. Li Haoyan's eyes flickered, as if engaged in an internal struggle, before he ultimately issued a fierce remark, seizing Li Hong from the ground and departing. "Hua Chongqing, since you have spoken thus, I hope you treat this child well. He is indeed a promising talent. If it were not for elderly, no need to dwell on that. I shall persuade elderly not to trouble the Shen family. Well, this matter is concluded. I take my leave." Lu Wenliang also turned to leave, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Shen Jianfeng kicked Shen Longxuan, questioning why the usually astute child was so slow to react. Disciple Shen Longxuan pays his respects to the two elders. I am grateful for your timely assistance. Otherwise, I would have found it difficult to extricate myself. Finally, Shen Longxuan responded. Ha ha ha. Just call me Brother Hua. I am no elder, merely a disciple of the Longwu sect. In truth, we have been observing you from above for quite some time. You are well suited to join the Longwu sect, so no need for thanks. It seems you are destined to be part of our sect, but you were too lenient just now. This is a significant taboo for a martial artist. I trust you now understand the appropriate course of action, Hua Changqing remarked with a smile. Shen Longxuan promptly turned to the members of the Shen family, instructing Shen Liang, gather the elite members of our clan and return to the city with haste. Within an hour, I demand the Li family be erased from existence. Chapter 32. The Tycoon Zheng, Shen Longxuan's orders were swiftly executed. Shen Liang's initial disdain had transformed into trust and respect, a testament to strength. Even the elders had come to recognize Shen Longxuan, for he had single-handedly salvaged the entire family while aligning with the Longwu sect. A fortunate turn for the Shen family. Nephew Longxuan, how shall we deal with the other two prominent families? Nephew Longxuan, I propose we simply eradicate them. The elders surprisingly sought Shen Longxuan's counsel, reflecting his esteemed position among them. Father, you decide. Shen Longxuan approached his father, relinquishing the decision-making authority to him. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Jianfeng concluded. Let them be. However, they must relinquish the benefits they seized from the Shen family. Eradicating the Li family may incite the ire of the new emperor of Huanyue Kingdom. But with the constraints posed by the two prominent families, he would not act too aggressively. Conversely, should we annihilate the other two families now, the new emperor would undoubtedly mobilize his forces to lay siege. After deliberation, the Chao and Bai families willingly accepted the demands of the Shen family, expressing profound gratitude and promising never to engage in such folly again. Indeed, with reason and decorum, courage and strategy, you are truly a talent to be nurtured. Brother, you speak wisely. The two disciples of Long Wuzong exchanged knowing smiles. Subsequently, Shen Longxuan extended an invitation to them to visit the Shen family, and the city lord, Yao Changchun, was also invited. He had witnessed the demise of a family, not the Shen family, but the Li family. Although displeased, he dared not show it. A fleeting glimmer of malice flashed in his eyes, regarding the doubts of many concerning Shen Longxuan's ascension in battle soul rank. He had already devised a response. He had acquired a secret method capable of concealing one's battle soul level. While some harbored skepticism, the truth was evident, rendering this explanation defensible. The crowd was left pondering another question. Was the 7th-tier yellow battle soul truly his authentic battle soul? The two disciples of Long Wuzong stayed at the Shen family for 3 days, during which the family's influence expanded dramatically. The Shen clan was filled with vigor. Yet the strict family precepts deterred them from overstepping boundaries. During this time, with the aid of Long Wuzong, their position was firmly established. After bidding farewell to his father and Shen Liang, Shen Longxuan departed with the two, feeling reassured. Having learned of the legacy contained within his sister's ring, he fervently wished for good fortune. At last, they set forth on a new journey, a fresh beginning filled with hope. Riding atop the magnificent flying beast, the rock, he remained as tranquil as water. After all he had endured, nothing could shake his resolve now. Along the way, Hua Changqing enlightened Shen Longxuan about various matters concerning Long Wuzong and Long Zuzong, and he learned of another individual named Xiaohe. Both were inner disciples of Long Wuzong, their status equivalent to that of outer sect elders. Shen Longxuan gained insight into Long Wuzong. Upon entry, all were outer disciples, and he was merely a provisional outer disciple at present. One must undergo trials to become a formal outer disciple, while outer disciples could ascend to inner disciples through examinations. The inner disciples had 2 paths. One could advance to true transmission disciples through assessment, equating their status with that of inner elders, and sometimes even surpassing them. Failure to pass meant serving as an outer elder, managing sect affairs, a role also filled by inner elders. In essence, disciples endowed with exceptional talent and strength could ascend rapidly, which elucidated the sect's stringent requirements for battle souls. The rock soared swiftly eastward, having already traversed beyond the borders of Huanyue Kingdom, with clouds and mist enveloping the horizon and verdant mountains and clear waters beneath, instilling a sense of grandeur within him. 7 days later, Shen Longxuan felt they had flown several thousand miles eastward. A journey on foot would have taken no less than half a year. In the distance, within a vast valley, he beheld an enormous platform, measuring over 1,000 feet square, constructed entirely of azure stone. The central area rose 2 feet above the ground, intricately inscribed with the characters for Longwu. At that moment, individuals awaited atop the platform. Huachangqing, Xiaohe, you have returned quite late. Hurry back to the sect. Upon their descent, a figure clad in the formal attire of Longwuzong greeted them with a smile. The individual possesses a well-proportioned physique, exuding an aura of sharpness. On the chest of his attire is embroidered the character for inner, indicating his status as a disciple of the inner sect. Haha, brother Jinnan. I've picked up a disciple on the way, hence the delay. I leave this lad in your capable hands. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiaohe and his companion instructed Shen Longxuan to await their return. Should he pass the trials, he would officially become an outer disciple of the Longwuzong. And then they departed in haste. Jinnan scrutinized Shen Longxuan momentarily, but chose to remain silent, attending to his own affairs. At that moment, a multitude of flying beasts descended onto the vast platform, seemingly carrying the summoned disciples. These disciples, all roughly the same age, around 15 or 16, displayed varying levels of cultivation. Shen Longxuan found a secluded spot to sit down. Bored, he began to study the silver ring that could produce a luminous shield. He had tried numerous methods, dousing it with water, setting it aflame, and even attempting to cleave it with a sharp blade, but none succeeded in damaging it in the slightest. Yet, he could not activate the light shield. One must recognize that the power of an explosive pill is astonishing. Even those at the martial master realm would shy away from its might. Clearly, that fellow Li Wei had not fully harnessed its potential. Otherwise, the explosive pill would have been incapable of breaching the shield's defenses. This ring must be a treasure. How could he unlock its secrets? Young brother, I've been observing you for quite some time. Why are you vexing a mere ring? Shen Longxuan looked up to see a flamboyantly adorned youth, appearing around 16 or 17, with no fewer than 20 rings adorning his 10 fingers. The brilliance of the jewels dazzled the eyes. Those on the platform looked at him with envy, wondering from which wealthy nation this young lord hailed. He had noticed Shen Longxuan for a while and immediately recognized that the ring he was fiddling with was extraordinary. Moreover, he had spotted a purple Qinkuan ring on Shen Longxuan's hand, an item that wealth alone could not procure. Thus, he regarded Shen Longxuan as an equal, prompting his question. Oh, it's nothing, merely curiosity. Shen Longxuan replied, tucking away the ring. Haha, I actually think if it is indeed a treasure, young brother, why not try dripping your blood on it? The young man offered a seemingly expert suggestion. Shen Longxuan's eyes lit up. It seems you possess considerable knowledge in this regard. Indeed, I am Zheng Qianwan. May I ask your name, young brother? If you're interested, I can share my insights with you. Brother Qianwan, I am Shen Longxuan. Come, take a seat. I am all ears. Shen Longxuan gestured to the ground beside him, smiling. His thirst for knowledge had always been insatiable, and he could not let the opportunity to learn from Zheng Qianwan, who seemed capable of enlightening him, slip away. Haha, splendid. Brother Longxuan, I appreciate your straightforwardness. Let me share with you the intricacies of treasures. Zheng Qianwan was fond of Shen Longxuan's demeanor, neither obsequious nor arrogant. Noticing that Shen Longxuan had no intention of flattering him, he felt inclined to pursue a genuine friendship. Ordinary items that we use can only be considered commonplace, akin to a weapon that, no matter how sharp, cannot harm a body at the martial master realm. A superior category is referred to as a spiritual weapon, which you undoubtedly know. At this level, spiritual weapons are classified into 4 grades: low, middle, high, and supreme. With each elevation in grade, their power significantly increases. These artifacts possess a form of sentience, capable not only of augmenting the weapon's might, but also of resonating with the user's intentions. Supreme spiritual weapons can even be wielded to sever an enemy's head from 1,000 miles away. Even those at the martial sovereign level must tread carefully in their presence. Zheng Qianwan observed Shen Longxuan, who was listening intently, and continued, ascending to the next tier, one encounters spiritual treasures. Such items embody all the capabilities of supreme spiritual weapons. But most notably, they can autonomously unleash skills, be it offense, defense, or even wide-area lethal martial techniques, making them the coveted dream of every formidable warrior. Yet to this day, there has been no report of anyone possessing such a treasure. I believe that only those fated to have it may possess such a gem, and one cannot simply acquire it with money. Chapter 33. A gathering of heroes. Shen Longxuan's heart raced at the thought of a protective light barrier. Could the ring in his possession be a spiritual treasure? So, young brother, could that silver ring of yours be a spiritual treasure? Zheng Qianwan lowered his voice at this point. Haha, brother Qianwan, I lack such fortune. It is merely an ordinary ring. If you desire it, I shall gift it to you. Shen Longxuan said as he produced the silver ring and offered it to Zheng Qianwan. Observing Shen Longxuan's unwavering demeanor and genuine gaze, Zheng Qianwan was inclined to accept, yet ultimately refrained. He did not wish to jeopardize a friendship over mere speculation. Haha, young brother, you jest. A gentleman does not covet what others cherish. Time reveals strength, and over time, if you deem me a trustworthy companion, a few supreme spiritual weapons would suffice as a gift. Shen Longxuan discerned the sincerity flickering in Zheng Qianwan's eyes. He was undoubtedly a trustworthy individual. Very well, brother Qianwan. Should I come into possession of such items in the future, I shall gladly bestow upon you a few supreme spiritual weapons. Truly, one must not speak too boldly, for it may attract misfortune. With your current state, you likely do not even possess a low-grade spiritual weapon. At that moment, a richly dressed individual, equally as splendid as Zheng Qianwan, approached them. What is this, Zheng Qianwan? Have you resorted to befriending beggars? How disappointing. Shen Longxuan and Zheng Qianwan rose to their feet, and Zheng Qianwan stepped forward, saying, Ah, if it isn't the prince of the garbage nation, Fu Wanjin, who is as rich as a dragon yet scavenges in the cesspool. What brings you out from your filth to offend the senses? Zheng Qianwan intentionally raised his voice, causing many onlookers to turn in surprise. The garbage nation, known for its abundant natural minerals, was not particularly large, only marginally bigger than Falling Blossom City. However, the mining regions were accompanied by foul, murky waters, hence the derogatory title. How dare you, Zheng Qianwan? Have you grown weary of life to slander me so? Fu Wanjin's face flushed crimson as he pointed an accusatory finger at Zheng Qianwan. Put away your bravado. Others may fear you, but before me, you are merely posturing. Are you truly my adversary in a confrontation? You, who cannot even articulate a coherent thought after all this bluster, are certainly no match for Zheng Qianwan. However, upon noticing Shen Longxuan, who was stifling a laugh, a thought crossed his mind. You insolent wretch, you've now provoked me. You worthless fool. Do not expect to pass this assessment. Shen Longxuan smiled faintly. I am now convinced that you are merely a fool who has dug through the muck and found nothing but filth. Your words are as pungent as your character. How dare you insult me? You must truly be tired of living, he shouted. I shall end you. Boom. Fu Wanjin unexpectedly summoned a battle spirit. And it was a yellow-grade 8th tier beast spirit, the purple cloud leopard. Look, who are those two? They are impressive, someone exclaimed. At that moment, two figures rushed from the distant valley, both accompanied by formidable battle spirits, their presence surging to its zenith. Heavenly powers. Both individuals wield yellow-grade 9th tier battle spirits, and their cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the 10th level within the body refinement stage. It appears they are in a competition. All eyes were drawn to the two figures. Even Jian Nen displayed an approving glance. The two individuals, exuding an overwhelming aura, swiftly closed the distance, darting toward the platform like arrows. Boom, boom. Almost simultaneously, they landed on the platform. One was clad in black, with golden hair and a handsome visage, a quintessential heartthrob. With a smile, he said, Wei Ming, my apologies, but I have taken a slight lead. Please, show me what you've got. The man named Wei Ming, robust and imposing, thumped his chest and glared with eyes like polished bells, retorting, Humph, He Tao, had it not been for your underhanded tactics, you would not have triumphed. This round doesn't count. He Tao maintained his charming smile, but Shun Yin's demeanor turned frosty. We raced here from 1,000 miles away, and you dismiss it as insignificant? Do you take me for a fool? If you wish to fight, I am ready at any moment. Wei Ming was equally unyielding, the tension between them palpable, as they stood poised for conflict. Stop. Fighting is not permitted here. Any further violations will result in immediate disqualification from the assessment. Jian Nan, the senior brother, intervened, swiftly positioning himself between them. His entire being radiated sword energy, exuding a formidable presence akin to a colossal sword hovering above the crowd, suffocating them with its weight. This is your warning. Others should listen closely. Should there be a next time, disqualification will be the consequence. Understood. Jian Nan. The crowd responded in unison, all subdued in the presence of the martial master. Since you all seem to have excess energy, allow me to announce the rules of this assessment. There are 3 phases. The first phase involves traversing the mountain before you and reaching the next assessment platform within 1 hour. Failure to arrive at the subsequent platform within this time frame will result in elimination, and you will be escorted back. Is that clear? Jian Nan's voice resonated, echoing in everyone's ears. Clear. They all affirmed. As the time approached noon, marking the commencement of the examination, it was hoped that all would gather their energies and successfully complete the challenges ahead. Jian Nan ceased speaking, allowing the new disciples to settle down and rejuvenate their spirits. They were astute individuals, fully aware that this assessment was far from a mere mountain traverse. Just you wait, spat Fu Wanjin, departing with a fierce remark. Shen Longxuan chose to close his eyes and enter a meditative state, having begun to grasp the fundamentals of the condensation technique. Initially, he could only gather spiritual energy within a radius of 10 zhang, but now, having reached a modest level of proficiency, he could draw from 100 zhang. Should he ever manage to condense energy from 1,000 zhang, he would attain great mastery. At that juncture, he could endeavor to refine spirit stones. This technique was remarkably intricate. By directing the scant spiritual energy within his body along a specific path, he could sense the surrounding spiritual energy. Moreover, any energy he could perceive could be instantly condensed around him according to the technique. However, due to the absence of a developed dantian, he was limited to gathering energy only in his immediate vicinity. This limitation elucidated why such techniques required a martial artist's realm for practice, as this realm involved the opening of a martial artist's dantian, aligning it with their meridians to facilitate the storage of spiritual energy. Only then could one adeptly wield techniques without suffering a backlash from overexertion. Nevertheless, Shen Longxuan's application of this technique during his cultivation allowed him to draw in surrounding spiritual energy, effectively doubling his training speed, an invaluable benefit at his current stage. At this moment, the gathering had swelled to over 500 individuals, and following the earlier events, all were quietly immersed in their cultivation, the platform resonating only with the sound of rhythmic breathing. Upon opening his eyes, Shen Longxuan beheld the impressive sight of hundreds of battle souls standing resolute. Among them, his companion Zheng Qianwan revealed himself to possess an 8th-grade yellow battle soul, a testament to his hidden depth. A glance around showed that more than 20 individuals wielded battle souls of at least 8th-grade yellow, with 2 individuals reaching the pinnacle of the 10th level of body refinement. According to Zheng Qianwan, these participants were elites from various empires, representing over 100 realms. Yet, as he remarked, these empires were merely a minuscule fragment of the continent, hardly worth noting in the grand scheme. Shen Longxuan had long understood from his readings that the continent was vast, though he had not anticipated its enormity. Suddenly, a resounding sword cry echoed through the valley, prompting all to open their eyes. There stood Brother Jian Nan, perched upon a flying beast, suspended in midair. Junior disciples, the examination begins now. I shall await you at the next assembly point, with rewards for those who arrive first. With that, he soared into the sky. Why wait? Run now? He mentioned rewards for the first arrivals, exclaimed a few quick-witted individuals, turning to dash towards the mountain peak. A cacophony of falls echoed through the air, as a few of those at the front knelt on the ground, while others met a more brutal fate, their faces smeared with blood as they collided with the earth. The weight of the mountain was peculiar. It felt as though my body had suddenly multiplied in heaviness. Alas, I felt as if I were on the verge of collapse. Who the devil just stepped on me? The individuals trailing behind ceased their reckless charge and instead began to harness their energy, cautiously attempting to ascend the peak to avoid further calamity. Some ventured ahead, and soon enough, over 500 individuals were propelled upward, channeling their power toward the summit. Upon testing the gravity, Shen Longxuan discerned that it was at least 15 times greater than normal. However, due to his cultivation of the Xuanlong transformation, his physique was far more formidable than that of an ordinary person. Thus, feeling only a slight heaviness, he commenced his ascent, swiftly making his way up the mountain. Zheng Qianwan, witnessing Shen's ease, was taken aback by his nonchalance. How could he navigate this with such grace? Zheng pondered, aware that they were on the famed Divine Stone Mountain, a peak believed to have formed from a fallen meteorite. The gravity here was notorious, increasing as one approached the summit. Did he possess some artifact to counteract the gravitational force? As Shen Longxuan receded into the distance, Zheng hastened his pace. Under the increasing gravitational pressure, the disparities in cultivation and strength became evident. Wei Ming and He Tao, invigorated, had already scaled the mountain's crest. My goodness, what a daunting mountain. I'm utterly exhausted. We must hurry. Nearly half an hour has passed, and if we do not reach the summit in time, we shall have to turn back. Some disciples lagging behind were beginning to tire, gradually falling behind. A long line of over 500 had formed on the mountainside, with the slower ones barely reaching halfway, while the more agile had already crossed the peak. Among the several individuals at the 9th level of body refinement, a second tier emerged, yet one stood apart, Shen Longxuan, who maintained a leisurely pace behind the disciples of similar cultivation. Fu Wanjin, observing Shen's relaxed demeanor, devised a plan and stealthily approached him. Suddenly, he feigned to stumble towards Shen, propelling his right fist forward as if to fall due to exhaustion. To the onlookers, it appeared as though he was merely collapsing from fatigue. However, Shen had already anticipated his move. As the sound escaped Fu's lips, he deftly sidestepped, allowing them to brush past one another. Consequently, Fu's plan backfired spectacularly, resulting in a resounding thud as he crashed to the ground and tumbled down the slope, his cries echoing as he inadvertently knocked several others down along the way. Shen Longxuan chuckled softly and continued his ascent. The gravity here was now likely 20 times heavier, and even he felt the strain on his body. It seemed as though his stature had diminished slightly. Suddenly, an unexpected surge of spiritual energy began to circulate within him, infusing his legs. If one were to peer through the veil of reality, they would see that Shen Longxuan's legs had transformed into a golden hue, rendering the previously formidable gravitational force significantly less impactful upon him. After a year of cultivating the mystical dragon transformation, a substantial amount of dragon vein energy was stored within his body. Under the influence of external pressure, this energy was unexpectedly activated. The autonomously circulating spiritual power surged towards his lower abdomen, and this transformation instantly filled Shen Longxuan with delight as he sensed the immense reservoir of dragon vein energy within him. Unconsciously, he quickened his pace, realizing that the greater the external pressure, the faster the internal cultivation flowed. In no time, he surpassed those at the 9th level of body refinement, swiftly pursuing Wei Ming and He Tao. Who is that? He seems utterly insane. I don't recognize him, but have you noticed? He isn't even cultivating. What a freak. What kind of people have come this year? Zheng Xianwan, however, wore a smile, realizing that he had indeed not misjudged his little brother, who was truly remarkable. Shen Longxuan soon reached the mountain peak and hastily descended. Wei Ming, are you conceding this time? Look at you. You seem utterly exhausted. He Tao, I concede, unless the sun rises in the west, you two are worn out. So think of how to get to the platform at the base. The two, bickering as they walked, clearly exhausted from their rapid pace, would have reached their destination with ease had they proceeded calmly. Just as they contemplated taking a break, a figure dashed past them with a whoosh. Wei Ming, did I just imagine that? Did someone just sprint by? No, I saw it too. They exchanged glances and gritted their teeth, eager to discover who this extraordinary individual was. However, less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the figure returned from the mountain base, still maintaining remarkable speed. This time, they clearly saw a 16-year-old boy with a fair complexion, his eyes shimmering with brilliance, radiating an unusual power. Yet, the force he wielded astonished even the two of them. He was training under gravity. They exclaimed in unison. The disciples who had already begun their descent witnessed Shen Longxuan sprinting back and were filled with awe. At the mountain peak, the battered and bruised Fu Wanjin, gasping for breath, turned to see a familiar face. You little rascal, you actually ran back. It's as if there's a path in heaven that you refuse to take, and hell has no door that you enter. He hurried forward, launching a kick, only to hear a resounding thud. Fu Wanjin hopped on one foot, clutching his injured foot, while Shen Longxuan continued unfazed. Fu Wanjin felt as though his foot had struck a searing hot iron and was met with a tremendous rebounding force, rendering it numb. Consequently, this unfortunate fellow stumbled and tumbled, rolling down to the base of the mountain, becoming the first disciple to descend in such a manner. Shen Longxuan paid no heed to such matters, his mind wholly absorbed in his cultivation. The immense energy within him had transformed his waist and abdomen into a resplendent gold. He felt confident that the remaining energy was ample enough to complete the enhancement of his entire being. Upon returning to the mountaintop from his starting point, his energy was nearly depleted. Save for his head, his entire body gleamed like gold. It resembled a magnificent golden armor, exuding an aura of grandeur. At that moment, a sudden epiphany struck him. Once his head also transformed into gold, he would be capable of unleashing a potent attack technique, the Savage Charge. When activated, both speed and strength would surge tenfold. With his current cultivation, even a novice martial artist would find it arduous to withstand this force. As his cultivation progressed, the might of this technique would only amplify. At this moment, the gravitational forces of the mountain had no effect on him. He sprinted downwards, reaching the platform just as an hour had passed. All eyes were upon him, much like one gazes upon a monster, particularly those of Wei Ming and He Tao, who seemed to have discovered a new plaything, their eyes sparkling with fervor. Zheng Qianwan looked at this young man with a beaming smile, feeling a mix of astonishment and delight. Fu Wanjin, having consumed a healing elixir, had nearly recovered and regarded Shen Longxuan with a venomous glare, his eyes dark as water. Congratulations to all, 31 individuals have been eliminated in the first round. Please take a brief respite. The second round of assessment will commence at nightfall. Chapter 35. The Misty Forest. The remaining 400 individuals promptly sat down to recuperate upon hearing Brother Jiannan's words. The first challenge had proven exceedingly daunting, and they anticipated that the second would be even more formidable. Most believed Shen Longxuan possessed extraordinary treasures. However, Fu Wanjin suggested that his return was an act of retaliation. As 2 hours passed, the sky gradually darkened, the distant sounds of beastly roars echoing through the air. A bright moon ascended, casting a silvery glow upon the ground. All right, my young friends, to save time, we shall combine the second and third rounds. The forest ahead is known as the Misty Forest. It harbors second-tier beasts, and at your current stage, you will need to collaborate to confront them. Scattered throughout these beasts are 300 entrance tokens for disciples. Those who acquire a token will be recognized as formal disciples of the Longwu sect, which means only 300 of you can pass this assessment. Brother Jiannan paused, observing the reactions of the crowd. What? Second-tier beasts? We must obtain tokens from them. Is this not akin to extracting teeth from a tiger's mouth? This is a cruel jest, is it not? How can such an assessment be accomplished? Some began to falter, as they were all elite members of their respective families, unwilling to risk their lives here. Humph, do you think this is your home? No one is begging you to stay. I must inform you that this round could very well lead to fatality. You may come to understand the essence of unity, the treachery that abounds, and the law of the jungle, but ultimately, it is courage and capability upon which you must rely. If you cannot even achieve these, what worth do you hold for the sect? Jiannan emanated a formidable aura. The longevity of the dragon martial sect undoubtedly stemmed from its unique methods and philosophies. His words rendered the more than 400 individuals gravely attentive. Thus, those who secured the tokens and reached the next assembly platform among the top 10 would be rewarded with unimaginable prizes. He granted them time for contemplation, announcing their departure in half an hour. Shen Longxuan, without a moment's hesitation, stepped boldly into the forest. His decisive action fortified the resolve of many who had previously wavered. Jiannan had not anticipated that the leader would be this young man. It seemed that Xiao He and Hua Chongqing had not deceived him. This lad indeed possessed extraordinary qualities. However, the foolish war soul had ventured in alone, facing the second-tier demonic beasts ahead. Zheng Qianwan, with a wry smile, rose to his feet, calling out, "Little brother, wait for me." He promptly followed Shen Longxuan into the forest. Wei Ming, I do not consider myself a match for the second-tier demonic beasts, but if we collaborate, acquiring 2 tokens should not prove too difficult. As for our rankings thereafter, that will depend on our individual skills. What do you say? Deal. He Tao was taken aback by Wei Ming's straightforwardness, swallowing back the plethora of words he had prepared. The 2 figures swiftly disappeared into the forest's edge. The remaining individuals, observing this, began forming their own teams and departed in waves, until everyone on the platform had vanished into the woods. From a distance, the roars and sounds of battle with demonic beasts could already be heard, indicating that some had begun to engage in combat. Jiannan also soared toward the next assembly point aboard a flying demonic beast. At this moment, Zheng Qianwan had caught up with Shen Longxuan. Little brother, slow down. We need to strategize on how to confront the demonic beasts we encounter. The second-tier beasts are not to be trifled with. Moreover, this forest is vast. Not every beast will possess a token. Our reckless forays could waste much energy, and that would put us in peril. Shen Longxuan smiled faintly, surprised by Zheng Qianwan's willingness to assist him. Regardless of the motivation behind it, he had found a trustworthy ally. Thus, he resolved to lend his support to this individual. Brother Qianwan, just focus on protecting yourself when we encounter the demonic beasts. I shall handle the rest. Zheng Qianwan rolled his eyes in exasperation. This fellow was overly proud. While he could overlook the first-tier beasts, the second-tier ones had the capability to unleash skills. Little did he know, Shen Longxuan had devised a method to deal with second-tier beasts months prior, namely, the explosive pill. Longxuan, calm down. I know you are formidable, but your cultivation is still lacking. If we truly encounter a demonic beast, do your utmost to stay behind me. Zheng Qianwan lamented inwardly, realizing he was indebted to this brash young man. It seemed they were truly in for a dangerous adventure. Just then, a piercing roar resonated through the air as a 2-meter-long blue-eyed fire-patterned leopard descended upon them, bringing with it a gust of rancid wind. Longxuan, retreat! Zheng Qianwan shouted, drawing a gleaming long blade that radiated a chilling light, clearly not an ordinary weapon. Without even summoning the war soul, he swung the blade with determination. The fire-patterned leopard blinked its, seemingly dismissing the blade aimed at it. With a powerful flick of its massive tail, a tempest swept through the air. The edge of Zhang Wanqian's blade was deflected by the leopard's tail, sending him soaring through the air. The brute's strength was formidable, leaving both of us at a disadvantage. Suspended in midair, Zhang Wanqian felt a bitter pang in his heart. Suddenly, he summoned his battle spirit, his aura surging dramatically. He flipped in the air, landing gracefully on the ground. With a swift motion, he charged towards the fire-patterned leopard once more, wielding the same blade. But this time its power had amplified, conjuring a dazzling white glow that rushed forth in an instant. The fire-patterned leopard let out a thunderous roar, its fiery markings shimmering as it opened its mouth to unleash a torrent of flames, the searing heat igniting the very air around it. Realizing the peril he was in, Zhang Wanqian thought, "My life is forfeit." He was unable to evade the attack while suspended in midair. Just as the situation seemed dire, Shen Longxuan struck with lightning speed. His rapid approach brought him to the side of the fire-patterned leopard in the blink of an eye, his golden fist radiating explosive power, landing a solid blow to the leopard's abdomen. The sheer force sent the leopard reeling, extinguishing the flames it had been about to unleash, thereby saving Zhang Wanqian. Upon landing, he witnessed Shen Longxuan engaged in combat with the fire-patterned leopard, his figure darting swiftly, hands emanating a golden glow. Each collision with the leopard dealt significant damage, suppressing its ability to breathe fire. Zhang Wanqian was left in awe, realizing why this individual dared to venture alone into the forest. It was clear he could contend with a second-tier beast without fear. The gloves on his fists must be of considerable quality. This fellow possessed an abundance of treasures. At that moment, Zhang Wanqian observed Shen Longxuan flicking his fingers, sending a red streak of light directly into the gaping maw of the fire-patterned leopard. With a resounding boom, a massive head was blown apart, the blue-eyed fire-patterned leopard collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Was it truly this simple? Zhang Wanqian approached the fallen beast, confirming its demise beyond any doubt. Shen Longxuan skillfully extracted an orange demon core, but before he could stow it away, the leopard's colossal body rapidly shrank, as if drained of its very essence, ultimately vanishing without a trace, leaving behind a glossy black token on the ground. It was the token of the dragon martial sect. Shen Longxuan picked it up, examined it briefly, and tossed it to Zhang Wanqian, exclaiming, "Brother Qian, you are indeed fortunate. Your first demon beast yields a token. A gift for you. Is this truly for me?" Zhang Wanqian exclaimed, grasping the token eagerly. He could hardly believe his eyes. This was a prize that everyone else would covet fiercely, and here it was, so easily bestowed upon him. "Of course, I am quite generous to my friends. Are we not friends?" Shen Longxuan blinked and retorted, expressing a truth he had long known. Throughout his life, he had few friends, and thus, anyone who showed him kindness would receive his loyalty tenfold. "Of course, we are friends. Shen Longxuan shall be my dearest companion in the dragon martial sect." At that moment, Zhang Qianwan was utterly convinced. This individual possessed many treasures, formidable strength, and, most importantly, a generous spirit towards friends. Considering these attributes, he was undoubtedly worth befriending. Let us proceed swiftly. Once we acquire the next token, we shall secure the first place. The two figures soon vanished into the depths of the forest. Not far from them, Wei Ming and He Tao had just slain a beast, yet their fortune was lacking. Not only were they without a token, but Wei Ming had also sustained injuries. "Damn beast, it bit my backside. He Tao, did you not claim your strategy was infallible?" Wei Ming glared, his accusation unmistakable. "How dare you speak? If you had heeded my advice, would you have been injured?" He Tao furrowed his brow, visibly perturbed. Upon hearing this, Wei Ming's expression shifted to one of mirth. This fellow, though seemingly careless, was quite astute. He understood that accomplishing this task alone would prove arduous. "Calm down. I was merely jesting. I shall certainly heed your counsel next time. Besides, I am the one injured, not you. Why are you so upset?" "Foolishness. We are a team. Regardless of who is injured, it affects our collective strength. If this continues, not only will we fail to secure the first place, but we may also lose our lives." He Tao's words rang with undeniable truth, leaving Wei Ming with no retort, compelling him to acquiesce. Yet, he secretly vowed, "Once we obtain 2 tokens, just wait and see how I settle the score with you." Reaching an understanding, the pair pressed onward. Behind them, the following group varied in size, ranging from 3 to several dozen individuals. As they were hastily assembled, trust was lacking, leading to exceedingly slow progress. "Damn, this is the 5th beast we've encountered. Yet we have yet to see a token. Surely, Brother Jian Nin would not deceive us? Isn't it your mutual distrust that hinders us? Otherwise, we might have already dispatched 10 beasts." Such bickering was commonplace. Every encounter with a beast resulted in injuries, and some groups had even suffered fatalities. Yet not a single token had been acquired. The group, led by Fu Wanjin, found themselves in a similar predicament. Among their 10 members, 2 were at the 9th level of body refinement, including him and another named Zhao Yangang. The 2 with the lowest cultivation were at the 6th level, while the rest boasted 8th level prowess, making their combat strength considerable. However, after slaying 3 beasts without acquiring a token, several members had sustained injuries. Brothers, this is not right. Having slain 3 beasts without obtaining a token raises concerns. Noticing the attention of his companions, Fu Wanjin continued, "Have you contemplated Brother Jinnan's words? He mentioned that during this period, we would experience the essence of unity, deceit, and survival of the fittest. Could it be that without true solidarity, we cannot acquire the tokens?" Zhao Yangang gazed at the lively figure before him, shaking his head with a wry smile. "Fu Wanjin, are you implying that once we acquire the tokens, they will ultimately be claimed by those with wisdom and superior cultivation?" "Ah, precisely. I did not expect my junior brother Yangang to be a kindred spirit. Let us proceed accordingly. However, we must first unite with sincerity and strive to secure 10 tokens." This fellow, with a swift change of mind, quickly altered his statement, which allowed the others to breathe a sigh of relief. To their astonishment, as Fu Wanjin had predicted, they indeed obtained a token. Tasting the sweetness of success, their unity strengthened against the subsequent encounters with several demon beasts, to the extent that they could almost entrust their backs to their comrades, resulting in the acquisition of 3 additional tokens. This immediate success elevated Fu Wanjin to the role of leader, with all tokens entrusted to him for distribution. Gradually, various teams began to reap rewards. In the misty forest, a fierce battle unfolded between the demon beasts and humans. As time flowed on, night fell, and dense white fog began to envelop the forest unawares. What is happening? Why is there fog at this late hour? This is the misty forest. Naturally, there will be mist. The emergence of fog obscured everyone's sense of direction, leaving them lost. And more alarmingly, the number of demon beasts began to noticeably increase. Shen Longxuan also sensed this change. He had already slain no fewer than 20 demon beasts and had secured 4 tokens. Both he and his companion were thoroughly lost, otherwise, they would have reached the finish line by now. "Longxuan, let us cease this aimless wandering. Perhaps we should find a tall tree to rest beneath until the fog dissipates?" Zheng Qianwan suggested, waving his hand through the mist before them. The visibility was limited to no more than 10 zhang, rendering the situation perilous. "Very well. I shall defer to your judgment." The 2 found a towering tree, selecting a lush area to conceal themselves, taking turns to rest. Throughout the night, the forest echoed with the roars of demon beasts and the shouts of martial artists. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight penetrated the misty forest, gently dispersing the thick fog and carrying away the pungent scent of blood, restoring the forest's purity. However, with the dissipating mist also vanished the ferocious demon beasts, as if they had evaporated, leaving none behind. The forest was now stained with blood. The sudden disappearance of the beasts allowed the warriors within to exhale in relief. That night, many teams had been merely fighting for their lives, besieged by relentless hordes of demon beasts, which they could hardly withstand. Eventually, numerous teams banded together, barely overcoming the crisis. Heavens, the demon beasts have finally dispersed. We can survive. Indeed, this is no assessment, it is outright slaughter. Have you considered what will become of our tokens now that the demon beasts are gone? At this moment, the selfishness and greed of humanity were starkly revealed, as the previously united teams descended into quarrels over token distribution, with some even resorting to violence. The 300 tokens are utterly insufficient for the allocation among over 400 individuals, thus igniting a ferocious scramble more savage than the beasts themselves. Surrender your tokens, and you may escape with your lives. In the forest, the clash of combat commenced, and lives were already claimed. As the mist began to dissipate, Shen Longxuan and his companion awoke, their overnight recovery leaving them invigorated, even experiencing a slight advancement in their cultivation. As they leapt down, they witnessed Wei Ming and He Tao hastily approaching, their expressions a mixture of surprise and urgency as they sped past. What has befallen these 2? They exhibit none of the composure befitting top practitioners, the 2 pondered. This is dire. We must flee at once. With the beasts vanished and tokens unattainable, a brutal contest for survival is imminent. Upon Shen Longxuan's words, he seized Zheng Qianwan and took flight. Just as they sought to escape, over 20 individuals surrounded them. "Hand over your tokens, and you may yet live. Do not dare claim you possess none, for that would seal your fate." Shen Longxuan observed the surrounding figures. their eyes gleaming with a frenzied hunger, their auras hinting at strengths exceeding the 8th level of body refinement. It was no wonder that even Wei Ming and He Tao, peak body refiners, had chosen to flee. Were there only 4 or 5, the two might have stood a chance, but against such numbers, only flight remained an option. With this thought, Shen Longxuan nonchalantly produced 2 tokens. If we surrender these, may we depart? The leader, a 9th level body refiner, beamed with delight at the sight of the tokens. Surrender them, and you may go. Without hesitation, Shen Longxuan tossed the 2 tokens aside. Knowing he still possessed 2 more, one was sufficient, and the surplus held no value. Stop. I said you may leave, but everything on you must be relinquished. Just as Shen Longxuan and his companion intended to depart, the man coldly interjected. Chapter 37. Excessive. The greed evident in the eyes of this group was unmistakable, and Shen Longxuan and Zheng Qianwan regarded these frenzied individuals with icy disdain. You scoundrels! To seize this opportunity during the assessment to commit robbery, Zheng Qianwan exclaimed, trembling with fury. He possessed numerous treasures, including 3 Qinkuan rings. Though not as superior as Shen Longxuan's, they were still exceedingly rare. Moreover, within these rings lay vast quantities of gold and cultivation resources. Should they be stolen, he would be filled with regret. Thus he stood resolute, unwilling to yield. I, Zheng Qianwan, assure you, I possess numerous treasures, but whether you can claim them depends on whether you possess the means to pay with your lives. With a flourish, he revealed a gleaming long knife in his hand. He believed this display would intimidate the group, for the blade was on the verge of being a low-grade spiritual weapon, crafted at great expense. However, he had not anticipated that this very act would only further incite their avarice. We shall seize it all. Initially, we thought you merely a plump sheep, but it appears you are a wealthy lord. As laughter erupted among the 20 or so individuals, I recalled your name, Zheng Qianwan. It seems you have no intention of cooperating. Brothers, take action. Hold on. Just as tensions escalated, Shen Longxuan suddenly interjected. You are indeed perceptive. You willingly offered the token. If you surrender your possessions, I could exceptionally accept you as my subordinate in Honghai, ensuring a life of luxury and indulgence. The leader of the opposing group, Honghai, boasted self-importantly. What do you say? You seem like an intelligent person. Persuade your companions that being a dog is far better than facing death. Shen Longxuan brushed off the dust from his attire. Anyone familiar with him would recognize this gesture as a prelude to action. Honghai, I initially intended to spare you, but your relentless aggression has led me to believe you have grown tired of life. These words provoked immediate laughter from the opposing group. With such worthless individuals as yourselves, how dare you? Attack, sever their hands and feet, and feed them to the ants. Allow me to show you something. Shen Longxuan pulled Zheng Qianwan back 3 paces, flicked his fingers, and a streak of red light shot towards Honghai. In mere moments, every individual was targeted by a red beam, hurtling forth. Among the 20 or so, some reacted swiftly and chose to evade, while the slower ones were struck directly, with Honghai attempting to grasp the oncoming attack. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions unleashed a tempest, scattering leaves throughout the forest. When silence finally fell, the ground was littered with lifeless bodies. The suddenness of it all left Zheng Qianwan in shock. All 20 had been obliterated before he could fathom it. Goodness, Longxuan, what treasure is this? Its power is astonishing. He had previously witnessed Shen Longxuan using this against beasts, but never with such magnitude. We will discuss this later, ensure no survivors remain, and collect the spoils. Once they confirmed there were no living foes, they swiftly gathered their bounty and departed. Shen Longxuan was not one who reveled in bloodshed. He would not take a life unless driven to the brink. These individuals were akin to those from the Li family of Luoying City, greedy souls who would stop at nothing for wealth. Such people deserve death. Shen Longxuan had calculated the distance when he launched the explosive pills. Even if half struck their targets, their demise was inevitable. He had retreated 3 paces to ensure his own safety. At that moment, Wei Ming, who had been running ahead, paused. He said to He Tao, shouldn't we assist them? After all, that lad is a rare opponent. Foolish. Even the 4 of us cannot contend with that group. We must prioritize our own safety. We still lack a token, and we have no idea how to obtain one. He Tao's thoughts were evidently more pragmatic than Wei Ming's. If we choose not to intervene, we can always hunt beasts tonight. I refuse to rob others. Wei Ming declared defiantly. But what if someone secures a position in the top 10 today? Would you still wait until nightfall? Wei Ming found himself at a loss for words. For him, securing first place was paramount. What then should we do? Indeed, I harbor no desire to bully the weak. Thus, we can barter, offering something in exchange. Are you satisfied now? After He Tao spoke, Wei Ming's eyes lit up, recognizing the brilliance of the idea. Just then, two familiar figures rushed toward them. It was Shen Longxuan and his companion, who had already secured their tokens and were hastening to the assembly point. Wait a moment. Shen Longxuan turned his head upon noticing Wei Ming and his companion. Though they had no prior connection and could hardly be deemed friends, Shen Longxuan had left a profound impression on the two. Young brothers, you managed to escape? Truly remarkable. Wei Ming exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing them. Humph. If it weren't for your two drawing them in, how would we have found ourselves surrounded? You still have the audacity to speak. Let us go, Qianwan. Shen Longxuan retorted angrily. Hey, young brother, please wait. Wei Ming called out to them once more. What? Do you intend to rob us as well? Zheng Qianwan could no longer contain his indignation. Despite their superior strength, Shen Longxuan wielded a fearsome weapon, which bolstered his confidence. His shout startled Wei Ming. We do not wish to rob you. We merely seek the tokens you possess. Upon hearing this, Zheng Qianwan instantly flared up, drawing his long blade, prepared to fight, yet declaring they were not robbers. Bring it on. Shen Longxuan clenched his fists tightly. At that moment, He Tao stepped forward. I believe there is a misunderstanding, brothers. Wei Ming is rather inept with words. He did not articulate our intentions clearly. What we mean is, if you have any surplus tokens, we are willing to exchange something for them. He Tao's demeanor was markedly more composed than Wei Ming's. Coupled with his polite manner and precise articulation, Shen Longxuan and his companion began to relax. He flipped his hand, revealing a black token. I am in need of spirit stones. Do you have any? In fact, among the spoils collected by the two, there were several tokens they had yet to examine. Spirit stones, I do possess a few. Wei Ming, how many do you have? He Tao's eyes brightened at the sight of the token. I only have 10 here. He Tao reached out to receive them, then combined his own to present to Shen Longxuan. Young brother, with my contribution, that totals 22. What do you think? Shen Longxuan furrowed his brow. He estimated that over 60 tokens would be necessary for the next upgrade of the battle soul, indicating that 22 was insufficient. If you feel this is inadequate, allow us to owe you a favor. How does that sound? He Tao continued. Deal. Shen Longxuan readily agreed, tossing the tokens over and pocketing the spirit stones. Since he had benefited from their generosity, it was only fitting to ensure their comfort. Thus he remarked, I perceive that ranking seems quite significant to both of you. You may go ahead. Young brother, your kindness is greatly appreciated. We shall take our leave. Watching them depart with haste, Shen Longxuan found a secluded spot to examine his spoils, revealing a multitude of Qinquan rings, each containing no less than 1,000,000 gold coins. Even the wealthy Zheng Qianwan was astounded. These individuals possessed an unimaginable fortune. They also had a few elixirs, but most importantly, they had discovered 30 spirit stones, which were precisely what Shen Longxuan required. Coupled with the 22 spirit stones obtained earlier, the two divided their spoils equally. As for the 3 tokens, Shen Longxuan discarded them without a second thought. Having completed this, the pair hurried towards their destination. Chapter 38. Dragon Martial Sect. Upon reaching the assembly point, Shen Longxuan and his companion found 8 others already present. Noticing Wei Ming's beaming face, it was evident that they had secured the top 2 positions. As Shen Longxuan approached, Wei Ming and He Tao came forward to congratulate them, overflowing with gratitude, which left the remaining onlookers in disbelief. It was the first time they had witnessed such warmth from Wei Ming and He Tao, prompting them to speculate about the identities of Shen Longxuan and his companion. Gradually, more individuals arrived at the gathering platform, most appearing battered and bruised, suggesting they had endured considerable battles. Wei Ming's keen eyes searched for the figures of Hong Hai and his group, but as the arrival of others ceased, he did not spot them. Ding! A distant bell chimed, pulling everyone's thoughts back to the present. Senior brother Jian Nan reappeared before the crowd. First and foremost, I wish to congratulate you all. You are now officially outer disciples of the Dragon Martial Sect. As his words echoed, a wave of cheers erupted. The successful disciples unleashing their pent-up emotions. What a harrowing journey it had been, akin to a brush with death. However, Jian Nan continued, I must inform you that of the more than 500 participants, 50% have been eliminated, leaving only 259 who passed the assessment. This serves as your first lesson. The martial world is merciless. The strong survive while the weak are cast aside. The road ahead is long, so I hope you cherish each moment. After Jian Nan's speech, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Their emotions complex, yet increasingly animated as more individuals began to glow with excitement. The Dragon Martial Sect, a sanctuary for cultivation, was now within their grasp. Some even knelt in reverence towards its direction. Father, I have succeeded. Now, everyone, close your eyes. "We are going home," Jian Nan declared. Instantly, a soft white light illuminated the platform, shooting skyward in the blink of an eye. When the radiance dissipated, no one remained on the platform. As Shen Longxuan opened his eyes, he beheld an enormous mountain, its expanse likely several times greater than the entirety of the illusory Moon Kingdom. Gazing upward through the mist, he discerned 5 smaller peaks, varying in height, rising majestically above the towering main peak, reminiscent of 5 fingers on a hand, each finger larger than the city of illusory moon. Amidst this grandeur, pavilions and towers were interspersed, adorned with treasures of rare beauty. A staircase paved with granite led directly up the mountain, shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial paradise. At the summit of the staircase stood a magnificent mountain gate, proudly proclaiming, "Dragon Martial Sect." 3 imposing characters gleamed brilliantly even from the base of the mountain, instilling awe in the hearts of all who beheld them. "Come," said the guide. "Follow me to the outer gate peak. From this day forth, you shall adhere to the rules of our sect. I shall now recite the regulations for your enlightenment." As they ascended the steps towards the summit, the breathtaking scenery on either side resembled a picturesque painting, and an ethereal sense of transcendence enveloped the area. To cultivate in such a place truly justified one's existence. The first decree, betrayal of the sect shall be met with no mercy. The second decree, the slaughter of fellow disciples shall be met with no mercy. The third decree, acts of debauchery and plunder shall be met with no mercy. As Jian Nan recited the rules of the Longwu sect, Shen Longxuan committed each one to memory. After half an hour, the recitation concluded, and the group arrived at the first peak on the main mountain, the Outer Gate Peak. This peak was home to nearly 10,000 outer disciples. You must quickly integrate yourselves among them, and do not conceal your abilities. The more exceptional you appear, the more attention the sect will pay to you and nurture your talents. Do you understand? Upon stepping onto the Outer Gate Peak, they were greeted by a multitude of closely packed residences resembling courtyards. However, the higher they climbed, the larger the courtyards became, and the spiritual essence within them intensified. "Now, present your tokens and report to the elders." The group proceeded to the registration area for outer disciples. Before a grand edifice sat a rather unsightly old man, who lounged in a chair with a long table laden with various items before him. "Elder Ho, I have brought you the newcomers. I leave them in your capable hands." Jian Nan stood with cupped fists. "Thank you for your hard work, junior brother Jian Nan. Rest assured, I will ensure they behave," Elder Ho replied, rising as well. "You little rascals, line up properly, one at a time. The top 10 of this assessment will stand at the back, as there will be rewards." Shen Longxuan and his companions complied, eagerly anticipating the grand prize. Elder Ho took the tokens handed to him, placing them on the table, and picked up a luminous stamp from beside him, slamming it down with a resounding thud. The tokens seemed to undergo a transformation, emanating a faint white glow, with the characters of the Longwu sect appearing upon them. He then handed each disciple a set of garments, a token, and a storage bag, stating, "Your residence is number 9741. Only with this token can you gain entry." Next, it was not until noon that Shen Longxuan and his group finally reached the front of the line. His number was 10,000. At that moment, Elder Ho announced, "There are 2 types of rewards for the top 10. The first is a material reward, and the second is a secret. Choose wisely, for you have but one opportunity." Shen Longxuan couldn't shake the feeling that this old man was rather unseemly, yet he understood that appearances could be deceiving. Ultimately, the 10 of them reached a consensus and opted for the secret. "Very well. This secret shall be known only to the 10 of you. There is no secret at all. Ha ha ha, your rewards have been dispensed. Take care." Realizing they had been duped, the 10 sought to protest, but Elder Ho's expression shifted dramatically, an overwhelming aura descending upon them. "Remember, the rewards have already been given out." Elder Ho departed with a flourish, leaving Wei Ming seething with rage. "What a wretched elder. I shall lodge a complaint against him. Yes, let us seek the sect leader to report him. However, one must awaken to reality. We cannot file a complaint. The Outer Gate Peak is the domain of the Outer Gate Elders, and even if we were deceived, it was of our own volition. Setting that aside, even if we were to win a case, the 3 years we would spend on Outer Gate Peak would be far from pleasant. Thus, it is perhaps best to act as if nothing has transpired." He Tao discerned the essence of the matter, and his insights garnered the agreement of the others. Similarly, Shen Longxuan recognized this truth and shook his head, heading straight to his abode. His residence was adjacent to Zheng Qianwan's, nearly at the foot of Outer Gate Peak. Not far from the main peak, which suited him perfectly, he intended to seek out the energy of the dragon vein to thoroughly fortify his skin, and completing this enhancement would greatly amplify his combat prowess. He was quite satisfied with his residence, as it surpassed the Shen family's by a considerable margin, and the gate could only be opened with his token, significantly enhancing its security. Moreover, the house was well equipped, even featuring a stove. Shen Longxuan retrieved the storage bag he had received earlier. According to the elder, a single grain of spiritual rice could sustain one for half a month without hunger. Once Shen Longxuan had organized his belongings, he commenced his cultivation, discovering the spiritual energy in the courtyard to be several times more abundant than outside. Miraculously, after merely a few hours of practice, he reached the pinnacle of the 8th layer of body refinement, a speed comparable to what would have taken him half a month previously. It appeared that breaking into the martial artist realm would not demand an extensive period. As twilight descended, Shen Longxuan donned a set of black garments and stealthily exited his residence. Following the guidance of his battle spirit, he began his search upon Outer Gate Peak. He traversed a serene path that led him to a sheer cliff, where he found the energy of the dragon vein within a cave. During his cultivation there, he realized that the dragon vein energy was exponentially purer than that of the illusion moon kingdom. After persevering for half an hour, he returned home. For 10 consecutive days, he maintained this routine. One day, as Shen Longxuan stepped outside, intending to practice the Xianlong transformation, he was confronted by a blockade. Shen Longxuan, I've been tailing you for days, and I've finally cornered you. Chapter 39. The brutal collision. A jolt of alarm coursed through Shen Longxuan as he scrutinized the figure before him, recognizing it to be Fu Wanjing. Accompanying him were 2 others, likely Outer Gate disciples as well, exuding formidable auras. Fu Wanjing, what do you intend to do? Shen Longxuan replied coolly. What do I intend to do? Shen Longxuan, you must know it well. Kneel and kowtow to me at once, calling me grandfather. If I feel pleased, I might let you off. Fu Wanjing snarled menacingly. But should you fail to recognize the situation? Fu Wanjing, have you knocked your head and lost your wits? Get out of my way. Shen Longxuan retorted angrily. At this, Fu Wanjing erupted in fury. Shen Longxuan, even if you were to kneel and kowtow now, it would be of no avail. Today, I intend to cripple you. Allow me to introduce you to these 2 individuals, Sun Yudao and Zhu Shiji, both esteemed seniors at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, who are quite intrigued by the rewards for the top 10 in the assessment. Before Shen Longxuan could utter a word, Sun Yudao stepped forward. This individual, of diminutive stature, bore a dark mole on his right cheek and possessed a malevolent gaze. He spoke with an air of authority. Shen Longxuan, the rewards for the top 10 in the assessment are exceedingly generous. Even the 10th place receives a low-grade spirit weapon, along with 100 spirit stones and 100 body refinement pills. What? Shen Longxuan's exclamation startled the 3. Did you truly just say that is the reward for the 10th place? Indeed, Sun Yudao replied, puzzled. Had he misspoken? But he quickly remembered his intention to rob and adopted a more domineering demeanor. Shen Longxuan, if you obediently hand over the spirit stones and the spirit weapon, we may let you go. Otherwise, we shall ensure your bones are shattered. Enraged, Shen Longxuan could hardly fathom the lavishness of the 10th place reward. The rewards for all the participants were beyond imagination, especially considering Elder Ho had embezzled so much. He cared not for the other items. It was the 100 spirit stones that ignited his fury. Shen Longxuan, what are you contemplating? No one will come to your aid. You appear to be one who will not shed tears until faced with a coffin. Seeing Shen Longxuan's delay, Fu Wanjing lunged forward, delivering a punch. The wind from his fist whistled as it aimed for Shen Longxuan's head. The latter's expression darkened as he swiftly caught Fu Wanjing's fist with a resounding thud, raising his gaze in resentment. How utterly shameless you are. Fu Wanjing was taken aback. And what of it? I am indeed shameless. He attempted to retract his fist, but Shen Longxuan's grip was like a vice, tightening relentlessly, causing his knuckles to deform. Shen Longxuan, you bastard, release me. Senior brother, help. Hearing Fu Wanjing's cries of anguish, Sun Yudao charged in, kicking at Shen Longxuan, only to find himself caught as well. Shen Longxuan, furious at the thought of his spirit stones being embezzled, felt an overwhelming surge of hatred. Gradually, a golden glow emanated from his hands, which he exerted with sudden force, sending both figures hurtling back. Elders bully me, and now you as well? Do you take me for clay to be molded? In his fury, Shen Longxuan summoned the first martial technique of the Xianlong transformation, the Savage Charge. The 2 who had just regained their footing, along with Zhu Shiji, were momentarily blinded by a dazzling light, only to feel as though they had been struck by a mountain. Before they could even scream, they were rendered unconscious, their bodies flung a dozen yards away like discarded rag dolls. Shen Longxuan, meanwhile, clutched his head and rolled on the ground, as his head had yet to be enveloped in golden light. Thus, Forcibly executing this technique resulted in backlash. After what felt like an eternity, the pain began to subside, and he stumbled into the cave, enduring the agony as he commenced his cultivation. Despite the backlash he experienced, the moment of explosive power left him astounded. Thus, he was determined to swiftly complete the transformation of the Xuanlong into refined skin. This nearly frenzied obsession enabled Shen Longxuan to persist for an astonishing 2 hours. The accumulation of time was not merely additive, it resulted in a qualitative transformation. His entire head radiated a golden hue, his eyes gleamed with brilliance, resembling a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. In that instant, his whole body was enveloped in golden light. After more than a year of arduous cultivation, the Xuanlong transformation finally yielded some modest results. At this moment, with his skin fully tempered, he felt an immense surge in strength. Most notably, his defense had increased significantly. He promptly rose to his feet, drawing in a deep breath, and charged forth with wild abandon. He felt the golden light pulsating around him, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself propelled several dozen meters forward. With a thunderous crash, he collided against the cavern wall, sending debris flying and dust swirling. Upon inspection, a human-shaped indentation marred the wall, surrounded by spiderweb-like cracks that spread throughout the cave. Remarkably, despite the impact, he felt no pain. Instead, a sense of exhilaration washed over him. This time, he experienced no backlash, and as his Xuanlong transformation progressed, the power of his martial technique would only continue to enhance. His next phase of cultivation would involve fortifying his muscles, which would not only augment his strength, but also bolster his defenses. Moreover, he realized that he could now sit at the edge of the dragon vein energy for cultivation. Thus, even without absorbing the dragon vein energy, his body would still benefit from its fortifying effects. How magnificent this technique was! As he exited the cave, he discovered that Fu Wanjin and his companions had already departed. If he were to collide with them now, he would likely shatter them into pieces. Shen Longxuan returned to his courtyard, exhilarated, but his thoughts turned to the rewards mentioned by Sun Yudao, igniting a feeling of irritation within him. However, the other party was an elder of the martial master realm, and he was not yet a match for him, unless he resorted to the explosive pills. But that would create too much commotion, alerting the sect and sealing his own fate. Sighing, he resolved to focus on his cultivation, striving to elevate his strength before settling the score. After 2 hours of training, he felt considerable gains and anticipated a breakthrough in his realm within the next few days, after which he succumbed to a deep slumber. The following morning, he awoke to the sound of his stomach growling. It was time to procure some spirit rice. The sect had only issued him a single grain of spirit rice, and any further consumption required personal purchase since its yield was scarce and hence expensive. He summoned Zheng Qianwan, and together they made their way towards the trading peak. As they descended from the outer gate peak, they ambled along the cobblestone path of the main peak, encountering numerous disciples bustling about. Each one exuded unfathomable cultivation, barely sparing a glance at the two as they hurried past. Shen Longxuan, however, was captivated by the enchanting scenery of the mountains, where rivers cascaded harmoniously, prompting him to exclaim, "The sun illuminates the rainbow, and the clear skies echo with whispers of rain. The spirit mountain is resplendent with colors, and the air is suffused with ethereal mist. This scene is truly poetic." As the disciple walked back and forth, he could not help but cast a glance of disdain at Shen Longxuan, as if he were observing a fool. Zheng Qianwan smiled faintly upon hearing this, saying, "Longxuan, what exquisite taste you have. Their gazes should make it clear to you. They look down upon you because the magnificent scenery of the Longwu sect is a product of human alteration. Oh, pray enlighten me." "Very well, let me elucidate. The main peak of the Longwu sect is adorned with 5 distinct summits: the outer gate peak, the inner gate peak, the true inheritance peak, the sect leader peak, and the trading peak. Does it not resemble the 5 fingers of a hand?" In truth, this was the vision of the progenitor of the Longwu sect, who recognized the dragon vein of this location, transforming stone into mountain and establishing formations to gather the essence of the dragon vein, resulting in the present-day Longwu sect. Shen Longxuan nodded repeatedly, realizing the truth of it all. Chapter 40. Purchasing rice. Zheng Qianwan continued. The outer gate peak has the largest number of disciples, yet it is the least esteemed. To rise above, one must challenge the sky tower, aiming to rank within the top 100. Not only would this garner rewards from the sect, but it would also attract the sect's attention. However, to penetrate the top 100 among thousands is no simple feat. Zheng Qianwan sighed. Atop the outer gate peak lies a secluded area, the training ground for the outer gate elders. Any disciple who achieves the martial master realm can automatically ascend to the status of an elder. Yet, should one ascend to the martial master realm within 3 years, they qualify to assess inner gate disciples, who hold equal rank with outer gate elders and may even surpass them in certain aspects. Shen Longxuan gazed at the summit of the outer gate peak and suddenly recalled Elder Ho, along with the oath he had taken upon leaving home, filling him with renewed confidence. You shall all be my stepping stones. Within 3 years, I shall surely break through to the martial master realm. With this formidable battle spirit, I will undoubtedly surpass the ancestors of the Shen Clan and reclaim our ancestral glory. At that moment, the two arrived at the base of an even more magnificent peak, the Inner Gate Peak, the training ground for Inner Gate disciples and elders. Here, the spiritual energy is exponentially richer, and they possess a unique privilege, the ability to tame beasts for their own use, much like senior brother Jian Nan's flying beast, which was acquired from this very place. Through Zheng Qianwan's explanations, Shen Longxuan gradually gained a comprehensive understanding of the Longwu sect and set his sights on a goal, to ascend to the martial master realm within 3 years. With the battle spirit capable of advancement, reaching the martial sovereign realm would be but a trifling task. Longxuan, this is the trading peak, Zheng Qianwan explained. It is the liveliest area of the Longwu sect, hosting large-scale auctions regularly. The rare treasures obtained by disciples can be auctioned here. It is also a favored gathering spot for disciples, as the market is perpetually open, offering opportunities to stumble upon treasures, though most end up acquiring worthless trinkets. Listening to Zheng Qianwan's introduction, Shen Longxuan looked up to see that the peak had been cleaved in two, revealing a colossal platform, estimated to be at least the size of several falling blossom cities. The two peaks ahead are known as Jinchuan Peak and Zhongzhou Peak, seldom frequented by visitors. Additionally, on Trading Peak, one can find various halls such as the Steward Hall, the Mission Hall, the Council Hall, the Life and Death Hall, and the Dragon Martial Hall. Once we reach the Warrior Realm, we will be able to acquire martial arts techniques and skills from the Dragon Martial Hall. As they conversed, the two ascended Trading Peak. Before reaching the summit, they were already enveloped by a cacophony of voices, with incessant haggling and shouts resonating in the air. Upon reaching the pinnacle, Shen Longxuan was astonished by the vastness of the area. The platform was 10 times the size of Luoying City, with an array of buildings arranged in an orderly manner. At its center lay an immense square, measuring countless fathoms, surrounded by 5 magnificent grand halls and a towering spire. Do you see those 5 grand halls? They represent the 5 divisions of the Dragon Martial sect, and that tall tower is the Tongtian Tower, used for assessing the disciples' rankings. Shen Longxuan gazed at the tower, catching a glimpse of the list displayed at its summit. Stop looking. The Tongtian Tower only opens once every 3 months, and the rankings are refreshed at the same interval. Let us purchase some spirit rice, urged Zheng Qianwan. Hearing the rumbling of Zheng's stomach, Shen Longxuan couldn't help but chuckle. After inquiring, they discovered there were only 2 vendors selling spirit rice. One was Tianxiang Rice Shop, known for its expensive yet effective rice, while the other was Jishuan Rice Shop, which offered cheaper rice of average quality, akin to what was distributed to new disciples. Ultimately, they decided on Jishuan Rice Shop. Sir, how much for the spirit rice? A middle-aged man at the counter seemed to be dozing off. Upon hearing their inquiry, he merely raised his fist in a vague gesture. The two were puzzled by this response. What does that mean? Are we to be beaten for asking about prices? Sir, we are here to make a purchase. What do you mean by that? Let us go, Dragon Qian. Do we need to worry about buying things if we have money? Zheng Qianwan, being a prince, was not accustomed to such treatment. Hold on. You wish to leave without even checking the goods after inquiring about the price? You must be newcomers. The middle-aged man yawned and stood up. We are indeed newcomers, but we are not to be trifled with. What do you intend to do? Shen Longxuan stood tall, exuding an extraordinary presence. You dare to be so arrogant in my shop. You too. Just then, a fiery figure darted out from within the store, seizing the middle-aged man's ear and twisting it with vigor. Upon closer inspection, they realized the figure was a striking young woman clad in red, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old. She was tall, with bright eyes and arched brows, revealing a pair of small tiger teeth as she furiously exclaimed, "You disrespectful old man. Every guest deserves respect. If you offend them, who will come to buy rice from us in the future? Apologize quickly." This brazen demeanor sent a tremor through Shen Longxuan's heart, for her every action closely resembled that of Shen Liang. Oh, be gentle, my little ancestor. My ear is about to fall off. All right, I was wrong. Please let go. The middle-aged man pleaded repeatedly, listening to their conversation. It was evident that the two were father and daughter, indeed a peculiar pair. I shall spare you today. As the woman in red released her grip, The middle-aged man quickly retreated to the side, rubbing his ears, which were flushed red, unmistakably genuine. Dear junior brothers, please do not be upset. My name is Chu Ling, and I have already taught this fellow a lesson on your behalf. We have our spirit rice here, which others sell for 40,000 gold coins. For your first purchase. How about 38,000? Chu Ling smiled, her beauty so enchanting that it seemed to illuminate the room, instantly dispelling the anger of Shen Longxuan and his companion. Senior sister Chu Ling, I am Shen Longxuan. You truly possess the talent of a shrewd merchant. We shall each buy 10 grains. Shen Longxuan declared, picking up the spirit rice, identical to what he had consumed earlier. Chu Ling promptly produced 2 exquisite little pouches, each filled with 10 grains the size of a fingertip. Senior sister Chu Ling, why is the quality of the spirit rice from Tianxiang rice shop superior to yours? Is it a different variety? Shen Longxuan inquired casually after their transaction. The middle-aged man let out a cold snort, clearly displeased with Shen Longxuan's question. I spoke out of turn. Shen Longxuan realized that he had touched upon a commercial secret and prepared to take his leave. To be honest, Longxuan, the variety of spirit rice is the same, but it requires abundant spiritual energy during cultivation. We lack the spirit stones to set up the necessary formations, Chu Ling replied, her expression one of frustration, yet feeling utterly powerless. The spirit rice from Tianxiang rice shop was indeed cultivated in the same manner, yet its price was more than double, which was envious indeed. Are you suggesting that the cultivation area for spirit rice requires dense spiritual energy to thrive? If so, I may be able to assist you. Shen Longxuan said with a smile. What a joke. Would you truly provide us with spirit stones? Or do you have designs on my daughter? Let me tell you. Boy, you better abandon such thoughts, or you will meet a most unfortunate end. The middle-aged man glared at the two, convinced they harbored ill intentions. However, his words caused Chu Ling's face to flush, and she did not retort. Sir, I believe you have misunderstood. My assistance would also benefit myself. Let us speak plainly. As long as the quality exceeds that of Tianxiang rice shop's spirit rice, we shall take 1/10 of the harvest, Shen Longxuan stated confidently. Upon hearing this, Chu Ling's dark eyes lit up. She scrutinized Shen Longxuan once more. Although he was not exceptionally handsome, an undeniable confidence radiated from his gaze. Longxuan, you wouldn't truly have feelings for her, would you? How was I unaware of your capabilities? Zheng Qianwan's voice, though soft, reached the ears of the father and daughter. The middle-aged man fumed. Boy, if you cannot prove your abilities, I shall break your legs today. As he spoke, a violent aura suddenly erupted. Chapter 41. Do you know your crime? Faced with her father's oppressive aura, Chu Ling felt anxious. For reasons unknown, she felt an immediate trust in Shen Longxuan upon seeing him for the first time. Shen Longxuan exhibited no signs of fear, calmly stating, I have never boasted. Should you agree to my terms, I shall undoubtedly demonstrate my capabilities. Very well, I consent. Chu Ling hesitated momentarily before nodding affirmatively. Child, you truly are a girl who cannot be held back. The middle-aged man appeared visibly disheartened, sulking against the counter while glaring at Shen Longxuan. However, he soon sprang to his feet, sensing the celestial energy within several hundred yards rapidly converging towards the meditating Shen Longxuan. In the blink of an eye, the concentration of spiritual energy in the rice shop surged tenfold, and it continued to escalate. He was elated. This concentration was superior to any formation he had previously arranged. What remarkable energy! Moreover, as my cultivation progresses, the concentration will only increase further. Take me to the spiritual field, Shen Longxuan remarked nonchalantly. Zheng Qianwan was utterly astonished. Pondering what else his young brother might be concealing, it seemed their dining predicament had found resolution. Ahem, young brother. This level of spiritual energy will likely require 3 hours daily. Are you certain you can maintain this? The middle-aged man inquired, believing this method would surely demand a sacrifice. Little did he know that Shen Longxuan's intent was to cultivate the essence-gathering technique, and even without assistance, he would engage in such practice daily. This was merely one aspect. Additionally, it resolved their dining issue while primarily aiding Chu Ling. The four promptly shut the door and ventured to the back courtyard of the shop, where a 100-foot spiritual field lay. Here, the seedlings had just begun to sprout, visibly consuming the surrounding spiritual energy. Thus, Shen Longxuan meditated here for 3 hours each day. After a month, the seedlings of the spiritual rice had grown to the height of a person, robust and vigorous. Chu Ling's father beamed with joy, witnessing Shen Longxuan treating him as his own son. Throughout this month, Shen Longxuan's essence-gathering technique had amassed spiritual energy spanning 500 yards. The transformation of the Xuanlong had not ceased for a single day, as he felt the strength of his muscles increasing daily. the force of his wild charge amplified to 11 times. On one particular day, as Shen Longxuan approached the rice shop, he was met with a cacophony of voices inside. He hastened his steps and found Chu Ling, with her back to the entrance, speaking angrily. "Qin Yong, our spiritual rice will be ready for harvest in 10 days. What do you mean by demanding the return of the house now?" Behind the counter sat a rotund man, reclining in a chair with his feet propped up. His lecherous gaze lingering on Chu Ling. "I have no choice. Someone is offering double the rent for this place. Here, I am returning your remaining rent." Chu Ling clenched her teeth in anger, coldly retorting, "Do not speak so intimately. It disgusts me. Just say how much you wish to raise the rent." Ling, do you not understand my intentions? If you agree to marry me, this house shall be yours. No need for rent." Qin Yong stepped out from behind the counter, breathless, seizing Chu Ling's hand. "Get away." Chu Ling slapped him fiercely across the face, leaving a vivid red imprint. "The foul woman, do you dare strike me? If you were to submit, it would be one thing. However, if you refuse, what then? You wretched glutton, have you not taken a moment to gaze into the mirror? Your appearance is so repugnant that claiming you resemble a pig would be a compliment." Shen Longxuan could no longer contain himself and stepped into the shop. "You little brat, judging by your attire, you must be a new disciple, yet you dare to call me a pig? Have you lost your mind?" Enraged, Qin Yong ignited with fury, his corpulent frame surprisingly nimble as he struck down towards Shen Longxuan. Fiery palm. "Qin Yong, do you dare to act violently within the sect?" Chu Ling exclaimed in alarm. Shen Longxuan was equally taken aback, realizing that this rotund man was indeed a martial artist. Even before his palm made contact, the scorching wind from his hand rushed towards him. "Humph, what can a mere new disciple do? Killing you would be inconsequential," Qin Yong boasted arrogantly. Unexpectedly, a flash of golden light enveloped Shen Longxuan, and a golden fist surged forth to meet the attack. Bang! The fierce wind howled as Shen Longxuan was sent staggering out of the door. After over a month of cultivation, Shen Longxuan had reached the 9th level of body refinement. Yet his actual strength was comparable to that of a first-level martial artist. Prepare to meet your end. Qin Yong, emboldened by his position, recognized Shen Longxuan's cultivation level and believed it would be effortless for him, a 3rd-level martial artist, to deal with a 9th-level body refiner. With a swift motion, he exited the door, his fiery palm descending once more with overwhelming force, the flames radiating an intense heat. Sensing imminent danger, Shen Longxuan immediately activated the Xuanlong transformation, prepared to unleash a brutal charge. "Stop!" At that moment, a patrol squad approached from a distance, prompting Qin Yong to immediately retract his attack, his demeanor shifting as he greeted them with a grin. "Brother Huachangqing, what brings you out on patrol today? You could have simply informed me. No need to tire yourself." The obsequiousness in his tone was palpable, provoking a suppressed laugh from Shen Longxuan. "If entrusted to you, this place would descend into chaos. Pray tell, what are you doing here?" It is important to note that fighting privately on the trading peak incurs severe penalties. Huachangqing bore an expression of stern authority, and the patrol squad behind him exuded a formidable presence, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. "Brother, the situation is as follows. I was negotiating the rent with this rice merchant when this new disciple boldly entered and insulted me as a pig. You know, I detest being associated with swine, so I intended to apprehend him, but this wretch dared to resist, thus the scene you have witnessed." Qin Yong exonerated himself entirely, confident that with his status as a preparatory disciple in the Elders' Hall, Huachangqing would not pursue the matter further. The unfortunate new disciple had crossed Qin Yong, whose father was an outer elder. Not only that, but he was also a preparatory disciple in the Elders' Hall, wielding significant power. That lad would undoubtedly face dire consequences. One must consider their own frail stature before seeking to be a hero. In the end, the fish eluded capture, leaving him with nothing but a stench. Listening to the whispers and pointed fingers from those around him, Qin Yong felt an overwhelming sense of pride, thinking to himself, "You wish to compete with me? I shall outwit you." However, Chu Ling grew increasingly anxious. This matter was originally unrelated to Shen Longxuan, yet he had been wrongfully accused. Biting her delicate lip, she quietly resolved to take action. Huachangqing finally cast a glance at the newcomer mentioned by Qin Yong, and to his surprise, he immediately exclaimed, "Ah, Longxuan, is that you? How have you been? Both I and your senior brother, Xiao He, have been concerned about you, but due to our busy schedules, we haven't been able to visit. You aren't angry with your senior brother, are you?" Shen Longxuan had been smiling warmly at Huachangqing. During their journey through Luoying City, their shared disposition and mutual disdain for injustice had forged a strong bond between them. Senior brother Changqing, Shen Longxuan recounted the events in detail, causing Qin Yang's face to shift from green to pale. He had not anticipated that a newcomer would be acquainted with Hua Changqing. Chu Ling's mouth fell agape in disbelief. Who is this fellow, and how does he have such a close relationship with senior brother Hua? He seems to possess some connections. Otherwise, how would he dare to be the hero saving the damsel in distress? Qin Yong had indeed encountered a formidable challenge this time. Even if his father intervened, it was likely that he would face consequences. Upon hearing Shen Longxuan's account, Hua Changqing's expression darkened as he thundered, Qin Yong, you are hereby dismissed from your position as a preparatory disciple in the Deacon Hall, effective immediately. Now, I ask you, do you acknowledge your wrongdoing? Chapter 42, Slaying the Martial Artist. Upon hearing this, Qin Yong wilted under the oppressive aura of the martial artist, nearly collapsing to his knees. Senior brother Hua, I acknowledge my mistakes. Considering my father's reputation, I implore you to show leniency. Humph. Take him away. Hua Changqing glared, then turned to Shen Longxuan, saying, Longxuan, let me be frank with you. Due to the overwhelming number of disciples in the outer sect, the sect typically turns a blind eye as long as no major disturbances arise. I can manage most situations. After patting Shen Longxuan on the shoulder and casting a playful glance at him and Chu Ling, he departed with a hearty laugh. Shen Longxuan understood the implications of his words, smiling faintly, and returned to the shop to continue his cultivation of the condensing essence technique. Leaving Chu Ling standing at the door in a daze, time flew by, and soon it was harvest season for the spiritual rice. Zheng Qianwan also came to assist, and Chu Ling and her father beamed with joy at the sight of their bountiful harvest. The spiritual rice they had previously sold was of the lowest grade. Yet this yield had reached the quality of intermediate-grade spiritual rice, surpassing even that of the Tianxiang Rice Company. Haha. This kind of spiritual rice is worth at least 200,000 gold coins per grain. Even if it were spiritual stones, it would be worth 7 pieces. We've struck it rich. Chu Ling's father exclaimed, dancing with delight. Thank you, junior brother Longxuan. Without your help, our shop would have likely closed down by now. Chu Ling said sincerely. Sister Chu Ling, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, why not offer yourself in return? Zheng Qianwan seized the opportunity to make a jest. What nonsense! Shen Longxuan retorted, tossing a grain of spiritual rice at Zheng Qianwan's face, and the two engaged in a playful scuffle. Chu Ling experienced a sudden flutter of emotions. Her vivacious spirit fell into a profound silence, her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue. Observing this, her father shook his head disapprovingly. Alas, how swiftly a daughter grows up. According to their agreement, Shen Longxuan received a 10% share of the earnings, and the spiritual rice they procured would sustain them for 2 years, thus alleviating their concerns about sustenance. In truth, among the outer disciples, many were preoccupied with earning money to purchase spiritual rice, for it served not only to satiate hunger, but also significantly accelerated their cultivation. Spiritual fields would not yield again until 6 months after harvest, prompting Shen Longxuan to enter seclusion for cultivation, preparing himself for the inaugural round of the Celestial Tower ranking competition. Time slipped away, and soon the day of the Celestial Tower's opening arrived. Shen Longxuan ceased his practice and stepped outside, intending to acquire items necessary for his challenges. From his inquiries with Zheng Qianwan, he learned that new entrants faced formidable obstacles. The tower consisted of 9 major trials. The first 4 were based on wind, rain, thunder, and fire, while the remaining 5 combined these 4 elemental forces into rigorous tests. Most outer disciples languished around the first and second trials, with only a select few possessing extraordinary abilities managing to surpass the third. Reaching the 4th trial was a notable achievement, often securing a place in the rankings. The top contender was a figure known as Windwolf, who, it was said, ascended to the 3rd level of the martial artist realm merely 6 months after entering. He was poised to challenge the martial master realm within 3 years. As Shen Longxuan stepped outside, he was confronted at the foot of the outer peak by a group, one of whom was unmistakably Fu Wanjin. Though his appearance had drastically changed, once a picture of affluence, he now resembled a beggar, and without careful scrutiny, one would hardly recognize him. Fu Wanjin, have you not yet learned your lesson, you defeated contender? Shen Longxuan brushed off the dust from his attire and inquired calmly. Shen Longxuan, my current state is entirely your doing. I have spent all my possessions on healing, and at last, I have cornered you. If you do not compensate me with 10,000 spirit stones, you shall not escape unscathed. I will break your legs and demand you kneel before me in repentance. Fu Wanjin shouted almost frantically. The last time he had sought assistance from 2 senior brothers, Shen Longxuan had nearly taken their lives, leaving Fu Wanjin to pay for their survival with his entire fortune. Recalling the suffering he had endured over the past 2 months, he felt a consuming desire for vengeance. Compensate you with spirit stones? What a farce. Not only do I lack them, but even if I possessed them, not a single stone would I part with for you. Fu Wanjin, you brought this upon yourself. It has nothing to do with me. Initially, I did you no wrong, yet you repeatedly sought to provoke me. Is this not your just deserts? Shen Longxuan retorted with a cold laugh. You insolent wretch, dare you speak so defiantly? Let us see how you fare in this trial. Fu Wanjin whispered to those beside him, and upon seeing the expression of one of his companions shift to one of eager anticipation, their eyes gleamed with avarice. The black garb they wore trembling with excitement. Stepping forward, I pointed at Shen Longxuan and declared, regardless of your identity, surrender the items in your possession. I shall merely cripple your legs, not take your life. I will count to 3. Shen Longxuan, nearly overcome with indignation, felt on the verge of collapse. Had it not been for his desire to avoid trouble, he would have already hurled an explosive pill at these two, ensuring their swift demise. And who might you be? Speaking of righteousness while committing robbery? Truly hopeless. 1. The figure clad in black remained silent. As I reached the count of 2, an invisible aura erupted from him. The pressure of his second-tier warrior cultivation bearing down upon me. Fu Wanjin let out a peculiar laugh and took a step back. Shen Longxuan's expression turned grave. Unless he unleashed a brutal charge, he was no match for this opponent. However, his current cultivation allowed him to use such a technique only once. 2. As I contemplated my next move, the figure in black had finished counting and, like a specter, lunged forward, his eyes filled with ferocity. His hands moved like the wind, aiming directly for Shen Longxuan's right hand, where 2 rings lay, precisely what he sought. In an instant, Shen Longxuan's 9th-tier body refinement surged forth, his left foot kicking toward the assailant's right leg, while his right fist shot out like lightning. Decent reflexes, but a body refinement practitioner is but a fool. The black-clad figure suddenly unleashed a burst of energy, a fierce gale crashing into Shen Longxuan. Shen Longxuan was driven back several steps, the figure in black closing in swiftly, the sound of rushing wind echoing as he pressed the attack. Bang! Shen Longxuan was once more struck back, colliding with a massive tree. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he thought, does he truly consider me a sickly cat? Come at me if you dare. With a powerful push against the tree trunk, Shen Longxuan shot forward like an arrow. The black-clad figure let out a sinister laugh, palms thrusting outwards, unleashing a tempest far more ferocious than before. The winds howled, a manifestation of his most potent martial technique, sweeping away leaves and obscuring vision with ferocity. The tearing force intensifying. Just as the black-clad figure believed victory was assured, a resounding roar pierced through the gale. A flash of golden light surged forward, striking him as if a mountain had collided with him. The force of annihilation surged through his body, reducing him to ashes with a thunderous boom. Shen Longxuan knelt on the ground, witnessing the obliteration of the figure in black. In the distance, Fu Wanjin, having witnessed the instant demise of the hired aide, was paralyzed with fear and fled at once. This is dire. A life has been taken. The overwhelming power of the brutal charge had startled him considerably. Once he regained his composure, a chill ran down his spine. Killing a fellow disciple warranted execution, as clearly stated by the sect's regulations. The only course now was to deny any involvement. Without evidence, even Fu Wanjin's claims would be dismissed. After all, it was inconceivable for a 9th-tier body refinement practitioner to slay a 3rd-tier warrior disciple, as long as he achieved a ranking in the Tongtian Tower the following day. Gaining the sect's favor, this crisis could be resolved. Chapter 43. Tongtian Tower. Shen Longxuan practiced through the night, bringing himself to peak condition. The injuries from yesterday's battle had healed, and he resumed his training of the Xuanlong transformation before heading to the Tongtian Tower. Upon arriving at the foot of the Tower of Heaven, I found it yet to be opened, yet a considerable crowd had already gathered. Have you heard the news? It is said that the foremost disciple of the outer sect, Shen Liang, has lost his brother, Shen San, to a brutal murder, and no trace of the body has been discovered. Shen Liang is furious and has issued a bounty of 1,000 spirit stones for any information. 1,000 spirit stones. Shen San was a martial artist of the 3rd realm, skilled in the art of the split wind palm, and not weak by any means. To have been slain so quietly, the perpetrator must be no ordinary individual. They would likely need to be at least at the 6th realm of martial prowess. The murmurs of the crowd intensified. At that moment, a group of agitated individuals approached from a distance, all martial artists at or above the 6th realm. Shen Liang has truly lost his mind. He summoned us early in the morning, and we thought it was for some noble purpose, but instead, it felt like an interrogation. Who would dare to kill his brother? Do you think the sect will intervene in this matter? I doubt it. How many times has an outer sect disciple been killed without the sect taking action? They merely go through the motions. Thankfully, that wealthy individual provided a lead. Otherwise, we might still be trapped here indefinitely. Upon hearing this, Shen Longxuan felt a chill of foreboding. Suddenly, a thunderous voice echoed from afar. Who is Shen Longxuan? Come forth at once. A dark figure approached with remarkable speed, and the air around him swirled with violent winds. In an instant, he stood before the Tower of Heaven. This man had a fierce visage, sharp facial features, and hair that resembled a tempest, truly resembling a furious wolf. He locked eyes with Shen Longxuan. You are Shen Longxuan, the one who dared to kill my brother. You shall join him in death. He reached out, his hand moving with the swiftness of a storm. The pinnacle of martial prowess. Shen Longxuan felt a surge of dread. The speed was overwhelming, rendering escape impossible. To be slain by such a master would be akin to crushing an ant. As the lethal claws drew near, he felt an imminent threat. Every hair on his body standing on end, as if urging him to flee. Yet, once locked in the grip of his aura, movement became an insurmountable challenge. At that moment, the Tower of Heaven erupted with blinding light, and with a swift motion, Shen Longxuan was drawn into its depths. You may evade the first strike, but not the 15th. Feng Lang followed him into the tower. Shen Longxuan did not enter of his own volition. Rather, he was inexplicably pulled inside, bewildered by the phenomenon. Upon entering, he sensed a familiar energy, the essence of the dragon vein. Now located on the first floor, he beheld a realm dominated by wind. In the distance, he could faintly discern a passageway at the end of the tempest. As he ventured into this chaotic whirlwind, an unforeseen transformation occurred. The gale intensified tenfold, its tearing force astounding. Shen Longxuan's skin turned to a golden hue as the Xianyuan dragon transformation technique activated spontaneously. In that very instant, all individuals within the Tower of Heaven were expelled. What just happened? Why am I outside? What has transpired? I have merely entered, yet I find myself expelled. Are there any elders present? The Celestial Tower has malfunctioned. This matter has finally stirred the sect, and the elders have ultimately confirmed that the Celestial Tower has, for reasons unknown, sealed itself autonomously. However, atop the sect master peak, a formidable consciousness momentarily enveloped the Celestial Tower, only to recede like a tide. The master of this consciousness stood at the peak, a smile gracing his visage. With fingers entwined in his beard, his figure flickered in and out of sight, as though time and space had warped, creating ripples. He is none other than Zhan Tian, the master of the Dragon Martial Sect. Even I cannot penetrate its depths. Has the Celestial Tower truly been activated? Could the legends be true? Zhan Tian mused quietly. At this moment, Shen Longxuan was traversing through a tempest. The Xianlong transformation technique continuously in operation, as he absorbed the dragon vein energy from within the tower, refining his very physique. His garments had long since tattered, enveloped in a layer of golden light. It resembled a suit of golden armor, exuding an extraordinary might. As the tempest intensified, the sound of clashing metal could occasionally be heard, sparks dancing upon his form. Shen Longxuan felt his skin, under the onslaught of the gale, undergo yet another transformation. If his original skin had been fortified to the strength of iron, it was now, after further refinement, akin to steel. Upon reaching the end of the first level, the golden light surrounding him surged to its zenith, suddenly retracting and concealing itself beneath his skin. Stepping into the passageway, he entered the second level, where not a whisper of wind existed, only a deluge of raindrops. These were no ordinary droplets. They were the waters of the celestial realm. Each tiny droplet bore the weight of thousands of pounds, and their power was magnified tenfold, with no less than 100 striking him simultaneously. This was a trial of strength. Should he falter, he would likely be reduced to mere pulp in the blink of an eye. Shen Longxuan accelerated the operation of his Xianlong transformation, fortifying his muscles. Initially, his movements were slow, but as his muscles strengthened, his capacity to endure the onslaught grew exponentially. Suddenly, at one moment, specks of golden light radiated from his muscles. Although Shen Longxuan did not comprehend why the Celestial Tower had drawn him in, he now recognized that his Xianlong transformation was advancing at an astonishing pace. In a mere hour, he had likely achieved the results of 6 months of cultivation. Upon emerging from the second level, every muscle in his body had transformed to gold. The power he now exuded was nothing short of terrifying. Even without employing a brutish charge, he felt confident he could vanquish Feng San. The third level presented a sea of thunder and lightning, bolts cascading from the heavens, seemingly capable of purifying all, brimming with violent power. Shen Longxuan did not shy away. Instead, he allowed the lightning to strike him, becoming momentarily paralyzed, trembling in place. The ferocious might of the lightning actually reinforced the sinews within his body, as if great dragons writhed within him, causing his form to contort in bizarre undulations. The duration of this process remained unknown, until the sinews within Shen Longxuan transformed into a brilliant gold. With a silent gaze, he opened his eyes. In an instant, he moved 10 zhang away, achieving a speed reminiscent of his prior reckless charge, an agility beyond the reach of even the wind wolf. Elated, he ascended to the 4th layer, where a sea of flames engulfed him, the searing heat penetrating his very being and adhering to his bones. The bones, undergoing a fiery baptism, emitted wisps of black vapor that swiftly dissipated into nothingness. Under such intense incineration, his bones shrank rapidly, even reducing Shen Longxuan's stature. The agony was unimaginable, yet, once his bones glowed a fierce red from the scorching heat, a torrent of dragon vein energy surged forth, fortifying his skeletal structure. This energy gradually transformed his bones into gold, enhancing not only his defensive capabilities, but also exponentially increasing his strength. Within the tower, Shen Longxuan lost track of time. 2 months had elapsed by the time he reached the 4th layer. Look, the rankings on the tower have changed, they exclaimed. Shen Longxuan, is he not the one that the wind wolf has been hunting? Could it be he remains within the heavenly tower? He has risen from 100th to 81st place. But why has he stopped? At that moment, Shen Longxuan sat within the 4th layer of the heavenly tower, drenched in sweat, his breath erratic, as if he were at a critical juncture. Chapter 44. Defeating the wind wolf. Once Shen Longxuan's bones had been reinforced to a golden hue, his cultivation also experienced a significant shift, reverberating with a long-forgotten thunderous sound from within. He had reached the 10th level of body refinement. Yet, when he attempted to ascend to the 5th layer, he found himself unable to proceed and was forcibly teleported out. At that moment, the combat prowess he could wield was equivalent to that of a 7th-level martial artist. This was not due to any deficiency in the Xuanlong transformation technique, but rather because his cultivation limited his power. As his strength grew, so too would the potency of this technique. At the pinnacle of the heavenly tower, Shen Longxuan's name ultimately settled at 51st place. Given that the top 50 were all martial artists, he speculated that upon advancing to the martial artist realm, he would be able to access the 5th layer of the heavenly tower. At last, Shen Longxuan, I have awaited your arrival. Prepare to meet your end, bellowed the wind wolf, who had been lying in wait before the heavenly tower for over 2 months, his hatred unyielding. A tempest swirled around him, indicating a recent surge in his own cultivation. He was indeed a prodigy, having mastered the wind and cloud technique to a formidable level. Coupled with the split wind palm martial art, he had no rivals among the outer sect. In a fit of fury, he unleashed his full power. As the wind stirred and the clouds roared, Shen Longxuan sprang forth, evading the attack's range. In that moment, the wind wolf's terrifying speed appeared to decelerate significantly in his eyes. A spark of joy ignited within Shen Longxuan as he swiftly closed the distance. Though his strength paled in comparison to the wind wolf's, his physical form was vastly superior. As long as he can close the distance, the outcome remains uncertain. However, it is indeed challenging for Shen Longxuan to approach the wind wolf, who has mastered wind-based techniques and martial arts. The wind wolf grows increasingly alarmed as he realizes that the opponent he could have easily crushed 2 months ago is now able to engage him in a back-and-forth battle. Frustratingly, this opponent, despite only being at the pinnacle of the body refinement stage, poses a formidable challenge that the wind wolf finds hard to accept. At this moment, a crowd has gathered, astonished by the duel unfolding before them. Who is this person daring to fight the wind wolf? It is none other than Shen Longxuan, the very individual the wind wolf had previously vowed to kill, allegedly for slaying his brother. Given the current circumstances, it seems unlikely that Shen Longxuan will escape unscathed. Indeed, look at him, he can't even flee. The wind wolf's wind cloud technique is too overwhelming. It appears this young man is doomed. Listening to the spectators, the wind wolf feels disheartened. He has not trapped Shen Longxuan. Rather, he has been striving to prevent him from closing in. As he senses the formidable strength of Shen Longxuan's physique, which instills a sense of danger within him. Shen Longxuan, do not think that I am powerless against you. Prepare yourself. The wind wolf clasps his hands together and, with a forceful pull, conjures a 2-foot-long wind blade, hurling it at Shen Longxuan with great speed. Shen Longxuan feels a chill run down his spine. The wind blade threatens his very existence. Without hesitation, he channels all his spiritual energy, unleashing a ferocious burst of power. And in an instant, he vanishes from his position. Boom. A loud explosion reverberates as both figures are sent flying backward. My goodness, what just happened? How could the wind wolf be pushed back? Indeed, I just saw that young man disappear in an instant, followed by the sound of a collision. His speed is astonishing. Shen Longxuan stands calmly before the Tower of Heaven, yet internally, he is elated, astonished by how formidable the Xuanlong has become. It is all due to his own insufficient cultivation. Had he been stronger, he could have taken the wind wolf's life just now. The wind wolf wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixed solemnly upon Shen Longxuan. Shen Longxuan, I shall remember you. When I emerge from my retreat, I will surely come to claim your life. He turns to leave, not out of a lack of desire to kill Shen Longxuan, but rather because he has sustained severe injuries. Most of his meridians are ruptured, and his breath is in disarray. If he does not seek immediate healing, he risks becoming incapacitated. In this battle, Shen Longxuan gains notoriety within the outer sect, having fought valiantly against the outer sect's foremost champion, the Wind Wolf, without succumbing, thus becoming an idol for many newcomers. Yet, many also discern the underlying truth. Given the magnitude of this event, the sect has remained oddly silent, seemingly allowing the situation to unfold without interference. This is unprecedented, suggesting that one of the combatants is of significant interest to the sect and is undergoing a test. Shen Longxuan, this fellow is exceptionally fierce. He Tao, it seems we have been left behind. Humph, I He Tao, am not so easily defeated. Once I ascend to the martial artist realm, I shall cultivate the techniques, and then we shall see who prevails. The two of them tacitly chose to enter seclusion for cultivation. Due to the automatic closure of the Celestial Tower, aside from Shen Longxuan's ascension to the rankings, the others remained largely inactive. With his ranking of 51st, he was reassigned to the 51st courtyard. The original occupant, though filled with resentment, dared not linger and hastily departed. Shen Longxuan sensed that the spiritual energy within this courtyard had intensified by over 100-fold, and the size of the courtyard had expanded by several times. It seemed a waste for one person to inhabit such a space, so he called for Zheng Qianwan. Upon Zheng Qianwan's arrival, he too was taken aback. Longxuan, you are truly remarkable. How have you cultivated to such a level? Are you not human? He exclaimed. Oh, it's merely a matter of fortunate circumstances. Shen Longxuan replied. Zheng Qianwan ceased his inquiries and began to cultivate earnestly. Shen Longxuan followed suit, managing to break through to the pinnacle of the 10th stage of body refinement in just half a month, yet he could not transcend into the warrior realm. There are two options for breaking through a bottleneck. The first is to consume medicinal pills, though one must then invest considerable time stabilizing their newfound realm. The second is to achieve a natural breakthrough, seeking opportunities in combat. This method is deemed ideal, yet many prefer to spend time solidifying their status. Shen Longxuan resolved to venture out, first arriving at the task hall, which housed numerous perilous assignments, perfectly suited for honing his skills. Upon his initial visit to this grand and imposing structure, adorned with intricate carvings, he found it lacking in comparison to the Qian Kuan Hall within the Martial King's treasure. After a brief glance at the three large characters spelling task hall above the entrance, he stepped inside, promptly greeted by a welcoming presence. Young brother, are you here to accept a task or submit one? Inquired a white-clad youth of similar age, his features refined. I am here to accept a task. Shen Longxuan responded. Then please follow me. The youth elaborated on the various tasks available in the hall, which ranged from those issued by the sect to those posted by individual disciples. Upon completion, rewards would be granted. Tasks were categorized into 4 levels of difficulty: simple, ordinary, difficult, and purgatory, necessitating careful consideration when selecting. Nodding frequently, Shen Longxuan was led through a grand corridor, emerging into a spacious hall filled with many individuals. Young brother, I wish you success in completing your task. I will leave you here. You can queue over there, the white-clad youth said before departing. After expressing his gratitude, Shen Longxuan turned his gaze toward the task collection area, which consisted of 4 designated spots corresponding to the 4 levels of task difficulty. This arrangement saved individuals time in selecting tasks, with the simple tasks attracting the most participants, typically involving errands, farming, planting, and service, tasks that outer disciples were eager to undertake. The white-clad youth he encountered earlier belonged to this category. Ordinary tasks involve transportation and harvesting, requiring individuals of considerable strength to accomplish. Most disciples at the outer sect, possessing martial prowess at the warrior level, usually undertake such assignments, which offer relatively higher rewards. In contrast, challenging tasks consist of capturing or eliminating nefarious individuals, as well as gathering precious materials, all of which entail significant danger, thus typically reserved for inner sect disciples. As for the hellish level tasks, They are akin to extracting teeth from a tiger's mouth, fraught with peril, and only a few exceptional individuals dare to accept them. At this moment, Shen Longxuan stood at the task reception area for hellish-level missions, attracting incredulous stares from onlookers. Who is that lad? He appears to be a naive newcomer, one remarked. I recognize him. He is Shen Longxuan, who has recently gained notoriety in the outer sect for defeating the peak warrior-level Xuanlong within just half a year of joining. Quite impressive. Another chimed in. Outer sect? How arrogant. He'll be unaware of how he meets his demise. Unperturbed by the gossip surrounding him, Shen Longxuan was fixated on a task involving the collection of Tianjian grass, which offered a reward of 100 spirit stones, thus piquing his interest. Ahem. I wish to accept this task, Shen Longxuan declared, clearing his throat. His words jolted the sleepy task clerk awake, who had been resting her head on the desk. Upon raising her head, she illuminated the hall with her presence. The woman was ethereal and enchanting, with unpainted brows and naturally crimson lips, embodying a beauty that could make the moon shy and the flowers wilt. Wow, a beauty. No wonder this fellow ventured here. He must have designs on her. She is breathtaking. I too shall head there to accept a task. Humph, if you wish for an early demise, then go ahead. Hellish-level tasks must be completed once accepted. Failure leads only to one fate, death. Upon first sight of her, Shen Longxuan felt an undeniable stirring in his heart, as if a seed had been sown deep within. Comparing her to Shen Liang and Xu Ling, he discerned that she belonged to the same echelon, yet she exuded an even more chilling allure. You? Here to accept a task? The woman asked, her disbelief evident. Yes, I wish to undertake the task of collecting Tianjian grass. Shen Longxuan reiterated. Don't jest, junior brother. If you are still drowsy, hurry home for a nap. Are you not aware that the Tianjian grass is guarded by a fourth-tier demon beast? You of all people? She scoffed. The cold beauty regarded him with disdain, thinking he was merely trying to engage her in conversation, and chose to ignore him thereafter. Young man, go home and sleep. Not everyone can pursue a beauty. Have you looked in the mirror? You're merely at the body refinement stage, trying to deceive. You foolish boy, attempting to collect Tianjian grass. You wouldn't be enough to satisfy the beast guarding it, truly deluded. Scram. Although you defeated Xuanlong, that was mere luck. Besides, Xuanlong is just a minor character in the Longwu sect, nothing to boast about. The surrounding crowd erupted in ridicule, hurling a barrage of unflattering remarks at him, leaving Shen Longxuan isolated and doubted in the entire hall. I acknowledge your beauty. However, it is insufficient for me to harbor any affection for you, I declared. I shall undertake this mission. Unable to contain his frustration, Shen Longxuan suddenly bellowed, causing an immediate hush to envelop the grand hall. The striking beauty's expression turned frosty. What did he mean by not being worthy of her admiration? If you wish to take it, then do so. Why shout? Present your token. Shen Longxuan produced his token and completed the formalities to accept the task before striding away. This lad, if not genuinely powerful, is merely a lunatic. Regardless of one's strength, offending a beauty is unwise. Prepare to face the consequences. The cold beauty smirked disdainfully. How dare he disregard me? She promptly exited the mission hall, glaring at Shen Longxuan's retreating figure, gritting her teeth in frustration before vanishing. The heavenly sword grass is a rare herb, capable of producing fourth-grade elixirs. According to the task description, this herb flourishes on a mountain peak not far from the Longwu sect. This peak is known as Heavenly Sword Summit, said to have formed from a celestial sword that descended from the heavens. The mountain is steep and rugged, not easily traversable by ordinary individuals. The heavenly sword grass grows here, drawn by some unknown force that attracts ferocious beasts. Thus, this location serves as one of the inner disciples' training grounds for capturing these creatures. After accepting the mission, Shen Longxuan hastened to Heavenly Sword Summit. Gazing at the sword-like mountain before him, he marveled. Though it lacked the grandeur of the Longwu sect's peaks, it possessed a refreshing sharpness and a majestic stature. This place is indeed remarkable. As Shen Longxuan ascended, he effortlessly dispatched first and second-tier beasts, collecting their cores to refine explosive pills without waste. Approaching the mountain's summit, he encountered third-tier beasts, whose strength rivaled that of martial masters. Even with all his might, he could not contend with them. Thus, he concealed his presence and chose alternative paths. There were moments he considered summoning his battle spirit, for the Xianlong battle spirit exerts a suppressive effect on beasts. Even the peak fourth-tier three-eyed demon ape trembled before it. This was a significant reason for his willingness to accept the mission. Yet, he ultimately dismissed the thought. His purpose here was to seek an opportunity for breakthrough. Despite sustaining injuries repeatedly, he persevered with unwavering resolve. Just moments ago, He had exerted himself to slay a sky tiger, a creature adorned with wings and astonishing speed, ultimately resorting to using an explosive pill to defeat it. As Shen Longxuan departed, 3 individuals approached from a distance, one of whom was the cold beauty from the mission hall, flanked by 2 young men in their 20s. Clad in the attire of inner disciples, both were notably handsome, yet their eyes sparkled with competitive fire. Ling Shui, once brother Ling Tian, and I incapacitate that sky tiger. You shall employ the taming technique I just taught you. You will surely succeed in subjugating it, one of them stated. Xiao Fei, such a trivial matter does not require 2 of us. I can handle it alone. You may simply observe. Alas, cease your quarrel and behold. Han Lingshue's brows furrowed slightly, her countenance enveloped in frost. The 2 immediately turned their gaze in the indicated direction, where a colossal flying tiger lay on the ground, blood oozing profusely from its wounds. Evidently slain not long ago. Could it truly have been that individual? With merely the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, how could he possibly have vanquished a 3rd-tier beast? With her heart laden with questions, Han Lingxue approached the carcass of the flying tiger. As she bent down, she discerned unmistakable signs of explosive burns upon its body. Humph. So it was achieved through the use of treasures. If that is the case, I could accomplish it as well. It is nothing extraordinary. She smiled disdainfully and turned to speak, only to find her 2 senior brothers gazing wide-eyed, drooling as they stared at her silhouette. It dawned on her that by bending down, she had inadvertently revealed the curves of her form, and these 2 fellows were greedily admiring her voluptuousness. How shameless! Han Lingxue lifted her delicate foot and proceeded forward, intent on uncovering the true abilities of that individual who had procured the heavenly sword grass. Capturing the flying tiger was merely a pretext. Her genuine aim was to witness how Shen Longxuan met his demise. At that moment, Ho Xiaofei and Zhang Lingtian finally regained their senses and hurried after her. Lingxue, junior sister, we cannot proceed any further. It is too perilous. Ho Xiaofei asserted as they ascended further. Indeed, junior sister Lingxue, ahead lies the territory of the 4th-tier beast, the quaking bear. We are no match for it. Zhang Lingtian added, his expression fraught with anxiety. Han Lingxue too sensed a subtle yet overwhelming pressure saturating the air, a sensation that sent chills down her spine. Although her heart brimmed with defiance, she ultimately chose to retreat down the mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, a more terrifying pressure suddenly permeated the entire peak. Every visible beast prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling incessantly. The trio hastily retreated, yet Han Lingxue felt no sense of relief as she had anticipated. Instead, she was engulfed by a tinge of despondency, as if she had lost something vital. However, she quickly shook her head, resolutely thinking, that fellow must have certainly provoked the quaking bear. He is surely beyond salvation now. He deserves this fate for offending me. Chapter 46. Breakthrough to the martial artist realm. Unbeknownst to them, that oppressive force was the battle spirit released by Shen Longxuan, who at that moment was jubilantly clutching a stalk of heavenly sword grass, while the quaking bear trembled, cowering at his side. His audacious hypothesis had proven true. The dragon spirit exerted a suppressive effect on 4th-tier beasts. Yet, he was also gripped by a wave of trepidation. Had this hypothesis failed, he would have already met his end within the bear's belly. After acquiring the task item, Shen Longxuan did not choose to depart. Instead, he continued to engage in combat with the beasts on Heavenly Sword Mountain, seeking an opportunity for breakthrough. The following day, Han Lingxue remained in the task hall, as usual, her mind persistently occupied by the figure that incited both her ire and disdain. Yet, she was acutely aware that this figure might never return, inciting a sense of loss within her. Do you suppose that fellow will come to submit his task today? Is there even a need to ask? You have already attained the 6th realm of martial prowess. Are you capable of completing this task? That brat may possess some connections, yet he is nothing but a mere speck in the presence of a 4th-tier beast. If he ventures forth, I dare say he is destined for demise. As Han Lingxue listened to their discourse, rather than feeling elated, she found herself increasingly vexed, her heart in turmoil. What is wrong with me? Such a person deserves every ounce of their fate, she mused inwardly. For 3 consecutive days, Shen Longxuan had not returned. He might truly be dead, Han Lingxue thought silently. As the members of the task hall had already forgotten about that arrogant fellow, today unfolded like any other. With Han Lingxue engaged in the final day of her reception duties, idly tracing patterns on the table with her delicate fingers, when suddenly, the hall fell into a profound silence. I'm here to submit my task. At that moment, a familiar yet foreign voice resonated through the air. Han Lingxue lifted her head slightly, and the familiar figure of Shen Longxuan came into view, igniting a surge of joy within her. The icy demeanor of her beautiful face flushed crimson, and the eloquence she usually possessed eluded her, leaving her momentarily speechless. I'm here to submit my task. Here. Take this, Sky Sword Herb. Shen Longxuan exclaimed, astonished to see that the icy beauty appeared somewhat different today. Ah, present your token. Han Lingxue quickly replied, lowering her gaze. After presenting his token and submitting the task, Shen Longxuan happily departed with the spirit stones, leaving Han Lingxue in a state of dejection, stamping her delicate foot in silent anguish. The intricacies of a woman's heart are indeed unfathomable. Every nuance of her expression was etched in his mind, leaving him bewildered. Shen Longxuan shook his head, returning to his courtyard where he placed the 100 spirit stones upon the table and summoned his battle spirit. As he subtly channeled his energy, a terrifying suction enveloped the spirit stones, akin to a famished individual beholding sustenance, and the stones rapidly diminished in number. Upon absorbing over 60 stones, the battle spirit erupted with a radiant glow, the golden light signifying its advancement. It had reached the 8th rank of the yellow tier. The remaining spirit stones were swiftly consumed, though with little commotion. Shen Longxuan noted that as he cultivated the Xuanlong transformation, his battle spirit also evolved. The once obsidian hue of the Xuanlong spirit deepened further, indicating a profound connection between this technique and himself, as well as his battle spirit. Understanding this pivotal relationship, he continued his cultivation. The ethereal energies of heaven and earth surged towards him at a rate exceeding 100-fold compared to a first-tier battle spirit. The sensation was exhilarating. After an hour, this state persisted, though his meridians began to feel somewhat swollen. The spiritual energies continued to flood into his body, and once refined to their limit, they surged towards the dantian within his abdomen. With a crackle, a sound akin to the tearing of silk resonated in his mind, followed by a thunderous roar, reminiscent of 1,000 claps of thunder, causing Shen Longxuan's body to tremble violently. Yet, a smile began to blossom on his face as the spiritual energy within him finally found its rightful place, surging into his dantian like a torrent unleashed. However, the totality of his spiritual energy was barely 1/10 of that contained within his dantian. Boom. He had attained the first level of the martial artist realm. Shen Longxuan opened his eyes, a flash of golden light flickering before him, and he gazed at his hands in exhilaration, feeling as though his strength was boundless. With a mere thought, the spiritual energy in his dantian responded to his will, far surpassing the prowess of the body refinement stage. According to the sect's regulations, those who reached the martial artist realm could visit the Dragon Martial Hall to acquire a set of martial arts or techniques. This commotion immediately captured the attention of Zheng Qianyan, who was also cultivating in the courtyard. He had been in seclusion, striving to break through the bottleneck of the martial artist realm, having chosen to consume a martial artist pill. He had broken through 3 days prior and had been stabilizing his newfound power since. The breakthrough induced by the pill often rendered one's martial energy precarious, which was precisely why Shen Longxuan had opted against taking such a potion. Longxuan, are you all right? Zheng Qianyan knocked on the door, boasting, brother, I have finally broken through to the martial artist realm. Impressive, isn't it? However, upon entering the room and beholding Shen Longxuan, he was instantly rendered speechless, for Shen Longxuan's newly unleashed ferocious aura slightly eclipsed his own. Qianyan, stop standing there foolishly. Let us choose our martial techniques. Shen Longxuan chuckled heartily and floated out of the courtyard. What a monster! Zheng Qianyan thought to himself, quickly following suit. Shen Longxuan now possessed 2 forms of cultivation methods, and what he desired most was a set of martial techniques. The 2 of them hurried towards the Dragon Martial Hall. The Dragon Martial Hall was divided into 3 levels. The first floor housed yellow-grade martial techniques and methods, designed for newcomers. The second floor contained mysterious-grade martial techniques and methods, accessible only to those of the martial master realm, while the third floor was said to house the sect's treasured artifacts, accessible solely to the sect leader. Martial techniques and methods were categorized into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, with each tier further divided into initial, intermediate, and advanced levels. Yellow-grade martial techniques were the most commonplace, while mysterious-grade techniques were considerably rarer. Advanced mysterious-grade techniques could significantly bolster the sect's development, while earth-grade techniques were the sect's prized possessions. As for heaven-grade techniques, they had never been witnessed, making even the mysterious-grade techniques highly coveted within the Dragon Martial sect. The grand doors of the Dragon Martial Hall stood wide open, and at the entrance sat an elderly man dozing, with silver hair and a white beard. Clad in simple robes. Elder, I have come to claim martial techniques. Shen Longxuan and his companion respectfully bowed. The elder awakened, surveying them before speaking. New disciples who have just broken through, present your tokens. Shen Longxuan and his companion presented their tokens with both hands. You are that little fellow, huh? Ha. Very well, you may enter. I hope you find martial techniques that suit you. The elder smiled, brushing the token before returning it. Shen Longxuan was left bewildered, pondering when he had become so renowned. Without much thought, the two entered the Dragon Martial Hall and separated to search for what they desired. Before them stood rows of meticulously arranged bookshelves, organized with an impressive degree of classification, facilitating easy access to the materials. Shen Longxuan had a penchant for close combat, as the thrill of such encounters ignited his fervor. Thus, he was particularly eager to find techniques pertaining to fist or palm martial arts. However, after thoroughly searching the available techniques, he found nothing that met his expectations. At this moment, many disciples, akin to him, were also selecting martial skills. He then approached the section dedicated to palm techniques and ultimately fixated on a volume titled Layered Waves Palm, which surprisingly was classified as an intermediate level of the mysterious tier. Shen Longxuan pondered why such a technique was not placed on the second floor. As he perused the contents, he noticed annotations at the back, indicating that if mastered to perfection, its power could rival that of advanced mysterious tier techniques. Yet, it was noted that no one had ever achieved this, as the technique demanded an exceptionally robust physique, embodying the notion of inflicting 1,000 points of damage to the enemy while self-inflicting 800. Chapter 47. Re-entering the Celestial Tower. The Layered Waves Palm was a technique capable of unleashing multiple hidden forces in a single strike. At its pinnacle, one could generate 9 layers of hidden power. It was likened to the tumultuous waves of the boundless sea, boasting the potential strength of the 4 seas at its peak. The damage incurred by this technique was negligible for Shen Longxuan, hence his choice of this martial art. Upon returning, he devoted merely 3 days to cultivating it to a minor success, enabling him to unleash a strike with 2 layers of force. At this juncture, the Celestial Tower reopened. Shen Longxuan set aside his martial training and hastened towards the tower. At that moment, the area surrounding the Celestial Tower was teeming with people, many of whom were familiar faces. Wei Ming and He Tao were among them, exuding a palpable aura that indicated their recent breakthroughs into the martial artist realm, drawing envious glances from the surrounding disciples. As newly initiated disciples, their swift ascension to the martial artist realm promised a bright future, prompting nods of approval from the elders observing from a distance. Shen Longxuan, shall we have a spar? Wei Ming called out from afar upon spotting him. He recognized Shen Longxuan's name atop the Celestial Tower and was aware that fewer than 100 individuals in the outer sect had surpassed the martial artist realm. And he was one of them, believing himself capable of surpassing Shen Longxuan. Very well, I await your surpassing me. Shen Longxuan replied with a smile. Wei Ming and He Tao were fundamentally good-natured, merely possessing a competitive spirit. Thus, Shen Longxuan held no aversion towards them. Humph, do not be too pleased with yourself. We are both martial artists now, so prepare to be surpassed. Wei Ming declared with a smug expression, his confidence mirrored in He Tao's demeanor. Isn't that the bane of the Celestial Tower, Shen Longxuan? The last time we were eliminated, it might have been related to him. We must prevent him from approaching the Celestial Tower. Yes, we must stop him. Wei Ming and He Tao, having recently emerged from their seclusion, were oblivious to the events surrounding Shen Longxuan, but gathered from the murmurs that he was indeed quite formidable. Shen Longxuan, you must not approach the Tower of Heaven. Indeed, you are an ill omen. Depart from this place swiftly, or face dire consequences. Shen Longxuan had heard of the previous incident involving the Tower of Heaven. Yet he remained skeptical. The crux of the matter was that this tower could aid him in mastering the Xianlong transformation. Even if the Heavenly King himself stood in his way, he would forge ahead. I assure you, no one shall impede my entrance into the Tower of Heaven. Shen Longxuan proclaimed with an air of authority, declaring, even if your warnings hold truth, I must inform you. Those who obstruct me shall meet their demise. Truly, how audacious to fear the tempest while we, a multitude, should cower before a single individual, gazing at the over 100 adversaries standing in his path. At least half were martial artists. With a fierce determination, Shen Longxuan seized his words. An overwhelming aura erupted from within him, radiating golden light. Suddenly, he transformed into a streak of gold, surging through the crowd and into the Tower of Heaven. Those who attempted to block him were thrown into disarray, with at least half tumbling to the ground, wailing in agony. Hiss! Wei Ming inhaled sharply, astonished by the sheer ferocity. In the distance, an elder's lips twitched. The sect leader had instructed the protection of Shen Longxuan. Was such protection even necessary? Unbeknownst to them, Shen Longxuan had only exerted half of his strength. Had he unleashed his full power, the fallen would likely have been lifeless. This incident did not trigger the closure of the Tower of Heaven. The individuals who had attempted to obstruct him sighed in relief, and the matter gradually subsided. Half a month later, the Tower of Heaven closed once more, and the rankings above underwent significant alterations, with many new names appearing in the top 100. Wei Ming notably placed 40th. The first position was held by Feng Lang, unassailable in his dominance, while the unexpected second place was claimed by Chu Ling. Shen Longxuan's ranking shifted from 51st to 69th. However, he remained absent from the scene. It was rather dull that this fellow chose to hide. Wei Ming suspected Shen Longxuan of playing tricks, for the rankings indicated his victory. Until one fateful night 2 months later, a figure suddenly emerged beneath the Tower of Heaven, reminiscent of a fearsome beast, exuding an aura of terror. His vitality surged to a dreadfully formidable level, and the thunderous beat of his heart gradually subsided, restoring him to a state of normalcy. Should anyone have glimpsed the Tower of Heaven at that moment, they would have witnessed Shen Longxuan's name soaring to the pinnacle of the rankings. Indeed, this individual was Shen Longxuan, having ascended to the 8th level of the Tower of Heaven, with the Xianlong transformation refined to enhance his dantian. At this moment, his blood, internal organs, meridians, and dantian had all been fortified, save for his mind. His entire being shimmered in gold, leading him to ponder whether he still belonged to humanity. Now, he could sit within the essence of the dragon vein, absorbing its energy without the need for spiritual power to envelop him, all while inflicting no harm upon his body. Moreover, his dantian had expanded to over 5 times its previous size. Thus, a martial artist seeking advancement would require quintuple the time, unless they elevated their battle spirit to the profound tier. However, the advantages conferred by this reinforcement rendered it unequivocally feasible for one to confront the initial stage of a martial artist with mere physical prowess. The following day, all were astounded by the transformation of the celestial tower, yet before they could fully absorb the shock, another piece of news eclipsed it. After months of seclusion, the Wind Wolf finally re-emerged before the public, and the first decree he issued was a challenge. He sought to engage in a life-and-death duel with Shen Longxuan. Most astonishingly, Shen Longxuan accepted the challenge. In 3 days, at the Hall of Life and Death, their fates would be determined. Cackling ominously, Wind Wolf proclaimed, Shen Longxuan, prepare to be torn to shreds. My lord, that young man Shen Longxuan is utterly oblivious to the gravity of his situation. Though he possesses some prowess, it is ill-advised for him to accept a challenge from a martial artist, remarked one elder monitoring the situation beside the celestial tower, standing atop the main hall of the Lord's Peak. How can a mere star contend with the brilliance of the full moon? He is merely a stepping stone. Tomorrow, observe the unfolding events quietly. The voice resonated as though it hailed from another realm. On the following day, numerous outer disciples flocked towards a singular destination, the Hall of Life and Death, with some inner disciples also drawn by curiosity. Xiaohe, do you think we ought to intervene in this duel? Our young brother has truly ventured too far, challenging a martial artist at such an early stage. Are we growing old? Fire Chongqing lamented, his face etched with concern. He was reluctant to see Shen Longxuan meet an untimely demise. Brother Chongqing, you know well that the old man in the Hall of Life and Death is exceedingly rigid. Even combined, we would not pose a challenge to him. What could we possibly do to save him? Xiaohe replied, feeling helpless. In truth, he harbored considerable concern for Shen Longxuan, yet this time, the young man was indeed overstepping his bounds. Look, Wind Wolf has arrived. He truly has emerged from his cocoon, evidently having broken through to the martial artist stage. Remarkable. A martial artist at just 20 years old is a rare sight in the dragon martial sect. Wei Ming, amidst the crowd, clenched his fists tightly. Shen Longxuan, you must not perish. I have yet to defeat you. Chu Ling and her father also pushed forward to the arena. Do you think this lad has lost his senses? How could he be so foolish? Her father remarked. Oh, father, please refrain from speaking too much. I hope this fellow remains unharmed. Our spirit rice is about to sprout, and we still need him to tend to it. Chu Ling said, though her heart was heavy with apprehension. In the distance stood a striking figure, Han Lingxue, whose presence eclipsed that of the many female disciples who had come to witness the event. Her gaze, reminiscent of the moon, shimmered with a struggle. Chapter 48. The final showdown. At this moment, Wind Wolf surveyed the crowd below and spotted Shen Longxuan's figure. Shen Longxuan, why do you delay in your demise? What are you waiting for? The crowd, following his gaze, parted to create a pathway. Shen Longxuan, donned in his favored white garments, approached the arena with a tranquil demeanor. Wind Wolf, let us settle our grievances today. I hope you will conduct yourself well in your next life. Arrogance. I, Windwolf, have ascended to the martial master realm within 2 years of joining the dragon martial sect, and am now qualified to advance to the inner discipleship. With a bright future ahead, today, I shall tear you to shreds to appease the spirit of my brother in the heavens. Prepare to meet your end. With that, Windwolf lunged forward like lightning. Many spectators failed to catch the motion as Windwolf closed in on Shen Longxuan. His fingers poised like sharp blades aimed at the latter's throat, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Gasps filled the arena. His speed was astonishing. However, Shen Longxian's right fist glimmered with golden light, retaliating with equal swiftness. If this is all you can muster, you might as well perish. With a resounding boom, Windwolf, who had come swiftly, was sent reeling back by Shen Longxian's punch, nearly toppling off the platform. His wind-based martial arts emphasized agility, and he had not anticipated Shen Longxuan's overwhelming strength. He had clearly underestimated the situation. What? Am I seeing things? How is this possible? Windwolf is indeed a martial master. It appears Shen Longxuan truly possesses the capital for such arrogance. As discussions erupted among the onlookers, Windwolf was engulfed in fury. He waved his hand, conjuring a blade of wind that elongated with the breeze, reaching a length of over 10 feet in the blink of an eye. This was a skill granted by his elevation to the martial master realm, allowing him to summon wind blades at will. Yet it was effortlessly shattered by Shen Longxian's punch. Shen Longxian, taste this. In an instant, the arena was filled with howling winds, and even the surroundings were affected. Those with lesser cultivation retreated in haste, while Shen Longxian stood firm like an immovable rock. His body radiated golden light, and the wind blades swirling around him posed no threat. Despite Windwolf's ferocity, it was as though he had encountered a nemesis, and his attacks bore no fruit. As Shen Longxian's internal energy surged, he suddenly unleashed a powerful strike, his left fist aimed at Windwolf's face, while his right hand transformed from a fist into an open palm, executing the wave-stacking palm for the first time. In that moment, the howling winds ceased, and his palm surged forth like a tempest, crashing toward Windwolf. What martial technique is this? Windwolf was taken aback, sensing an unending force in the palm strike. As if two powers were converging upon him, he retreated at high speed and summoned his strongest attack, calling forth a yellow-tier 8th-grade battle spirit, a colossal wind chime. Hurricane Blade. A barrier formed of swirling winds shielded him, quickly morphing into a razor-sharp blade aimed at Shen Longxuan. Boom, boom. Two explosive sounds reverberated as the arena shook, the airwaves clashing violently, and a protective barrier rapidly ascended to shield against the residual impact. The sheer force of their attacks was so great that the arena had automatically activated its defenses. My little brother is truly valiant. What he just executed seemed to be the wave-stacking palm. It is remarkable that he could master such a technique. Fire Chongqing expressed his admiration. It appears he must have cultivated a body-refining technique. Otherwise, that last strike would have likely inflicted internal injuries upon me as well. He nodded in agreement. At this moment, the figures on the stage abruptly parted, settling to either side. Shen Longxian brushed off the dust from his attire and steadily approached the figure opposite him. The Windwolf appeared in a pitiful state, his body marred by bloodstains, and to his dismay, he found himself outmatched by someone of a mere martial artist realm despite his own mastery in the martial master realm. This was the undeniable advantage of the profound tier martial arts, which Shen Longxian had wielded with exquisite finesse, while the Windwolf's techniques remained at the advanced yellow tier, leaving him at a disadvantage. Yet, he could not fathom how, despite having just broken through and not having stabilized his cultivation, the disparity of a major tier could lead to such a predicament. Windwolf, your brother sought to kill me out of greed, but his lack of prowess cost him his life, a fate he brought upon himself. You, too, are ruthless and malevolent, hastily seeking my demise without discerning right from wrong. I adhere to a principle. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them, but should they provoke me, they shall face dire consequences. With that declaration, Shen Longxian unleashed his formidable cultivation, his internal spiritual energy surging forth as he executed the wave-stacking palm once more. This adversary seemed to grasp the essence of a proficient attacker, understanding that the heart must be targeted, indicating that the outcome of this duel was all but determined. Do you not intend to save the Windwolf? After all, that lad possesses decent talent. With a heart that is dead, what use is there in saving him? Deep within the death hall, two dark figures swiftly vanished. Following their disappearance, the Windwolf managed to withstand only a few exchanges before Shen Longxian decisively ended his life. When confronting foes, one must show no mercy. With the conclusion of the duel, Shen Longxuan ascended to become the foremost individual of the outer sect. And his elation grew as he received the rewards from the Celestial Tower. Last month, he had ranked 51st, earning 245 spirit stones, while his battle spirit successfully advanced to the 9th tier of the yellow grade, doubling his cultivation speed once more. After the duel, Shen Longxuan immersed himself in the tasks at the Jishuan rice shop, embarking on the spiritual field assignments. As his cultivation progressed, he could now gather spiritual energy extending to 900 zhang. At last, as the spiritual rice ripened, his condensing yuan skill advanced, allowing him to command spiritual energy within 1,000 zhang radius with ease. Filled with excitement, he activated his perfected condensing yuan skill, gradually forming a spirit stone in his hand. The crafting of his first spirit stone was rather slow, taking the entirety of an incense stick's burning time. However, the most crucial aspect lay in the insights gained during this process. He felt the 1,000 zhang of spiritual energy coursing through the meridians of his body, reaching his arms and emanating from his palms, during which the spiritual energy transformed into pure spiritual power. It was as though he had glimpsed the essence of existence. Returning to the source, as the spirit stone took shape, this subtle sensation became increasingly pronounced, an experience reserved for those of the martial king realm. The condensing yuan skill harnessed this force, converting spiritual energy into spirit stones. After a year and a half, my condensing yuan skill has reached great mastery, which signifies the formidable nature of this technique. Otherwise, the world would not have so few spirit refiners. However, due to his low cultivation level, he could only refine a mere 100 spirit stones each day, and they were of the inferior grade. Nonetheless, all of this indicated that he was indeed a true spirit refiner. To refine the medium-grade spirit stone, one must first attain perfection in the qi condensation technique. Upon raising a hand to gather the ethereal energies from the boundless space, the refinement may commence. The thought alone thrilled Shen Longxuan. 2 days later, the battle spirit ascended to the 10th tier of the yellow rank. However, for the subsequent 10 days, it devoured 1,000 spirit stones without any progress. At this juncture, news arrived from the sect regarding an outer disciple, Chao Jinghua, who had sent a distress signal while visiting home, after which he mysteriously vanished. Consequently, the sect issued a mission, dispatching 10 individuals, among whom was Shen Longxuan. The sect's arrangements were not to be questioned, and he prepared his belongings for departure. To his astonishment, Chu Ling and Han Lingxue were also part of the team. Chu Ling, due to the unique nature of the battle spirit, could transmit messages over long distances, which warranted her inclusion. As for Han Lingxue, Shen Longxuan could hardly muster the energy to acknowledge her presence. It was inevitable that her companions, Ho Xiaofei and Jiang Lingtian, the gallant protectors of beauty, would accompany her. The remaining 5 were all inner disciples, their cultivations hovering around the 4th tier of the martial master realm, particularly one named Yufeng, who had already reached the 6th tier, clearly the leader of the group. These inner disciples, proud and haughty, were bewildered as to why Shen Longxuan was included, resulting in their cold demeanor towards him, treating him as if he were invisible, while fawning over Chu Ling and Han Lingxue, bombarding them with inquiries. The presence of beauty always draws attention, Shen Longxuan mused with a sigh. The sect's flying beast only transported them to the location from which the message had originated. The remaining journey required the 10 to proceed on foot. Junior brother, do you have some backing in the Longwu sect? Otherwise, what purpose do you serve with such low cultivation? You are merely a hindrance. Chapter 49, North Town. Yufeng finally could no longer restrain his curiosity, having noticed that despite his every effort to win the favor of the beauties, this young man could elicit laughter from Chu Ling. This was a blow to his pride, prompting him to insult Shen Longxuan. The others regarded the exchange with amusement. I do not know why I am here, but I assure you, I will not be a burden. If senior brother is concerned, I can lead the way, Shen Longxuan declared, striding forward with determination. Yufeng was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for such boldness from Shen Longxuan, which incited his ire. Yet, with the task at hand, he could not afford to explode in anger. Fuming, he continued onward, and soon, the destination, a small town named Beijing, came into view. Though not densely populated, it boasted a few thousand inhabitants. Shen Longxuan moved swiftly, not out of fear of Yufeng, but rather a desire to complete the mission expeditiously. He did not wish to squander time. For him, time was exceedingly precious. After all, it represented spirit stones. He rushed through the gates of Beijing, only to be met with a scene of devastation. The town lay in ruins, with more than 70% of its structures collapsed. The ground was uneven, marred by dried bloodstains, while the remnants of limbs lay scattered about. Curiously, not a single corpse was in sight. When the others arrived, they too were somewhat taken aback. After all, they were seasoned warriors and did not exhibit any extreme reactions. The blood stains on the ground all converged in a single direction. We should be able to find clues there. Han Lingxue furrowed her brow and pointed out the lead. I believe that her reasoning was sound. So let us proceed with our search. With a grand gesture, Yu Feng, eager to impress the ladies, dashed ahead. The others followed closely behind. The blood on the ground resembling small streams, though now dried. The metallic scent lingered, provoking a sense of nausea. Upon leaving the small town, we soon discovered blood trails in other directions as well, prompting the group to disperse, revealing that several nearby towns bore the same grim evidence. Who could have committed such heinous acts? This is utterly cruel. Chu Ling, quickly contact the sect. We require assistance in this matter. Yu Feng declared angrily. In truth, it was not just him who was enraged. All 10 members of the team were filled with indignation. The slaughter of innocent civilians is the most disgraceful act for a warrior. I had already attempted to reach out, but this peculiar space seems to render me unheard. Behind Chu Ling stood a battle spirit resembling a towering spire, emanating an unusual aura. I never anticipated that Chu Ling's battle spirit would be a 9th grade yellow level spirit tower. Truly remarkable. Han Lingxue, who had spoken little until now, suddenly chimed in. Chu Ling smiled faintly, retracting her battle spirit. Although Han Lingxue possessed beauty that rivaled her own, Chu Ling sensed a subtle hostility from her. Hence, she had always maintained a respectful distance from this woman. The spirit tower is a unique battle spirit. It not only allows its master to transmit information over great distances, but it can also confound enemies. Additionally, it possesses the ability to sense danger in advance. I suspect that Chu Ling has already discerned the enemy's location. Having her secret revealed incited Chu Ling's ire, and she replied coolly, indeed, based on my perception. The enemy is likely positioned in 2 directions, northeast and northwest. However, separating now would clearly put us at a disadvantage. I fear trouble is imminent. Chu Ling's gaze fixated on the northwest. Before long, a group emerged from the woods, but their aura suggested they were merely at the 4th level of martial cultivation. Strangely, their eyes were entirely black, and their bodies appeared desiccated, as if their blood had been entirely drained. Without hesitation, they brandished their weapons. Yu Feng, wielding a long blade in one hand, unleashed a 6 Xuanlong blade aura, obliterating the group in an instant. They were utterly no match for us. The enemy is too weak. Let us split into 2 teams. After effortlessly dispatching the foes, Yu Feng proclaimed with exuberance. Shen Longxuan, however, was reluctant to associate with such individuals, for arrogance is a grave folly in warfare. Ultimately, Shen Longxuan, Chu Ling, and Han Lingxue formed one group, while the other 5 remained together, leaving Yu Feng rather disheartened, as both ladies seemed to ignore him. Once the 2 teams separated, they began their respective searches. Along the journey, Shen Longxuan's group encountered several waves of attacks, all of which were effortlessly repelled by the eager to show off Hou Xiaofei and Jiang Lingtian. Shen Longxian, relishing the tranquility, leisurely trailed behind the others. It was evident that these assailants were devoid of consciousness, likely the animated corpses of martial artists manipulated by some arcane technique. Shen Longxian remarked to Chu Ling, Kid, are you afraid? I've heard you are the top disciple of the outer sect. If given the chance, I could offer you some guidance. Hou Xiaofei interjected boldly, adding, though I'm in the inner sect, my father is an elder of your outer sect. So advising one of your disciples should be well within my capabilities. While his words were sweet, it was clear to all that he was issuing a veiled threat. Upon hearing this, a flash of realization struck Shen Longxian. Elder Hou, your father is that elder? A surge of unbridled fury welled within him as he observed the resemblance between Hou Xiaofei and that lecherous old man. Although he no longer cared for the 100 spirit stones, it did not mean he had forgotten the grievances. That detestable elder Hou had swindled them out of so much. And he vowed to reclaim it one day. So you do know my father. If you behave yourself, I might speak favorably of you before him. I could certainly offer you some pointers. Hou Xiaofei exuded a sense of confidence, while Jiang Lingtian snickered beside him. What are you 2 doing? We are on a mission. Can you not embarrass yourselves? Han Lingxue admonished sternly. The 2 immediately fell silent and shot a fierce glare at Shen Longxian, clearly unsettled by Han Lingxue's defense of him. Kid, you'll be on watch tonight. Hou Xiaofei declared with ill intent as darkness descended. We need to conserve our peak fighting strength for tomorrow's battles. You have no objections, do you? Shen Longxian nonchalantly shook his head, a cold smile flickering across his face. No problem. That night, aside from Shen Longxian, The other four slept soundly, awakening the next morning full of vitality. As Hou Xiaofei and the others approached Shen Longxuan, they found him investigating something. However, when they beheld the mountain of corpses piled before him, they were all taken aback. "Did you kill all these?" Hou Xiaofei asked in astonishment. Unable to fathom how one could eliminate so many foes without any fluctuation of spiritual energy, he believed he could not achieve such a feat. Chu Ling quickly rushed to Shen Longxuan's side to check for injuries, prompting Han Lingshua's attention. Though she remained silent, a twinge of discomfort stirred within her, and she promptly inquired, "Shen Longxuan, what have you discovered?" In response to their reactions, Shen Longxuan spoke gravely, "This is serious. The attackers last night were at the 7th level of the martial artist realm. If we continue forward, we may encounter enemies of the martial master realm. Escaping them may prove exceedingly difficult. Given this, you should scout ahead. Be swift and return. We shall await you here." Hou Xiaofei commanded loudly. "Senior Sister Chu, be careful. I will return shortly." The concern for Shen Longxuan warmed Chu Ling's heart. "No, I will go with you. I will accompany you as well." The two beautiful women spoke in unison, leaving the scene momentarily stunned. A calamity brought by beauty, Shen Longxuan thought, as the murderous gaze of Hou Xiaofei and his companions flashed before his eyes. Chapter 50. Encountering pursuit. As the three moved further away, Hou Xiaofei gritted his teeth and declared, "Shen Longxuan, just wait. I will ensure your demise is most horrific." He then followed suit. This time, the group truly witnessed Shen Longxuan's formidable prowess. Among the several waves of adversaries they encountered, some possessed strength comparable to that of martial masters. Yet, they all fell to Shen Longxuan's single punch, as he resembled a relentless harvesting machine, leaving a trail of vanquished foes in his wake. How can he be this strong? I feel utterly outmatched. Hou Xiaofei swallowed hard, realizing that despite being a second-tier martial artist, he could not confront Shen Longxuan so easily. Jiang Lingtian shared the sentiment. While the two ladies watched with eyes sparkling with admiration, a man of such valiance was undoubtedly a woman's greatest asset. As they traversed, the five had ascended to the peak of a mountain. Gazing down, they saw the valley awash in blood, with a peculiar massive tower standing at its center. Upon closer inspection, it was unmistakably constructed from corpses, entirely engulfed in blood, emanating a savage aura from the blood lake surrounding it. This aura seemed capable of tearing through space, summoning terrifying entities from afar. Encircling the blood lake were numerous figures clad in black, all kneeling in reverence towards the towering structure. At the apex of the tower stood another cloaked figure, shrouded in darkness, exuding an erratic and unstable aura. "That is a martial king. We must flee." With Chu Ling's piercing scream, the black-clad figure abruptly lifted its head, and two beams of tangible light shot towards the five. However, the speed of the beams was overwhelming, rendering their cultivation levels insufficient to evade. Shen Longxuan felt every cell in his body screaming for him to escape. Yet his form felt immobilized, unable to dodge. At the critical moment, the silver ring on his hand suddenly erupted with radiant light, forming a robust white barrier before the five. With a deafening crash, the brilliance dissipated, neutralizing the attack. Without a moment to spare, Shen Longxuan grasped Chu Ling's hand and fled. The other three scrambled down the mountain in haste, clearly aware that these individuals were performing a blood sacrifice to complete some sinister rite, undoubtedly a harbinger of malevolence. Moreover, with a martial king orchestrating the ritual, it was an earth-shattering event that needed urgent communication back home. At that moment, the five wished fervently for extra legs, as they had scarcely descended the mountain when they realized that black-clad figures were already in pursuit. Witnessing the overwhelming swarm, it was evident they were intent on silencing them. The group unleashed their full cultivation and sprinted for their lives, but were caught up with after merely 30 miles. "Chu Ling, Han Lingxue, you two go ahead. We three will hold off the enemies. Remember, even if we must perish, we must ensure the message is delivered." Shen Longxuan immediately made a decisive choice. Yet Hou Xiaofei vehemently refused to participate, shouting as he ran, "Shen Longxuan, if you seek death, I will not stop you, but do not drag me along. Useless waste." "Jiang Lingtian, do you not wish to stay either?" Shen Longxuan bellowed. "I will stay with you, Hou Xiaofei. If I perish, remember to take care of my mother." The other four were taken aback. None of them expected Jiang Lingtian, who usually jested, to display such valor in a critical moment. "My good brother, as long as I draw breath, I will ensure your safety. Charge." Shen Longxuan clapped Jiang Lingtian on the shoulder, his entire being radiating golden light as he turned to confront the enemy. Jiang Lingtian closely followed, watching the two men, undaunted by death, charge towards their foes. Chu Ling bit her lip, tears streaming from her eyes. She desperately ran forward, her gaze fixed on those two figures, as if to engrave them in her memory. Han Lingxue, no longer casting a glance at Hou Xiaofei, held back tears as she fled, aware that her cultivation was merely at the 6th level of the martial realm, rendering her a burden should she remain. Hou Xiaofei paid no heed to the two women, having long vanished from sight. Before the dark mass of enemies, Shen Longxuan's fighting spirit surged, his spiritual energy circulating, his body aglow with golden brilliance. With a ferocious charge, Jiang Lingtian witnessed Shen Longxuan's figure vanish in an instant. Nearly simultaneously, a series of muffled thuds erupted from the enemy ranks a dozen paces away. Shen Longxuan's silhouette resembled a golden streak of light, as he tore through the opposition, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. It was sheer carnage, utterly astonishing. With the strength of one, he infiltrated the enemy ranks as if they were unguarded territory. Jiang Lingtian shouted loudly and surged into the enemy forces, his divine sword emanating a three-zhong blade aura, reaping lives with abandon. Within the span of an incense stick's burning time, all the enemies at the 9th level of the martial realm were annihilated. The two men, panting, exchanged a quick smile before hastily retreating. Shen Longxuan shared his restorative elixirs with Jiang Lingtian. For those who share life and death are true brothers. And Shen Longxuan never hesitated to support his comrades. However, the pursuing enemies were not merely these. The foes they had slain were merely the vanguard, the weakest among them. In the second wave, while fewer in number, all possessed peak martial realm prowess, yet they too fell to the blades of the two men. Nonetheless, Jiang Lingtian sustained injuries in this battle, leading Shen Longxuan to urge him to depart first while he remained behind alone, sitting on the ground to replenish his spiritual energy. The yellow-grade 10th tier battle soul was truly extraordinary. He observed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth howling towards him, forming a vortex around his being. After an hour, he paused, having detected the approach of pursuers. This time, only 3 people came, not mindless puppets, but genuine opponents. Clad in black, their faces obscured. Yet their formidable cultivation was palpable. "Kid, your prowess is impressive. If you join us, the Emperor will surely favor you. In that case, power, skills, beauty, and wealth will all be at your disposal," one of them seductively proclaimed. "Foolishness. You wretched beings, slaughtering innocent lives. We shall bring you to justice. Join your ranks? Never. Bring it on," Shen Longxuan proclaimed with an air of defiance. From a young age, he had been well educated and understood the concepts of virtue and vice. Holding a strict moral compass in his heart, the actions of these individuals had clearly crossed his ethical boundaries. After honing his martial skills, he had witnessed many warriors bully the weak. Thus his ambition became one of punishing evil and promoting good, determined to reclaim the glory of his ancestors. He believed that a true warrior must serve the people and protect the peace of the realm, just as his forebears had done. "Continue the pursuit. I shall handle this one," declared one of his adversaries, surging forward with a fierce energy. "I am eager to see what waves you. A mere novice in the martial realm can stir." Rising waves palm, Shen Longxuan channeled his inner power, delivering a forceful strike towards his opponent. A torrent of energy crashing forth. Interesting. The assailant countered with a punch, though he did not exert his full strength. Boom. The impact of Shen Longxuan's second palm strike landed solidly upon the man's chest, sending him hurtling backward. Seizing the moment, Shen Longxuan launched 2 explosive pills toward the 2 fleeing figures. Hearing the wind rush past, they turned to slash with their blades, resulting in 2 thunderous explosions as the martial artists perished beneath the second-tier explosive pills. In the next instant, a golden radiance enveloped Shen Longxuan as he darted towards the man he had just struck down. The latter had succumbed to arrogance, yet his life was spared. Just as he regained his footing, he felt a flash of golden light, and his body was sent flying once more, shattering into pieces mid-air. Having accomplished this, Shen Longxuan immediately sat down to recuperate, consuming a second-tier recovery pill, as the recent exertion had drained all his energy. The brutal collision had been immensely powerful but taxing. A brief rest was necessary. As he withdrew, the sky dimmed, casting a crimson hue over the horizon. Chapter 51. Trapped in the encirclement. As Shen Longxuan traversed the dense forest, a sudden flash of sword light descended from above, accompanied by another horizontal strike at his feet. With threats looming from both his front and back, he found himself under simultaneous assault from 4 directions, creating an inescapable predicament. "This is dire," Shen Longxuan thought, leaping to the right. Puff! To his dismay, his left arm was pierced by the sharp sword energy, his first severe injury since entering the dragon martial sect. However, after a brief moment, The wound quickly stopped bleeding due to a surge of golden light. Yet, her blade struck again, their razor edges generating a swirling tempest of sword light raining down upon him. With no refuge in sight, Shen Longxuan was compelled to retreat swiftly. Evidently, these four practiced a combined sword formation. Shen Longxuan discerned their tactic and promptly evaded, vanishing into the thicket with a series of agile movements. "Humph, you cannot escape." A chilling voice echoed as the four figures pursued him relentlessly. In that moment, Shen Longxuan regretted not having cultivated a method of evasion just previously. It was Han Lingshua's agility that had allowed her to flee. As the four pursuers drew ever closer behind him, he made a resolute decision, suddenly halting his steps, his body radiating a brilliant golden light. With a ferocious charge, he surged forth like a streak of light towards the four assailants. In response to this radiant onslaught, all four brandished their swords, unleashing four elongated beams of sword light that sliced through the air with a resonant hum. With a thunderous crash, the four were violently hurled away by the overwhelming force. One fell lifelessly to the ground, while the others sustained varying degrees of injury. Shen Longxuan was in a particularly dire state, his body marred with blood, bearing dozens of wounds both large and small. Ignoring his own grievous injuries, he was determined to eliminate the three remaining adversaries, for they too were gravely wounded. If he did not seize this opportunity to strike, he feared that he would soon be the one to perish. Before he could make his move, he caught a glimpse of flickering sword light before hearing three anguished cries, followed by the emergence of one individual. "Little brother, I have come to rescue you." Zhang Lingtian stepped forward, his face alight with a broad smile. "Guard my back." Shen Longxuan uttered four terse words, then consumed several medicinal pills, closing his eyes to enter a meditative state. Zhang Lingtian's expression shifted to one of seriousness, ultimately transforming into admiration. The extent of Shen Longxuan's injuries was nothing short of horrific. Had he sustained such wounds himself, he would have surely succumbed. With a fierce gaze, he scanned the surroundings, his heart tumultuous as he reflected on the aimless existence he once led. A true man ought to live boldly, wielding his sword to traverse the world, punishing the wicked and championing the just. The epiphany within him seemed to resonate with the sword in his hand, which pulsed with an ever-increasing brilliance. An hour later, Shen Longxuan rose. "Brother Lingtian, what has transpired?" "I pursued them for quite some time, but was unable to catch up. I felt my injuries had improved slightly, so I returned, for I had vowed to remain and hold the line." "Very well, let us proceed." The two continued onward. Shen Longxuan harbored a deep concern for Chu Ling, for he alone possessed the means to relay information back to the sect. Thus, he hastened back along the path. His gravest fears materialized when he discovered the corpses of warriors along the way, fresh blood still seeping from their wounds, indicating they had perished only recently. Zhang Lingtian frowned, recalling that there had been no bodies when he had passed through earlier. Upon reaching Beijing, the dawn was beginning to break, and the sounds of combat echoed faintly from within the town. The two quickened their pace, and, upon entering the town, they beheld a group of cloaked figures besieging none other than Chu Ling, who was flanked by two members of Long Wuzhou. However, all three were already wounded, and it appeared they could not withstand the assault for much longer. With a fierce shout, Shen Longxuan plunged into the fray, akin to a ferocious beast. Each punch he delivered resulted in either death or injury to his foes. The exertion caused his wounds to reopen, their crimson stains even more glaring beneath the golden light, inciting terror in those who beheld him. Zhang Lingtian followed closely behind, reaping the lives of the cloaked adversaries. The two swiftly joined forces with Chu Ling and the others, learning that except for Han Lingxue and Hou Xiaofei, the rest had already perished. Shen Longxuan fought valiantly, carving a bloody path. "Everyone, fight and retreat together," he commanded. "Ha! Do you truly believe you can escape? Tell me, how many of you have arrived? I can beseech the elder to transform you into living corpses. Otherwise, I shall drain your blood, allowing you to experience the sensation of life ebbing away, ultimately rendering you into desiccated husks. That feeling is truly exquisite." The leader of the cloaked figures spoke in a chilling tone, adorned in dark garments with a blood-red star emblem emblazoned upon his chest. "Humph. I know not what force you represent, but our people have already broken free. Prepare for the annihilation of your sect, the Dragon Martial Sect." Shen Longxuan's gaze was fixed upon the man before him. He discerned that among the crowd, several cloaked figures possessed considerable strength, far beyond his current capabilities to defeat. Hence, he devised a plan to ensure Chu Ling's escape, as it was their only chance of survival. "Sister Chu Ling, when chaos ensues, you must make a break for it. There is but one opportunity, or we shall all perish here." Shen Longxuan discreetly handed her a few healing pills, speaking in hushed tones. Chu Ling nodded in agreement. Ha ha, still thinking of fleeing? Dream on. The cloaked man cackled wickedly. Shen Longxuan disregarded him, whispering instead, Brother Ling Tian, draw their attention and buy me some time. Jiang Ling Tian nodded, brandishing his sword and launching himself at a nearby cloaked figure with fierce precision, his blade gleaming with deadly intent, deftly capturing their focus. Seizing the moment of distraction, Shen Longxuan flicked his fingers, sending forth dozens of explosive pills hurtling toward the ranks of the cloaked figures. Unaware of the pill's potency, they fell victim to the onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of devastating explosions reverberated, intermingled with the enraged roars of the cloaked figures. Amidst the chaos, Chu Ling swiftly made her escape from the northern town, and Shen Longxuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. With his supply of explosive pills dwindling, he lamented, wishing he had more to unleash. The other three were taken aback by the spectacle. To them, Shen Longxuan was no longer the useless wretch they once perceived, but rather their leader. What in the world is this? Shen Longxuan gestured for the others to follow swiftly. He sensed that at least half of the crowd remained unharmed, their potent blood energy sending shivers down his spine. After retreating, Shen Longxuan scattered the remaining explosive pills, causing the entire northern town to be thrown into disarray, dust swirling wildly amidst the furious shouts. Taking advantage of the turmoil, they hastily fled. Let us disperse. Our chances of survival will increase. Remember, if escape proves impossible, buy time. They nodded in agreement and swiftly took their leave, with Shen Longxuan heading in the direction where Chu Ling had fled, racing ahead as the rain began to fall. 3 days of relentless travel had drained his energy and strength, and the rain now served to invigorate him. I must survive, he repeated fervently to himself. Yet the shadows of the cloaked figures loomed behind him. Perhaps it was a fleeting moment of clarity, for he summoned an unprecedented vigor. I must escape. He cast a glance toward the direction Chu Ling had taken and, upon turning back, his eyes were resolute. He raised his iron fist, ready to confront the impending threat. The battle unfolded as a relentless exchange of injuries, with the inner energy only sufficient to condense a single fist into a golden form, leaving no time to consume elixirs. Suddenly, a sword lunged toward him. He did not flinch, but instead raised his left arm to deflect it. The blade pierced through his arm, yet his iron fist shattered the assailant's skull as he withdrew the sword with his right hand. Another strike came, piercing his chest directly. He chuckled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and with a fierce surge, he charged forward, allowing the blade to penetrate his body as he severed his opponent's head in one swift motion. Fear gripped the assailants. He had become a madman, unafraid of death. While many were reluctant to exchange lives, especially when their adversary was already on the brink of demise. On the mountaintop, Chu Ling stood weeping, her gaze fixed on Shen Longxuan's every action, her fiery red lips bitten until they bled. Shaking her head vehemently, she turned and ran down the mountain. After an indeterminate period, her battle spirit surged to life with a resonant hum. Messages began to transmit, and unable to restrain herself any longer, she dashed back. Resolved to save Shen Longxuan, this singular thought consumed her. In a secret chamber of the Longwu sect's mission hall, a shimmering orb suddenly illuminated, revealing lines of information. A nearby elder guardian's eyes widened in shock as he fixed his gaze on the communication pearl. A group of black-clad figures had slaughtered tens of thousands in the king of martial arts realm for a blood sacrifice. The disciples sent were nearly all extinguished. I must return to rescue Brother Longxuan. Chapter 52. The messages in the communication pearl were swiftly deciphered, reaching the peak of the sect in no time at all. What? The sect leader erupted in fury, immediately issuing a series of commands. The 10 elders were to lead 1,000 inner disciples and 2,000 outer disciples to activate the teleportation array at Trading Peak and proceed to eradicate the evil and rescue Shen Longxuan and the other disciples. Upon receiving the news, Hua Changqing rushed out, his face a deep shade of rage. Shen Longxuan was not only a disciple he had brought into the Longwu sect, but also a kindred spirit and dear brother. Xiao He, expressionless, made his way to the assembly point, while Wei Ming, He Tao, and other familiar faces of Shen Longxuan hurried to join the gathering. Zheng Qian, his eyes bloodshot, sprinted forward. Although Shen Longxuan was younger, he had always looked after him since arriving at the Longwu sect. They were not blood brothers, but their bond was nearly as strong. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, 3,000 disciples had assembled. The 10 elders appeared seemingly out of thin air, standing suspended in the air above. Such a gathering of these elders was a rare occurrence. They were like 10 towering mountains looming over the crowd. These elders were not comparable to the inner or outer sect elders. They answered solely to the sect leader and possessed transcendent abilities, each having reached the pinnacle of the king of martial arts realm. The Grand Elder had already attained the realm of half-step martial sovereign, a power capable of obliterating a nation in an instant. Activate the teleportation array, and let us depart. In the center of the Trading Peak Plaza, countless beams of light shot into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, over 3,000 figures vanished from sight. Above a mountain peak outside Beijing, a vast space of 10,000 zhong rippled slightly, and in the blink of an eye, a grand array of runes materialized, causing the very fabric of space to tremble and envelop the entire mountain. A tremendous force descended with a thunderous roar, instantly leveling the mountain to the ground. As figures began to emerge at the site, the Grand Elder's consciousness swept across the area and quickly identified the location of the blood ritual. With a flick of his robe, 3,000 individuals ascended into the air, swiftly soaring into the valley of the blood ceremony. A powerful oppressive force permeated the entire valley, causing the martial king clad in black atop the towering structure of flesh to panic, unable to move under the weight of the immense pressure. The blood ritual summons. Yet it turns out to be the remnants of the demonic sect. Leave none alive. The Grand Elder, Shen Liang, declared coldly after surveying the scene. He extended his hand, pressing down into the air, causing ripples in the space, and beneath his palm, a colossal energy hand of 100 zhong came crashing down. As a fellow martial king, the black-clad man, with only a cultivation of the 6th level, found himself utterly powerless against the descending giant hand, let alone the weaker individuals surrounding him. With a resounding crash, the space beneath the hand cracked under pressure, and in an instant, the entire valley was reduced to ashes, with the blood-red lake evaporated entirely. The other 9 Grand Elders stared in astonishment at their leader. Is such a display truly necessary? Search for the hunted disciples of the Dragon Martial Sect. After executing his command, the Grand Elder took the lead and soared into the skies, his formidable consciousness sweeping the surroundings. The 3,000 individuals swiftly dispatched the remaining black-clad foes, and within moments, all were vanquished, while the other 9 Grand Elders dispersed to search. In truth, the Dragon Martial Sect did not require such a large contingent for this task. The presence of the Grand Elder alone would suffice. However, this display served to emphasize the importance the sect placed on its disciples, instilling a sense of belonging akin to home. The accompanying 3,000 felt this deeply, witnessing the might of the Dragon Martial Sect as their enemies were obliterated with a mere gesture. What extraordinary power this was! The primary objective of the sect leader was to rescue Shen Longxuan, with the Grand Elder serving as the clandestine protector of the young man. He understood the significance of one capable of activating the Celestial Tower to the Dragon Martial Sect, and was thus burning with anxiety. Unfortunately, the search area was too vast. The Grand Elder, having recently broken through to the half-step Martial King realm, had only just awakened his sea of consciousness, limiting his scanning range and rendering immediate results elusive. It was imperative to locate the disciples swiftly. The sooner they were found, the greater the hope for their survival. Otherwise, finding their remains would be of little consolation. After receiving messages from several other elders, it was confirmed that Han Lingxue and Ho Xiaofei had been located and were still alive, though 5 bodies had been discovered. The whereabouts of the remaining 3 were unknown. A thorough search by the 3,000 finally uncovered the corpses of the black-clad individuals in the direction of the forest. Upon receiving this news, everyone converged, including the revived Han Lingxue and Ho Xiaofei. The area was dense with towering trees, and the 10 Grand Elders meticulously scoured the ground, leaving no suspicious detail overlooked. It became evident that the fallen black-clad men had all succumbed to fatal strikes, some bore sword wounds, while others had their skulls shattered or hearts crushed by overwhelming force. The fallen figures clad in black were all martial masters, yet among the remaining trio, Jiang Lingtian had attained the 3rd level of martial mastery, Chu Ling had just entered the martial realm, and Shen Longxuan was said to possess merely the 1st level of martial prowess. Along their journey, they encountered numerous corpses of the black-clad figures, leading even the 10 elders to lose hope, as the strength of these adversaries had evidently surpassed the 3rd level of martial mastery. According to the last message from Chu Ling, it appeared that the group had sustained severe injuries. How remarkable these 3 children are! Indeed, to slay so many enemies whilst wounded speaks volumes of their indomitable spirit, a resolve that perhaps even we cannot fathom. The elders lamented, their thoughts turning to the grim reality that survival for the trio seemed increasingly unlikely, as the main force of their pursuers was evidently in this direction. Following the traces, they arrived at Beijing, a town now obliterated, reduced to rubble by rampant energies, with severed limbs scattered throughout. Search, alive or dead, we must find them. 3,000 individuals scoured the remnants of the town, yet the trio remained elusive, and silence enveloped them, the possibility of their very existence fading like smoke. The harrowing scene moved everyone deeply. Han Lingshue's face turned pale as she struggled to comprehend the ordeal Shen Longxuan and the others had endured. Ho Xiaofei felt utterly dejected, his cowardice in that critical moment leaving him ashamed, fully aware of whom they were seeking. Gazing at the devastation wrought by Shen Longxuan and his companions, doubts arose in everyone's hearts. Could anyone still be alive? Elders, there are more corpses of the black-clad figures ahead. Suddenly, someone shouted. Instantly, spirits lifted. The presence of battle indicated survival. They ceased their examination of the fallen and continued to follow the trail of conflict to the foot of a great mountain. Here, the bodies multiplied, and before a small cave, they finally caught sight of Shen Longxuan. At the moment he was revealed, tears flowed from all. Shen Longxuan stood at the cave's mouth, his body pierced by numerous blades, both arms shattered, having dispatched his last foe with his teeth. Blood and flesh from the enemy stained his lips, his face pale from excessive blood loss, and his injuries were countless. Han Lingxue clutched her mouth tightly, unable to contain her sobs. Zheng Qianwan was also in tears, while Hua Changqing looked on with deep compassion. Wei Ming wept heartily like a child. Ho Xiaofei collapsed to the ground. Was this still a human? How could he fight on with such grievous wounds? In this moment, despite Shen Longxuan's weakened form, he appeared more magnificent than the towering mountains behind him in the eyes of all. The eldest elder sighed deeply, gesturing to remove the blades from Shen Longxuan's body, causing him to immediately collapse. The elder hurried forward to support him. Heavens, how is this possible? They realized he had only remained upright due to the support of those blades. His legs were also broken. It was then that they fully grasped the extent of Shen Longxuan's suffering, with both arms and legs shattered, his body riddled with gaping wounds. Elder, please save him. A faint voice echoed from within the cave, barely audible, without profound cultivation. Instantly, someone rushed into the cavern, exclaiming, Elder, the remaining two are here. They are unharmed. The tone bore no hint of joy, only sorrow. If it were not for the need to protect these two, perhaps Shen Longxuan would not have perished. Chapter 53. The Resurrection. The crowd assisted Chu Ling and Jiang Ling Tian out of the cave. Both were injured, yet their wounds were negligible compared to Shen Longxian's fate. Jiang Ling Tian, utterly exhausted, fell into a faint. Upon awakening, his first instinct was to draw his sword. But upon recognizing the faces around him, he urgently called out, Quickly, save junior brother Shen Longxuan. Without Shen Longxuan, he would have long since met his demise. Yet his pleas were met with silence. Chu Ling, sobbing, revealed a truth far more harrowing than anyone could have anticipated. We must survive. Only by living can we have a future and hope. This was the last sentiment Shen Longxuan had imparted to her before she lost consciousness. To leave the hope of survival for others while facing death alone is a testament to his sincerity and greatness. Jiang Ling Tian knelt beside Shen Longxuan with a thud. This man was worthy of his reverence. Though they had aided one another in times of peril, Shen Longxuan had taught him the essence of responsibility, courage, and what it means to be a man. Given the chance, he would choose the same path again, yet he yearned for the companionship of Shen Longxuan in battle. Though it seemed an impossibility now, Chu Ling also crawled to Shen Longxian's side. In her countless moments of despair, it was this man who had bestowed upon her the courage to persevere. Shen Longxuan had indelibly marked her heart. She gently wiped the blood from his face, tears cascading down like a string of pearls onto his countenance. The scene moved everyone present. Han Lingxue extended a hand, yet ultimately, she weakly let it fall. In the end, 9 elders remained to lead the disciples in further inquiries. The Grand Elder, Xingyan, shattered a teleportation talisman, returning to the Longwu sect with several bodies and the rescued disciples. The deceased were to be interred with honor, for they were heroes of the Longwu sect, a tradition upheld through the ages. Shen Longxuan was placed in a solitary spirit hall, awaiting burial. In truth, he had not perished. He had merely succumbed to a deep slumber. The injuries he sustained were grievous, and the battle spirit could not mend them, thus leaving him to heal and sleep. For those observant enough, it would be evident that his wounds had begun to scab over. From the moment he awakened the Xianlong spirit, his life became intertwined with the battle spirit, resulting in extraordinary transformations. However, his lack of strength prevented him from harnessing this power, though it did not imply its absence. At this moment, Shen Longxian's soul resided in a peculiar space. Had it not been for this sanctuary, his fragile essence would have dissipated long ago. Within this realm lay a colossal black dragon, coiled and resting. It was through this brush with life and death that he discovered the existence of such a space within himself, the battle spirit space. Typically, one is only aware of the manifestation of the battle soul during summoning, yet remains oblivious to its whereabouts upon disappearance. While languishing in this moment of ennui, he suddenly experienced an overwhelming darkness, emerging from the battle soul realm and inhaling the air anew, which felt exquisitely sweet. Before he could fully open his eyes, the distant sound of insects reached his ears, an entirely novel sensation. It was the whisper of the wind, accompanied by the scuttling of ants. During his time in the battle soul space, his soul had inadvertently strengthened, rendering him at least twice as formidable as before. He could even perceive the slightest fluctuations in the air, with all his senses heightened, prompting him to open his eyes. Before him lay an enveloping darkness. As he groped around, he realized he was confined within a sealed box. The realization struck him. This was a coffin. It appeared that others had presumed him dead. With a powerful punch, he shattered the coffin, rising to his feet with golden light flickering in his eyes. A resurrection. A sudden, piercing scream resounded, sending the disciples guarding the wake into a frenzied escape. Within mere strides, they fled the morning hall, likely at their swiftest pace. Shen Longxuan beamed with a grin. Noticing he was clad in a white garment, the very color he adored, he stepped out of the morning hall. It seemed salvation was at hand. Before him lay the ancestral hall in the rear mountains of the martial sect, a place he was well acquainted with from his training in the Xuanlong transformation. Attempting to channel his cultivation, he was astonished to discover he had unconsciously ascended to the second level of the martial realm. Due to his dantian being 5 times larger than that of an ordinary individual, the spiritual energy required for this breakthrough was indeed quintuple that of an average person. Thus, both his strength and endurance surpassed that of the typical practitioner. Lifting his right hand, he channeled his energy, and within moments, a spirit stone materialized in his palm. Not only had his speed increased, but the range of his spiritual energy condensation had also expanded to 2,000 zhang. Rising wave palm. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of 3 explosive impacts echoed, as the nearby rocks were blasted into a deep crater, reduced to dust by the force of the triple impact. Here, everyone, come quickly. The disciple who had fled earlier returned with others. Brother Hua, hurry, kill him. Nonsense. Hua Changqing admonished, playfully tapping the disciple's head. Little brother, who would have thought you would survive this? Truly, you are blessed with great fortune. Remember the tears you caused back then. Brother, what about the morning hall? There's already a plaque for Shen Longxuan in the ancestral hall, questioned the guarding disciple. Remove it. Take everything down. Hua Changqing shouted joyfully. I will inform the sect leader and secure benefits for you. As Shen Longxuan returned to the outer gate peak, those he encountered recoiled as though they had seen a ghost, their expressions rife with bewilderment. Following his presumed death, his residence had been reclaimed. Even his name had been erased from the Tongtian Tower. In its place, the name Shen Longxuan now adorned the hero monument atop the outer gate peak. At this moment, numerous people rushed over upon hearing the news. Among them was Chu Ling, clad in plain garments, her expression laden with sorrow and despair, tears streaming down her cheeks, rendering her utterly pitiable. She swiftly approached, her steps graceful, and threw herself into Shen Longxuan's embrace. Taken aback for a moment, he nonetheless reciprocated with a warm hug. The gentle fragrance of her youthful innocence enveloped him, causing his heart to race wildly, for at the tender age of 17 or 18, one is often swept away by emotions. Feeling a bit bashful, Shen Longxuan gently pushed Chu Ling away, only to find her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her demeanor flustered. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, Hua Changqing arrived, exclaiming, Little brother, good news is here. He tossed a storage bag to Shen Longxuan. This time, the sect has been exceptionally generous. Rejoice in secret and hand me your token. Following his instructions, Shen Longxuan passed the token to him. Hua Changqing then took out a large seal and pressed it onto the token, proclaiming, From today onward, you shall be the youngest elder of the outer sect, residing in room 48 of the outer elder hall. What? The onlookers were momentarily stunned before they soon comprehended the significance. Having slain dozens of martial masters was a feat worthy of such an honor. Although he would initially be an honorary elder, upon advancing to martial master himself, he would transition to a formal elder, though Hua Changqing believed that transformation would not take long. He patted Shen Longxuan on the shoulder before departing. Shen Longxuan, however, was acutely aware that he had only truly defeated a handful of martial masters, relying heavily on reckless charges for those victories. The rest were attributable to the explosive pills. Thus, he resolved not only to rapidly enhance his strength, but also to hunt ferocious beasts for their cores and refine more explosive pills. While upgrading his battle spirit no longer required such items, the potency of the explosive pills was unparalleled, and he recognized that reliance on external forces could hinder his cultivation. Yet, in his current phase of insufficient power, possessing multiple life-saving items was indeed prudent. The silver ring on his finger could withstand a blow from a martial king, though it had later failed him. Otherwise, he would not have found himself in such dire straits. Therefore, he intended to thoroughly research this artifact when time permitted. Ascending to the summit of the outer sect peak, he found the spiritual energy here to be exponentially denser than below, even without cultivation. The essence of the heavens and earth enriched his progress with each breath. It was truly a different experience. Chapter 54. The third level of martial practitioner. Walking upon the stone steps felt akin to treading on clouds, his hand grazing the mist, as if in a realm of immortals. The Elder Hall was a circular edifice atop the mountain, hollow in the center, with rooms distributed around its periphery, spanning 5 levels, each level housing merely 15 rooms. Upon reaching his room 48, situated on the 4th floor, he discovered that only 3 rooms on this level were occupied, while the lower 3 levels were fully occupied. Opening the door, he was instantly greeted by a refreshing ambience. Though it was merely a room, it was 10 times larger than any courtyard below. The room was replete with amenities, and even featured a hot spring constructed by unknown means, with various plants flourishing throughout. Most importantly, an ethereal energy of the mysterious dragon had unexpectedly permeated the room, enriching the spiritual essence within. Shen Longxuan, feeling satisfied, took a seat and retrieved the storage bag gifted by Hua Changqing, pouring its contents onto the table with a flourish. The first items that caught his eye were 1,000 radiant spirit stones, 100 martial artist pills, and a manual of martial arts titled Wind and Thunder Movement, which was a technique devoid of rank. Truly, the sect leader had proven to be quite generous. These were precisely the items I required. Shen Longxuan was elated, his joy manifesting in exuberant gestures. During his recent missions, he had consumed all his low-tier pills, leaving only 4th and 5th grade elixirs, which were of no use to him at present. Thus, the 100 martial artist pills were a timely boon. His dantian was 10 times larger than that of an ordinary individual, and relying solely on self-cultivation would take an indeterminate amount of time to advance. These martial artist pills were specifically designed to enhance a warrior's cultivation, distinct from body-refining pills, with 2nd grade pills being exceedingly pure, having minimal future repercussions. He promptly summoned his battle spirit, consuming the 1,000 spirit stones, yet there was no immediate response. Following this, he began to ingest the martial artist pills. Each of the 100 pills was valued at 20,000 gold coins. Normally, one could only refine 4 per month, but for Shen Longxuan, such limitations did not apply. He refined them at a pace of 10 per day, dedicating the remaining time to practicing his techniques and martial arts. The wind and thunder movement was extraordinarily powerful, resembling a tempest in its form and a thunderclap in its motion. Not only did it possess incredible speed and formidable presence, but it also featured dual offensive methods, wind blades and thunder strikes. It was an unparalleled technique that combined both movement and martial prowess. One could imagine the sect leader's reluctance to part with such a technique. Over the course of 10 days, he refined all the martial artist pills. For an average person, these would suffice to reach the pinnacle of martial artist realm. However, due to the enhancement of his dantian, which had expanded tenfold, his cultivation only ascended to the 3rd level of the martial artist realm. Nevertheless, he had achieved minor mastery of the wind and thunder movement, allowing him to move with the swiftness of a gale. This speed was beyond the reach of even martial masters. Should he cultivate it to its full potential, his velocity would increase further, moving like a tempest, creating illusory afterimages, and enabling the release of wind blades. This was somewhat akin to the techniques of the wind wolf, yet its might was on an entirely different scale. Mastering this martial technique at its perfection would be nothing short of a divine skill. It was truly remarkable. And the individual who crafted this technique was undoubtedly a genius. Shen Longxuan sang its praises. During these 10 days, he had condensed 2,000 spirit stones, but still, his battle spirit remained unresponsive. The transformation of the mysterious dragon persisted, yet it seemed to have encountered a bottleneck, making no discernible progress. Thus, he decided to set it aside for now. During this period, he also examined the silver ring, but was unable to activate it, ultimately yielding no results. Upon concluding his seclusion, Shen Longxuan first visited the Jishuan rice shop, where he entrusted Chu Ling with 100 spirit stones. With these spirit stones, the formation of the spirit gathering array could be initiated, ensuring the continued production of high-quality spiritual rice. and he informed Chu Ling that her father would have an ample supply of spirit stones. For a spirit refiner, such consumption is trivial. Chu Ling merely lowered her head, a flush of crimson gracing her cheeks, not uttering a word. Her demeanor held an immense allure for Shen Longxuan, causing his heart to race uncontrollably, prompting him to hastily depart. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that Zheng Qianwan, Wei Ming, and others chose to enter seclusion immediately upon returning to the sect. Even Jiang Lingtian and Han Lingxue followed suit, indicating that this incident had profoundly impacted them. Exiting his chamber, Shen Longxuan gazed upward at the vast sky, silently vowing to one day stand atop that celestial realm. Lost in contemplation, he suddenly sensed a presence, and, upon looking down, caught sight of Ho Xiaofei's venomous glare. Shen Longxuan, do not harbor delusions of grandeur. You are but a mere outer disciple. After returning from his mission, Han Lingxue ceased to acknowledge him, especially after learning of Shen Longxuan's resurrection, regarding him with utmost disdain. Ho Xiaofei, you are unworthy of being called a man. The accounts between you and your father shall be settled in due time. Shen Longxuan held such individuals in contempt. Shen Longxuan, you lack the qualifications to stand on equal footing with me. You rely merely on some esoteric arts. Do you truly believe yourself remarkable? I await your reckoning. Sneered the lecherous old man as Elder Ho appeared beside Ho Xiaofei, his imposing aura surging forth, revealing his cultivation at the 9th level of the martial master realm. The overwhelming pressure descended upon Shen Longxuan, halting his spiritual energies flow and rendering him immobile. Ignorant child, do you really consider yourself significant? Elder Ho derided. The disparity in their realms left Shen Longxuan utterly powerless to resist. It seemed that despite his formidable physique, he could only contend with those at the initial stages of the martial master realm. Opponents beyond the 3rd level were simply insurmountable. At that moment, another powerful aura surged forth. What is the meaning of this? Any grievances should be resolved within the Hall of Life and Death. What madness is this? Other elders were drawn out, curious as to who had provoked Elder Tianyuan's ire. It appeared to be Elder Li and that newly appointed honorary elder, Shen Longxuan. Elder Li, why stoop to the level of that insignificant child? The wrath of Elder Tianyuan is not something ordinary individuals can withstand. Indeed, as the rumors suggested, Elder Li shot a fierce glare at Shen Longxuan before retreating to his quarters. Shen Longxuan remained unfazed, having joined the sect for merely over half a year. A long journey lay ahead. It was time to hunt for demon beasts. Shen Longxuan arrived at the mission hall and accepted several tasks for slaying demon beasts. Although the rewards were all exchanged for warrior pills, these were merely supplementary. The primary objective was to refine explosive pills, with his sights set on 3rd-tier demon beasts. As he traversed the path, Shen Longxuan recognized the formidable prowess of the wind-thunder movement technique, allowing him to traverse with the grace of the wind. Without expending excessive effort, he reached the designated location of the demon beasts in 2 days, a journey that would typically take 6. In 3 days, he utilized this martial skill to slay over 300 3rd-tier demon beasts, with the creatures not even managing to graze his garments. Through the adept application of the wind and thunder movement, he gradually comprehended the profound essence of this technique. During his hunting endeavors, he collected 30 2nd-tier spiritual herbs. He promptly sought out a cave to refine the herbs and demon cores. After 2 days, his cultivation ascended to the pinnacle of the 3rd realm of the martial artist stage. However, despite devouring over 300 demon cores, his battle spirit showed no signs of advancement. As he gathered his belongings and was about to exit the cave, 2 figures stumbled in, clearly in distress. Upon locking eyes, the 3 paused momentarily, noticing the injuries on the 2 newcomers. Yet, upon seeing that Shen Longxuan was merely at the 3rd realm of martial artist, they immediately grew arrogant. Kid, you're out of luck. Hand over everything you possess, and we might spare your life. One of them exclaimed. Brother, this kid seems like a fat sheep. That Qianquan ring on his hand looks quite valuable. Their eyes gleamed with undisguised greed as they brandished their weapons. Who are you? Shen Longxuan demanded fiercely. It matters not. We hail from Bloodgarb Valley, affiliated with the Dragon Void sect. Our valley master is none other than Shui Li, an inner disciple of the Dragon Void sect. Are you frightened now? Suddenly, Shen Longxuan recalled a mission he had seen in the task hall, one that involved exterminating Bloodgarb Valley. The mission described these individuals as merciless marauders, notorious for their acts of arson and pillage. He was astonished to learn that their valley master was connected to the Dragon Void sect. Shen Longxuan also remembered Li Haoyan, an outer elder of the sect, who had nearly destroyed the Shen family. This vendetta must be avenged. Is your valley master present in the valley? He inquired. What, kid? Do you wish to join us? Our Valley Master has reached the third realm of the Martial Master stage, while you are not even worthy to carry his shoes. I advise you to abandon all hope." They sneered. Chapter 55. Bloodgarb Valley. Shen Longxuan chuckled heartily as he approached the two. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. In an instant, they felt a gust of wind. And before they knew it, their necks were grasped firmly by him. With a swift motion, they fell unconscious. Shen Longxuan confiscated their storage bags and made his way towards Bloodgarb Valley. Utilizing the wind and thunder movement, he traversed the terrain with swiftness, accompanied by a faint rumbling of thunder. 2 days later, he arrived at the valley. "Look at them, indulging in luxuries inside while we're stuck out here, starving. Is there any justice in this?" One of the guards complained. "Please, with our strength, it's a miracle we can even stand guard here. Humph. If only I could venture out and rob a few times, my cultivation would have soared by now." At the valley entrance, the two guards grumbled when they spotted a young man approaching on foot. Though he appeared slow, he closed the distance in mere strides. "You." Shen Longxuan dispatched both guards with 2 swift punches, then kicked open the large door and charged inside. His remarkable skill and audacity led him to eliminate everyone he encountered with lethal precision, quickly drawing attention. "Who dares to intrude upon Bloodgarb Valley? Have you grown weary of life?" A throng of dozens emerged, all at the 7th realm of martial artist stage. Seeing that the intruder was merely a 3rd realm martial artist, they eagerly brandished their weapons and rushed forward. "None shall move, this lad is mine. Watch as I strip the skin from his bones." With a thunderous crash, before the man could escape a few paces, Shen Longxuan soared in, delivering a punch that reduced him to mere fragments. "No time to waste, let us all charge." These individuals, desperate and reckless, witnessed the formidable prowess displayed and rushed forth in unison. Shen Longxuan's figure darted like a wisp, sweeping through the crowd with the ferocity of a tempest. With each strike, lives were extinguished. In mere moments, all adversaries lay vanquished. At this juncture, news had already spread, and a dark swarm of over 100 emerged. Leading them was a figure of 3rd-tier martial mastery, presumably Blood Fury. Seeing the carnage, his brow furrowed in alarm. "Daring to cause a ruckus in my Bloodgarment Valley. It seems you are no ordinary foe. Regardless of your identity, today you shall perish. Brothers, slay him." Shen Longxuan had anticipated a few formidable opponents within Bloodgarment Valley. Yet it became evident that they were but a disorganized rabble. With just a few explosive pills unleashed, scarcely anyone remained unscathed, it must be said. The 3rd-tier explosive pills possess astonishing power, affecting a radius of 7 jong. Before Blood Fury could unleash his wrath, he found himself blinking in disbelief as Shen Longxuan stood before him, a smile gracing his lips. He hastily retreated, yet a hand descended upon him. Layered wave palm. Waves of force erupted like the ocean, crashing down in succession. Blood Fury felt his hair stand on end, a sense of imminent peril flooding his mind as he retaliated with a punch. Blood Slaughter Fist. Bam, bam, bam. Blood Fury's Blood Slaughter Fist managed to deflect 2 waves of palm energy, but the third struck with unyielding force against his chest. Coughing up blood, he was sent sprawling over 10 jong away. "Who exactly are you?" As a disciple of the Dragon Void sect, he had never endured such injury before. "I am the harbinger of your demise. Those who commit numerous injustices shall meet their end. Strive to be a good person in your next life." With a final, decisive punch, Shen Longxuan ended his existence. He collected Blood Fury's Qianquan ring and several storage bags before departing, aware that the thick scent of blood would soon attract ferocious beasts. Seeking refuge, he located a nearby cave, ensuring his safety before sealing the entrance with a massive boulder. He summoned his battle spirit to commence his cultivation. Moments prior, he had sensed a slight loosening in his cultivation, prompting his hasty retreat. Suddenly, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth surged forth, enveloping him in a vortex of vitality, flooding into his body, replenishing his vast dantian. After an hour, a resounding boom echoed within him. He had ascended to the 4th tier of martial mastery. The surge in his cultivation heightened his aura significantly. Now, even without relying on the profound dragon transformation, he could contend with martial artists of the 7th tier. His dantian had expanded 5-fold, drastically augmenting his strength. Curious about the contents of his spoils, Shen Longxuan retrieved 16 storage bags and 1 Qianquan ring. Upon opening them, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Within the possession of Wu Shidan lay 69 precious pills, 34 spirit stones, over 1,000,000 gold coins, and an assortment of more than 200 monster cores. Among them were 30 2nd-tier spiritual herbs, and surprisingly, over 100 3rd-tier spiritual herbs. The most peculiar item was an object resembling a compass, which upon examination appeared ordinary. yet exuded an aura of spirituality. Could it be a spiritual artifact? Such artifacts require a drop of blood to establish a bond. Thus, he pricked his finger and allowed a droplet to fall upon it. In an instant, the compass transformed into a lustrous white akin to jade. This was the spirit-seeking compass, a top-tier spiritual artifact specifically designed for locating spiritual herbs. Waves of information surged into his mind. Under the influence of Shen Longxuan's spiritual energy, a cluster of small red lights appeared at the center of the compass. This artifact did not reveal spiritual herbs below the second tier. Rather, it displayed colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and gold, representing 3rd to 10th tier herbs. Furthermore, it could discern the grades of rare ores and various materials, even probing the cultivation levels of weapons and individuals. Such power was formidable. Shen Longxuan produced a bottle of 5th tier elixir, which immediately radiated a yellow glow. After multiple validations, he confirmed its efficacy. After refining all the spiritual herbs, Shen Longxuan stored his items and exited the cave, returning to the sect to report his mission. Upon reporting, he deliberately checked the task of exterminating the Blood Garment Valley and found it had vanished. He was in awe of the task hall's information control. Upon his return, he finally encountered Zheng Qianwan and Wei Ming, who felt helpless after learning of Shen Longxuan's exploits. He had casually ventured out for merely 10 days and returned as a 4th-level martial artist, while they, having been in seclusion for the same duration, had only reached the 2nd level. Longxuan, an opportunity for you to shine has arrived, Zheng Qianwan remarked, shaking his head. This year's resource allocation among the 3 sects has undergone changes. Traditionally, only inner disciples participated, and Longwu sect has secured the championship for 30 consecutive years, monopolizing 50% of the resources, with the remainder divided between Longshu sect and Longyao sect. However, this year, the competition will involve outer disciples. Initially, Longwu sect opposed this, but later inexplicably consented. The final decision is expected soon. Each year, the trials measure the battle spirit, cultivation, and willpower of inner disciples. But it is said that this year will be different. The specifics will only be revealed at the competition venue. 3 days after Zheng Qianwan's words, the sect issued an order, dispatching Shen Longxuan to the competition with a singular command, to eliminate the participants from the other 2 sects by any means necessary. Shen Longxuan discerned the sect leader's fury within the command, recalling Zheng Qianwan's words. It was evident that the other 2 sects had resorted to some form of coercion against Longwu sect. As the competition date approached, the Grand Elder personally escorted Shen Longxuan, and the 2 soared eastward for 3 days. Estimating their speed, they had traversed at least hundreds of thousands of miles, finally arriving at a platform spanning 100 feet in circumference. Throughout their journey, the Grand Elder imparted numerous insights regarding cultivation, each revelation enlightening Shen Longxuan. Upon their arrival at the platform, they found the participants from the other 2 sects already awaiting them. Elder Xingyan, I must admit, your personal presence is quite unexpected. However, why have you brought only one individual? Is it true that the Longwu sect's outer disciples are so scarce? In the face of the jibes from the 2 sects, Xingyan remained unfazed, replying with a smile. Elder Hu too, Elder Lang Xiao, it is indeed a rare pleasure to see you both so joyful. Yet, who will ultimately prevail can only be discerned once the competition concludes. Therefore, I advise you not to celebrate too prematurely. Even before the contest commenced, the 3 elders were already at loggerheads. Shen Longxuan began to survey the competitors from the other sects and, to his astonishment, recognized a familiar face, Li Hong, the last remaining member of the Li family. At this moment, not only were representatives from the 3 sects present, but numerous martial artist families had also gathered. They sought to ascertain the resource acquisition of each sect, as this would guide their allegiance. After all, aligning with a sect that yields abundant resources would ensure rapid development for their own families. Look, there stands Liang, the foremost disciple of the Longshu sect's outer sect. Remarkable indeed. At merely 20 years of age, he has already attained the 2nd level of the martial master realm. His future is boundless. Yang Zhun from the Longyao sect is also commendable, having reached the 1st level of the martial master realm. Yet, why has the Longwu sect sent but a single representative? And one at the 4th level of the martial artist realm, no less? Amidst the discussions of the minor families, Li Hong's attention was solely fixated on Shen Longxuan, his desire to exact vengeance palpable. The Longshu sect had dispatched 10 participants, 5 of whom were at the pinnacle of the martial artist realm, with Liang being particularly formidable at the 2nd level of the martial master realm. Li Hong, too, had achieved the 4th level of the martial artist realm, indicating the intensity of his training fueled by his thirst for revenge. Shen Longxuan, you wretched scoundrel, the heavens have truly favored me, granting me this opportunity for vengeance so swiftly. Is this the Shen Longxuan you speak of? Liang inquired, raising an eyebrow. Indeed, brother Liang, it is this scoundrel. I know not what means he employed to annihilate my Li clan, but I implore you, avenge me. I, Li Hong, am willing to serve as your beast of burden in return. Li Hong declared through gritted teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury as he recalled the massacre of his family. For nearly a year, he had trained relentlessly for this very day. Li Hong, it is but a trifling task, especially since you are a relative of elderly. I shall assist you, Liang replied, his tone resolute, as if he had already sentenced Shen Longxuan to death. Shen Longxuan, today marks your demise. Li Hong bellowed, his expression a mask of rage. Li Hong, does it feel gratifying to hurl insults? Shen Longxuan remarked, dusting off his clothes and raising his gaze. His demeanor as tranquil as still water. Suddenly, with a flash of movement, he delivered a resounding slap across Li Hong's face. By the time onlookers processed the event, Shen Longxuan had returned to his previous position. By heavens, what kind of movement technique does this fellow possess? I barely caught a glimpse. How audacious. That slap must have stung. The representative from the Longwu sect exhibited impressive agility, yet one could only wonder about his combat prowess, given that he was merely at the 4th level of the martial artist realm. Evidently, the onlooking families had little faith in Shen Longxuan, having already abandoned any hope for the dragon martial sect in their hearts. However, Shen Longxuan's swift movements left even the 2 martial masters bewildered, while the 3 elders were utterly unprepared for his sudden and decisive strike. It is an absurdity to permit one to take a life while forbidding the same to oneself. Had I not fought with all my might back then, it would have been my Shen family facing annihilation. Shen Longxuan's gaze sharpened with intensity. You little wretch. Dare you lay a hand upon me? With a resounding slap, Li Hong's face was left crimson. It is indeed you whom I strike. A man's strength is not measured by his words, but by his hands. Shen Longxuan waved his palm dismissively. Li Hong opened his mouth, but fell silent, glaring fiercely at Shen Longxuan. Elder Xingyan, what is the meaning of this? Your disciple is exceedingly arrogant. The elder from the Long Su sect's expression darkened. This was not merely a blow to the disciple of Long Su sect, but a slap to his own face. Indeed, quite audacious, yet the strike was well executed. Perhaps a second blow would enhance the effect. Elder Xingyan laughed heartily. Enough, enough. It is only natural for the children to bicker. Let us not allow the 2 elders to mar the harmony. Elder Lang Xiao, witnessing the escalating tension, hurriedly intervened. The onlooking families held a different perspective. Shen Longxuan and Li Hong were of the same realm. With the right mastery of a profound technique, anyone could achieve such feats, nothing particularly remarkable. Shen Longxuan continued to observe. The Long Miao sect had 10 participants, slightly weaker in strength, yet boasted 4 peak martial warriors and 1 martial master of the 1st rank, with the remainder above the 4th rank of martial warriors. While they bore no grudge against Shen Longxuan, their sect had instructed them to ensure that the dragon martial sect did not emerge victorious, engaging in full force to eliminate them. Elder Xingyan, the time is nearing. Shall we announce the competition rules? Elder Lang Xiao of Long Miao sect spoke up. According to the agreement among our 3 sects, this year's competition rules dictate that the victor shall be determined by the value of the spiritual herbs obtained from Firecloud Island. Listen closely. There are no restrictions on how you may acquire these items during the competition, and given the abundance of fierce beasts on the island, casualties are inevitable. Prepare yourselves mentally. This is a teleportation talisman. Each of you shall receive one. If your life is endangered, you may crush it to return. Upon Elder Lang Xiao's declaration, the crowd erupted in astonishment. What? The rules have changed. We were expecting a thrilling contest. The new regulations clearly favored the larger sects, suggesting that this year's victor would likely be between Long Su sect and Long Miao sect. Not necessarily. That fellow from Dragon Martial sect possesses an enigmatic agility. If fortune smiles upon him, he might yet prevail. According to the established rules, these families could decide their allegiances after the competition results were announced. However, by that time, all families would be clustered together, and the victorious sect would have the privilege of selective recruitment. If rejected, the remaining sects would also be undesirable. Thus, following the announcement of the competition rules, they began choosing the sects they wished to support. At this moment, hundreds of families present had made their decisions, with over 70% aligning themselves behind the Long Su sect, while nearly 30% stood in support of the Long Miao sect. Only one family remained loyal to the Long Wu sect, led by the elusive Shen Longxuan, who undoubtedly possessed other formidable abilities. Ha ha, Elder Xingyan. It seems your support is rather scant, doesn't it? Does this not imply your inevitable defeat? Elder Hu Tu remarked with evident glee. Do not be disheartened, Elder Xing Yan. After all, there is still a small family backing you. Elder Lang Xiao added, not missing the chance to deride. Elder Xing Yan smiled faintly, discreetly handing Shen Longxuan a map. Enough of the verbal sparring. Let us commence the teleportation. Elder Hu Tu's lips twitched, having mentally cursed 1,000 times. Had it not been for Elder Xing Yan's superior cultivation, he would have already lost his temper. The disparity between a half-step martial sect and a martial king pinnacle was immense. Even 10 martial kings at their peak would not stand a chance against a half-step martial sect. The three elders approached the center of the platform, their spiritual energy surging forth as beams of light emanated from their palms, gradually enveloping the area where the 21 disciples stood. In an instant, a radiant brilliance shot skyward from the platform, and waves of spatial fluctuations spread forth until the elders ceased their actions, weaving the white light into a tapestry. In the blink of an eye, the disciples of the three sects vanished from the platform. When Shen Longxuan regained his bearings, he found himself in an unfamiliar location. Observing the map in his hand, he realized it depicted the very area he was in. By comparing it to the actual surroundings, he pinpointed his location. The map was remarkably detailed, highlighting numerous red zones, each indicating locations for gathering spiritual herbs. How thoughtful, Shen Longxuan mused internally. But he quickly recognized that if he possessed a map, others likely did as well. Fortunately, the map only illustrated approximate locations, necessitating a careful search to procure the spiritual herbs. However, I have this. Shen Longxuan retrieved the spirit-seeking mirror, knowing that with its guidance, he could effortlessly locate the herbs. Such items were essential for cultivation, and the more he could gather, the better, especially since this place opened only once every decade. Without further delay, Shen Longxuan committed the map's regions to memory, clutching the spirit-seeking mirror as he swiftly departed. Chapter 57. Racing against time on the entire island. Only 10 areas were rich in spiritual herbs. Finding these locations in a short span would yield a substantial bounty. Shen Longxuan, armed with the spirit-seeking mirror, set off toward the nearest area. It must be said that this island was indeed vast. After a grueling hour of relentless running, he finally reached his destination. Along the way, he had gathered quite a few second-tier spiritual herbs, but upon witnessing the plethora of third-tier and above herbs before him, he instantly felt that his previous efforts had been in vain. Fire spirit fruit, a third-tier spiritual fruit. Purple spirit mushroom, a fourth-tier spiritual herb. Spirit begonia, a third-tier spiritual grass. In the blink of an eye, he had acquired dozens of rare medicinal herbs and fruits, wishing fervently for additional hands to gather more. Just then, a furious roar shattered the moment. The ground trembled beneath him as he lifted his gaze to see a massive iron-clawed gray bear charging toward him, its crimson eyes ablaze with rage. Disregarding the beast, he summoned his battle spirit, a colossal black dragon ascending into the air, its formidable presence radiating throughout the area. The iron-clawed gray bear collapsed to the ground, quaking in fear, too terrified to move. Ultimately, he gathered over 200 third-tier spiritual herbs, more than 100 spiritual fruits, and 20 or so fourth-tier elixirs. With no time to rest, he eagerly dashed toward the next region. The elder had previously declared that all these treasures were his, contingent upon defeating the disciples of the two sections. However, with such a vast island and only a handful of people, encounters seemed improbable, prompting him to prioritize the collection of spiritual herbs. He believed that no one on the island could match his speed, nor would he suffer from attacks by the beasts. To him, time equated to spiritual herbs. Every second was precious. Upon reaching the second area after 2 more hours, he discovered that while the quantity of herbs was less than before, their quality was superior. After a flurry of activity, he successfully collected over 100 fourth-tier spiritual herbs and several spiritual fruits. As dusk approached, he sought refuge in a cave, retrieving a third-tier elixir. Unlike spiritual herbs, elixirs could be ingested directly without losing potency. Through experimentation, he found that his body could withstand the impact of the third-tier elixir. A night of cultivation, supplemented by several elixirs, propelled his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 4th level of martial artists. Observing his dantian, he shook his head with a wry smile. Despite the overwhelming spiritual energy, he had not advanced a single realm. As dawn broke, golden sunlight pierced the darkness, and he slowly opened his eyes, embarking on his journey once more. With only 10 days allotted for this competition, he dared not squander a moment. Channeling the full extent of his wind and thunder techniques, he surged forth like a tempest. Leaves swirled in his wake, and after 2 hours, he arrived at a secluded valley. His excitement palpable upon witnessing a glimmer of golden light, a sign of 5th-tier spiritual herbs. Such a level of herb was the highest he had ever encountered. The vibrant hues of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet shimmered, reminiscent of gold. Impossible, he thought, shaking his head. For at the Dragon Martial sect, the highest grade elixirs he had seen were merely 5th grade, and the same held true for herbs. The value of such herbs could easily exceed 1,000,000 gold coins each. Seeing no one around, he summoned his battle spirit and ventured into the valley, where he soon spotted a peculiar plant towering 2 meters high, adorned with 5 different colored fruits. Beneath the tree lurked a 4th-tier purple-scaled giant python, exuding a terrifying aura that rivaled even the 3-eyed demon ape. However, upon witnessing Shen Longxuan's mysterious dragon battle spirit, he struggled for a long while before ultimately slinking away in defeat. He approached the tree, confirming multiple times that the golden light emanating from the spirit-seeking mirror was indeed this object. 5 colored fruits. He resolved to investigate their significance upon returning, surely. As 5th-tier spiritual fruits, they were extraordinary. Shen Longxuan plucked 5 spiritual fruits and stored them within his Qinquan ring, feeling fortunate that without the spirit-seeking mirror, he might have missed many treasures. Brother, the valley ahead is rich in spiritual energy. It must be the location marked on the map. Cursing under his breath, after searching for a day and night, he finally found it. Junior brother, with these spiritual herbs, the sect will surely reward us. Now we can strike it rich. If we secretly consume a few, no one will know, right? At the sound of voices, Shen Longxuan had just finished clearing the area. At that moment, the 2 men entering the valley's mouth were taken aback, for they had already been outpaced, and the valuable herbs had been collected. The sudden shift in emotions ignited their fury. Kid, leave the spiritual herbs, and we might spare your life. Shen Longxuan brushed the dust from his clothing and smiled. What if I choose not to? Huh, so you're a waste of the Longwu sect. If it were anyone else, we might let them go, but you must stay. Brother, he is merely at the 4th level of martial arts. I will eliminate him. Shen Longxuan recognized the 2 as members of the Longxu sect, one at the 6th level and the other at the 7th. The one charging forward, a 6th-level martial artist, wielded a long knife, striking down with ferocity. A brilliant blade light cut through the air. Furious wave slash. The sound of crashing waves accompanied the blade's arc as it thundered down. All show and no substance. Shen Longxuan scoffed. The technique appeared grandiose, but lacked lethality. He gently raised his right palm. Layered wave palm. Once again, the sound of surging waves echoed, but it seemed as if the ocean itself was conjured. Waves converging and crashing beneath the imprint of his palm. The assailant barely had time to scream before being obliterated, reduced to fertilizer. You concealed your cultivation. The other man trembled in fear. Even his senior brother, Liang, could not achieve such a feat. This fellow was pretending to be a weakling while hiding his true strength. He turned to flee, but Shen Longxuan would not allow his escape, swiftly pursuing and delivering a fatal punch. There are still 18 left. Shen Longxuan immediately set off toward the next area. In total, there were 10 regions, and he had already claimed 3 for himself. His figure flickered like a wisp, appearing slow yet moving with the swiftness of the wind. After 3 short moments, he arrived at the 4th region. This area was predominantly illuminated by an orange glow on the spirit-seeking mirror, indicating the presence of 4th-tier spiritual herbs. As twilight deepened, he quickened his pace, entering the spiritual herb region to complete his gathering before darkness fell. That night, after continuing to consume 3rd-tier spiritual medicine, he finally broke through amidst a thunderous roar. 5th level of martial arts. The aura surrounding Shen Longxuan surged once more. Now, even when facing a warrior of the 8th realm, he could easily triumph without resorting to the Xianlong transformation. Following his breakthrough, Shen Longxuan began refining spirit stones, managing to produce approximately 200 each day. Yet, his battle spirit remained stagnant. Surprisingly, he found himself unperturbed. The greater the challenge to advance, the more formidable his Xian-level battle spirit would become. And he eagerly anticipated that day's arrival. On the 5th day, he had swept through 6 major regions. However, 2 additional regions had already been claimed by others by the time he arrived. This meant that 2 areas rich in spiritual herbs remained. And as he made his way to these locations, he finally encountered Li Hong, accompanied by 3 others, including Liang and 2 peak warriors from the Longxu sect. Li Hong stepped forward menacingly. You truly dare to roam Firecloud Island. I expected you to be cowering like a turtle, Li Hong declared, stepping closer as his aura exploded, revealing he had broken through to the 6th realm. Today, I shall avenge my fallen kin. He brandished a gleaming long sword. Li Hong, your cultivation has only just reached a breakthrough. It is unwise to engage in battle. Allow your two senior brothers to capture him, and then you may exact your vengeance," Liang stated, and at his words, one of his companions approached with a sinister grin. "I promise to leave you a breath to exact your vengeance." This individual charged forward barehanded, his hands transforming into claws that darkened and emanated a faint black mist. Poison Dragon Claw. This was a nefarious martial technique that utilized various toxins and even the corpses of the deceased for cultivation. Upon reaching mastery, its wielder became a vessel of poison. With his peak warrior cultivation, he could contend against even the first realm of warrior masters. Shen Longxuan's expression turned grave, although he was not well versed in poison. The man's aura suggested a potent toxicity. As the claw struck forth, it conjured a colossal ghostly claw before Shen Longxian. Layered wave palm. Shen Longxian retreated, unleashing a palm strike that shattered the ghostly claw with a resounding crash. However, he was grazed by the black mist, which led to a dizzying sensation. Subsequently, he was sent flying by a powerful palm strike, his vitality surging uncontrollably. "Haha, little bastard, today you shall know suffering. I will make you experience the tortures of the world to quench my hatred." Li Hong's curses echoed, prompting Shen Longxian to activate the Xuanlong transformation, which purified the encroaching black mist instantly. Gazing upon the resplendent Shen Longxian, his opponent appeared momentarily stunned. "You're not afraid of my poison? It seems you desire a taste of pain." The man's aura surged forth. The pressure of his peak warrior cultivation was extraordinary, bearing down upon Shen Longxian with overwhelming force. With a thunderous strike, he hurled a punch towards Shen Longxian, causing the very air to explode with sound. In response, a fierce battle intent erupted in Shen Longxuan's eyes. Empowered by the Xuanlong transformation, he resembled a war god, resolutely bracing himself to confront the oncoming threat. In a fleeting moment, the two figures collided with a thunderous roar, as if a tempest had arisen, enveloping them in a cloud of dust. The air was filled with the cacophony of clashing sounds and furious bellows, accompanied by bursts of golden light and dark energy, reducing the surrounding flora to mere powder. Just as Li Hong reveled in his triumph, a frown crossed Li Yang's brow, and he called out. Indeed, in the next instant, a figure was sent hurtling back, crashing to the ground before the onlookers, none other than the disfigured form of their own ally. Emerging from the haze, Shen Longxian declared that his warm-up was complete, and it was time for them to face their demise. He had merely wished to test whether his cultivation could stand against a peak martial artist, only to find himself lacking. Thus, he ceased to hold back. Under the astonished gazes of those present, a flash of golden light erupted, shattering Li Yang and the peak martial artist beside him with overwhelming force. As Shen Longxian halted, he grasped Li Hong by the throat and coolly remarked, "Have you ever considered how I felt when your clan sought to annihilate mine?" Borrowing his own words, he added, "You can perish now, you wretched spawn." With a decisive grip, Li Hong's life came to a tragic end. 14 more. Shen Longxian declared as he swiftly departed the battlefield. However, not long after his departure, the lifeless Li Hong suddenly surged with vitality, slowly rising to sit up, and bellowed in rage toward the heavens. "Shen Longxian, mark my words. One day I shall rend your body into pieces." At this moment, his ire directed him toward the 9th medicinal herb zone, where he unleashed his full speed, his form becoming a whirlwind, accompanied by a gust of fierce wind. An hour later, Shen Longxian weaved through the forest like a tempest, a minuscule blade of wind shooting forth from his palms. With every swing of his arms, a flurry of wind blades erupted in all directions. The sound of slicing filled the air as saplings were severed effortlessly, leaving deep gashes in the trunks of robust trees. "Haha, the mastery of wind and thunder has reached fruition. I can finally unleash the wind blades, adding another weapon to my arsenal." Shen Longxian laughed maniacally as he sprinted onward. His expansive dantian allowed him to freely expend spiritual energy. After another hour, he arrived at the 9th zone. Clearly, his speed was unmatched. None were able to catch up to him as he swiftly gathered the spiritual herbs and continued his journey. The final zone of spiritual herbs would be the site of the ultimate battle, or rather, his hunting ground. Upon arrival, night had fallen. He did not disturb a single blade of grass, but instead sat cross-legged in the midst of the spiritual herbs, summoning his battle spirit to cultivate. The vast spiritual energy of heaven and earth was refined and transformed into spiritual power, replenishing his dantian's consumption. In just 1 hour, he returned to his peak condition. This 10th-tier yellow battle spirit was indeed formidable. What marvels would await should he elevate it to a profound tier battle spirit? Shen Longxian's anticipation intensified as he consumed 10 spiritual herbs. In an instant, ethereal energy surged into the sky like a colossal dragon. igniting the spiritual essence within him to operate with fervent intensity. Despite the ferocity of this onslaught, even his robust physique began to falter. Yet, Shen Longxuan understood that this was merely a trifling challenge on the path of cultivation. Thus, he gritted his teeth and summoned the power of the Xuanlong transformation to withstand the torrent. Ultimately, just before dawn, his body resonated with thunderous energy, reaching the sixth realm of martial prowess. As a tempestuous force erupted from within, he managed to regulate his breath and gradually return to normalcy. With the rising sun, Shen Longxuan beamed, his fair visage evoking no trace of the previous frenzy. Such intense training was a feat few would dare to undertake. Continuing to refine spirit stones had become his favored pastime. At this moment, the range of his condensed spiritual energy had expanded to 2,500 zhang. As dusk approached, the horizon was adorned with a blood-red sunset, and at last, others arrived. Shen Longxuan rose to his feet. What did you say? We of the Longshu sect monopolized the spirit herbs? It is plainly you from the Longmiao sect who hoarded them. Nonsense. We have consistently gathered from only one area. The rest is not ours. Could it be the worthless Longwu sect? We only obtained from one area as well. Bang. Bang bang. Shen Longxuan wore an expression of exasperation. He had intended to eliminate the newcomers, but was taken aback as this group turned upon each other. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the battle ceased, and all members of the Longshu sect were vanquished. Brother Yongzhen. They possess very few spirit herbs. Could they all be with Lai Yang? If they truly are with Lai Yang, that would pose a significant dilemma. I am no match for him, and with you few, we could at most achieve a stalemate. Thus, combining our spirit herbs with theirs, along with those from this last area, we would have approximately 30%, which is significantly more than our usual annual resources. The sect will not reprimand us. Once we finish gathering from this area, we shall teleport back. Brother, there stands a figure. This revelation startled several individuals, and upon looking up, they indeed discerned a shadowy figure wavering. Who dares to play tricks here, seeking a death wish? Yongzhen bellowed. To approach undetected. Likely only Lai Yang could achieve such a feat on this island. Is it Brother Lai Yang? We were just attacked by a beast. Look, we lost a few of our own. Shen Longxuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly as he stepped forward. I did not see a beast. It seems you are the ones responsible for their demise. Brother Lai Yang, how could we possibly commit such an act? You must be mistaken. Yongzhen retreated a few steps. Brother, that figure resembles someone from the Longwu sect. What? Yongzhen focused intently, his expression darkening. How dare this fool attempt to frighten him? You wretch, I shall tear you limb from limb. You too seize him. I want to carve his flesh piece by piece. Yongzhen roared in fury. Chapter 59. The performance in an instant, two figures dashed away, but midway, they were met with two slicing wind blades that severed their heads. Shen Longxuan's figure surged forward with remarkable speed, resembling a howling gale, reaching the forefront in the blink of an eye, his hand flashing with lethal brilliance. The individuals surrounding Yongzhen fell to the ground one after another, and he was struck with horror. You ungrateful wretch! How dare you slay our Dragon Miao sect members? Prepare for a frenzied retaliation. Yongzhen, not lacking in intelligence, realized he was no match for Shen Longxuan and prepared to crush the teleportation talisman. Yet, a wind blade swept past, causing his hand to fall helplessly. Yongzhen trembled, clutching his injured arm, his eyes filled with profound terror. He fell to his knees. Wailing, I beg you spare me. I will say nothing truly. Shen Longxuan's expression remained calm as he spoke slowly. You should not have perished. But your error lies in opposing the Dragon Martial sect. In the blink of an eye, 6 days had passed. At the external platform, 3 elders continued their meditative practices while the family powers behind them began to whisper among themselves. The heads of these families approached Elder Hu Tu of the Dragon Void sect, who stood as the foremost supporter of the sect, their envy palpable. After a moment of hesitation, one finally inquired, Elder Hu Tu, my family has a child with a 6th grade yellow tier battle soul. Might he be allowed to join the Dragon Void sect? Elder, we too have a child with a 6th grade yellow tier battle soul. Could he be accepted into the Dragon Void sect? Elder, my family possesses a 7th grade yellow tier battle soul. Please ensure he is accepted. With the first question posed, a multitude followed suit. Elder Hu Tu cleared his throat and proudly declared, in this competition, our Dragon Void sect is set to secure at least 70% of the resources, thus we will undoubtedly expand our recruitment of disciples. I believe that children with a battle soul of grade 5 or above should all be tested. If they qualify, the Dragon Void sect will nurture them vigorously. So, esteemed family heads, rest assured, joining the Dragon Void sect is far superior to allying with certain other sects. I am confident that through our collective efforts, The Dragon Void sect will ascend to the pinnacle among the 3 sects. Elder Hutu's face glowed with excitement as he cast a disdainful glance at Xingyan, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. Then I extend my congratulations to Elder Hutu. We shall undoubtedly follow the Dragon Void sect's lead. Beside them, Elder Lang Xiao of the Dragon Miao sect twitched his face in agitation, glancing back at his own family with a resigned shake of his head. However, upon seeing Xingyan, his expression regained its former luster. Elder Xingyan, there is no need for sorrow. Perhaps your disciple will create a miracle? Lang Xiao's words were a clear implication that Shen Longxuan would not return. Just then, a burst of light erupted in the center of the platform, and as it faded, a disheveled figure appeared before the crowd. This individual, in tattered clothing, bore blood at the corner of his mouth, his face a mask of terror. After surveying his surroundings, he collapsed to the ground. Ha ha ha, is that not the fellow from the Dragon Martial sect? He appears to be gravely injured. How could he return after merely 6 days? Without a doubt, given his level of cultivation, it is truly a stroke of luck that he has not perished within. The 2 elders, Hutu and Lang Xiao, recognized Shen Longxuan. Although they were astonished that he had survived, they couldn't help but break into a fit of peculiar laughter. Elder Xingyan, your disciple has emerged, but it seems the situation is dire. I possess excellent healing elixirs. Let us apply them at once. Elder Xingyan, since your disciple is out, why not let him present his gains for our enlightenment? Indeed, young man, do not tell us you emerged empty-handed. That would spell disaster for your Longwu sect. Public resources will be beyond your reach, and you may find yourselves bereft of sustenance. Ha ha ha. Elder Xing Yin listened to the jeering of the 2 elders, and, rather than becoming enraged, he felt an urge to chuckle, his face flushed from suppressing his mirth. This expression, however, was misinterpreted by the 2 elders, who perceived it as fury, causing them to revel even more in their triumph. At that moment, Shen Longxuan produced 2 second-tier spiritual herbs and placed them upon the ground, declaring them as his harvest. Ha ha! Elder Xing Yin could no longer contain his laughter, pointing at Shen Longxuan, tears streaming down his cheeks from the hilarity. Oh, Elder Xingyan, calm your wrath. Do not let your health suffer over this. It is merely a matter of not obtaining public resources this year. There is always next year to strive for. Indeed, even if you were to strike him down now, it would be of no consequence. This year's public resources are destined to elude you. Elder Xing Yin gradually stifled his laughter, for he clearly discerned that Shen Longxuan's every action was a fade. The blood at the corner of his mouth was smeared on, and the pallor of his face was coated with dirt. As for the feeble aura he emitted, any martial artist could feign such a state. What was more infuriating was that this fellow had only produced 2 second-tier spiritual herbs, a clear indication that none of the others had escaped, and he was attempting to shirk responsibility. This cunning little rascal must have reaped considerable benefits within. Elder Xing Yin regretted having initially promised to grant him all the spoils from the contest. Now speak. How did you sustain such grievous injuries? Fear not. This elder shall advocate for you. Regret aside, the play must continue. Shen Longxuan feigned a look of terror, as if reliving the moment, before taking a deep breath and declaring, "You need not wait any longer. They have all perished." The beasts within suddenly went into a frenzy, with 4th and 3rd-tier monsters rampant everywhere. I witnessed them being torn apart one by one. It was utterly horrifying. Shen Longxuan's words left everyone dumbfounded, but he continued, "Great Elder, let us depart quickly. I shall never participate in such a contest again." Wait a moment, young man. Clarify your statement. If everyone is dead, how could the beasts go berserk? Elder Hutu bellowed, his face contorted with disbelief. Because of 5 peculiar fruits, each of a different color, yet all growing on the same tree. They were in fierce competition for them, and then it was terrifying. Shen Longxuan suddenly darted behind Elder Xingyan, trembling uncontrollably. The 5 elements spiritual fruits. What became of those 5 fruits in the end? Upon hearing this, Elder Wolfhowl's face flushed with anger, revealing his utter disregard for the disciples' lives as he directly inquired about the whereabouts of the fruit, highlighting the extraordinary rarity of the 5 elements spiritual fruit. It was consumed by a beast, which then grew exponentially stronger, resulting in the demise of all. Shen Longxuan trembled as he spoke. Enough. Do you intend to frighten him to death? This time, my Longwu sect has triumphed, and this year's public resources have nothing to do with your 2 sects, he declared, shattering the hearts of all the families present with a single sentence. At that moment, Elder Tiger Thunder shouted, "Wait. I must go to the island to investigate. Elder Wolfhowl, assist me." The 2 activated the teleportation array and vanished in an instant. "This is disastrous. We have all lost our bets. Alas, such is fate," lamented one. "I wouldn't be so certain," let us await the return of the two elders. After a brief incense's time, the two returned. But Elder Tiger Thunder was holding a person whose aura was exceedingly faint, covered in wounds. Clearly, this was the work of a beast. The individual was none other than Li Hong. Shen Longxuan's expression shifted subtly. He was convinced he had suffocated him to death. How could he be alive? Though this fellow had survived, his teleportation talisman had been seized by Shen Longxuan, leaving him unable to return. Had it not been for Elder Tiger Thunder's intervention, he would likely have perished at the hands of the beast. Elders Tiger Thunder and Wolf Howl bore ashen faces. The true sequence of events could only be revealed upon Li Hong's awakening. However, at present, both their sects had suffered defeat. Elder Xingyan, may we negotiate further regarding the resources? After all, it would be best for your sect leader to personally visit the Longwu sect. I cannot make that decision. Shen Longxuan asserted, take your second-tier spiritual herbs. We shall return to our sect. Chapter 60. The Five Elements Spiritual Power. Recalling how the two sects had once made things difficult for the Longwu sect, this was an opportune moment for retribution. Elder Xingyan glanced at the trembling patriarch behind him. Your family shall receive the protection of the Longwu sect. Ignoring the displeased expressions of the other two elders, he soared into the sky alongside Shen Longxuan, leaving behind a multitude of despondent martial families. Enough with the pretense. They are no longer visible. Elder Xingyan exclaimed with joy. Elder, you saw through me. Yet, a flaw remained. What in this world could bring someone back from the dead? Shen Longxuan grinned and replied, the tortoise breath pill, a fifth-grade elixir, can render one seemingly dead, but in truth, it is merely a state of suspended animation. It won't be long before they uncover the truth. Shen Longxuan nodded slightly. The world was rife with mysteries waiting for him to explore, and it seemed he must strive diligently. As for leaving a survivor, the elder said little, instead curiously inquiring, did you truly obtain the Five Elements spiritual fruit? Elder, what effects does the Five Elements spiritual fruit possess that could cause such a change in expression among the elders? Shen Longxuan retorted with a question of his own. The Five Elements spiritual fruit, one might even call it a holy medicine. However, it is most effective when consumed in quintets. Consuming a single fruit will only elevate the cultivation of those below the martial king realm by one level, and the effects do not stack. If you consume it now, its effects will reach their zenith. First, it will generate the power of the five elements, enabling your spiritual energy to erupt with a combat strength fivefold, or even greater. This is merely the beginning. Upon reaching the martial king realm, there exists a substantial probability of forming the five-element golden core, whose might is unparalleled. When advancing to the martial sovereign realm, the five-element golden core may transform into a five-colored divine infant, capable of manifesting five avatars, which is truly terrifying. It is said that those who possess such a five-colored divine infant can slay peak martial sovereigns upon entering the realm. Upon hearing Elder Xingyan's account, Shen Longxuan was utterly astonished. It was beyond comprehension. To be able to slay peak martial sovereigns upon entering the realm. Everyone on the continent knows that each advancement within the martial sovereign realm demands a significant price. The disparity in strength is immense. Shen Longxuan suddenly felt a chilling dread. He glanced at the Grand Elder beside him and said, Grand Elder, that item was merely a fabrication of mine. I never imagined it would be so formidable. He chuckled. The five-element spirit fruit has long been extinct. How could it possibly reappear? Moreover, it is of no use to me at this moment. If it were 3 years ago, I would have risked everything to obtain it. With every advantage comes a disadvantage. As I mentioned earlier, it is merely a probability. Should one fail, they would be reduced to ashes by the five elemental power. Furthermore, each breakthrough into a higher realm will be met with the tumultuous force of the five elemental energy. If one can endure, they will soar to great heights. If not, they will dissipate into nothingness. Thus, for those with wavering resolve, obtaining it could prove disastrous. 3 days later, Shen Longxuan was brought back to the Dragon Martial sect by the Grand Elder, who unceremoniously cast him onto the outer gate peak before heading to the Master Peak. Shen Longxuan retreated to his chamber, seated cross-legged on his bed, and placed the five-element spirit fruits before him. These 5 fruits were a bane. Should news leak, he would face relentless pursuit, even from his fellow disciples. After all, this treasure was exceedingly extraordinary. Yet, what were the odds of success if he were to consume them? Shen Longxuan felt as though he was grasping a hot potato, impossible to consume, yet equally impossible to discard. He resolved to proceed. The path of martial arts is inherently fraught with peril. If one fears the wolf in front and the tiger behind, when will there be a chance to rise? Thus, one must advance courageously, even if it means meeting a glorious end. With newfound determination, Shen Longxuan's gaze became resolutely steadfast, and he swallowed the 5 spirit fruits in one breath. As the fruits entered his mouth, they transformed into a torrent of spiritual energy that surged into his meridians and flowed into his dantian, erupting like a volcano throughout his entire being. These 5 fruits morphed into 5 colossal spiritual dragons that traversed within him ceaselessly. They were no ordinary entities, and thus sought to break free from his body. The fire dragon unleashed a cataclysmic blaze, intent on reducing Shen Longxuan to ashes. At that moment, he felt akin to a piece of red-hot iron. His skin cracked, his muscles withered, and he appeared on the verge of being consumed by flames. The agony he was experiencing transcended the limits of mere pain. The black water dragon surged forth with tremendous waves, its eruption bringing a moment of joy to Shen Longxuan as the 2 dragons reached a precarious balance. And the diamond dragon emerged with a thunderous roar. The radiant aura of golden energy sought to tear his body apart, akin to a multitude of sharp swords exploding from within. At that moment, the earth dragon and the azure wood dragon materialized simultaneously, unleashing a cataclysmic force. In an instant, Shen Longxuan's form teetered on the brink of collapse. The level of the Shen dragon was far too low to withstand the onslaught of such power. Even with its protection, just as peril loomed, the silver ring on his left hand illuminated for the second time, enveloping Shen Longxuan in a luminous, white glow. It was as if he were ensnared, not only binding his body, but also imprisoning the 5 energy dragons within him, rendering time itself seemingly frozen around Shen Longxuan. Outside, 5 days had passed, and finally, the 5 dragons within Shen Longxuan were refined one by his spiritual energy. The spiritual force within his dantian transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors, with the 5 dragons gracefully swimming within. Streams of multicolored spiritual energy coursed through his body, gradually mending his injuries. 2 days later, the brilliance of the silver ring faded, revealing Shen Longxuan's form. His skin now glistening like jade and his black hair flowing without wind. He emanated an aura of tranquility, and upon opening his eyes, there was no golden light. Instead, a profound depth resided within. His previously fair visage became even more enchanting. Taking a deep breath, he reflected that these past few days felt more arduous than years. Yet upon seeing the 5 dragons in his dantian, joy surged within him. With a mere thought, he channeled the 5 elemental energies into his palm and executed a strike, the layered wave palm. A thunderous boom reverberated through the room. Despite the protective formations in place, the force of this strike astonished Shen Longxuan. Although the layered wave palm had not reached a breakthrough, the activation of the 5 elemental energies amplified its might by over 6-fold. The wall before him disintegrated into dust, the door was blown away, and the room was pierced through by his palm. This experience illuminated the fact that his martial skills were too singular, rendering him vulnerable in life and death confrontations. Now endowed with formidable spiritual energy, he resolved to visit the auction house of his sect, hoping to discover martial techniques befitting himself. As he stepped outside, he was taken aback. All the elders glared at him with fury, their expressions reminiscent of predators poised to strike. Among them, Elder Ho regarded Shen Longxuan with evident displeasure. Having been roused from his meditation by the thunderous noise, nearly suffering internal injuries as a result. Discovering it was Shen Longxuan's doing, he chastised, "What have you done? You nearly caused me to go astray. You must compensate me." Having heard of Shen Longxuan's participation and victory in the trisect competition, Elder Ho, with his opportunistic nature, could not let this chance slip by. "Elder Ho, what injuries have you sustained?" Shen Longxuan inquired with a slight smile. "My spiritual energy was disrupted, causing a misalignment in my meridians. It will take at least 10 days for me to recover. Thus, you shall compensate me with 10 martial master pills. And I shall overlook this incident," Elder Ho asserted. "Shen Longxuan, are you courting disaster? Do you believe we won T-band together to report you and revoke your honorary elder status?" Another elder chimed in. "Indeed, your actions are excessive. How can others cultivate under these circumstances?" Elder Ho gazed at Shen Longxuan with a sense of triumph, and as he took the lead, everyone promptly echoed his sentiment. Shen Longxuan felt a surge of anxiety. If he could not contend with Elder Ho alone, how could he face this multitude? It appeared he had truly incurred the wrath of many. "Esteemed elders, I am but a novice in my cultivation, and there are numerous aspects I do not comprehend. I seek your guidance, and I sincerely apologize for the disruptions caused by my recent error in practice. What use is an apology? What we desire is compensation." Before Shen Longxuan could finish, Elder Ho bellowed, his voice resonating throughout the hall. "Indeed, your mere words of apology are insufficient. What are we to do? You must compensate us." Several close associates of Elder Ho joined in the clamor. Shen Longxuan silently noted their identities, but recognizing his own fault in the matter, he continued. Esteemed elders, while an apology is warranted as a matter of basic decency, I lack the martial master pills. However, I believe these items could sufficiently serve as recompense. Just as Elder Ho was about to press further, Shen Longxuan flicked his fingers, and a flurry of spiritual herbs surged toward the crowd. In an instant, the area within the Elder Hall was enveloped in a rich aura of spiritual energy, so potent that one could feel their cultivation improve with a mere breath. Goodness! He has actually produced 4th-grade recovery fruits. Such generosity is astonishing. I am Lanyu, and I shall accept this recovery fruit. Should you have any queries, feel free to approach me. Indeed, from this moment forth, we are akin to family. Should you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to share. We shall certainly assist you. After receiving Shen Longxuan's compensation, the crowd was exceedingly satisfied. It is worth noting that a single 4th-grade recovery fruit could equate to dozens of martial master pills, significantly alleviating half a year of arduous training. If consumed at a pivotal moment, it could facilitate an effortless breakthrough. This was no mere compensation, it was a grand gift. Thus, the crowd began to warm to him, and from this instant, Shen Longxuan was genuinely accepted by them. He understood well that generosity could forge connections. Nevertheless, to him, these offerings were but a trifling matter, as the wealth he had amassed from the recent competition was astonishingly vast. Esteemed elders, I shall undoubtedly require your assistance in the future. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Shen Longxuan bowed respectfully. Hold on. I have sustained grave injuries, and you provide me merely with 1 fruit. This is utterly insufficient. Produce 10 more, and we shall consider this matter settled. Otherwise, I assure you, our quarrel is far from over. Elder Ho positioned himself defiantly before Shen Longxuan, exuding an air of menace, while the others frowned at his audacity. Elder Ho, I distinctly heard you demand merely 10 martial master pills. The recovery fruits you now possess far exceed your original request. Are you truly reneging on your word? Shen Longxuan's expression darkened. Elder Ho's greed was becoming apparent. You wanted 10 martial master pills, and since you do not possess them, you must now yield 10 recovery fruits. Elder Ho proclaimed with brazen confidence, his small eyes narrowing defiantly. Ridiculous. Elder Ho, must I bring to light your past misdeeds? Your conduct is indeed remarkable, and I now find myself questioning how you have survived this long. Shen Longxuan, provoked to laughter, wasted no words. Either you hand over the items, or I shall strike you with a blow. Elder Ho, displaying a brazen demeanor, retorted, do you truly believe yourself invincible? What harm could a single strike from you inflict upon me? Shen Longxuan summoned his inner strength, channeling the quintessence of the 5 elements into his palm, and delivered a forceful strike towards Elder Ho. Stop! How reckless! The gasps of the crowd erupted just as Elder Ho, with a sinister smile, revealed his cunning plot. Eagerly anticipating Shen Longxuan's impulsive actions, this time, I shall leave you incapacitated for an entire month. Even Tianyuan cannot intervene, for it was you who initiated this confrontation. As his thoughts raced, he moved with the swiftness of lightning, meeting Shen Longxuan's strike with one of his own. The resounding crash confirmed the spectators' expectations, as Shen Longxuan was sent flying, crashing against the wall. Elder Ho remained unmoved, sneering, "Humph, foolish child, this is the consequence of crossing me." Just as someone intended to check on Shen Longxuan's injuries, he astonishingly brushed off the dust from his clothes and stood up, appearing entirely unscathed. Is that all you have? Elder Ho, I shall remember this debt of a strike. Though he feigned anger, his heart was secretly elated. The violent spiritual energy from Elder Ho had surged into his body, but before it could wreak havoc, it was devoured by the 5 mighty dragons residing within his dantian, with a trace of elemental energy even infiltrating Elder Ho's palm. Soon enough, Elder Ho's forehead glistened with beads of sweat as he frantically retreated to his chamber. The remaining elders were left baffled. How could Shen Longxuan emerge unscathed while the assailant seemed gravely affected? Unable to fathom the situation, they each returned to their quarters for cultivation. Thus, the incident was swiftly forgotten. Shen Longxuan arrived at the auction house atop the trading peak, the sole auction establishment of the Longwu sect, known as the Longwu Auction House. It was said to have been established by the esteemed disciple Xuanlong, who privately owned the land as a reward for his exceptional contributions to the sect. Xuanlong was a true prodigy, having entered the martial king realm at the tender age of 22 and dominating the competition during the grand tournament of the 3 sects, becoming a celebrated figure of his time. He had since devoted himself to cultivation on the true transmission peak, never once stepping beyond its confines. Elder Su, What treasures are up for auction today? Shen Longxuan overheard inquiries directed toward Elder Su, the supervisor of the Longwu auction house. Today, we have a commendable set of sword techniques on offer. Do pay attention. Upon entering, Shen Longxuan noticed the crowd eagerly bombarding Elder Su with questions, who patiently addressed each one. All right, you rascals, don't just come to buy. Bring forth your own treasures to sell. I assure you, I will secure you a splendid price. The crowd dispersed in a flurry, for they had yet to acquire enough, let alone consider selling. Elder Su, I happen to possess some items. I wonder if they might catch your eye? Shen Longxuan approached with a smile, producing a long knife of spiritual quality and presenting it to Elder Su. A low-grade spiritual weapon. You must be an outer disciple. Why not keep such a weapon for your own use? Elder Su asked, astonished. Typically, outer disciples possess a treasured spirit tool that they would prefer to conceal. However, this individual, on the contrary, chooses to present it for sale. Elder Su, I am Shen Longxuan, and I possess many of these. Shen Longxuan's gaze remained as calm as an ancient well, devoid of any intent to boast. No wonder he seemed familiar. Let us converse in our quarters. The two entered a chamber within the auction house, where Shen Longxuan revealed 18 spirit tools, astonishing Elder Su. Finally, with a determined expression, Shen Longxuan produced 2 third-tier explosive pills, which Elder Su immediately recognized as extraordinary. After an appraisal, Elder Su concluded that these items could unleash power equivalent to a martial artist at the 7th level of the martial master realm, delivering an impactful strike. This aligned closely with Shen Longxuan's estimations, and Elder Su assured him that these items would undoubtedly fetch a high price, urging him to bring any future items to his auction. Had Elder Su known that Shen Longxuan presented these treasures merely to foster a closer relationship, he would surely admire his audacity. Shen Longxuan finally learned that among the items to be auctioned today, there exists a sword technique known as the Setting Sun Sword Technique. This is a primary level mystic martial skill, which is quite rare, thus making it the highlight of today's auction. Thanks to Elder Su, Shen Longxuan found himself seated in the front row. As he made his way there, he noticed many individuals waiting, including some familiar faces, inner disciples Hua Changqing and Xiao He. Their surprise was evident upon seeing him seated in the front rows, for according to the rules, only elders and inner disciples were permitted in those seats. Once seated, Shen Longxuan surveyed the auction hall, which was grand and expansive, spanning 1,000 feet in circumference. The display stage was semicircular, standing 8 feet high and measuring 8 feet in both length and width, symbolizing prosperity. The seating below encircled the stage in orderly tiers, allowing everyone a clear view of the exhibited items. While Shen Longxuan and the others awaited the proceedings, the Grand Elder Xing Yin was meticulously examining the 2 explosive pills in the background of the auction house. He was certain he had encountered this essence before during a perilous mission in a small town that had been overturned. If my estimations are correct, he survived then thanks to these items, which he had never seen before. If I am not mistaken, he is their creator. However, his current cultivation level is too low to fully harness their potential. If these could be mass-produced, they would undoubtedly turn the tide in future conflicts. Chapter 62, Setting Sun Sword Technique. It is imperative to cultivate a close relationship with him. The sect will surely find him useful in the future, especially since he is favored by the sect leader. Therefore, he should receive the treatment he deserves. You have done well. Whatever price these 2 explosive pills fetch, the sect will reap the rewards. If he possesses more, simply acquire them at the market price. This information must remain a secret from other sections. Grand Elder Xing Yin stated solemnly, realizing that Shen Longxuan harbored increasingly numerous secrets. 18 spirit tools aside, there were also the explosive pills. And he had just heard that Shen Longxuan had injured Elder Ho. This truly astonished him. However, it was perhaps fitting for Elder Ho, who had a penchant for petty gains, to receive a lesson. After the departure of the Grand Elder, Elder Su firmly established Shen Longxuan's position in his mind and proceeded towards the podium to commence the auction of the day. As he reached the center of the stage, he noticed Shen Longxuan engaged in a heated argument with others below, seemingly on the brink of physical confrontation. It turned out that shortly after Shen Longxuan had taken his seat, he was spotted by several nearsighted inner disciples who insisted he vacate his position and move to the back. Given Shen Longxuan's temperament, he was not intimidated by their demands, resulting in a quarrel. You rascals, while Shen Longxuan may be an outer disciple, he is nonetheless a distinguished guest of our Dragon Martial Auction House. If you wish to continue attending our auctions, do not offend him. Elder Su intentionally raised his voice so that everyone present could hear, effectively quelling the dispute and officially commencing the auction. Now, without further ado, we shall begin today's auction. The first item up for bid is a Qilin fruit, a fourth-tier spiritual herb that, when consumed, can double one's spiritual power. Its effects are not cumulative, meaning one may only consume a single fruit in a lifetime. The starting bid is 100,000 gold coins. Ultimately, this spiritual herb was sold for 190,000 gold coins, purchased by one of the individuals who had quarreled with Shen Longxuan. After acquiring the item, he provocatively cast a glance at Shen Longxuan, clearly flaunting his wealth. Shen Longxuan paid him no mind, as he had plenty of such items. The second item was Shen Longxuan's spiritual weapon, a long blade, which was also purchased by the same individual for 300,000 gold coins. Shen Longxuan offered a polite smile to the buyer, but the latter remained ungrateful. By the time the 20th item was auctioned, most of Shen Longxuan's spiritual weapons had been sold, with a significant portion acquired by this same person. Shen Longxuan found it perplexing. Did he truly need so many? From Huachangqing, Shen Longxuan learned that this individual was named Wang Yong, the son of an inner elder and one of the top 10 disciples within the inner sect. The current item was a set of sword techniques, which required courage and fearlessness. Thus, the techniques were exceptionally sharp. This particular set was named Setting Sunday. The name alone conveyed immense ambition, with the opening bid set at 500,000 gold coins. Upon Elder Su's introduction, the atmosphere in the room surged to an unprecedented climax. I bid 550,000. 560,000. You beggar, you think you can acquire an advanced martial technique for just over 50,000? I bid 600,000. The price soared, and before Shen Longxuan could utter a word, it had already reached 1 million. With Wang Yong continuing to provoke him with a smirk, I bid 1,100,000. Shen Longxuan finally spoke. Haha, you look like a beggar. Do you truly have that much money? Wang Yong mocked. 1,115,000. Another bidder called out, indicating their determination to secure the martial technique. 1,200,000. Wang Yong clenched his teeth, and seeing no one else bidding, he cast a triumphant glance towards Shen Longxuan. The atmosphere in the auction house was palpable. Many attendees were not genuinely interested in purchasing items, but rather sought the thrill of extravagant spending and the glory of being the center of attention. Shen Longxuan was no exception. With only the three of them raising bids, he smiled slightly and announced, 1,500,000. With that exclamation, the tension in the room intensified. Who is this wealthy patron? 1,500,000. An increase of 300,000. This lad clearly appears to be a novice. Whether he was a novice or not was inconsequential. The allure of excitement brought him here, and this young man was certainly stirring up excitement. This time, Wang Yong did not hastily raise his bid, but instead scrutinized Shen Longxuan, attempting to unearth any recollections of him from memory. 1,550,000. Another voice rang out. The three individuals bidding in sequence effortlessly inflated the price. I hope you two can grant me a favor. I am Shen Liang from the inner sect, and I ardently desire this sword technique. It was evident that this individual was quite serious about obtaining the sword technique, even going so far as to stand and plead. Wow, it's Shen Liang. He is second only to the top 10 masters of the inner sect, reputed for his extraordinary swordsmanship. In the auction house, status held little weight. Wealth could overpower all. The excitement escalated. Hearing this, Wang Yong's eyes darted, and he spoke. Junior brother Shen Liang, I am willing to concede to you, but this gentleman beside me has no intention of yielding. At this moment, Huachangqing looked at Shen Longxuan with a grin. He, alongside Xiao He, was one of the top 10 disciples of the inner sect and was well acquainted with Shen Liang. Senior brother Shen Liang. A true gentleman should not shy away from challenges. I too wish to acquire this sword technique. How about this? Since senior brother Wang Yong has withdrawn, let us compete. Whoever triumphs will claim the sword technique. What do you say? Shen Longxuan responded with measured composure, and upon hearing this, Wang Yong's expression darkened. This statement had effectively sidelined him. What? Who does he think he is? An outer sect disciple daring to challenge an inner sect master. Truly audacious. Are the outer sect disciples so brazen now? How shameless. He merely seeks to promote himself, thinking himself worthy of challenging senior brother Shen Liang with his cultivation. Shen Liang, clad in a blue robe with striking features, regarded Shen Longxuan with quiet intensity and after a moment, inquired, how does this junior brother propose to compete? Quite simply, Shen Longxuan replied, this sword technique is known as the Setting Sun sword art. Thus we shall use the setting sun as our theme to explore the true essence of this technique. What do you think? As he spoke, the eyes of the audience sparkled with interest. Shen Liang specialized in swordsmanship, and his prowess was well acknowledged, making his insights into the art of the sword highly sought after. Why not? The term setting sun is not an exaggeration. The path of the sword involves not only honing the blade, but also cultivating the heart. With a sword in the heart, even a mere leaf can become lethal. This state is the unity of heart and sword. However, a swordsman must also cultivate oneself. At the pinnacle of mastery, one becomes a sharp blade, capable of piercing the heavens and treading the earth, achieving a profound understanding of the essence of the sword. However, I believe that the setting sun should transcend this level, embodying the realm of the harmonious union of sword and spirit. At this moment, should one ascend to the heavens, a sword strike at the sunset would be entirely appropriate. The pursuit of swordsmanship must be imbued with such grandeur. We, as practitioners, ought to be bold, shattering the void and cleaving through the sea of stars. Excellent. As Shen Liang concluded his words, the arena fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. In the next instant, a deafening applause erupted. What an eloquent statement. It makes me yearn to practice my swordplay. Shen Liang, a true master of the sword, astounded everyone. To hear your words is more enlightening than a decade of study. Shattering the void and wielding the stars to slice the moon. What an extraordinary realm. I am humbled. This sword technique shall belong to my senior brother. Shen Longxuan remarked with a smile, while Shen Liang, suddenly enlightened, cast a grateful glance at him. Fire Chongqing also gazed at Shen Longxuan with a meaningful expression for quite some time. This strategic move was brilliantly executed. Not only did he counter Wang Yang's provocation, but he also successfully eliminated him from the competition, ultimately conceding to Shen Liang in the form of a challenge. It gave the impression that Shen Liang had rightfully earned the sword technique rather than having solicited it, while simultaneously allowing everyone to partake in such profound insights into the way of the sword. Truly, a case of multiple gains. Wang Yang, reflecting on this, felt his face turn ashen, gritting his teeth in frustration. Chapter 63. The fiery auction. Elder Su on the stage cast an approving glance. The next item for auction is the explosive pill. This golden pill, when unleashed, possesses the might comparable to a peak martial master S strike. With only 2 available, the starting bid is set at 200,000 gold coins. Upon seeing the pill, Fire Chongqing immediately turned to Shen Longxuan. Recalling a similar item he had witnessed Shen Longxuan discard before, though its power back then was nowhere near as formidable. The utility of this item can be deemed substantial or trivial, yet it holds no significance for those at the martial king level. Naturally, how many martial kings are present here? This is tantamount to having 2 peak martial masters as bodyguards. I must secure this item. This declaration instantly roused the crowd, reigniting the previously fervent atmosphere, as each person's eyes gleamed with fervor, breaths quickening, all displaying an air of determination to claim victory. 300,000. 400,000. As the bids escalated, one might miss out if they hesitated. I bid 500,000. The explosive pill truly lived up to its name, igniting the entire venue. Shen Longxuan observed the fervently bidding crowd, his heart racing. These individuals were raising the stakes without even a blink, and in the blink of an eye, the price soared to 1 million, still climbing, with both Fire Chongqing and Xiao He rising to their feet. 10,000, 10,000. Wang Yang even stood atop his chair, bellowing, "No one shall compete with me. Whoever dares to bid against me shall face my wrath. These 2 explosive pills are mine. Get lost." With the explosive pill? Do you dare to provoke me? I'll obliterate you. I'll bid 120,000. In that moment, no one yielded. Money spoke louder than any authority. Many had already passed messages to gather funds. "Country bumpkin, why aren't you bidding this time? Weren't you quite the figure earlier?" Wang Yang taunted upon noticing Shen Longxuan's silence. Shen Longxuan shook his head in resignation, thinking to himself, "In truth, the higher you bid, the more delighted I become." His seemingly nonsensical remark left Wang Yang momentarily stunned. A foolish expression etched upon his face as he continued to shout, "I offer 1.5 million. Who is competing with me? I'm truly anxious." At that moment, no one cared about anyone's threats. Indeed, with a burst pill in hand, one could traverse both the inner and outer doors with ease. Elder Su was taken aback by the fervor of the scene. Such exuberance had never graced the Dragon Martial Auction House in its history. His own enthusiasm ignited. He bellowed, 1.5 million. For 1.5 million. You can take home 2 peak martial masters as bodyguards. Are you all willing to forfeit? 1,000,006. I bid 2 million. A familiar voice rang out. Turning around, Shen Longxuan recognized Fu Wanjin, who had been absent for quite some time and now stood at the 3rd level of martial cultivation, clad once more in luxurious attire. He appeared to have resolved his financial woes. Where did this 2 million come from? He is truly a wealthy individual. Fu Wanjin's offer left many in awe. forcing them to withdraw from the bidding, while others fled the auction house in search of loans. Nevertheless, a dozen or so capable individuals continued to escalate the price. At that moment, discussions about the auction echoed through the trading square. Upon hearing the news, some rushed into the auction house. Within the span of a single incense stick's burning, the entire inner and outer doors were abuzz with word of the burst pill. Eventually, even the sect leader became aware of the situation, his immense spiritual energy seeming to pierce through layers of obstruction, glimpsing the scene within the auction house. This young fellow truly knows how to stir things up. He is by no means short of funds. What is he plotting? Xuanlong, a disciple from the true transmission peak, also received the information, a smile breaking across his handsome face as he mused. Interesting. How Xiaofei hurriedly rushed in, having just come from his father, Elder Hao, who was still recuperating and had warned him not to let Shen Longxuan acquire the burst pill. Having learned of the pill's potency, he was genuinely fearful. If Shen Longxuan obtained it, he would be on edge every day. At that moment, Shen Longxuan shared a similar sentiment. He could not allow Fu Wanjin to acquire the burst pill. After raising his bid for the first time, he declared, "I bid 2 million. He regretted having put this item up for auction and resolved to buy it back himself. Are you deaf? Someone has already called out 2 million. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by the agitated crowd. Exactly. If you lack funds, just be a spectator. Taking a deep breath, Shen Longxuan understood that this was not the time for anger, and he shouted, "Silence. What I meant was 2 million for each pill." A collective gasp filled the room. Hua Chongqing had already given up, but upon hearing Shen Longxuan's bid, he immediately began to doubt his previous assumptions. After all, who would spend such a hefty sum to reclaim their own possessions? Was that not madness? You are indeed ruthless. Wang Yong grumbled as he sat down in frustration. He certainly did not possess such wealth. The sudden surge in bidding prompted the majority to relinquish their ambitions. Ho Xiaofei glanced at the 5 million gold notes in his hand and boldly declared, "I bid 4,100,000. 4,500,000. 5 million. He raised the price to its zenith, prepared to concede should anyone else surpass his offer. Fu Wanjin fell silent, while Elder Su on stage began to call the auction. 5 million for the first time, 5 million for the second time, 5 million for the third time, sold. Shen Longxuan observed Ho Xiaofei with a peculiar smile. Lowering his hand that had been raised, believing that selling the 2 explosive pills to Elder Ho and his son was a splendid idea. Haha. This auction has already eclipsed the highest price ever recorded for a single item. Let us cherish this historic moment. He then presented the final item of the day, the elemental sword, which was said to have transcended the quality of a top-tier spiritual weapon, yet had lost its luster due to the absence of elemental energy. The owner sought to auction it in hopes that a worthy individual could restore its former glory, starting at a price of 500,000 gold coins. The elemental sword on display lacked any sheen, appearing dull and inferior even to a common iron sword, leaving no one foolish enough to believe it was a treasure of spiritual caliber, resulting in an awkward silence. However, at that moment, Shen Longxuan felt the 5 colossal dragons within his dantian stirring restlessly, as if the spiritual energy within him was on the verge of erupting uncontrollably. He quickly suppressed the surge, but it did not escape the notice of Hua Chongqing. "Little brother, are you alright? Why the excitement? This sword seems like a scam." "I'm fine, thank you, Brother Chongqing. I merely wish to acquire it for personal amusement. I have a bad habit of collecting." Shen Longxuan's words elicited a nod of understanding from Hua Chongqing. "I bid 510,000. Gasps filled the room. Someone had fallen for the ruse. What a foolish bird. Wang Yong had initially intended to contest Shen Longxuan, but, upon witnessing the dilapidated iron piece, he chose to withdraw. Ultimately, no one raised the price further, and Shen Longxuan exhaled in relief. The auction concluded smoothly, achieving unprecedented heights and significantly boosting the reputation of the Longwu auction house. After the event, Shen Longxuan received nearly 8 million gold coins, even after the auction house deducted their fees. Upon acquiring the elemental sword, his hands trembled slightly, as the tumultuous elemental energy within him grew increasingly difficult to contain. He swiftly stored the sword and returned to the outer peak, while others reveled in their acquisitions. One individual stood out. Ho Xiaofei was informed that the explosive pills had been requisitioned by the sect and was subsequently dismissed. Initially disheartened, he found solace in the thought that Shen Longxuan had also not obtained them. At this moment, Shen Longxuan could no longer suppress the tumultuous 5 dragons within him. What is a blessing may not be so, and what is a misfortune cannot be avoided. I shall take the plunge. With that, he drew forth the elemental sword, and the elemental energy surged forth wildly. Chapter 64. The 5 elements sword, the ethereal energy of the body intertwined seamlessly with the 5 elements sword, surging through the palm and awakening a sudden transformation. The sword, resembling a mere scrap of iron, erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors. As the brilliance danced, the sword gradually melted away, ultimately coalescing into a vibrant orb of light that spun gracefully in the palm. Within this orb, myriad silhouettes flitted about, wielding their blades in slashes, chops, and thrusts. The successive sword shadows melded into a cohesive whole, revealing powerful techniques. 5 seemingly distinct yet interconnected sword forms emerged: the diamond sword technique, the azure wood sword technique, the black water sword technique, the blazing fire sword technique, and the solid earth sword technique. Shen Longxuan, with his remarkable memory, diligently absorbed these teachings. After meticulously recording each technique, the radiant orb swiftly darted into his palm, transforming into a resplendent spirit sword that hovered within his dantian. Surrounding the spirit sword were 5 colossal dragons formed from the 5 elements spirit fruits, swirling gracefully. With a mere thought, Shen Longxuan conjured a dazzling, multicolored light sword in his hand, its brilliance captivating the eye. Pinching himself to affirm his reality, he felt an overwhelming sense of surreal joy. Such fortune had come upon him unexpectedly. He sensed that these 5 sword techniques were all of profound rank. Should he master them to their zenith, their fusion might elevate them to the earth rank. What an extraordinary stroke of fate. Hastily, he closed his eyes to delve into the comprehension of these techniques. Yet, he underestimated the complexity of the 5 elements sword technique. After 10 days of dedicated contemplation, he had merely skimmed through the foundational aspects of the techniques. It was far from true comprehension, let alone synthesis. To truly learn these sword techniques, he had to begin from the basics: slashing, chopping, thrusting, entwining, and a series of simple maneuvers. Only when he could perform each action with effortless grace and fluidity could he hope to cultivate authentic swordsmanship. In the days that followed, Shen Longxuan practiced the foundational movements outdoors daily for half a month. At last, after a month, he had fully mastered the 5 sword techniques, achieving a rudimentary level of proficiency. During this period, his battle spirit had yet to ascend, but his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 7th level of the warrior realm, as he had abstained from elixirs. Through the rigorous practice of the sword techniques, the elemental energy within him had been refined to a greater purity, allowing his condensation technique to gather spiritual energy up to 3,000 zhong, marking a notable advancement. His ripple palm also showed improvement, delivering a force of 4-fold strength, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone at the warrior realm to withstand his strike. Another 10 days passed, and the 5 elements sword technique had reached a minor success, possessing formidable power. Though he was uncertain of its full potential, even He Tao, who shared the same cultivation level, could not withstand a single strike from him. One day, an unexpected visitor arrived, none other than the strikingly beautiful and enigmatic Han Lingxue. Clad in a delicate pink ensemble, her fair skin and flawless features radiated an enchanting allure, even as her countenance bore a frosty demeanor. She sought Shen Longxuan with a purpose: to enlist his aid in completing a task, with the promise of granting him a condition in return. This reward ignited a flurry of thoughts in Shen Longxuan's mind. To his surprise, he had inexplicably agreed to it. Could it be that he harbored some feelings for her? The following day, as they set off, Shen Longxuan encountered 2 additional individuals, one of whom was Wang Yong, a member of the inner sect's top 10 disciples. Upon closer inspection, although this fellow possessed a handsome and dashing visage, his eyes betrayed a rebellious and unruly spirit, suggesting he was not an easy person to deal with. The other was also an inner sect disciple, adorned in lavish attire, exuding an air of superiority. Noticing the 2, Shen Longxuan furrowed his brow slightly and glanced at Han Lingxue, only to catch a hint of discomfort in her expression. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Wang Yong, one of the top 10 disciples of the inner sect, a martial artist at the 8th level. And this is Qin Rong, another inner disciple, at the 6th level of martial arts. This is Shen Longxuan. Though his cultivation level is modest, he has achieved legendary feats by slaying several martial artists when he first entered the realm of martial arts." Han Lingxue introduced. "Junior sister Lingxue, I know him. Shen Longxuan. I've heard that the spirit artifacts I bid on are all yours. Are you so impoverished that you can only survive by selling your possessions?" Wang Yong, harboring a long-standing grudge against Shen Longxuan, spoke with biting sarcasm. "Kid, if you dare to follow us, you'll have a rough time once we leave the sect." "Wang Yong, what are you doing? He is my invited guest." Han Lingxue rebuked angrily. Wang Yong, albeit chastened, remained silent, yet his eyes brimmed with menace. Shen Longxuan's astute mind quickly discerned that this was all an act. Initially, he had no intention of joining them upon seeing the two, but now his curiosity was piqued. He wanted to see what these three were truly up to. Thus he feigned an expression of fury and said, "Wang Yong, how long have you been at Longwu sect?" Wang Yong, taken aback, retorted, "Humph, I have lived here since childhood, my roots are deep, and I have been cultivating for 5 years. Envious, aren't you? Huh, how laughable. 5 years of cultivation just to become an inner disciple, and you find it commendable? I have been part of Longwu sect for less than a year, and am already an honorary elder of the outer sect. Where were you then? Do you have the right to mock me?" Shen Longxuan scoffed. Wang Yong, struck at his vulnerable spot, turned an ashen hue. "What do you mean? I initially didn't wish to join you, but now I've changed my mind. I want to see how you plan to teach me a lesson," Shen Longxuan declared, twirling 2 golden explosive pills at his fingertips. "What? How did those explosive pills end up in your possession? Stay away from me." Wang Yong recognized the items immediately and swiftly retreated several paces. Han Lingxue, also aware of the explosive pills, looked on with astonishment. "All right, let us set off. This mission is quite straightforward. We need to steal an egg." Throughout their journey, Han Lingxue elaborated on the task at hand. It turned out she had set her sights on a flying demonic beast, the 5th-tier wind thunder beast. An adult wind thunder beast was already at the pinnacle of martial arts. Thus they could only steal its egg to incubate and tame it. One could not help but acknowledge the girl's grand ambition. "Lingxue, might we consider a different beast? A 5th-tier creature is beyond our capability to confront. Would it not be tantamount to courting death?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yong sprang to his feet, unwilling to sacrifice his life for a woman. Qin Rong also hesitated. Shen Longxuan furrowed his brows, internally musing, "The theatrics are beginning anew. I wonder how long you can maintain this charade. Listen to me. I am not insane. The wind and thunder beast consists of a male and a female. The female has just laid her eggs and is weakened, possessing only the cultivation of a martial master, while the male ventures out daily to hunt. If we seize the right moment to lure away the female, acquiring one of the eggs should pose no challenge. Once successful, I shall certainly fulfill the promises made to you all." After Han Lingxue concluded her explanation, the group resumed their journey. But Shen Longxuan pondered what conditions she had promised those two. After a full 8 days, they finally arrived at the lair of the wind and thunder beast, which was perched atop a mountain peak, perpetually buffeted by fierce winds. The group concealed themselves at the mountain's base, observing for an entire day. They noted that the male wind and thunder beast ventured out to hunt each morning and afternoon for about an hour, if they acted swiftly. The task could indeed be accomplished. "Now, let us allocate our roles. Longxuan, would you be willing to draw away the wind and thunder beast for me?" "Of course. If you are reluctant, Wang Yong may take your place," Han Lingxue inquired with a frosty demeanor. A glint of coldness flashed in Shen Longxuan's eyes. He was the weakest among the 3 men, and assigning him the most perilous task served 2 purposes. First, it would compel him to withdraw, leaving him unable to hold his head high before the others, and with Wang Yong's nature, the outcome would undoubtedly become common knowledge, leading to his embarrassment. Second, it was a scheme to utilize the wind and thunder beast to eliminate him. Such a treacherous plan. Shen Longxuan found it hard to believe it was devised by this woman. "Han Lingxue, I have done you no wrong. I wish to understand your true intentions behind this." Chapter 65. The theft of the egg. Shen Longxuan's words seemed to pierce Han Lingxue's heart, causing her eyes to flicker with panic. "What are you saying? I don't comprehend," she stammered. "You know full well what I mean. Are you being coerced into this, or is it of your own volition?" Shen Longxuan pressed firmly, his tone sharp. "Shen Longxuan, stop dilly-dallying. Do you dare to proceed, or not? If you lack the courage, I suggest you retreat at once. From now on, avoid me." Wang Yong interjected with a roar. "Silence. Do you wish to provoke my wrath?" Shen Longxuan brandished 2 explosive pills. Wang Yong immediately fell silent. His face contorted in a menacing expression, incredulous that someone he deemed inferior would dare to threaten him, especially in front of a lady and his subordinates. "Shen Longxuan, I shall remember this debt." He glared fiercely at Shen Longxuan before stepping aside. "Why is this happening?" Shen Longxuan's voice suddenly escalated, startling the others. Tears welled in Han Lingxue's eyes as she bit her lip, finally responding, "For no reason at all. You simply need to decide whether you will go or not." "I shall go. Not only will I lure away the wind and thunder beast, but I will also assist you in stealing the egg. Let us see what further objections you have." Shen Longxuan replied with unwavering resolve. The 4 individuals promptly divided their tasks. Shen Longxuan was assigned to divert the wind thunder beast, while the remaining 3 set out to pilfer its eggs. The following morning, with a resounding roar from the beast, the male wind thunder beast took flight, prompting Shen Longxuan to swiftly ascend the mountain peak. The trio followed closely behind, but soon found themselves lagging far behind. How could he be so swift? After a time equivalent to the burning of an incense stick, Shen Longxuan finally reached the summit, where he beheld a colossal creature, measuring 8 zhang in length, with silver feathers adorning its wings, nestled in its nest. This beast possessed the head of a dragon, wings of a phoenix, and the body of a qilin. Its breath stirred fierce winds, and its glistening scales shimmered like divine blades, radiating dazzling light. Shen Longxuan swallowed hard. Engaging in battle with such a massive demon was undeniably exhilarating. He had previously encountered descriptions of this kind of beast in books, initially dismissing them as mere fabrications. But witnessing it firsthand filled him with awe at the wonders of the world. The text had stated that the winged thunder beast, with its dragon head, phoenix wings, and qilin body, could exhale winds and unleash thunderous roars, moving like a tempest or lightning, ranking among the top 10 peak demon beasts. Contemplating the book's account, Shen Longxuan felt his spirit surge. To contend with a peak demon beast, even if its cultivation had fallen to the martial master realm, was a source of immense pride. His actions immediately caught the attention of the winged thunder beast, which let out a snort, summoning a fierce gale that threatened to sweep him away. Shen Longxuan steadied himself, pushing his wind thunder movement to its limits, gliding through the air as a multitude of wind blades howled forth, their power amplified 5 or 6 times. He understood that this was due to the infusion of elemental spiritual power. Without further hesitation, he unleashed a barrage of wind blades, each a zhang long, striking the wind thunder beast. Yet, despite its enormous size, which made it nearly impossible to miss, Shen Longxuan discovered that his attacks merely left faint white marks on its hide. Not only did he fail to penetrate its scales, but even a single feather remained unscathed. The wind thunder beast regarded the human before it with disdain, as if to say, "Play with the wind? I am its progenitor." With a mighty flap of its wings, the tempest subsided, replaced by a flurry of wind blades stretching several zhang in length, glistening with a bright white light as they scattered outward. What formidable power! Although Han Lingxue and the others had concealed themselves behind the rocks, they felt their hearts race with fear, their eyes glued to Shen Longxuan. Summoning his inner strength, Shen Longxuan conjured a 5-colored divine sword, gripping it firmly as an aura of sharpness surged skyward. The gold glimmered, capable of extension, buried yet unyielding, tempered yet resilient, sharp and solid enough to obliterate anything. He silently recited the essence of the sword technique and shouted with fervor, "Diamond sword technique." The sharpness of the 5 elements sword was pushed to its zenith, and Shen Longxuan sensed the elemental spiritual power within him surging into the blade, unleashing an indomitable golden sword light that cleaved through the air. Boom! The mountain trembled, boulders tumbled down, and the wind blades before Shen Longxuan were obliterated, while the golden sword light gradually dissipated, sending him crashing into the mountainside. A gust of wind struck the rock where Han Lingxue and her companions were hiding, causing chaos and disarray. Shen Longxuan struggled to his feet, astonished by the immense power of the 5 elements sword technique. A single strike had drained half of his spiritual energy. It seemed that cunning would be his only recourse. He pondered whether the battle soul could subdue it. Observing that the individuals in the distance were preoccupied, Shen Longxuan summoned the Xianyuan dragon soul, which had devoured over 7,000 spiritual stones yet remained at the 10th tier of the yellow grade. At times, he doubted its ability to advance further. Upon seeing the Xianyuan dragon soul, the wind thunder beast momentarily froze, its scales and feathers standing on end, as if confronted by a natural enemy. Trembling, yet fiercely protective, it remained by its offspring's side. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Longxuan dashed to the wind thunder beast's side, snatched up a stone glowing with a violet hue, and fled, retracting the battle soul to keep his secret hidden from prying eyes. With the loss of its imposing presence, the wind thunder beast erupted in fury. That violet stone was essential for its offspring's advancement. Without hesitation, it spread its colossal wings, pursuing Shen Longxuan. With wings spanning over 10 feet, the beast was as swift as the wind and as fierce as lightning, quickly overtaking Shen Longxuan and unleashing a bolt of lightning from its maw. Shen Longxuan executed his technique, evading with utmost agility, moving as quickly as a tempest down the mountainside, with lightning striking perilously close. He narrowly avoided each strike, evoking gasps from onlookers. One misstep could spell his doom. As Shen Longxuan disappeared from sight, Han Lingxue and her companions sprang into action, emerging from the rubble and racing towards the mountain's peak. In mere moments, they covered the several hundred feet to the wind thunder beast's nest, where 3 enormous eggs loomed. 2 white and 1 purple. Just as they prepared to secure the giant eggs within the Qinquan ring, a dark figure rapidly approached, accompanied by a furious roar. That useless Shen Longxuan. He can't be dead already, can he? Wang Yong cursed. Han Lingxue shuddered, tears streaming down her face, yet there was no time for despair. It's the male wind thunder beast returning. Run! Wang Yong shouted, bolting down the mountain path. Without a moment's pause, Han Lingxue and her companions followed suit. Fully aware that the male wind thunder beast possessed the prowess of a martial sovereign, capable of traversing vast distances in the blink of an eye. They fled for their lives, wishing fervently for wings to soar back to the dragon martial sect, but the relentless pursuit of the wind thunder beast left them no options. Suddenly, a thunderous crack echoed as a bolt of lightning shattered a boulder beside Wang Yong into dust. "I didn't take your things. Please don't pursue me," he cried out in terror. Yet, the wind thunder beast paid him no heed, unleashing wind blades and bolts of lightning that rained down, shaking the ground with deafening roars, reducing trees and rocks along the way to mere dust. Han Lingxue gasped as she witnessed Qin Rong cleaved in half by a massive wind blade. His anguished scream cut short as he was incinerated by a bolt of lightning, sending her heart into turmoil. Not far away, Wang Yong did not spare him a glance. If it were he would surely have fought fiercely to protect himself. A sudden thought flickered in Han Lingxue's mind. "Lingxue Jr. sister, I can no longer play with you. I must take my leave." With a flash of brilliance, Wang Yong vanished in an instant. Tears shimmered in Han Lingxue's eyes as the upright figure of Shen Longxuan surfaced in her mind. Would he return alive? High above, several blades of wind descended mercilessly, accompanied by a thunderous roar akin to a great dragon crashing down. Chapter 66. A moment of crisis. Shen Longxuan dashed through the forest, having run for half an hour. His body aglow with golden light, his garments tattered and scorched, the remnants of his ordeal vividly apparent. "Let me lead you on." Shen Longxuan expended every ounce of his strength to hurl the purple stone he held. It emitted a shrill cry, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the heavens. Roaring in fury, the wind thunder beast abandoned Shen Longxuan, pursuing the stone instead. He finally exhaled in relief and swiftly retraced his steps. Having not strayed far, he soon found himself back at the lair of the wind thunder beast, where 3 massive eggs loomed in the nest. He approached, cradling one of the purple eggs, and without hesitation, crushed the teleportation talisman he had procured earlier. In a radiant flash, he beheld the 2 wind thunder beasts had already returned. In the next moment, he materialized at the outer gate of Longwu's sect, collapsing onto the teleportation platform, utterly drained from his flight. Yet, gazing at the enormous egg beside him, he was suddenly struck by a profound sense of connection. Quickly shaking his head, dismissing it as mere exhaustion-induced hallucination. After resting briefly, he shouldered the giant egg and slowly ascended the mountain, encountering disciples who all instinctively recoiled. Who is this person? He looks like a beggar. It seems he crawled out of a bonfire. Look at his singed hair. But why is he carrying an egg-shaped stone? Could this be a new cultivation method? Shen Longxuan let out a bitter smile, understanding their remarks. He indeed appeared quite wretched, his clothes charred, his face smeared with sweat and dirt, rendering him unrecognizable. To make matters worse, his hair was singed and disheveled, presenting the overall image of a vagabond. It seemed he was heading towards the courtyard of the goddess Han Lingxue. What could he possibly want? She had returned not long ago, and judging by her expression, she was certainly displeased. If he approached now, he would surely be cast out. Let us follow him. A moment later, Shen Longxuan arrived at the entrance of Han Lingxue's quarters. Knock, knock, knock. He pounded on the door with fervor. Inside, hurried footsteps echoed, and in an instant, the door swung open with a loud clang, revealing Han Lingxue with an icy glare that could freeze the very air. It seemed this fellow was in for a misfortune. Not just misfortune, he was likely to be reprimanded. Silence. The goddess has emerged. With that, Shen Longxuan placed the purple giant egg on the ground and addressed the goddess before them. "You have retrieved the egg for me. Now you must explain your motives." Initially furious, Han Lingxue immediately covered her mouth upon hearing the voice. "Did you truly acquire the egg? Do I appear to be lying? Spare me the pleasantries. Why have you framed me? Who has instigated this?" Shen Longxuan demanded, his anger palpable. He felt justified, having fulfilled all his promises. "Junior brother Longxuan, do not press further. That individual is beyond our capability to confront. My silence is a means of protecting you," Han Lingxue said anxiously. "Consider this a personal debt I owe you. As for the conditions you mentioned, feel free to voice them. I will not renege on any promise I can keep." Shen Longxuan fell into silence, utterly perplexed by this woman, unable to discern her true nature. Regardless, the task he had agreed to was complete. As long as he remained true to himself, he felt empowered. If I cannot confront you, I can certainly avoid you, he declared, turning away, indifferent to the whispers of onlookers or any notion of divinity. Once back in his room, he cleansed himself and indulged in a refreshing sleep. Upon awakening, he resumed his training. Having encountered the Wind Thunder Beast, he gained new insights into the Wind Thunder movement. Over the course of 3 days, he advanced further, yet the pinnacle of mastery remained elusive. During this time, he pondered the identity of the person Han Lingxue had mentioned. Suddenly, he was startled by the ferocious winds and lightning outside. Was a storm approaching? Almost immediately, he heard a cacophony of roars and screams amidst the tempest. Sensing something amiss, Shen Longxuan dashed from his room, joined by other elders and disciples from the outer sect, who all rushed outside. There, they beheld a colossal flying demon beast soaring above, unleashing winds and lightning. The Wind Thunder Beast. How did it come to be here? Shen Longxuan's heart raced. He realized he had stirred a grave disaster. In the blink of an eye, dozens of outer sect disciples fell victim to the razor winds and lightning, the formidable beast of martial sovereign rank proving insurmountable within the entire dragon martial sect. The creature's target was Han Lingxue's courtyard. It soared overhead, flapping its wings, unleashing a tempest that swept through the yard. Han Lingxue collapsed, powerless, her eyes filled with despair. In that moment, a thunderous roar echoed in Shen Longxuan's mind. He could not bear to witness such anguish again. In his past life, his beloved had perished before him, her final gaze mirroring that of Han Lingxue's now. No, Shen Longxuan had vowed never to let such a tragedy recur. Only now did he comprehend that he had long harbored feelings for her, buried beneath her icy demeanor. Witnessing Han Lingxue's vulnerable side unleashed a torrent of emotion within him. With a mighty roar, he summoned forth a radiant brilliance. With wild abandon, a golden streak of light, bearing an unparalleled momentum, crashed into the Thunderwind Beast with a resounding impact, akin to a shooting star piercing the vast sky, exploding upon contact with the creature. Boom! The Thunderwind Beast paused momentarily, astonished that someone could approach its noble physique and strike it head-on. In response, it unleashed a razor-sharp gust of wind. "Run!" roared Shen Longxuan as he landed. Han Lingxue stood there, utterly bewildered, watching as Shen Longxuan drew forth a 5-colored divine sword, cleaving the air with a shimmering golden blade that shattered the descending wind blade. Noticing Han Lingxue frozen in place, he rushed forward, seized her hand, and fled, having exhausted his limits with these 2 actions. No one at the outer sect peak could contend with a beast of the martial sovereign realm. They lacked even the courage to approach it. Yet, Shen Longxuan was willing to risk everything for Han Lingxue. In the face of life and death, Han Lingxue smiled, her beauty radiating even in peril. However, Shen Longxuan had no time to admire her, as the Thunderwind Beast expelled a bolt of lightning, distinctly different from before, transforming in midair into a web of electricity that ensnared their figures. Despair enveloped Shen Longxuan as he gazed at the sprawling electric net. It was beyond his ability to resist. They say heroes are short-lived and love is profound. It seemed to hold true in this moment. He silently mocked himself. But the die was cast, and he could only feel remorse toward his ancestors. Just as calamity loomed, the 10 elders arrived, launching an assault on the Thunderwind Beast from the sky. Among them, the Grand Elder Xing Yan struck with ferocity, unleashing a barrage of palm imprints that seemed to transcend space itself, all crashing into the Thunderwind Beast. The tremendous force erupted with a deafening roar, tearing the very fabric of space, creating fissures that emanated a violent tugging power. The terrifying electric net was instantaneously dispersed by the elders' overwhelming might, saving Shen Longxuan and Han Lingxue. Yet, the crisis was far from over. The elders, despite their formidable prowess, had only reached the threshold of the martial sovereign realm, while the Thunderwind Beast was a genuine entity of that caliber. As the disciples from the attacked area barely escaped, the enraged Thunderwind Beast unleashed its full martial sovereign power, its body crackling with electricity and howling with fury. Its seemingly colossal form darted through the air with the swiftness of lightning, unleashing massive wind blades that swept around them. The pressure of the martial sovereign realm left the 10 elders struggling to withstand the onslaught, barely able to defend themselves, as the entire outer sect peak teetered on the brink of destruction. Chapter 67. The sect master battles the heavens at this critical juncture. A terrifying aura erupted from the sect master peak, and suddenly a ripple appeared beside the Thunderwind Beast, as a colossal hand materialized from thin air. The sect master has made his move. We are saved. Crush this beast. It has slain dozens of our brothers. How did he arrive here so suddenly? Does it seek something from below? At that moment, Shen Longxuan had retreated to the perimeter, aiding the wounded disciples in evacuating the battle zone. At this moment, the Wind Thunder Beast seemed to sense an impending crisis. Its mouth rapidly swelled, and in the next instant, a thunderous beam of lightning, as thick as half a yard, shot forth. However, the colossal hand merely grasped the air, and the ferocious power of the lightning was extinguished in an instant, dissipating into scattered motes of light throughout the heavens and the earth. With a strange roar, the Wind Thunder Beast summoned a tempest, the violent tearing force shattering the air as it surged towards the enormous hand. Following the tempest, two intersecting blades of wind, each 100 yards long, cleaved through the fabric of space. Boom! A tremor shook the ground, as the immense force tore a massive rift in the sky above the outer sect peak, sending terrifying waves of energy radiating outward. Under the dual assault, the colossal hand was finally dispersed. The Wind Thunder Beast let out an enraged roar towards the direction of the sect master peak, and amidst its roar, a lightning sphere, 2 yards in diameter, blinked into existence. By the time it appeared, it was already hovering above the sect master peak. The Wind Thunder Beast realized it had encountered a formidable opponent, and thus plunged downwards, hurtling towards the violet egg. The Dragon Martial Sect was not a place one could enter or exit at will. Suddenly, an ethereal figure soared up from the sect master peak. The lightning sphere was extinguished in response, arriving before the Wind Thunder Beast in the blink of an eye. It was akin to teleportation, clad in black garments. This individual appeared to be in their 30s or 40s, with long black hair billowing around them. The sect master, Zhan Tian. An aura of profound mystery emanated from him, as though he were not of this world. The sect master has actually broken through to the 8th layer of the martial sovereign realm. No wonder he is so powerful, exclaimed the Grand Elder, Xing Yan, in astonishment. Just the mount I need. You shall serve that purpose. The sect master's eyes sparkled with delight. Return to origin palm. With a mere gesture, he pressed downward, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to be guided, coalescing into a giant hand 100 yards wide that descended. At the martial sovereign realm, one can harness the forces of nature for their own use. This immense palm, carrying the weight of the heavens, instantly loomed above the Wind Thunder Beast. Shen Longxuan clenched his fists tightly, secretly contemplating, it won't be long before I possess such power. At that moment, the Wind Thunder Beast let out a furious roar. Yet instead of fleeing from danger, it suddenly shrank in size, and the twin horns atop its head erupted with blinding radiance, dazzling like the sun. A beam of energy, 12 yards wide, shot skyward, cracking the space around it with a thunderous sound. This strike possessed the power to annihilate the world. However, upon meeting the giant hand, it crumbled to dust. Foolish creature, knowing you are outmatched yet still trying to show off. I truly wonder how you have cultivated to this point. The sect master, Zhan Tian, slightly retracted his hand, reducing its power by 50%. Nonetheless, the blow still left the Wind Thunder Beast grievously wounded, blood and flesh flying. Yet, this behemoth refused to yield, steadfastly guarding what lay beneath it. The sect master, Zhan Tian, withdrew his palm, and to his astonishment, beneath the Wind Thunder Beast lay a massive purple egg. What is it guarding that stone for? Are you foolish? It must be its egg. Yet, why did that purple egg seem so familiar to me? The master of the Dragon Martial Sect, Zhan Tian, finally grasped the situation. Someone had stolen the egg of the Wind Thunder Beast, which was why it had come seeking them. This incident could hardly be blamed on the creature itself. Whoever committed this misdeed stepped forward. His voice, though not loud, resonated with an undeniable authority that instilled fear in anyone who might consider lying. It was I who stole it, Shen Longxuan promptly declared, embodying the principle of a true man who dares to take responsibility, even for his mistakes. Master, it was I who took it, and it has nothing to do with him, suddenly interjected Han Lingxue. This is not an act of valor. I can see clearly that the egg indeed belongs to Shen Longxuan, as it bears his blood. You unruly lad. You shall be punished to guard the ancestral shrine on the back mountain for a year, the master said, exasperation evident in his tone. The 10 elders exchanged glances. This hardly seemed like punishment, but rather a means of protection, fearing that other disciples might seek retribution against Shen Longxuan. The master then turned to the Wind Thunder Beast. Do you wish to become my steed? Such prowess, to consider a 5th-tier demonic beast as a mount. Naturally, the Wind Thunder Beast would agree, for it was no match for the master. However, to everyone's surprise, the beast shook its head, picked up the purple egg, and presented it to Shen Longxuan. Its eyes filled with reluctance. Wind Thunder Beast, are you offering this egg to me? Shen Longxuan marveled inwardly, pondering if it was due to his striking appearance. Such fanciful thoughts. How could the beast possibly gift him its offspring? I believe the wind thunder beast desires him to clean the egg. Unbeknownst to them, upon hearing this, the beast nodded vigorously and nudged the egg towards Shen Longxuan, urging him to take it. How fortunate this fellow is. Why not me? I am far more handsome. One might think. Yet, dismissing such thoughts, it was clear the bloodstains on the egg undeniably linked it to him. Shen Longxuan instantly comprehended, caressing the massive egg, feeling the deep connection of bloodline more acutely. Are you truly unwilling to accompany me? Know that within the dragon martial sect, you would flourish. Zhan Tian pressed on, unyielding. Yet, the wind thunder beast paid him no heed. Instead, it spat out a piece of purple thunderstone for Shen Longxuan before flapping its wings and soaring away. While many believed Shen Longxuan had been fortunate, few had witnessed his relentless efforts. In the distance, Wang Yong glared at Shen Longxuan with resentment, muttering, "You scoundrel! I nearly lost my life, yet you reap all the benefits. Just wait, I will settle the score with you." Han Lingxue finally felt at ease, having feared the master might execute Shen Longxuan, a fate she wished to avoid. She was not of this place, and her time was running short. Thus, in the days that followed, she remained by Shen Longxuan's side at the ancestral shrine, sharing tea and practicing swordsmanship together. The once frosty expression of Han Lingxue transformed into a radiant smile, akin to 100 flowers blooming, breathtakingly beautiful. Yet, Shen Longxuan discerned a flicker of sorrow hidden in the depths of her eyes. However, he did not press further, nor did he inquire about the person Han Lingxue claimed had framed her. He simply relished the moments spent together. One day, the worry that had plagued Shen Longxuan materialized when he received a letter. "Shen Longxuan, Han Lingxue has been taken by me. If you wish to save her, come to the Xinming Hall. Ming Tianlong." Shen Longxuan remained unperturbed, repeatedly reading the brief message. The word used was taken, not captured, suggesting there was little danger. He had long sensed Han Lingxue's uniqueness, her innate grace setting her apart from those around her. She must surely have an extraordinary background. Shen Longxuan sought out the elder, Xingyan, to inquire about the Xinming Hall. After much contemplation, the elder spoke solemnly. "The Xinming Hall is an exceedingly mysterious force. Do you recall the blood sacrifice incident? That group belonged to the Xinming Hall. They are akin to the monstrous beasts of the sea, our eternal enemies. They have harbored resentment towards you since you thwarted their plans last time. However, do not fret for Han Lingxue. Her silent abduction likely indicates her consent. Prepare yourself mentally, for this young woman may also be affiliated with the Xinming Hall. Yet, the whereabouts of the Xinming Hall remain unknown. Focus on your cultivation instead." Chapter 68. Mingquan City. Shen Longxuan redirected his energy towards cultivation and the care of the enormous egg, which he could now hear thumping with a heartbeat, suggesting it would soon hatch. Within a mere few days, his cultivation level ascended to the 8th stage of the martial realm, and he finally mastered the 5th layer of the wave palm technique, while also making progress in the wind thunder movement. His 5 elements sword technique flowed far more smoothly than before, and his chi gathering technique had amassed 3,500 zhong of energy, while the Xianlong soul remained dormant after devouring 9,000 spirit stones. The Xianlong transformation showed minor progress due to his heightened cultivation, though it was scarcely perceptible. One day, Zheng Qianwan visited Shen Longxuan. He too had made considerable advancement, reaching the 6th stage of the martial realm, and he brought news. The sect had issued a mission to exterminate the sea demons, open to anyone willing to participate. This incident had occurred half a month prior, when the kingdom of Tianshui, under the jurisdiction of the Longwu sect, was suddenly besieged by a multitude of sea monsters, resulting in countless casualties. The forces of Tianshui were no match for even the 2nd or 3rd tier beasts, ultimately seeking assistance from the Longwu sect. Upon hearing this, Shen Longxuan resolved to act immediately. His hatred for the sea demons was profound, and how could he remain indifferent to such events? Moreover, he hoped to seize this opportunity to gather intelligence on the Xinming Hall. After all, being watched from the shadows was an unsettling experience. Shen Longxuan also aimed to enhance his stock of explosive pills during this outing, having acquired what he needed at the trading peak. He strolled into the Jishuan rice shop, where Chu Yunfei, the father of Chu Ling, was eagerly counting gold coins with gleaming eyes, resembling a veritable miser, while Chu Ling, her charming figure visibly irked, stood beside him. "Chu Yunfei, have you truly no sense? With all this litter in the shop, you remain oblivious to the need for cleanliness. Solely fixated on counting your meager coins. Is there anything in your eyes apart from money? My dear, without funds, how can I provide you with a dowry? Without money, how can we procure food? How can we buy new garments? It is easy for you to speak without feeling the burden. Chu Yunfei did not lift his head. Humph. A miser. Chu Ling began to tidy up the place. At that moment, Shen Longxuan entered, greeted them, and after Chu Ling poured him a glass of water, he did not hesitate to take a sip and inquired, Chu Ling, do you have enough spirit stones? I will be heading to the Tianshui kingdom to partake in the extermination of demons soon and may be away for some time. Enough. Not enough. The father and daughter responded in unison. Shen Longxuan chuckled as he tossed 300 spirit stones to Chu Ling, merely the result of his day's cultivation. I say, Longxuan, with such an abundance of spirit stones, you could easily buy an endless supply of spiritual rice, yet you choose to gift them to us. Speak plainly. Do you have your eye on our Chu Ling? Uft. Chu Yunfei's remark caused Shen Longxuan to spray the water he had just sipped. Old man Chu, what are you saying? The young man is helping you out of kindness, and you make such frivolous comments. Have your ears gone numb? Chu Ling's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she retorted. Though martial artists are not typically concerned with trivialities, being openly addressed in such a manner was indeed awkward for a young lady, yet she still cast a furtive glance at Shen Longxuan. Haha, my brother, you jest. I consider you all as friends, and that is why I assist you. Chu Ling is a lovely girl. Anyone would be charmed by her. Well, I must take my leave. Shen Longxuan hastily departed, not out of dislike, but rather to avoid wasting time on romantic entanglements. He had numerous tasks awaiting him. But is it merely affection? Then why go to such lengths to protect my life? Chu Ling murmured, gazing at Shen Longxuan's retreating figure. On the following day, Shen Longxuan set off, accompanied by Zheng Qianwan, Wei Ming, and He Tao. The four traveled through the starry night, taking 10 days to reach the Tianshui kingdom. The Tianshui kingdom is located by the seaside, with Mingquan City facing the brunt of the ocean, merely 1,000 paces from the shore, necessitating its towering and robust walls. However, upon their arrival at the city, they were met with the grim aftermath of battle, a scene that even the most seasoned of them found stirring. The ancient city walls were riddled with scars, many areas newly patched, yet the intensity of the conflict was undeniable. Dried bloodstains marked the ground, and dismembered limbs lay uncollected. Half of the city gate had been destroyed and was currently under repair. The guards at the gate were soldiers wrapped in bandages, and all evidence pointed to the ferocity of the sea monster's assault. After explaining their purpose, they were escorted to the city lord's residence. Along the way, they encountered numerous injured soldiers, yet the interior of the city had remained intact, clearly demonstrating the valor of Mingquan City's defenders. The group could not help but feel a surge of admiration. Despite their injuries, not a single soldier bore a pained expression. Rather, they exuded an indomitable fighting spirit. Soon, several individuals were settled at the lord's residence, where a designated area was prepared for their accommodation. At this time, members of various sects had arrived, and disciples from the Dragon Martial sect were arriving in succession. Within the span of 2 days, hundreds of Dragon Martial sect disciples had come to Mingquan City, led by inner disciples, among whom was Ho Xiaofei. This fellow seemed to have broken through to the 4th level of the martial master realm. And perhaps spurred by the confidence of his recent advancement, he wore a provocative expression upon seeing Shen Longxuan. The sect had announced a reward system. For slaying a first-tier beast, one would receive a body-refining pill, and for defeating a second-tier beast, a warrior pill would be awarded, and so forth, with no upper limit. Naturally, the sect employed special methods to keep track of these accomplishments, making deceit impossible, which attracted a multitude of disciples to participate. Qin Yon was among them. After suffering a setback at the Jishuan rice store, he had refrained from provoking Shen Longxuan, mindful of the sect's rules. However, he had not forgotten the incident and had come out this time with the intent of revenge against Shen Longxuan. One day, with little to occupy his time, Shen Longxuan noticed the martial arena of the lord's residence bustling with activity, accompanied by shouts and cheers. Curious, he strolled over to investigate. It turned out that the disciples of the Dragon Martial sect were sparring with the soldiers of the lord's residence. 2 individuals on the field, both at the 6th level of the martial master realm, were locked in a fierce contest. One of them was none other than Zheng Qianwan. Both had summoned their battle spirits. Although Zheng's spirit was of the 8th rank in the yellow tier, while his opponent's was of the 7th rank. The seasoned soldier exuded an aura of iron-blooded ferocity, gradually gaining the upper hand. Ultimately, Zheng Qianwan exerted all his strength, and both were simultaneously thrown out of the arena. Shen Longxuan hurried over to assist Zheng Qianwan, who dusted himself off and chuckled, addressing the soldier, "Young brother, you are quite formidable. Once we have vanquished the beasts, I shall treat you to a drink." The soldier responded with a hearty laugh, acknowledging the reputation of the Dragon Martial sect disciples, who stood their ground against his murderous intent, expressing his admiration. Unexpectedly, from a contest, the two had forged a friendship. Following this, several intense battles ensued, with each side experiencing victories and defeats, and the atmosphere grew increasingly animated. Shen Longxuan, I have heard that you are an elder from the outer sect. I am Huang Xiao, an inner disciple. Shall we engage in battle, as we are of equal standing? An inner disciple stepped forward to challenge. Boasting a cultivation of the third level of the martial master realm, Shen Longxuan, eager to test his abilities, readily accepted the challenge. Why not? Senior brother, please. The challenger wielded a long knife, advancing with a fierce slash, the blade emanating a formidable three-zhang arc of light that swept through the air. Wow, a third-level martial master. Surpassing even our vice-general, observed one bystander, while another noted that the other participant appeared to be merely at the 8th level of the martial artist realm. Questioning the need for a fight, before their words could settle, Shen Longxuan seized a plain longsword, channeling his elemental energy, causing the blade to radiate with a kaleidoscope of colors, buzzing as it met the advance of the knife. The clash of blade and sword erupted into a frenzy of violence, the sounds of their combat echoing, while the crowd below erupted in applause. Alas, this fellow is truly formidable, capable of contending with a martial master despite being merely a martial practitioner. An extraordinary feat indeed. However, amidst the crowd, Qin Yong wore a disdainful smirk. Moonlit slash. At that moment, Huang Xiao shouted fiercely, leaping high into the air, his curved blade emanating a radiance akin to a full moon cradled in his arms, descending with a powerful strike. Chapter 69. The Onslaught of the Sea Demon. This technique. The Moonlit Slash is a foundational martial art of the Xian rank. Its might cannot be underestimated. Akin to the oppressive force of the stars and moon cascading down upon the spectators, most of whom had never practiced Xian rank martial arts. Thus, it immediately elicited a chorus of cheers. Is this truly a Xian rank martial technique? How astonishing. The power of Xian rank martial arts is indeed remarkable. It seems that fellow will be either dead or severely crippled. Yet, in the eyes of Shen Longxuan, there burned an indomitable spirit. He did not employ the Xian dragon transformation, yet he had already fought to a standstill against a third-tier martial master, which sufficiently demonstrated the formidable nature of the 5 elements spiritual energy. Black water sword technique. A thick mist of water suddenly surged forth, and an even more terrifying pressure erupted from Shen Longxuan's body, as the long sword in his hand emitted a shrill, resonant hum. It seemed to be overwhelmed by such power. In that instant, Shen Longxuan swung his sword with great force, unleashing an unmatched black sword aura that surged skyward like a colossal wave. What is this? Could this also be a Xian rank martial technique? Today is truly an eye-opener. The black water reflecting the moonlight pierced the heavens with a thunderous roar. Shen Longxuan staggered back a few paces, his long sword failing to manifest the true strength of the 5 elements sword technique, fracturing inch by inch until it turned to ash. Although Huang Xiao was not sent flying, he landed awkwardly, his long blade shattered in two, gasping for breath. On the surface, it appeared that Shen Longxuan had been defeated. However, that last strike, in Huang Xiao's eyes, had come crashing down like a vast ocean, the terrifying pressure rendering him utterly incapable of resistance. Unexpectedly, the opponent's attack was merely a fleeting show of strength, lacking true potency. Shen Longxuan, you have been defeated. Leave at once. Qin Yong leapt forward, forcefully shoving Shen Longxuan aside. Shen Longxuan felt a sharp crack at his waist and upon inspection, discovered that his identity token had shattered. Haha, Shen Longxuan. This was not intentional, but do you know what the shattering of your token signifies? The sect uses the token to assess the number of demon beasts killed by its disciples. You have come here in vain. In an instant, Shen Longxuan comprehended that all of this was a deliberate scheme, with a singular aim, to ensure he returned empty-handed. Such ignorance. Do you see nothing but profit? Shen Longxuan cast a disdainful glance at Qin Yong before turning to depart. Defeated yet still feigning nobility. How pathetic. Qin Yong sneered as he watched Shen Longxuan leave. How can a sparrow comprehend the ambitions of a swan? In truth, Shen Longxuan had never sought any reward for coming here. The sea demons wreak havoc without the need for any justification to be vanquished. On the 5th day, the war drums finally sounded, and over 500 members of the dragon martial sect had arrived, the majority being martial practitioners, with only 10 being martial masters. As the thunderous war drums resonated, the army within the city began to assemble. When Shen Longxuan arrived at the city gates, tens of thousands of soldiers stood poised and ready. Among the most prominent warriors, clad in silver helmets and armor, wielding silver long spears, and mounted on steeds adorned in silver armor, there were approximately 5,000 of them. Each member of this formidable battalion possessed at least the cultivation of a sixth-tier martial artist, all valiant and battle-hardened. The collective aura of 5,000 warriors surged, brimming with an indomitable spirit, ready to sweep away any opposition. The city lord addressed the 10 disciples of the dragon martial sect, declaring, "Leave the third-tier beasts to the valiant warriors of the dragon martial sect." With unwavering confidence, Qin Yong proclaimed, "Rest assured, they shall not return." Qin Yong, possessing considerable talent, had recently stepped into the threshold of the martial master realm after a year of rigorous training. As they spoke, a white wave rose from the distant horizon, swiftly approaching. It soon became evident that this wave was a dense mass of ferocious beasts, with subsequent waves following, numbering a staggering 100,000. Observing the overwhelming horde, many disciples of the dragon martial sect, accustomed to a life of luxury, trembled in fear, their courage evaporating before the battle had even commenced. Yet, the army outside the city displayed no signs of faltering. Their momentum surged to a peak, embodying a palpable aura of slaughter, poised for a decisive strike. Shen Longxuan glanced at the disciples of the dragon martial sect and shook his head, realizing that at least half of them had wavered in spirit. It was evident that without the baptism of battle, even profound cultivation was of little use. Conversely, the other half seemed eager for combat. Their battle fervor ignited by the daunting spectacle before them, their spirits soaring to the heavens. At that moment, the distant beasts began to land, their eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty and greedy light upon seeing the humans before Minkuan City, viewing their flesh and blood as nourishment. Faced with these soulless beasts, the only command was to kill, kill, kill. The front lines surged forth, the first-tier beasts falling beneath iron hooves, reduced to mere dust, while the warriors behind relentlessly hunted down those that escaped. After a fierce onslaught, the first wave of beasts was annihilated, only for the second wave to arrive, still mercilessly crushed. When the third wave came, though still vanquished, their advance had slowed. The fourth, fifth, and sixth waves followed suit, and by the time the seventh wave emerged, the soldiers of Minkuan City began to suffer casualties. The commanding general promptly ordered a retreat, implementing a rotation system to allow the warriors to rest and conserve their strength. As the forces withdrew, the battlefield shrank significantly, with only the periphery exposed to the beast's assault. The various traps and crossbows atop the city walls were put to good use against the advancing monsters. Though the beasts were terrifying, they were met with relentless slaughter, leaving the disciples of the dragon martial sect awestruck. This was their first encounter with such large-scale warfare. Some timid individuals collapsed in fear and were escorted back to the city. For those who ventured out, were merely courting death. Only about 200 remained. Shen Longxuan's gaze remained fixed on the battlefield, acutely aware that in the chaos of war, unless an individual's abilities transcended certain limits, their power remained infinitesimally small. This was his previous perspective, solidified by the sacrifices of the ancestors of the Shen family, who believed that even the might of a martial king could not alter the course of fate. However, upon witnessing the chaos of war, his views transformed. The forebear of the Shen family had single-handedly conquered and vanquished a multitude of fourth-tier beasts. What a display of formidable power! To annihilate a horde of beasts spanning 1,000 miles alone was a testament to unparalleled strength. The mere thought sent electric shivers through Shen Longxian's body, invigorating every cell as his combat prowess surged to its zenith. Yet, despite his prowess, in this war, Shen Longxian was but a mere spectator. Just watch. Qin Yong's words jolted him back to reality. Observing Shen Longxuan's slight tremor, he mistakenly assumed it was fear induced by the spectacle, likening him to the previous inept individuals who squandered the sect's cultivation efforts. Truly a pitiful bunch. Just wait and witness what a true disciple of the Longwu sect is capable of. But even if you manage to slay a few beasts by mere fortune, what reward will you reap? Huang Shao sneered at Shen Longxuan's trembling form. You were indeed valiant in the competition, but why the cowardice now? At that moment, a chorus of gasps erupted from the front lines as a breach in the army's defenses was revealed, heralding inevitable doom for the entire force. A three-tiered, two-headed lion, towering 3 meters tall, faced the soldiers' assaults with indifference. As its head swung, torrents of flames surged towards the human warriors, eliciting horrific screams as many were reduced to ashes. The breach widened instantaneously, allowing countless beasts to flood through, igniting the chaos of battle. Warriors of the Longwu sect, what are you waiting for? Strike down the beasts, roared the general as he led his men toward the breach. He had to maintain an overarching awareness of the battlefield's dynamics. Thus, despite his capability to slay, He found himself powerless against the three-tier beast. I am coming. The disciples of the Longwu sect charged down the city walls. Ho Xiaofei dashed straight toward the two-headed lion, unexpectedly finding it equally fierce, quickly overpowering the beast. A cacophony of beastly roars erupted, as from the distant shore emerged a dozen three-tier beasts. Darkening the expressions of all present, true life and death peril had arrived. Chapter 70. Fierce battle. In this moment, all disciples of the Longwu sect unleashed their weapons without reserve, pouring every ounce of strength into slaying the beasts while strategically dispersing to eliminate the three-tier threats. Yet, the number of three-tier beasts had surpassed the martial artists defending Mingquan City, with several slipping through the defenses, advancing relentlessly. Although some townsfolk had begun to evacuate, many, whose ancestors had long resided here, were loath to leave. In fervent prayer, they hoped for victory in this battle. However, upon witnessing the dire scene, despair washed over them. Though they were powerless, they took up arms, vowing to stand with Mingquan City in life and death. Although the soldiers found the situation amusing, they redoubled their efforts, wielding their weapons with fervor to slay the monstrous beasts around them. However, this did little to alleviate the crisis, as 2 points in their defenses were breached, and the disciples of the Dragon Martial sect were engaged in fierce combat. Just as the general was about to order a retreat to fortify their position, a white figure, wielding a 5-colored sword, surged into the battlefield. Wherever he passed, the air was filled with sword energy, effortlessly dispatching the beasts as if they were mere vegetables. In the blink of an eye, he sealed the breaches. Then, single-handedly, he charged into the depths of the beast horde, specifically targeting third-tier monsters. His sword strikes were as swift as lightning and as weighty as a mountain, sometimes gentle as a spring breeze, other times sharp and bold. This was the mark of a true martial artist, displaying such grace amidst the chaos. Who was this individual? He was none other than the low-profile member of the Dragon Martial sect, surprisingly a master of his craft. Not merely a master, but one who was profoundly concealed. The general of Mingquan City, witnessing this, felt a surge of joy and swiftly organized the soldiers to reinforce their defenses. Zheng Qianwan, upon witnessing Shen Longxuan's valor, wished to try his own hand, but was soon driven back by the ferocity of the beasts. Gasping for breath, he muttered, "How is this prodigy able to achieve such feats?" Wei Ming and He Tao, 2 inseparable companions, were a pair of lively spirits. They bickered during idle times, but could always rely on each other in times of need. Both possessed innate talents, being 9th-tier battle spirits of the yellow grade. And within just over a year, they had reached the 8th level of martial arts. Their shared ambition was to become the strongest disciples of the Dragon Martial sect. Yet they lamented that Shen Longxuan always seemed to be a step ahead. Today, they had intended to showcase their prowess, but the ferocity of the third-tier beasts proved overwhelming. Despite their ability to challenge foes of higher ranks, they found themselves panting after taking down just a couple of adversaries. In contrast, Shen Longxuan's performance left them speechless. What a freak of nature. This was their assessment, which ignited their competitive spirit. Unable to conquer the third-tier beasts, they resolved to take on the second-tier ones instead. Thus, the disciples of the Dragon Martial sect grew increasingly valiant in battle, gradually turning the tide alongside the main forces, making their efforts feel less burdensome. Damn it, how can Shen Longxuan be so strong? Brother Qin Yong urged, should we take this opportunity? Huang Zhao's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he suggested a swift strike to the neck. Wait for the right moment. Remember, we must strike decisively. Let us coordinate our efforts. Qin Yong replied fiercely, and the two began to approach Shen Longxuan. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of war drums echoed from the city walls, invigorating the soldiers. Their spirits lifted, and their potential ignited once more under the rhythm of the drums. Within the defensive perimeter, they reformed their ranks, silver-armored warriors at the forefront, while others followed. As their fervor reached its zenith, the front line of the defensive formation spread out and merged into the ranks. The formation, sharp as a blade, surged forward, while the rear unleashed a relentless onslaught, swiftly annihilating the beasts that had surged onto the shore. Oh yeah, as darkness descended, the soldiers of Mingquan City erupted in cheers, celebrating their victory in battle. Every beast had been vanquished, and the casualties were minimal. Indeed, it could be deemed a resounding triumph. This success was largely attributed to one individual, Shen Longxuan. Without his remarkable counterattack, the day would have unfolded quite differently. Victory would still have been achieved, but at a far greater cost. The hero, revered by the soldiers, stood by the sea, contemplating strategies to defend against a potential resurgence of the sea demons, oblivious to the 2 shadowy figures stealthily approaching. Suddenly, Shen Longxuan's instincts flared, sensing two murderous intentions. With a thunderous crack underfoot, he darted away like lightning, leaving only an afterimage behind. Qin Yong and Huang Zhao's assault shattered the afterimage, missing their target, and the two swiftly retreated, clad in black and masked to conceal their identities. A faint smile curled on Shen Longxuan's lips. He recognized his assailants. Since they had already made their move against him, he would show no mercy. Could they be the ones orchestrating this from the shadows? It seemed unlikely, but he decided to bide his time. Just then, a colossal wave surged from the sea, accompanied by a tempestuous aura that roared like thunder. Alarmed, Shen Longxuan shouted with his spiritual energy, his voice resonating throughout Mingquan City. Those still gathering their spoils suddenly became aware of the alarming disturbances on the water's surface. Gather, form ranks, prepare for battle, echoed the commands. However, after a day of grueling combat, with no food to sustain them, the exhausted and famished soldiers struggled to assemble promptly. When the beasts stormed ashore, only a few thousand soldiers had managed to regroup, but fortunately, they were all elite silver-armored warriors, the most rigorously trained of the lot. Without further ado, the general of Mingquan City issued his command, and the few thousand charged forward amidst chaos and cries. As they engaged the beastly horde, they quickly realized that a significant number of their foes were third-tier monsters, far beyond their capabilities, prompting an immediate retreat order. Everyone back to the city. Hurry. Close the gates in 20 breaths. Quickly. Return to Mingquan City, ascend the walls, and prepare for defense. As the silver-armored warriors fell back, they noticed flashes of sword light amidst the beastly ranks, and occasionally, sword energy soared into the sky, the kaleidoscopic brilliance striking fear into their hearts. General, should we not attempt to rescue him? He is a disciple of the Dragon Martial sect. Someone inquired. Charge! The general cried in anguish. The silver-armored troops immediately surged toward Shen Longxuan's position, but they were repeatedly intercepted by the beasts. As the city gates loomed dangerously close to shutting, it became evident that these few thousand soldiers might perish on the spot. Retreat! The general growled helplessly. Brother, I hope you survive. He silently prayed, lamenting the rarity of such a warrior. During the retreat, the beasts had already surged forward, and those who had not made it inside the city were mercilessly torn apart, resulting in heavy losses. Just as the silver-armored army crossed the threshold of the gates, the newly repaired doors clanged shut behind them. On the walls, unleash a full-scale attack. The boulders, oil, and powerful crossbows unleashed their assault. In an instant, the ramparts were teeming with soldiers, while the streets of Mingquan City were crowded with people, all engaged in delivering supplies to the walls. The monstrous beasts had already surged to the foot of the city, and the flaming boulders tumbled down from the towering walls, crushing the creatures beneath their immense weight. At that moment, the members of the Dragon Martial sect ascended the walls, with the Lord and the General commanding from above. A rough tally had revealed that they had already suffered losses of thousands. Fight back. Strike fiercely. Avenge our fallen brothers. Die, damned beasts. The soldiers on the walls fervently grasped their crossbows, releasing arrows fueled by their wrath. Zheng Qianwan searched frantically, but could not locate Shen Longxuan. However, he did find Wei Ming and He Tao. The three of them scoured the area again, yet still found no trace of Shen Longxuan. Look, there are still people fighting by the sea, Zheng Qianwan exclaimed, turning his gaze toward the tumultuous clash of colorful sword energies. The familiar figure was none other than Shen Longxuan himself. Don't be reckless. Going out there is tantamount to courting death. Grab your bows and provide him with some support. Chapter 71. A miracle, however, the untrained individuals found it nearly impossible to shoot arrows to the seaside. Even those who could manage the feat would find their projectiles lacking any force. It seemed unnecessary for them to intervene, as that fellow would surely be torn apart by the beasts. Huh, he deserves it. This is the consequence of crossing me, Qin Yong remarked jovially. Unbeknownst to them, Zheng Qianwan overheard their conversation. What did you say? Have the audacity to repeat that? Although his cultivation was not particularly high, his loyalty to his friends was unwavering. The open disparagement of his companion ignited his fury, prompting Wei Ming and He Tao to approach as well. What does it matter if I say it again? You, an outer disciple, have no grounds for arrogance. Killing you would be as easy as squashing an ant. He deserves it. This is the consequence of crossing me. Despite his portly figure, Qin Yong's talent was undeniable, having successfully advanced to the martial master realm within 3 years, thus qualifying as an inner disciple. He regarded Zheng Qianwan with utter disdain. I'll fight you. Zheng Qianwan charged at Qin Yong with reckless abandon. In the face of such a formidable enemy, do you still have the heart to squabble amongst yourselves? We must devise a way to confront the imminent crisis, or we shall all perish here. The Lord's words snapped everyone back to reality. Humph, Zheng Qianwan. Just wait. You will be next. Qin Yong retorted dismissively, turning away. Enraged, Zheng Qianwan seized a bow and valiantly loosed a volley of roaring arrows. In the distance, Shen Longxuan was not as dire as others perceived. In hunting the beasts, he had undoubtedly slain more than anyone else present. With the synergy of the wind and thunder movement, he remained unharmed amidst the throng of monsters. Honing both his agility and swordplay, he refrained from employing the five-element sword technique, as it consumed too much spiritual energy. Nevertheless, wielding the five-element sword, even his most basic slashes and thrusts carried tremendous potency, with each strike deepening his understanding of the blade. Recalling the words spoken by Tian Liang at the auction regarding the three realms of the unity of heart and sword, body and sword, and spirit and sword, one cannot help but derive immense benefit from them. The amalgamation of heart with the sword, body with the sword, and spirit with the sword embodies the essence of sword intent. Once one possesses this sword intent, even a mere fingertip can unleash a dazzling sword radiance. Shen Longxuan gradually comprehended this within. At this moment, the demonic beasts continued to surge toward the shore, yet upon encountering Shen Longxuan, they wisely veered away, while some unfortunate ones fell victim to his blade. As night fell, a full moon hung in the sky, casting a pallid glow upon the ground. Beneath the city walls, fierce flames blazed, illuminating the weary faces above, yet the demonic beasts relentlessly pressed on. They utilized the boulders hurled down and the corpses of their comrades, gradually inching closer to the top of the walls. Thankfully, the flickering flames instilled a modicum of trepidation in the sea monsters, granting the defenders a brief respite. After a day and night of incessant battle, exhaustion had taken its toll, both physically and mentally. "General, what is that over there?" Suddenly, someone shouted. The crowd followed the direction indicated, and there, at the seaside, a radiant burst of sword light erupted, suffused with a myriad of colors and emanating waves of sword intent. At times, it shone like gold, brimming with murderous intent. At others, it was as heavy as a mountain, exuding an unwavering steadiness. Occasionally, it shimmered with a verdant glow, teeming with vitality, and at times, it blazed like fiery red, filled with ferocity, or appeared as dark as the abyss, cold and gentle in its flow. That was swordsmanship. Shen Longxuan had not perished. He was still alive. This individual was utterly extraordinary, able to defy death amidst the onslaught of the demonic beasts. Should he survive, he would undoubtedly achieve great feats in the future. At that moment, someone whispered something in the general's ear, causing even his steadfast demeanor to flicker with a change of expression. Subsequently, the city began to demolish structures. Many understood the implications, thus intensifying their efforts to slay the demonic beasts. In the distance, Shen Longxuan became increasingly adept, though martial artists are typically unable to project spiritual energy beyond their bodies. He defied this norm, unleashing waves of sword chi that swept across the realms. He had just executed the five-elements sword technique in its entirety, with previously obscure aspects suddenly becoming crystal clear. Raising his right index finger, he focused his thoughts, and instantly, a beam of sword light shot forth, piercing through the head of a distant beast. Haha, sword intent. Just now, I did not expend a shred of spiritual energy. This is sword intent. Shen Longxuan roared with laughter, his voice resonating through the heavens. The manifestation of intent through the sword is a realm that many only dream of attaining. Yet at this moment, Shen Longxuan had achieved it. If others were to learn of this, they would surely despair. Many would never grasp sword intent in their lifetimes. Yet he accomplished it with such ease. How could one not feel a pang of envy? Ultimately, Shen Longxuan made his move, descending toward the city walls with the five elements, sword in hand. Regardless of the demonic beasts he encountered, a single strike from his sword would suffice to end them. For any third-tier demonic beast, he would directly extract the demon core with a single thrust. This was one of his purposes for being here. As despair loomed over all, Shen Longxuan reached the base of the walls, swiftly dispatching the beasts assaulting the fortifications with his sword. The formidable presence of a single warrior at the gate, capable of halting the advance of 1,000, ultimately led the beleaguered populace to leap from the city walls, joining forces with Shen Longxuan in battle. Ah, Shen Longxuan. How remarkable he is. He is nothing short of a god of war, my idol. Brothers, let us vanquish these monstrous beasts and avenge our fallen comrades. The waning spirit of battle was rekindled by Shen Longxuan, prompting everyone to fight fiercely against the beasts. At dawn, this fierce struggle finally came to an end, leaving behind the corpses of the beasts as a substantial bounty for Mingquan City. It took 3 days for the entire city to cleanse the battlefield. This victory, a miraculous turnaround, was celebrated with a grand feast among the soldiers and citizens, featuring the rare delicacies of the defeated beasts, with every participant brimming with excitement. Naturally, those who had refrained from joining the fray had departed early, unable to partake in the spoils of victory. Amid the clinking of cups, tales of valor were exchanged as people boasted of their prowess in slaying the beasts. However, when Shen Longxuan was mentioned, all fell into a respectful silence, embodying the dignity and glory of the strong. Brother Shen, I toast to you. Who would have thought you so young could wield such power? You shall surely become a dragon among men. Brother Longxuan, I also raise my glass to you. I wield a sword as well. Do share your insights with me. You are simply magnificent. Longxuan, you far surpass those who merely engage in petty scheming behind closed doors. Cheers. Zheng Qianwan, Wei Ming He Tao, and many disciples of Longwu sect gathered around Shen Longxuan, their admiration palpable. Not far away, Qin Yang's countenance darkened. He knew Zheng Qianwan's words referred to him. He and Huang Xiao had indeed played significant roles in this battle, even as other disciples at the martial master level fought valiantly. Yet, their contributions paled in comparison to Shen Longxuan's. Moreover, their intentional sabotage of Shen Longxuan's token had deprived him of any reward for this mission, leading many to deem their actions excessive. However, Qin Yang held a different view, panting heavily as his corpulent frame labored, while Huang Xiao swirled his drink, his expression sullen. After a whispered exchange, the two departed. Their exit did not dampen the celebratory atmosphere, which persisted until nightfall when the gathering finally dispersed. The following day, the disciples of Longwu sect gradually returned, but Shen Longxuan chose to remain behind, sharing his experiences in combating the sea demons with the city lord. Upon hearing this, the lord was overjoyed and began preparations, while Shen Longxuan leisurely made his way back to Longwu sect. Along the journey, he passed through a crucial path known as Falling Dragon Valley. Despite its treacherous terrain, it boasted exquisite scenery. Shen Longxuan strolled through, feeling invigorated. Come forth. Having followed me for so long, do you not tire? He said with a smile, addressing the empty space. He had returned to the sect alone, anticipating the arrival of the two individuals. Speak up. After following me for so long, what is it you wish to convey? As Qin Yong and Huang Xiao emerged from around the corner, Shen Longxuan continued to inquire. You little wretch, I wish to inform you. Your demise is nigh. Qin Yong, with a proud bearing and a protruding belly, swaggered forward, declaring, to perish in the Falling Dragon Valley is indeed a privilege bestowed upon you by me. Haha, brother Qin. Your heart is truly generous, even when it comes to choosing a fine location for murder. Another chimed in. Shen Longxuan smiled faintly and replied, You may call yourself a pig, but I am not deceived. You shattered my token, and though I did not hold it against you, you persistently sought to trouble me. Do you truly believe I am as malleable as clay? At this, Qin Yang's temper flared. I have made it clear, I detest being called a pig. You little brat. You sabotaged my good fortune at the Jishuan rice shop and stole my thunder during the sea demon mission. Now you dare to insult me further? I shall not spare you. This time next year, it will be your end. Shen Longxuan brushed off the dust from his attire and stated, Do not make such grand proclamations. Neither of you are my match. I shall pose but one question. Who dispatched you to eliminate me? Huang Xiao grinned ominously. He had long coveted Shen Longxuan's martial prowess, having been deeply impressed by the black water sword technique. He believed Shen Longxuan lacked sufficient cultivation to unleash its full potential, yet recognized that his survival amidst the rampaging beasts was solely due to this sword technique. Thus, he had agreed to assist Qin Yong in the assassination. But their initial failure had only revealed to him the true might of the sword technique. This time, he was determined to succeed, already envisioning himself wielding the sword across the realms, basking in the glory of his triumph. Shen Longxuan, no one sent us. It is merely the consequence of the seeds you sowed. Surrender your sword technique, and I may grant you a complete corpse. Huang Xiao brandished his large blade, threatening, otherwise, I shall ensure your remains are scattered. As Qin Yong contemplated this, he could hardly contain his excitement. Once you are dead, I shall return to claim that woman. Let's see who can save her, ha 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 ha. In an instant, Shen Longxuan's expression turned icy. He flicked away the dust from his clothing and raised his chin defiantly. Since no one has dispatched you, you may proceed to your journey. Remember, in your next life, strive to be a good person. A flash of brilliance emanated from Shen Longxuan's hand as a five-colored divine sword materialized. A green blade of light surged forth, radiating vibrant life. Qin Yong and Huang Xiao felt the surrounding flora surge violently, as tender blades of grass instantaneously morphed into a multitude of sharp swords, enveloping them. Moonlight Slash. Sensing the impending danger, Huang Xiao leapt and unleashed his most powerful strike, his blade descending like a crescent moon hanging in the sky. Qin Yong also struck with a palm, igniting a crimson flame that illuminated the scene. Boom! The sword-like green grass was obliterated in an instant, the explosive aftermath creating a massive crater in the ground. Yet, the spectacle was not over. The trees above waved their branches, transforming into a barrage of icy sword lights that sliced through the air, targeting the two men. Shen Longxuan pressed forward, thrusting his sword with great speed. A razor-sharp beam of light pierced through Qin Yong's body. The man screamed in agony as he collapsed to the ground, devoid of life in an instant. The formidable sword intent had utterly obliterated his body, though outwardly unscathed. Internally, he was but a mass of pulp. Observing this, Huang Xiao swiftly unleashed several arcs of blade light, retreating at a rapid pace. If you wish to flee, then leave. Shen Longxuan's form surged like a tempest, ascending to the skies in an instant. With a flourish of his hands, two intersecting gusts of wind formed a colossal cross, hurtling forth with great speed. The violent wind, sharp as a blade, swiftly caught up to Huang Xiao, who, upon witnessing his body being cleaved into several pieces, succumbed to death on the spot. Evil and greedy, they deserved to perish. Shen Longxuan rifled through the storage bags and tokens of the two, returning to the Dragon Martial Sect. Upon his return to the sect, Shen Longxuan sequestered himself in his chamber, refining over 200 third-grade demon cores into explosive pills. He discarded the storage bags and tokens into a corner of his cosmic ring. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had elapsed since his return to the Dragon Martial Sect. During this period, Shen Longxuan experienced a breakthrough in his cultivation. He had reached the 9th level of the martial artist realm. This filled him with joy and reaffirmed that combat was indeed the swiftest path to transcendence. Another source of delight was the purple giant egg, which emitted faint sounds daily. During his absence, he had entrusted Chu Ling with its care, and upon his return, it was only fitting that it reverted to him. One day, while immersed in cultivation, he suddenly heard a faint cracking sound. In an instant, he appeared before the giant egg. He observed fine cracks forming on its surface, gradually expanding until, with a resounding pop, a hole the size of a human face emerged. A cute mini-dragon head squeezed through, squinting its tiny eyes and wrinkling its nose as it sniffed around. Shen Longxuan reached out to caress the little creature, which reveled in the affection, appearing utterly adorable. In the days that followed, the little being devoured the entire eggshell before sinking into a deep slumber. Lacking feathers or scales, it appeared quite fragile, a stark contrast to its imposing parents. Yet this small creature exhibited an unshakable attachment to Shen Longxuan, incessantly calling out whenever he departed. Chu Ling visited several times, and each occasion, the little one would nestle in her arms to sleep, evoking both envy and jealousy in Shen Longxuan. A month later, the little creature was able to scurry about freely, its charm growing ever more pronounced, following Shen Longxuan wherever he went. One day, the sect unexpectedly announced that the examination for inner disciples would be advanced, to be held in 6 months as originally scheduled. Only those who had broken through to the martial master realm within 3 years of entering the sect would qualify to participate. This announcement sent the outer disciples into a frenzy, with many who had been in the sect for less than 3 years and possessed cultivation above the 8th level of the martial artist realm hastily entering seclusion to strive for breakthroughs. 6 months was ample time for gifted disciples to ascend to the martial master realm. The transition from martial artist to martial master was not overly arduous. As long as one absorbed sufficient spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, the process would be feasible. As the spiritual energy within one's body gradually accumulated, it would transform from gaseous to liquid form, and once it filled 1/10 of the Dantian with liquid spiritual energy, a breakthrough to the 1st level of the martial master realm would occur. At that juncture, the internal spiritual energy could be externalized, significantly enhancing the potency of martial techniques, with the effects of said techniques evolving in accordance with the elevation of the martial master realm. In the realm of blade techniques, the ability to unleash a blade aura extending 1 zhang signifies the 1st tier of martial mastery, while a 10 zhang aura represents the pinnacle of this mastery. Even Shen Longxuan, within his Dantian, possesses a liquid manifestation of colorful spiritual energy, albeit in the form of droplets, a characteristic shared by other martial artists as well. Upon reaching the advanced martial artist stage, specifically the 7th tier and above, one can cultivate liquid droplets of spiritual energy through regular training, serving as a reservoir for transcending into martial mastery. However, this process should not be underestimated. A single droplet of liquid spiritual energy is roughly equivalent to the entire reserve of one's dantian. Thus, to attain martial mastery, one must absorb countless times the amount of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth for refinement. This explains why the higher the level of a battle soul, the greater the probability of breaking through to higher tiers of martial prowess. A higher battle soul absorbs spiritual energy at an accelerated rate, facilitating easier advancement. Conversely, a first-grade yellow battle soul would likely struggle throughout a lifetime of relentless training to gather enough spiritual energy for evolution into martial mastery. The battle soul is fundamental to a martial artist's cultivation, which is why Shen Longxuan, despite having absorbed 12,000 spirit stones, remains anxious about not achieving a breakthrough. His dantian, enhanced by the Xuanlong transformation technique, is 5 times larger than normal. If he does not expedite the evolution into a Shen-grade battle soul, his cultivation speed will undoubtedly decelerate. Shen Longxuan contemplated secluding himself for intensive training. However, the incessant noise from the wind thunder beast rendered it impossible. This small creature, requiring at least 10 spirit stones daily, complicates matters further. Thankfully, Shen Longxuan is a spirit refiner. Otherwise, sustaining such a creature would be unfeasible. During his free time, he diligently refines spirit stones and scatters them throughout his room for the wind thunder beast to consume. At this juncture, another piece of news arrived, brought by Zheng Qianwan, indicating that individuals from the Xianming Hall had been spotted in the Ming Shui Kingdom, though the authenticity of this information remained uncertain. Chapter 73, Dragon God Cave. Given the news regarding the Xianming Hall, it was inevitable that the sect would dispatch personnel to investigate. Consequently, Shen Longxuan swiftly made his way to the task hall, where indeed, a mission was posted. The task involved traveling to the Ming Shui Kingdom to investigate the Xianming Hall's activities, as this kingdom lies at the crossroads of the 3 major sects, making it likely that the other 2 sects would also engage in inquiry. Ultimately, the 3 major sects resolved to jointly send representatives. As it was a reconnaissance mission, only outer disciples were selected, though for safety, an elder from the outer sect could accompany them. To this end, a martial competition was held, allowing the top 10 outer disciples to participate. It is worth noting that the rankings here differ from those of the Tongtian Tower. This competition assesses overall capability, while the Tongtian Tower primarily evaluates physical prowess and the application of spiritual energy. However, a dramatic scene unfolded during the competition, as no one dared challenge Shen Longxuan, firmly establishing his position as the foremost disciple of the outer sect. In the end, Wei Ming and He Tao secured the 9th and 10th positions, respectively, while Zheng Qianwan was eliminated due to insufficient strength, alongside 7 other formidable outer disciples. Among them was one known as the Mad Wolf, who had already broken through to the 2nd tier of martial mastery, along with 3 others who had reached the 1st tier, while the remaining participants, including Wei Ming and his companion, were at the pinnacle of martial artist stage. However, with the exception of Shen Longxuan, despite being merely at the 9th level of martial arts, no one dares to underestimate his prowess. Upon encountering Elder Ho, who was traveling with him, Shen Longxuan couldn't help but feel a sense of delight. To his surprise, Elder Ho appeared rather indifferent upon seeing him. Nevertheless, Shen Longxuan discerned the brutality lurking in his eyes, suggesting that this mission would likely be anything but mundane. Indeed, throughout their journey, Shen Longxuan found himself burdened with all manner of arduous tasks, slaying ferocious beasts and keeping watch at night, while Elder Ho merely issued commands, leaving Shen Longxuan exhausted. With his beady little eyes blinking mischievously, Elder Ho adeptly assigned responsibilities to Shen Longxuan that were both reasonable and difficult to contest. At long last, on the 10th day, they arrived in the kingdom of Ming Shui, where the 3 major sects were to convene at a perilous location known to the locals as the Dragon God Cave. Despite his sleazy demeanor, Elder Ho fulfilled his duties as an elder, providing an overview of the situation to the disciples of the Dragon Martial Sect. It was said that the cave often echoed with dragon roars, and some had even found gold at its entrance, leading many to venture inside in search of treasure, only to vanish without a trace. Consequently, the area was designated as a forbidden zone, shunned by all. However, just half a month prior, a hunter witnessed a group of figures in black entering the cave. Before he could sound any alarm, they disappeared within. For several consecutive days, the hunter saw these individuals coming and going, seemingly transporting something. Eventually, he was discovered and left severely injured by the black-clad figures. Feigning death, he managed to return home, but succumbed to his injuries shortly thereafter. Before his demise, he revealed the existence of the black-clad individuals, thus unveiling the series of events. Shen Longxuan suddenly speculated that Elder Ho, always driven by profit, was likely motivated by the treasures rumored to be hidden within the Dragon God Cave. Ever since being wounded by Shen Longxuan's five-element spiritual power, Elder Ho had not troubled him again, yet the resentment lingered in his heart. Therefore, Shen Longxuan remained particularly cautious, aware that he was not yet a match for him. If Elder Ho were to be on guard, he would be left with no choice but to endure the consequences. Yet, the allure of the Xianming Palace captivated him. He yearned to uncover the nature of this force and, ideally, to learn of Han Lingshue's whereabouts. Moreover, what kind of person was that Ming Tianlong? Upon the arrival of the Dragon Martial Sect's members at the fabled Dragon God Cave, they found a party already waiting, some of whom bore injuries, clearly indicating that they had previously ventured inside. It turned out to be Elder Ma from the Longshu sect. What has transpired? Why are you injured? Elder Ho inquired with evident concern, seemingly familiar with the elder among them. Elder Ho, given your dubious appearance, I suspect you are more concerned about the treasures within the cave. We have nothing to divulge regarding your descent, Elder Ma retorted with a mocking tone. Shen Longxuan couldn't help but stifle a chuckle, realizing that there were others who understood Elder Ho even better than he did, leaving Elder Ho awkwardly smiling. Elder Ma, must you resort to such ridicule? We are here solely to investigate the Xianming Palace, not to discuss treasures, Elder Ho replied, humiliated in front of his disciples. Even the thick-skinned individual could not maintain his composure. Elder Ho, must I spell it out for you? Your Dragon Martial sect, top to bottom, is filled with cunning schemers. We can hardly be bothered to converse with you. Indeed, your Dragon Martial sect is composed of petty individuals. It is wise to maintain a distance, for one may never know when one might fall victim to their treachery, leading to a total collapse, without forewarning. This statement felt amiss. Elder Ho was momentarily at a loss for words, his face reddening in frustration, before retreating back to the Dragon Martial sect, where he sat in deep contemplation. Shen Longxuan, however, understood the situation. Undoubtedly, the secrets of the recent tri-sect competition had been disclosed, and that Li Hong had awakened. Though his knowledge was limited, it did not imply that his words were likewise sparse. Just as tensions escalated, the Dragon Miao sect arrived. Witnessing the Dragon Martial sect members glaring with hostility, clearly stirred up by Li Hong's embellished accounts. Shen Longxuan, how dare you show your face here? Today, you must perish, roared a disciple from the Dragon Miao sect. Eliminate this scoundrel. He has slain Brother Yongzhen, my idol. Though formidable, we are many, together. I refuse to believe he can escape. As the Dragon Miao sect members bristled with eagerness, the Dragon Void sect also joined the fray. Having long held disdain for Shen Longxuan, particularly after Li Hong's tearful recounting that left no room for disbelief. Shen Longxuan, you have slain Brother Liang of the Dragon Void sect, among others. Today, you shall pay for their lives. With such cries, rather than fear, Shen Longxuan erupted into laughter. What a group of ignorant fools. Li Hong had always held animosity towards me. His words were certainly aimed at my detriment, yet they need not reflect the truth. I did slay Liang, but only because he sought to kill me. Am I not entitled to defend myself? The other members of your Dragon Void sect were killed by Yongzhen's group, a fact I witnessed firsthand and can vouch for with my life. What? The Dragon Void sect members were taken aback, some questioning. What evidence do you possess? I witnessed it with my own eyes. A creature that would turn on its own comrades is nothing but a beast, and thus I struck him down. As for evidence, does Li Hong have any? Shen Longxuan's aura surged, radiating brilliance like a colossal sword piercing the heavens, instilling a sense of awe that made it difficult for others to meet his gaze. So it was your Dragon Miao sect that orchestrated this mischief, and I foolishly regarded you as allies. You are nothing but treacherous wolves. A disciple from the Dragon Void sect immediately retorted. He has admitted to slaying Brother Liang and, with great loyalty, also killed Yongzhen. Such a master need not fabricate lies. A killing is a killing. During the previous competition, Shen Longxuan enabled the Dragon Martial sect to secure all public resources, ultimately leading the other two sect leaders to humbly plead for mercy. The significance of these public resources was monumental, integral to the operation and development of the sects, culminating in a substantial price paid, resulting in each member of the Dragon Martial sect receiving a share of 2/10 of the resources. In the other two sects, Shen Longxuan's name is perhaps even more renowned than in the Longwu sect, with many seeking to eliminate him. However, these individuals are mostly of intermediate martial artist rank. Those of higher cultivation hardly regard Shen Longxuan as a threat. After all, he is merely an outer disciple, easily crushed with the slightest effort. Now, let us attend to the matter at hand. Who is willing to venture into the cave for reconnaissance? Elder Ma proclaimed loudly. As a martial artist of the 9th level, he perceived Shen Longxuan as nothing more than an insignificant ant, hardly worthy of consideration. The priority now was to decipher the secrets of this cavern. Chapter 74. Delving into the depths. I, Shen Longxuan of the Longwu sect, am willing to proceed, he declared promptly after Elder Ma's words. To his surprise, none from the other 2 sects dared to follow suit. Their hesitation stemmed not from fear of the cave itself, but rather from trepidation towards Shen Longxuan. Weren't you all so boisterous just moments ago? Why the sudden silence? Wei Ming chuckled, genuinely admiring Shen Longxuan for attracting adversaries wherever he went. What is so impressive? Huang Liang of the Longshu sect is willing to go, he declared, being the only one who had previously ventured into the cave and returned unscathed. Gao Feng of the Longmiao sect is also willing to go. Another voice chimed in. Excellent. The 3 of you must swiftly enter the Dragon God Cave. Your task is merely to gather intelligence. Do not alarm the enemy. Here are 3 communication talismans that will allow you to contact us at any time. Should you encounter anyone from the Xianming Hall, do not engage. Return immediately. Elder Ma instructed. It was imperative to leave someone at the entrance for support, otherwise, should enemies mount a pincer attack, the 3 would be trapped, facing annihilation within the cave. Thus, sending scouts to ascertain the enemy's situation was the safest course of action. After receiving the talismans, the trio swiftly entered the Dragon God Cave. Venturing deeper into the cave, the surroundings quickly became pitch black. Shen Longxuan produced a luminous stone, illuminating the space before him, while Ma Liang and Gao Feng kept their distance. It was evident that none of the 3 trusted one another. Unfazed, Shen Longxuan pressed onward, descending further into the cavern, which grew increasingly steep, compelling their pace to slow. Eventually, they were forced to leap vertically downward. We were just attacked here. That creature was incredibly swift and immensely powerful, Ma Liang warned. In truth, even without his words, Shen Longxuan sensed danger, a palpable feeling of confronting a colossal entity. Suddenly, a series of swift sounds echoed. It's here. Everyone, be cautious, Ma Liang called out, despite his wariness of the others, understanding that they were all in this together. Shen Longxuan noted that the cavern walls were riddled with holes wider than his waist, from which the sounds emanated. In an instant, 3 dark figures erupted from the openings, moving with astonishing speed, creating afterimages as they lunged toward the trio. Ah! A cry rang out. One of the 2 behind him had already sustained injuries. Shen Longxuan moved with lightning speed, activating the wind-thunder movement technique to its utmost potential, allowing him to discern the nature of the assailants attacking them. To his astonishment, there were tentacles resembling those of a serpent. With a resounding clang, the resplendent 5 elements sword emerged, instantly illuminating the cavern with a dazzling radiance. At last, he could discern clearly that it was indeed a pitch-black tentacle, stretching over several dozen feet in length. Shen Longxuan swung his sword downward. With a squelch, he felt a tingling in his arm, yet the razor-sharp 5 elements sword severed the tentacle. In agony, the creature swiftly retracted, and the severed segment of the tentacle collided against the cavern wall with a series of thundering echoes. This creature's hide was exceedingly tough. Without hesitation, Shen Longxuan propelled himself toward the other 2 tentacles. Ma Liang was barely managing to fend them off, while Gao Feng was on the brink of peril, ensnared by the suction cups of the tentacle, about to be devoured. A streak of brilliance soared into the sky, cleaving through the tentacle and rescuing Gao Feng. On the other side, Ma Liang also extricated himself, delivering a strike that wounded the attacking appendage. For a moment, the cavern was enveloped in an eerie silence, save for the labored breaths of the survivors, and Shen Longxuan's countenance grew grave. This was indeed a formidable creature. The tentacles alone spanned dozens of feet. One could only surmise what kind of colossal being it belonged to. After a brief respite, the trio continued their descent, encountering no further assaults. However, the temperature grew increasingly frigid. Although their prowess rendered them impervious to the cold, it nonetheless impeded their descent. The depth of the cavern was unfathomable. They had been descending for nearly half an hour, yet had not yet reached the bottom. At their current pace, it was likely that they had plummeted over 1,000 feet. The walls, once adorned with verdant foliage, were now coated in a blanket of frost, as if they inhabited 2 entirely different worlds. Ma Liang, did you reach this point earlier? Shen Longxuan inquired. No, we were repelled back at the tentacle. But we should be nearing the bottom, for my battle spirit is the Azure Wing Bat, which possesses a detection ability. I can sense that we are merely 500 feet from the end, but we must remain vigilant. That colossal creature seems to be returning. Upon hearing Ma Liang's words, Gao Feng immediately tensed up. His cultivation level was at the 2nd stage of the martial master realm, placing him at a disadvantage compared to Ma Liang. Do not fret. Stay close to me. As long as I draw breath, I shall ensure your safety, Shen Longxuan declared before resuming his descent. Gao Feng stared blankly at Shen Longxuan for a moment. Did those words not echo the sentiments of a ruthless killer? Yet instinctively he followed, as if this was indeed the path to safety. Ma Liang grinned and swiftly leaped downward, suddenly sensing that Shen Longxuan was not as malevolent as they had portrayed him. In the ensuing moments, the trio faced 2 more assaults, yet managed to navigate through with minimal peril, ultimately landing upon solid ground. This area was encrusted with moonstones, gleaming as brightly as daylight. It was evident that others had visited this place. They had descended into a vast, open space. And Shen Longxuan felt as though he had fallen into a bottle. At the center of the expanse lay 3 heaps of golden treasure, discarded like refuse. Being mere mortals, the 3 of them joyfully collected a pile each. Brother, how long must we linger here? Once the task is completed, we shall depart. Have you grown weary after merely a few days? Greetings, my dear senior brother. How mischievous you are, touching me there. Upon hearing the voice, Shen Longxuan and his companions swiftly concealed themselves in the shadows. Moments later, a stone door suddenly opened in the stone wall ahead, revealing a man and a woman emerging from within. The woman, her face still radiant with a lingering blush, was clad in a black robe that could not conceal her exquisite figure, exuding a captivating allure. The man, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, donned a similar black robe, his presence exuding a subtle yet formidable aura. Shen Longxuan had previously encountered individuals from the Xinming Hall, and while these 2 bore a resemblance to them, they lacked the chilling malevolence typically associated with such figures. Brother, our gold is missing. This is dire. Without it, that colossal creature will surely become enraged. We must hide. The alluring woman exclaimed anxiously. The man furrowed his brow in disbelief. It's impossible. There shouldn't be anyone here. It must have been taken by that beast. Suddenly, an enraged roar echoed, causing Shen Longxuan's hair to stand on end as he realized the sound came from behind him. Instinctively, he bolted forward, a voice within urging him to flee or face certain death. Who goes there? The man in black immediately became alert, realizing they had been discovered. The trio unleashed their formidable skills and charged forward, the roar growing ever closer, intensifying their sense of urgency. With a fierce impact, Shen Longxuan glowed with golden light, surging like a streak of light towards the black-robed man, colliding with a resounding crash. Ah! The black-robed man cried out in agony, his body sent flying and shattering midair, blood and flesh scattering. The black-robed woman, momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events, found a shimmering, multicolored sword poised against her throat. Now, you will answer my questions. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to turn you into a lifeless corpse. The woman nodded in fear, just as Ma Liang and Gao Feng rushed forward, their eyes wide with shock as the realization struck them. They were fortunate to have refrained from attacking him earlier, otherwise, they might not have known how they would meet their demise. Who is Ming Tianlong? Shen Longxuan whispered urgently, acutely aware that the beast's roar was drawing ever nearer, sensing it was at least on par with the Wind Thunder Beast. Chapter 75. Trapped in despair before the black-robed woman could respond. Terror seized her as she gazed behind the trio, trembling in fear. Shen Longxuan turned to see a colossal serpent, measuring 10 zhang in length, mere yards away. It bore a single horn atop its head, and its azure scales shimmered brilliantly under the light. This creature was a full zhang in girth, flicking its crimson tongue menacingly, its golden pupils fixated on the floor before it. Gulp! Gao Feng swallowed hard, slowly retreating. After stepping back 2 zhangs, he turned and ran, only to find the serpent's mouth slightly ajar, its tongue shooting forth like a streak of red lightning. Thud! In an instant, the body of Gao Feng, still in motion, was pierced, and he felt a sharp pain in his chest, only to be swiftly retracted by the barbed tongue of a serpent. Shen Longxuan clearly observed Gao Feng struggling, but ultimately succumbing to the maw of the colossal python. The titan python crunched a few times before swallowing him whole, leaving traces of blood at the corners of its mouth. The remaining 3 were pallid, bereft of any thought of resistance against this formidable beast. Shen Longxuan was drenched in cold sweat, oppressed by the python's overwhelming aura, while Ma Liang fared little better, his body trembling, drenched in perspiration. This monstrous creature was terrifying, likely a peak 5th-tier demon beast, even stronger than the Thunder Beast. Just as Shen Longxuan contemplated summoning his battle spirit, a piercing scream broke the silence. My God! The woman in black could no longer endure the terror, and with a shriek, turned to flee towards the stone door. Yet, she barely took a few steps before the python's tongue snatched her back, devouring her whole. The sound of crunching was spine-chilling. Mere breaths felt like centuries. With the two no longer fleeing, the Titan python darted forward, its massive jaws gaping wide to consume them. At this critical juncture, Shen Longxuan could no longer hesitate. He summoned the Xuanlong spirit, a golden halo radiating from him. Upgraded to a 10th tier, yellow-grade battle spirit, it was nearly corporeal. Its black scales, an imposing form exuding an aura that rivaled that of the Titan python. Ma Liang nearly bit his tongue in shock. No wonder this fellow was so extraordinary, possessing a 10th tier, yellow-grade battle spirit. However, the surprising revelations were far from over. The Titan python suddenly roared, its scales erupting. And the horn atop its head glimmered with light, as if gathering energy for an attack. Yet in the next moment, it abruptly turned its head and shot away. Shen Longxuan collapsed to the ground, his battle spirit dissipating, and Ma Liang was similarly affected, the immense pressure leaving him feeling utterly drained, as though he had just endured a life-and-death struggle. Shen Longxuan, I did not expect you to possess a 10th tier yellow-grade battle spirit. Truly remarkable. As far as I know, such spirits are exceedingly rare among the outer disciples of our three major sects, Ma Liang gasped, continuing, even among the inner disciples, they are few and far between. It is said that only the true heirs of the three sects possess battle spirits above the 10th tier yellow grade. Some even possess Shen grade spirits. Each of them is a prodigious existence. You are destined to follow in their footsteps. Ma Liang's face was filled with envy. His own spirit was only an 8th tier yellow grade. And though it was merely 2 levels lower, the difference was monumental. At that moment, he dared not regard Shen Longxuan as an enemy, for he was simply unworthy. Shen Longxuan's heart was a tempest of emotions. Upon joining the sect, he had revealed a 7th tier, yellow-grade battle spirit. If anyone were to discover that he had now attained a 10th tier yellow-grade spirit, suspicions would undoubtedly arise. Yet, seeing the admiration in Ma Liang's expression, he smiled, deciding that continuing the charade was wise. Even if he claimed his spirit could upgrade, it was unlikely anyone would believe him. Upon finding inner clarity, he rose to his feet. Master Ma Liang, do not belittle yourself. The battle spirit does not dictate everything. I firmly believe that future accomplishments rely on one's own efforts. I once heard of a senior who, despite possessing only a yellow-tier 10-grade battle spirit, cultivated to the pinnacle of the martial king realm. Thus, anything is indeed possible. Shen Longxuan spoke of his attainment of the carefree king within the martial king treasure, and then continued, let us first report the situation before proceeding with our investigation. Alas, we gleaned nothing earlier. Had we done so, we could have returned. Seizing the opportunity during their recovery, Ma Liang sent a message via a communication talisman, yet received no reply. Consequently, the two resolved to press onward. The two individuals they had encountered earlier emerged from a door within the stone wall, and Shen Longxuan vividly remembered the location, swiftly discovering the mechanism to unlock it. They stepped inside, finding yet another circular tunnel that spiraled downward. Their hearts were laden with tension, apprehensive of encountering some formidable beast, as they could sense a faint oppressive aura in the air. After traversing for half an hour, they began to catch a whiff of a subtle metallic scent of blood. Suddenly, distant voices echoed through the corridor, and the passage ahead remained narrow, devoid of any hiding spots. At that moment, both their communication talismans began to glow. Shen Longxuan hurriedly retrieved his, and as the information unfolded, their expressions darkened. It turned out that Elder Ho had descended with a group half an hour prior, while Elder Ma and others had just been ambushed above, suffering significant casualties. Elder Zhang of the Lone Miao sect had perished, leaving only Elder Ma to escape. Dozens of men clad in black had entered the Dragon God Cave after Elder Ho, with their highest cultivation at the peak of the martial master realm. Elder Ma, grievously injured, could only retreat to seek reinforcements. Upon absorbing the news, both were rendered speechless. Returning was no longer an option, as someone was approaching from the front, and the group of assailants would soon arrive from behind. If they were caught by those descending, their fate would undoubtedly be grim. Thus, the only viable course of action was to move forward. In this perilous moment, Shen Longxuan was filled with curiosity about the true nature of the Shiming Palace. What kind of power was it? Not only did the disciples possess remarkable cultivation, but there were also gigantic beasts. Gradually, his thirst for knowledge drowned out his fear, and he began to regain his composure. In such circumstances, only calmness could ensure survival. As the voices of the enemies drew closer, Shen Longxuan reached a resolution. Even if Elder Ho managed to delay them, it would take no more than an hour for them to arrive. Thus, they had merely an hour at their disposal. Brother, this chosen location is excessively bizarre. Not only is it cold enough to freeze one to death, but there are also so many beasts. To be frank, I was nearly terrified to the point of wetting myself when I first arrived. Look at you, so cowardly. This is all you amount to. Although the higher-ups maintain tight secrecy, I know this mission is of great significance. So, be sharp, you rascal. During this period, my fear has notably diminished. I sense that the monstrous beasts are undergoing a transformation. From the sound, it appears that there are two individuals. Shen Longxuan gestured to Ma Liang, indicating that each would confront one opponent. Moments later, two figures clad in black approached with an air of arrogance. Their physiques were relatively proportionate. One was slightly taller, while the shorter one possessed the cultivation of a third-level martial master. The taller individual, however, was at the fourth level. Shen Longxuan seized the initiative, summoning a tempest that stirred a fierce wind as two blades of wind surged toward the pair. Who goes there? The two dark-cloaked figures quickly recognized Shen Longxuan. The taller one lunged forward, drawing a blood-red battle knife to cleave through the wind blades, with a technique known as the overlapping wave's palm. Just as the wind blades were shattered, Shen Longxuan unleashed a force akin to crashing waves. The black-clad figure was taken aback, despite his lean physique. Shen Longxuan's palm technique was strikingly powerful and extraordinarily domineering. Waves surged forth, gentle yet capable of unleashing devastating force when converged. A barrage of wave-like power coalesced, forming an overwhelming palm strike that seemed to threaten annihilation. The towering figure was startled. He had not anticipated such ferocity from someone at the martial artist level. However, recalling his own fourth-level mastery, he laughed heartily. Where did this wild brat come from? You have some skills. Let us play. Gripping his knife with both hands, he thrust it upward, unleashing a blood-red blade of light that instantaneously ruptured the air, a ferocious aura that seemed intent on tearing apart everything in its path. The four Xuanlong blood-red blade surged forth, exuding an overwhelming bloodthirsty aura, its speed creating a flurry of afterimages. It was as if countless blades were converging upon Shen Longxuan. And at the moment of contact with his palm technique, these myriad shadows merged into a more fearsome momentum. With a resounding boom, the palm strike was obliterated, and the blade shattered. Shen Longxuan leapt back, landing steadily, though his feet sank deep into the rock beneath him. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Ma Liang was already engaged in battle with the other assailant. The towering black-clad figure staggered back from the force, igniting his ferocity. Didn't he expect you to have such strength for a little one? Which sect do you belong to? Shen Longxuan had no time for idle chatter. Time was of the essence, and he needed to dispatch these two swiftly. You'll find out when you're dead. He drew the five-element sword, its brilliant hues illuminating the surroundings, while waves of sword energy surged forth. With the diamond sword technique, the chilling sword light radiated a sharp aura as multiple streams of sword energy erupted from the five-element sword, golden blades soaring into the sky, charging toward the black-clad figure. This technique had become second nature to him. The gold was sharp and unmatched, sweeping forth with an unstoppable momentum. Bring it on. The black-clad figure, a true fourth-level martial master, remained composed in the face of such an onslaught. His aura surged dramatically as bloodthirsty energy coalesced into his long knife. In an instant, a surge of bloodlight erupted, transforming him into a veritable deity of death. The crimson aura flowed with a palpable intensity, culminating in an overwhelming release of power. Bloodblade shakes the moon. With a single, decisive strike, a torrent of blood radiance filled the sky, as the black-robed figure unleashed an assault that was both brutal and merciless. Shen Longxuan felt the might of that blow, despite the vast disparity in their realms. He possessed a dantian 5 times more formidable than that of an ordinary individual. This endowment magnified his strength exponentially, augmented further by an elemental energy surpassing that of common folk by 5-fold. This was no mere multiplication but an infinite ascent in power, all thanks to his body, enhanced by the Xuanlong transformation. Only such a physique could withstand such ferocious energy despite the low realm of its wielder. And the advanced Xian level 5 elements sword technique compounded his advantages, amplifying his might exponentially. As the sword energy surged, his form became enveloped in a radiant golden armor, his aura soaring once more. The clash of blade and sword erupted with a tremendous shockwave, the air itself fracturing, creating a vacuum around them that even the black-robed figure could not withstand, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. The two combatants nearby were compelled to withdraw, momentarily halting their skirmish to observe. Yet Shen Longxuan showed no sign of retreat. In the face of the tumultuous energy, his golden silhouette flickered with fiery brilliance as the 5 elements, sword in his grasp, unleashed a relentless barrage of sword radiance. Diamond sword technique, azure wood sword technique, black water sword technique, blazing fire sword technique, Thick earth sword technique. The kaleidoscopic glimmers of sword energy dominated the space, an unparalleled aura of destruction emanating forth, leaving the black-robed man aghast. What manner of being are you? He bellowed in desperation, realizing that he could no longer withstand the overwhelming brilliance of the sword energy. I am the one who shall end your life. A sharp beam of golden light pierced through the black-robed man's forehead, extinguishing his life in an instant. Another flash of sword energy severed the head of a second black-robed figure. Until his last breath, he remained oblivious to the circumstances, as Shen Longxuan had only whimsically desired their garments. Otherwise, he would have torn them to shreds. Ma Liang was once again left in awe, utterly captivated by Shen Longxuan's display of prowess, encapsulating his admiration in a single word: monstrous. Shen Longxuan articulated his underlying strategy to infiltrate the enemy's ranks, to which Ma Liang readily complied, having pledged his loyalty to Shen Longxuan. The two exchanged garments, perfectly fitted, cloaking themselves in the black robes that obscured their faces, leaving no trace of their identities. After disposing of the bodies of the two black-robed men, Shen Longxuan and his companion delved deeper into the passage, arriving at a square hall where the stench of blood became even more pervasive. In the grand hall, 10 stone doors stood resolutely closed, each marked with a numeral from 1 to 10. Yet, a pungent scent of blood wafted ominously from within. Upon searching the slain black-robed figures, Shen Longxuan discovered a badge belonging to door 10, prompting him and his companion to exchange glances before pushing open the stone door. As the door creaked ajar, a nauseating wave of blood reek enveloped them, rendering even the seasoned duo pale. Upon raising their eyes, they beheld an expansive chamber, connected to a narrow stone staircase that extended 100 feet, barely wide enough for two to walk side by side. This staircase was suspended, jutting out from the stone wall below. Beneath it lay a blood pool, measuring 200 feet in diameter, and at the staircase's end, a descent awaited. At that moment, a group of over 10 individuals stood below, pouring some substance into the blood pool, intensifying the already overwhelming stench. Brotherly Nan, how do we bring that enormous fellow in? One queried. In due time, someone will handle that. We must focus on our own tasks, replied another. All were cloaked in black, so Shen Longxuan could only discern their identities through their voices. When will the blood in this pool be ready? Another asked. I do not know. Where are Zhang Feng and the little monkey? Li Nan pondered aloud, realizing they were likely discussing the two he had slain. Shen Longxuan mimicked the voice of one of the black-robed men, exclaiming, Brotherly Nan, we have returned. You two fools, look at you empty-handed. What do you expect to achieve? Li Nan retorted. What can you possibly do if you struggle to retrieve a simple item? He scolded. Lu Feng, take these two with you. Let them learn, so they do not waste efforts next time. Should they fail to learn this time, I shall cast you into the blood pool to dissolve. He thundered in fury. At that moment, one among the group leaped onto the staircase. Be sharp this time, otherwise, none shall save you, he warned. The trio proceeded, retracing the path Shen Longxuan had taken. Midway, Lu Feng pressed against the wall, and with a series of clicks, another door materialized. Follow me, he commanded, leaping inside, with Shen Longxuan close behind. Yet, he noticed Ma Liang trembling slightly, whispering, This place is filled with demonic beasts. Shen Longxuan was taken aback. And soon they encountered a scene akin to the previous blood pool, but this time devoid of blood, filled instead with various demonic creatures. From second-tier to fourth-tier beasts roamed, all appearing listless and devoid of strength, seemingly under some unseen restraint. Upon their arrival, the beasts erupted into furious roars, their wrath echoing like thunder. No wonder the deceased little monkey had expressed fear. One would be remiss not to feel terror in such a presence. Nevertheless, Lu Feng remained unfazed, striding confidently to the center of the staircase and descending further, inciting even greater ire from the demonic creatures.